100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Mega pan-India NIA investigation taking place with the ED and the state police of 10 states. The raids are still on. 100 leaders have been arrested of the Popular Front of India. This is the most unprecedented first ever crackdown on the radical outfit PFI. Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Delhi, Karnataka, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Puducherry, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh. These are the states that have faced more than 10, where more than 100 leaders have been taken into arrest. The charges of radicalization, funding terror, terror activities, criminal conspiracy, instigating violence, law and order situation against India. Leaving you with these visuals, this remains our top story on India Today morning. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for watching.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties travelling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Watch Maharani Season 2 on Sony Live now.
Assam, Delhi, Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad. These are areas over 10 states. Pan-India, unprecedented NIA crackdown on the radical outfit Popular Front of India. 100 leaders have been taken into arrest. That's the big story on India today morning. Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. We get you the latest coming in from across India about the NIA ED State Police crackdown on PFI. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's a major NIA crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Over 100 members of the radical group have been arrested. 60 arrests from Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka. From instigating the hijab protest to the CAA agitation, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged link to multiple unrest and terror funding. In other news, 2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka has exploded. BJP MLAs are demanding abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress neta is being accused of encroachment. Now in Maharashtra, it is the Sena versus Sena war intensifying over the fresh salvo that Uddhav has thrown at Shinde, calling him father thief. Chief Minister Shinde counters, says it was Uddhav Thackeray who sold Bala Saheb's ideology. Anti-hijab protests raging across Iran, with Iranian women burning their headscarf in public. Iran has restricted access to internet, social media as these protests break out across the country. Massive security deployment at the National Investigation Headquarters. This, remember, is big news coming in after the Pan-India protest. Arrested members are likely to be brought to the NIA headquarters. Some arrested members of the Popular Front of India may just be brought to the national capital, Delhi, by the NIA. Therefore, the security around the premises of the NIA headquarters has now been increased. We have visuals coming in from different states about the heightened security deployment. What you're looking at are multiple arrests, raids that started at 1 a.m. last night in different places have now been as a crackdown on the Popular Front of India radical outfit and is seen as a security concern behind several unrest situations across the country. And today morning, I'm joined by our reporters from across the country. Remember, we are talking about more than 10 states, irrespective of the government in that state. They have readily agreed for the crackdown on this radical outfit because there have been concerns in the past few years. All of this was on track of the investigating agencies. Let's quickly introduce my reporters today morning. I'm joined from Kerala, also Shibimol joining me, but also Priyanka Rudrappa from Bengaluru. And also let me tell you about other reporters as well. First to you, Priyanka Rudrappa, because in Karnataka is the first mega crackdown that has taken place. Do tell us about the arrests and the reasons likely behind that raid. Priyanka, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Priyanka, if you can hear me, that because the biggest raid was apart from Kerala in Karnataka that has taken place. What are you picking up about the details? All right, let's bring in other reporters as well. Joining us from Jay Kishan is joining us because in Rajasthan as well, there were concerns and arrests that have taken place. Jay Kishan, what are you picking up about the details?
Yeah, 3 people have been detained so far from different parts of Rajasthan. That includes Kota, Paran and Jaipur. In Kota, the NIA team reached the Sangot area of Kota city around 4 a.m. in the morning, and they were supposed to detain Asif Mirza, who is the state president, but when he was not found, the NIA had detained his brother Arif. After Arif was detained, the people around started protesting against the detention. Later, Arif was taken to NIA, the local police station, where he was released later. Along with this, in Kota, another action took place in Baran, where Sadiq, who is part of the political outfit of PFI, which is SDPI, has been detained so far. Other than Baran district, the NIA has also raided locations and offices of PFI in MI Road of Jaipur. So far there is no confirmation of detention from Jaipur, but what sources are telling is that they have detained, they have seized documents from the offices of PFI. Sources have confirmed that these people were involved in radicalizing the youngsters from the rural pockets of Rajasthan to different social media platforms. And in that social media platform, many radical outfits outside the country were also present. They used to send messages to people from particular community, religion, and radicalize their brains. Everybody knows that recently the incident of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur has put Rajasthan under the scanner of NIA and other agencies. In talk also a few days ago, ATS had detained few people, and ATS also investigating the role of many people in radicalizing the minds of youngsters in Rajasthan.
So it was specifically Udaipur's brutal killing and then also boasting about it on camera. It was the murder of Kanhaiya Lal, but that has brought the PFI under scanner. Jay Kishan is telling us about the raids that have taken place in Rajasthan as well. One by one, our colleagues across the country are constantly updating us that their state and the PFI units in that state has also been raided and arrests have been taken place. So what you're looking at are at least 8 states that we have confirmed right now. So whether it's Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala are the 2 main states that have faced a massive crackdown. Bengal, national capital Delhi, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, across the country, the PFI crackdown. This is a top secret operation that's taken place. Quickly, let's go across to Bengaluru. Priyanka Rudrappa joins me. Priyanka, what is the latest that you're getting in from Bengaluru? Because Karnataka, specifically the coastal belt, had PFI under the scanner of the investigating agencies. Have arrests also taken place in Karnataka?
Now, the National Investigation Authorities are conducting raids on the residence of members of the Popular Front of India in Bengaluru as well. The raids are also being conducted in Mangaluru, Karwar, in Puttur and Koppal districts is what we are hearing. Now, in Bengaluru, this is the residence of Mohammad Shafaq, where the raids were conducted on the since the early hours on Thursday. Now, according to the officials, the raids are being conducted in 4 places in the city. Now, this is the residence of Mohammad Shafaq in Richmond town. So Shakib was reportedly not in the house when the NIA officials conducted the raid. However, his family members were present, and the officials have so far seized a couple of phones and some documents from his house is what we are hearing. So after the raids, hundreds of supporters of Shakib, they gathered here in Richmond town and they protested against the National Investigation Authorities for the raids, and they said go back NIA, and they raised slogans against them, alleging that the raids are politically motivated as well. Now, the officials are yet to reveal the findings of the raids and the investigation, but what we hear is that the members of the PFI are being investigated and their houses are being raided for allegedly radicalizing the minds of youths, and these raids are being conducted not just in Bangalore but in Mangalore, Koppal, Karwar, in Puttur, in other districts as well.
Priyanka Rudrappa telling us about the raids taking place on the PFI. Remember, the PFI statement that is coming from Kerala says, we are the dissenting voices of this fascist regime. We will not stay silent against this regime. That's the statement that's come in amid over 100 arrests that have taken place on charges of terror funding, radicalization and creating a criminal conspiracy against India. These are the latest visuals on our screens. We'll try and get you the latest about the raids that are taking place. Because remember, we are talking about more than 10 states and on allegations of training. So we're looking at Kerala, where there has been a PFI angle of several murders, political murders that have taken place, of radicalization, of money coming in from the Gulf nations as criminal conspiracy against India through Hawala transactions. Karnataka, specifically its coastal belt, has been facing a security concern with regard to PFI for years now. Assam, national capital Delhi, is also now under the radar. Let's quickly go across to Shibimol KG for the latest on that. Shibimol, in Kerala, since morning you've been updating us about the information that has come in. So do tell us about the arrests now that have been confirmed, if there is any sort of protest that have taken place, and a little background of PFI in Kerala, because it is in the state of Kerala where there has been an increasing concern, irrespective of state governments, of PFI indulging in radicalization of young men and women from the Muslim community and also indulging in criminal activities.
Well, Pooja, the raids in Kerala that started around 3 a.m. at various locations from Thiruvananthapuram to Malappuram, Kozhikode, Kottayam, Pathanamthitta, Kollam, all the major districts, the raids took place. It has come to an end, which started at around 3 a.m. And most importantly, the most important people, PFI's national chairman, OMA Salam, and state president, CP Mohammad Bashir, has been taken into custody as of now. And the SDPI is all set to take out a press conference at 11:30 a.m. today to speak about the issue. And in fact, what is interesting here is the Kerala police in other states, in comparison to other states, Kerala police here has not been a part of the raids here. But what we're getting to know from sources is that the information that they collected recently, there was a PFI leader, the Palakkad district secretary of PFI was arrested in the murder of RSS leader that took place in April this year. So the information, the inside info that the Kerala police, the Palakkad police collected was given to the national agencies is what we are picking up from sources, though the Kerala police did not directly get involved in the raids. We saw a lot of protests from 3 a.m. The vehicles of the NIA and ED were blocked by PFI workers ever since the raids took place. Like you mentioned, PFI has been accused of being involved in a lot of murders here, political murders. PFI and RSS recently, like I mentioned, PFI's district secretary was arrested. So this concern has always been there in the state, irrespective of any governments. Even when recently when the PFI district secretary was arrested also, they accused that the state government is not able to accept the acceptance of PFI, because recently they took out a rally in Kozhikode, a massive public rally which was attended by a lot of people in the calling Save the Republic. So, like you mentioned, irrespective of state governments and everything, PFI has always been accused of being involved in various activities, and this time the raids have been conducted on allegations of...
Go ahead, finish your point. Shibimol, go ahead.
Yeah, so the raids have been conducted in connection with funding for terrorism and for foreign funds being used for funding terrorist activities. These are the two main reasons that's been put forward by the national agencies in conducting these raids, and it's been conducted in two cases that's been registered in Kerala as well as Delhi.
Okay. Shibimol KG from Thiruvananthapuram telling us about the raids in Kerala. On your screens right now, take a look closely about why these raids are taking place, where these raids are taking place. This, remember, is not a one-day assignment. Our reporters on the ground are telling us of how, after the Home Ministry's clearance, the Intelligence Bureau is monitoring. All these states were on the radar. Their activities were being tracked for several past few months, and with solid evidence with the agencies now, these raids have gone ahead and have now been taken into arrest as well. Let's go across now to Hyderabad, because Telangana also has faced arrests and also Andhra Pradesh. Joining me from Hyderabad is my colleague Apurva. Apurva, what are you picking up from Hyderabad? Specifically, the Nizamabad area is where the PFI unit has been raided. What about the arrests? Any protests that have broken out?
Well, early in the morning, protests had broken out right outside the PFI offices. In fact, we're here at Chandra and Gutta, one of the Popular Front of India offices here. And as you can see, not only has the Chandra and Gutta office been sealed, but we're also, getting to notice that there has also been a notice that has been issued. This is the seal that has been put in place by NIA officials. Raids were conducted here since early in the morning. What do we know? What we do know as of now is that several incriminating documents, hard disks, as well as pen drives and other important materials were seized from these raids that had been conducted. We're also seeing that a notice has also been stuck here at the office as well. This is the notice that has been set in place by officials. We also know that several raids are underway in across various locations, not only in Hyderabad, but also in across Telangana and other locations as well. We do also get to know that in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, both of these states, that these raids are being searched simultaneously in across various locations in Hyderabad as well. We do know not only here in Chandra and Gutta, but also two other locations in Hyderabad that have been identified where searches are underway as of the moment. But as of now, right outside the Chandra and Gutta PFI office here, we can see that not only have the officials stuck notices, but also that the entire office has been sealed after several incriminating documents and other important things had been seized from this office here in Chandra and Gutta.
All right, so that is the latest visual coming in of the PFI office that has been sealed. Apurva is getting us that live visual. I want to stay with you, Apurva, because what you're telling us is very significant, that this office has been sealed. Arrests have also taken place. What are you picking up on the allegations? When did this raid begin? What were the charges against this unit? And is the raid now over, or around that area more raids are on?
Well, the raids as of now have completed here at Chandra and Gutta. In fact, we do know that officials, NIA officials, had conducted these raids since early this morning, and now with the raids that have been completed here, the officers not only have been seized, several documents that have been seized here, but also we're seeing that incriminating documents, pen drives, as well as hard disks have also been seized from this area. The entire PFI office here in Chandra and Gutta has been locked, and a notice has also been put in place for the officials as well. So far,
can you read out what's written, if you can, Apurva Jayachandran, on that notice that has been put? Is it possible for you to read and let us know?
Well, that's right. In this notice, as you can see, what it reads out is that this premises has been locked and sealed by National Investigation Agency Hyderabad in connection with investigation of, and there's a case number there, and it says that the owner of this premises may contact the Honorable NIA Special Court of Hyderabad or the NIA at the following address before opening the seal.
All right.
So that is what is, the notice that has been stuck here, the official seal that has also been, put in place, the entire office that has been locked.
Apurva Jayachandran is on location in Hyderabad at the PFI office that has been sealed, getting us that first and exclusive visual of the sealed office, of also these raids taking place across the country. Apurva, keep tracking all the latest on that. Thank you for getting us that big visual. We are now getting more information. Non-stop raids that continue on the Popular Front of India. The Popular Front of India's district president's house has been raided in Kalaburgi. The PFI supporters have gathered in and they've gathered there, as you can see the visuals of the Rosa police station, to protest against the raid, because that's the police station limit area where these raids have taken place. These are some of the supporters. Kalaburgi in Karnataka, where this specific raid has taken place on the PFI by the NIA. Remember, it's not just the National Investigation Agency. It is in coordination with the Enforcement Directorate, with the State Police, monitored by the Intelligence Bureau, clearance given by the Home Ministry, and then this mega crackdown on the PFI. So Kalaburgi is where the house also of a PFI senior leader has been raided, PFI district president in Kalaburgi. Now, Karnataka, just to give you a background, has faced maximum security concerns apart from Kerala. Especially the coastal belt of Karnataka is where there have been, remember, the hijab protests that had broken out, the allegation that the PFI was instigating young girl students to go out on the streets as well. And that apart from the CAA violence protests that had erupted, the Delhi riots in the national capital also had got PFI under the scanner of instigating violence and law and order situation in India. Let's go across to Priyanka Rudrappa for the latest on that. Priyanka, so you're outside the house of one of the PFI leaders whose house has been raided. There's another PFI district president whose house is raided in Kalaburgi. What are you picking up about the ground situation?
Now, the National Investigation Agency authorities have been conducting raids on the residence of several PFI members, the Popular Front of India members, since the early hours of Thursday is what we are hearing. I am at the residence of Mohammad Shakib, who's also a PFI member. So the officials reached the residence around 4 a.m. is what we are hearing, and the officials searched his houses. Shakib was not at the residence at the time.
पहले ही मुस्लिम राष्ट्र बना देना चाहता 1947 के पहले, तो जो इतना बड़ा कुकृत्य करता हो, फंड इकट्ठा करता है, भारत के खिलाफ आंदोलन करता है, भारत के जनमानस को भड़काता है, तो ऐसे संस्थानों पर अगर कार्रवाई हो रही है, दुर्भाग्य है जब फुलवारी शरीफ में PFI पर छापे पड़े तो जो पुलिस का वक्तव्य आया था वो निराशाजनक आया था। उसे सांस्कृतिक संगठन बताने की कोशिश की गई थी। ये नीतीश बाबू, ये लालू बाबू, लालू यादव, ये लोग, नीतीश जी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं। तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में कभी लालू जी सिम्मी को, लोग कहते हैं कि सिम्मी पर जब बैन हुआ तो सिम्मी को बंद करके PFI बनाया, तो ये सिम्मी को जब बंद हुआ था उसमें लालू यादव का राज था। ये बिहार खास करके स्लीपर सेल आतंकवादियों के लिए बनते जा रहा है। राजनीतिक संरक्षण है और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे, 13 जिलों से।
कल गृह मंत्री भी आ रहे हैं पूर्णिया।
these are the ministers in the government now reacting since the raid that started at about 1 a.m. late last night went on till today morning. The Intelligence Bureau monitoring all the updates. We'll try and get you updates. Remember, one by one, we are getting developments about what's happening in states. We are talking about Delhi, Assam, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Bengal. Now, Giriraj Singh says PFI wanted India to become an Islamic nation, and if for an outfit that is seen as radical and with security concerns, what was wrong for a crackdown on that? Now, this, remember, of course, will become into a political face-off also very soon. But with these developments coming in, I want to take you through the top developments on these pan-India raids against the radical outfit Popular Front of India. Let's begin. It's a major crackdown against the PFI, the National Investigation Agency, and the Enforcement Directorate, carrying out searches at multiple locations in more than 13 states. 105 members arrested, 60 of them from Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka. The NIA raids the Popular Front of India office in Hyderabad, Chandrayungutta, Delhi, and several other locations. Several items such as hard disk documents have been seized. Meanwhile, the PFI National Chairperson OMS Salam and Delhi PFI head Parvez Ahmed have been taken into arrest by the agency. But the situation has turned tense in Karnataka's Mangaluru. Paramilitary force had to be deployed. Shops have been shut, protesting against the raid and arrests. The agency is investigating PFI link with the Hawala money. Recently, the Ministry of Home Affairs was made aware that the PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized network in the Gulf countries as part of the criminal conspiracy against India. The Popular Front of India that have been taken and facing arrest has criticized these raids against the organization. People staged protests against the raids in Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Let's quickly go across now to Chandigarh, where my colleague Kamaljeet Sandhu is. Kamaljeet, because you closely track the Home Ministry and the security agencies, what are you picking up about the reasons for the raid which is, of such an unprecedented large scale? What is the reason? How many states? What is the agency's plan to have an outcome as a consequence of these raids? Kamalji.
So the PFI has been under scanner for over a decade now, with several of the times the central government pondering over the point of whether to ban PFI or not. But over the past few years, we've seen how the number of cases has risen, especially with involvement of PFI members, right from Delhi riots to the links involving extreme violence in Kerala. We've seen violence linked in Karnataka as well. So there have been instances, several states, including Uttar Pradesh, have demanded and written to the centre demanding a ban on PFI. But over a period of time, it's the IB and the other agencies who've managed to collect data. And we've been told that in the past 2 weeks, that is when the Home Minister has actually taken a meeting. And this is where the planning was done. Till about 2 days ago, when the planning was being done, there was a worry that the information could have been leaked. And that is where they actually put down together the list of people they wanted to raid. 200 phones so far have been recovered, along with huge documentation so far. So we've been told that this is being done at tandem right from midnight onwards. This is where they spread out to north and south part of India, right from Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Assam, West Bengal, Rajasthan, towards the south, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu. So it's a vast expanse, and this is where the central agencies are now wondering whether they all need to be put together at a certain place and jointly interrogated. But because the scale is so big, they would perhaps wait for the arrest to be done. In fact, the arrest memo have already been made. So quickly...
Kamaljeet, what happens next? You've arrested these PFI members and leaders, even a chairperson of the unit in Tamil Nadu. Will they be brought to the NIA headquarters in Delhi? Will they be perhaps in the specific states? What are you picking up on that? Quickly.
See, we've been told that once this entire material is collected, whether it's mobile phone devices, whether it is other evidences, including documentation, there will be a need to put some of the top leaders together and jointly interrogation done by several agencies who are involved, which includes the ED, the NIA, as well as the intelligence agencies. But clearly, this is a point of juncture. Perhaps a decision would be taken later. At least 105 of them have been arrested, and the raids are still continuing on. So we do not know the final data as of now, but a decision will be taken on that soon. At least some of the top members would be brought in together to discuss and make them stand face to face with each other. There are several questions, including the one on radicalization of youth, induction of youth. The other is about the Hawala transaction, about how there has been foreign funding which has been coming in. So several of these questions needs to be answered by the top leadership of the PFI. Meanwhile, they've already called it as a witch hunt of sorts. We've seen the sort of scale, and that is why the Central Armed Police Force, the CRPF, being roped in several of the places, including that of the state police, to ensure that no untoward incident happens. They have to ensure that nobody really runs away while the raids are on.
Stay on with me, Kamaljeet. We are getting live visuals from Karnataka's Bengaluru, because right, like you also correctly pointed out, in some places, sensitive volatile regions, there could be a security situation. Even CRPF has been deployed in some areas. These are the visuals coming in from Karnataka's Bengaluru. Now, just to update you that in Karnataka itself, specifically in the coastal belt, more than 20 arrests have taken place already. In Bengaluru, which has been a volatile area, specifically with communal overtones, in the past few years have been, also there has been PFI under the scanner. This looks to be the investigation agency's officers. The raid appears to have concluded. But take a look. Unlike other states, in Karnataka, even the CRPF and paramilitary had to be deployed. This in view of any protest that could have broken out and become a law and order situation. This, as it looks like, as the reporters are telling in from Karnataka, the raid has ended, started at about 1 a.m. across the country. NI, ED, state police, monitored by the Intelligence Bureau, cleared by the Home Ministry, that is Karnataka specifically, where in Bengaluru, at least for now, the officers have now left the location. Earlier, there were some protests in Bengaluru, but according to the Bengaluru Police Commissioner Sashi Kumar, they were dispersed and the area is currently normal. What you're looking on the screen right now is important. These are the reasons of why the Popular Front of India has been raided as Pan-India raid. It was in Telangana's Nizamabad that the karate camp, so to say, was being organized, under which there was terror training and radicalization allegedly taking place. Also, as you could possibly look at, the reasons was it started from the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot, and then in Kerala, Praveen Netaru's murder. These are some of the reasons for which the raids have taken place. Bengaluru, Manjeri, Kurnool, in Andhra Pradesh, and also in Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, in fact, the whole unit, the chairperson and the office members of senior level of the PFI taken into arrest, and now protests have broken out. And this visual now from Delhi. We started with Karnataka, went to Tamil Nadu, now in the national capital, Delhi. This is the PFI office in Delhi that has been sealed. One by one, the offices are being sealed. Notices have been put. This, remember, the flags and banners had got into controversy as well. PFI's name came under the scanner on the Delhi communal riots that had taken place in 2020. And then also the CAA protests and violent agitations that were allegedly instigated by the PFI. The name had been under the scanner. Previously, also the police and the agencies had attempted to raid these specific units of the PFI, but its headquarters is in the national capital, Delhi. This is the Shaheen Bagh area in Delhi. Our colleagues are soon going to get us the latest from this location. But for the office to be raided and sealed primarily means that no other operations will now be permitted. Any document, all of this will now be right inside that office. Members will not be allowed to access. From Delhi, let's go across now to Bengal. Ritik Mondal joins me because Bengal is another state. More than 10 states that have been raided. Bengal is one of it. It's very interesting, Ritik, that these are states irrespective of the party ruling as a government in the state. In Bengal, it is the Trinamool Congress. In Delhi, it is the Aam Aadmi Party. In Karnataka, it is the BJP. In Andhra Pradesh, there are other parties. And yet all of them have willingly agreed for a coordinated action against PFI. What are you picking up on the details from Bengal?
Right, Pooja, what I was mentioning earlier, that we are bringing this live broadcast from the place where, amidst the nationwide crackdown by NIA related to PFI, now a team of NIA officials, they reaches to Bengal, and it's, the capital city, Kolkata, and let me show you what exactly happening here, that residents of Sheikh Mukhtar is under a scanner now. What we are told that NIA officials are raiding this particular building, which is located at the densely populated area in Tiljola. You can see that poster showing that this is a particular office of PFI, Popular Front of India. This is the office of that organization. It is written on that particular poster in both in Bengali and in English, and this is considered to be the office of PFI here in Kolkata, which is underway. Scanner now, and NIA officials have reached the location. They are grilling that person, Sheikh Mukhtar. Now let me show you what are the situation here at the ground zero. We can see that CRPF personnel are blocking the way heading towards this PFI office, and a team of NIA officials have reached here, and they are blocking the entire corridor. Remember, the Tiljola area is one of the busiest places in Kolkata, which is why they are not allowing anyone to venture or to go towards that particular location. And this is the particular building we are bringing this visual, that this is the office of PFI, which is under radar now, and we are told that Sheikh Mukhtar is the person. He is the member of PFI who was holding and holding the chief of West Bengal. As per this particular organization is considered, he is under questioning now. NIA officials are grilling him at his residence, and we can see that a huge deployment of police personnel, particularly CRPF personnel, have been deployed here, and they are asking anyone and not allowing any particular vehicle, not allowing them to go to that particular point. So remember, amidst the situation, a crackdown by National Investigative Agency, that particular organization, PFI, has been alleged in with several allegations like terror funding, collecting people, or spreading hatred. So these are the allegations what usually made against raised against that particular organization, and a team of NIA has reached here in Bengal, and this particular location is the place and the office of PFI, which is under scanner now, and raids are going on. You can see multiple vehicles are placed, and I believe these are the vehicles in which that NIA officials have reached here, and I am showing you the visual. Let me cut across the neighborhood. We can see many onlookers are also taking a glance what exactly is happening here as NIA reaches to Kolkata, probing the PFI organization. Back to you, Pooja.
All right, Ritik Mondal getting us that special telecast coming in from Bengal. Even Bengal is where the arrests and raids have taken place. We have big news now coming in from Uttar Pradesh. The PFI member, one Wasim, has been taken into arrest from Lucknow. He was in fact also arrested earlier in the CAA NRC violence case. Wasim's name had actually come in the clashes in Lucknow's Khadra area. He's now been taken into arrest. At around 2:30 a.m., the team of the National Investigation Agency and the Anti-Terror Squad, along with more than 50 policemen, arrested Wasim from his house. All of this has happened overnight, remember, across the states in coordination with the state police. And this, remember, are not random arrests. It's not like randomly the agencies or the police have gone into these houses. These members have been under the radar. Their activities have been on the surveillance of the security agencies. and with only after solid evidence with the agencies and with the state police in a coordinated action, which was a confidential assignment, was then started at about 1 a.m., went on till morning, in which a lot of arrests have taken place. Now, according to the agencies, they say there clearly is under the scanner with evidence that was tracked. The Intelligence Bureau is also now tracking it. Political reactions have started to come in. Let's listen in. All right, so reactions are also coming in of the netas, specifically from the BJP. But remember, the raids that have taken place are irrespective of the parties in the government, whether it's Karnataka, Kerala, Assam, Bengal, Delhi. This primarily is because the Popular Front of India, for the past few years, for these reasons, the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot that was surfaced in Phulwari Sharif in Patna, the violence incited by the PFI in the CAA violence case. This also, remember, in Kerala, Parveen Netaru's murder had become a huge controversy. The Nizamabad, which also has been raided today in Telangana, it was a karate camp that was being run. But apart from the official karate reason, it was the reason of radicalization and funding and inciting terrorism in the garb of a karate camp. Conducting raids, and with regard to that, even protests have now taken place. This visual is of the protests that have taken place of the PFI supporters against the raids. The PFI member from Kerala, its General Secretary, has said, "We are fighting against a fascist regime. We will not be silenced." These are the dissenting voices that are being attacked. 8 states at least, Karnataka, Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, all of this witnessing raids and protests, political reactions coming in. Let's listen in.
प्रयास है और उसका परिणाम आने वाले समय।
सर, एक सवाल है, पीएफआई की फंडिंग को लेकर के रेड्स हो रही हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में खासी सक्रियता रही है, जो अलग अलग कार्यक्रम हुए हैं उसमें फंडिंग देखी गई है, तो यूपी पुलिस को अभी तक भनक किसकी नहीं लगी? आपको लगता है कि
नहीं, ये कहना कि भनक नहीं लगी है वो सही नहीं है, लेकिन पीएफआई निश्चित तौर से सिमी का बदला हुआ रूप है और वह बदले हुए रूप में तमाम देश विरोधी, समाज विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा बनती है। तो आज NIA की जो छापेमारी है उसमें बहुत कुछ सामने आ रहा है, लेकिन उसके संबंध में छापेमारी के बाद जो भी विषय आएगा वो NIA के माध्यम से बताया जाएगा।
शुक्रिया बातचीत के लिए। तो ये हैं डिप्टी सीएम केशव प्रसाद मौर्य, जिनका कहना है कि आज महिलाओं के लिए खास दिन है।
More than 10 states. Specific focus on the southern states of Karnataka, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh. Allegations of radicalization and taking funding from the Gulf nations. Allegations of criminal conspiracy, inciting violence, inciting communal tensions. But protests broken out from the PFI side, from the PFI supporters who are against the raid and the arrest. From Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, in Kerala and Karnataka as well. 4 states where mainly these protests have taken place. Take a look of how even the paramilitary, the CRPF, had to be deployed in some areas, specifically in Karnataka and in Tamil Nadu, where the state police had to ensure that the protesters are dispersed for now. Bengaluru's police commissioner Shashi Kumar had said 50 to 100 people had gathered, and after that they were dispersed. The situation appears in control now. But what a day it has been. Since today morning, we've been getting updates one state after another. What started as appeared from Karnataka, Kerala and Delhi, then went on to all other states one by one. Even Bengal, Assam, Puducherry, these are places where arrests have also taken place. More than 10 states. More than 100 leaders and members of the Popular Front of India, which is seen as a radical outfit, has been under the scanner in the past as well for the past few years. Remember, could it be, again, the bigger question is, you're looking at the raids, the action has been taken by the agencies, but there is a chorus that the PFI needs to ban. Will the government take that step? Are we looking at history repeating with regard to the Simi outfit, a radical outfit, a Students' Islamic Movement of India that was banned in 2001? In 2020, could PFI go the same way, or this raid will be that messaging that radicalization and terror attempts will not be tolerated? Just to give you a background, that now even in Uttar Pradesh, one Wasim has been taken into arrest. He was already taken into custody earlier as well with regard to riots cases. This is the national capital, Delhi, NIA's headquarters, where PFI's Parvez Ahmed was taken into custody. This is the latest visual on your screen. PFI's headquarters main member, senior leader Parvez Ahmed has been taken into arrest and has now been brought to the NIA headquarters. Information and sources telling us from our reporters across the ground in different states that similar situation could be for other PFI members as well, that one by one they may just be brought to the NIA office, the headquarters in national capital Delhi. These are the first images of the first arrested PFI leader who has been brought to the NIA headquarters. Considering, of course, it is the same city, this is the first presence and summon that has been taken for this man arrested for alleged attempts of inciting communal clashes, violence and tensions in the country. But we are being told that this could be possibly followed by others as well. Now this, remember, with the agencies need to have solid evidence. When such a scale of raids and arrests have taken place, according to the agencies, they've had in the past few months tracked and on the intelligence radar, there have been proper evidence that has been gathered. It is with confidence that the agencies are raiding these areas, and that PFI has been for the past few years, and in fact for the past 1 decade, has been under the radar of the security agencies. It's also interesting to tell you here that while the PFI is trying to say that they're fighting against fascist regime, no political party officially comes out in their support as well, realizing the security concern.
They're extremely dangerous. And I think the focus, the kingpin of these organizations are in Kerala. And of course now they are spreading their wings across the country. And I think it was really the apt time for the government of India to take these actions. And now I hope it just doesn't end up in banning the PFI alone. Because banning means they will, another organization with another name will pop up with the same people. I think we just need to get to the roots of these people. Their funding process, how the money is being spent, and what kind of a danger threat they are to the country. I think these are the issues to which certainly the National Investigation Agency will go into, and I hope they get prosecuted and they go behind bars for a long time.
But sir, state government is not very serious about the PFI.
See, that's precisely why the state government was...
All right, Kerala, remember, is one of the states where murders, political murders, killings, and the PFI allegation and accusations against the outfit has been under the scanner for a while. We'll continue to track the latest on that. That was a reaction coming in from Kerala. What we are looking at on your screen is the first image of Delhi's PFI chief, Parvez Ahmed, who was taken into arrest late last night by the National Investigation Agency, is now being brought into the office. The PFI headquarters in Shaheen Bagh in Delhi has also been sealed for now. Earlier also there have been attempts to raid and with evidence take into custody the netas. Remember, there is these allegations of specifically inciting communal violence in India. More reactions coming in. Let's listen into that.
Organization ನಮಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ರಸ್ತೆ ರೋಕೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 100 ಜನ 200 ಜನ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೆಲವು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಜಾಲತಾಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರದ್ದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಜೋಕಟ್ಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 45 ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿ ಡಿಸ್ಪರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಕಾವೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 100 ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಡಿಸ್ಪರ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರದ ಬಂದರ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 60-70 ಜನ ಸೇರಿದ್ರು, அவர்களுக்கு பிரிவென்டிவ் அரெஸ்ட் ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியில் எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய ஆர்எஸ்எஸ்னுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய NIAவும் EDயும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
So Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, where arrests have taken place, protests have also broken out. I want to go across now to Bengal, because Bengal is another state of more than 10 where these raids have taken place. Ritik Mandal with all the latest. Ritik, you've been on location where the raids were taking place, arrests have taken place. What is currently the ground status? Ritik, can you hear me? Yes.
Agency landed here in Kolkata related to pan-India crackdown of PFI office, and let me show you and cut across what exactly happening here. Residents of Sheikh Mukhtar, what we are given to understand that he is an office bearer of PFI, and he was conducting the office of PFI from at a very busiest and densely populated location here in Kolkata, which is located in Tiljala. And now NIA officials have reached here and they are grilling that particular person. And what more we're picking up at this point in time, that several crucial documents related to PFI have been recovered from that particular place, which is located in Tiljala. Remember that couple of hours back, a team of NIA officials landed here in Kolkata and they reaches to this particular place, which is considered to be the PFI office here in Bengal. And it seems like that land of Bengal and Kolkata were also being used as for activities of PFI. Now he has been detained and being questioned by NIA officials. We are showing you the visuals and the multiple vehicles that have been placed. Now let me cut across. The entire corridor and the stretch of this road has been converted into we can see that how a heavy police deployment has been made along with the CRPF personnel. Also Kolkata police have also reached there, and they are also asking and requesting people and neighbors of this location not allowing them to go at that particular stretch. I would try to get some locals who stays here. जरा बताना चाहेंगे कि ये जो शख्स है उनको पहचानते हैं आप?
नहीं, हमको कुछ नहीं मालूम है. अरे कुछ नहीं मालूम है यार.
So these are the quick reaction we are getting, that local and people who stays here, we can see that they are not ready to say anything about that particular person. His role is under scanner now. So what more we are picking up, that several documents have been recovered from that particular place, which is located in Tiljala, which is considered to be the office of PFI. And as NIA reaches to Kolkata, probing this PFI's and its role pan-India. Back to you.
Stay on with me, Ritik, because I want to show our viewers how our reporters from across India are joining me right now. Whether it's Tamil Nadu, whether it's Kerala, Karnataka, Bengal, Delhi, our reporters are constantly updating us, because remember, this is a developing story. So everyone's tracking constantly about the arrest, the raid, that protests in return are taking place. I want to go across now to Tamil Nadu, and Pramod Madhav is joining us with the latest. Pramod, PFI chairperson unit, also the senior members of the unit have been taken into arrest, and that perhaps is a big one for Tamil Nadu, where perhaps the PFI cadre is not as active or as controversial as in Karnataka or Kerala. What are you picking up about the raids in Tamil Nadu?
Well, in Tamil Nadu in recent times, NIA's footprints and NIA's searches have been constantly high, especially after the Vellore incident, where one person was arrested for communication with ISIS. In fact, we are currently outside the National Investigation Agency office here. There is high security on one side. You have CRPF Jawans, and the other side, you have the Tamil Nadu police who are also standing at this spot. And for the first time in Chennai, where NIA raids are being conducted, this much deployment of CRPF Jawans are also here. In fact, here itself, there are 2 buses with CRPF Jawans at this spot. And what happened is that early morning there were raid occurred in PFI headquarters. We spoke to PFI personnel there. They claimed that pamphlets and various other documents, electronic documents, were also recovered from the spot, and all these have been brought to this location over here. In fact, in the state of Tamil Nadu, NIA has been constantly clear about some kind of event that's occurring, and that's the reason for several months we were also reported about a few people trying to communicate with ISIS. That is very important for them. And for today, we were able to find out that 4 people were detained, of which one person called Ismail was arrested also. He was one of the chairpersons with the committee. And not just that, in the state of Tamil Nadu, these raids are about recruiting, training, and also bringing money from foreign countries for terrorist activities. These seem to be the reasons for NIA raid. Definitely, this is the first time huge raid with a lot of protection outside NIA office currently.
Also, Pramod, do tell us, because there were serious allegations, and under the scanner were any links to the terrorist outfit, the ISIS, and perhaps if there were some men who were wanting to go and join the terror group. But what are you picking up about today's development? Will these arrested being brought to the Tamil Nadu office of the NIA, or will they be taken to the Delhi office?
Well, for now, one of the person who's been arrested is not from Chennai, and it looks like here all the documents that has been recovered all are brought over here, and that's the reason so many CRPF jawans at this spot. In fact, we will not find anyone before. Only Tamil Nadu police used to give protection at this spot, but right now the situation is entirely different, and that's the reason two bus lot full of CRPF jawans are present at this spot. Now, equally with importance in Chennai, raids are also being conducted at Madurai, Theni, Coimbatore, and various other locations. And there also, like I said earlier, Ismail, a chairperson, was arrested. 3 people have been detained. 2 people who had come from Bengaluru through a train have been detained, and they are also being questioned. And one more person in Theni is also being questioned. So 1 has been arrested, 3 has been detained, and that's been currently happening over here. With the day's progress only, we can identify if those personnel will be brought to Chennai, but there are more probability for these personnel to be taken to Delhi as well.
Chennai, which is the NIA office there in Tamil Nadu, where also arrests have taken place and the raids. Pramod, stay on with me because I want to now go across to Assam. Assam is also another state which has faced raids and arrests. Let's now go across to my colleague Afrida, who's joining me for the latest. Also joining me right now from Karnataka is Sagai Raj. Sagai, first to you, because in Karnataka, it's the coastal belt that's been under the scanner for a long time now. What are you picking up about and where are you presently? Have any protests also broken out?
See, I'm near SK Garden, which is the state head office of Popular Front of India in Karnataka, and you can see the supporters of Popular Front of India are protesting outside the office. And what we also get to learn is there are a few movements which is happening outside PFI office. Sir, क्या है, क्या आपका क्या
ये नहीं आकर जानबूझकर आकर यहाँ पर राइड करी है, कुछ नोटिस भी इशू मत किए है, नोटिस इशू करे बगैर आकर NIA राइड कर रहा है, बहुत सारा जगह NIA राइड करके इसके पर हमें प्रोटेस्ट
क्या चाहते हैं? आप क्या चाहते हैं?
हमें होना है ना, क्यों आया बोल के ये कर रहे हैं.
And this is the supporters of Popular Front of India who are protesting here, and you can see here there is a 3-story building of Popular Front of India in the SK Garden here in Bengaluru, which is a regional state head office of Popular Front of India. And what we get to learn is around 3 a.m. The NIA officials had raided the place. They have seized the laptops and mobile phones of close to 6 to 7 employees of Popular Front of India who were in the office, and all those laptops and mobile phones have been sent to the cyber police for them to go ahead and retrieve all the informations in that particular phone. And what we also get to learn is that apart from here, there were also raid which has taken place in Anis Ahmad, who is the National General Secretary of Popular Front of India, and State President Shakib's residence in Richmond Tower, as well as even in one of the office of Popular Front of India in Frasertown. Only in Karnataka alone, there is a raid in more than 30 places, including Uttar Kannada, Mangalore, Mysore, Koppal, Gulbarga, Mandya, and many other places. As we speak now, it is a simultaneous raid which is happening. As you rightly pointed out initially, yes, there are many places, including coastal region of Karnataka, which is quite sensitive, and even there was tense kind of situation at that point of time when the raid started. There were protests which was broke out in Mangalore, and even the shops and many commercial properties have shut down today, protesting against this particular NIA raids in coastal region of Karnataka.
Sagai Raj telling us about and showing the protests of the PFI supporters who are agitating against the raids and the arrests that have taken place in Karnataka, which is one of the most prominent states where these arrests have taken place. I want to quickly bring in other reporters as well. Let's go across to Assam now. In Guwahati, joining me is Afrida Hussain for the latest. Afrida, what about Assam? When did the raids happen? Are you picking up about any arrests that have taken place?
Yes, right now I'm in front of the PFI office, which is situated in the Hatigaon of the Guwahati city. And you can see this is a residential area, and they have built the office in the top floor of this building. And as far as the NIA, ED and the state city police who have done the raids today early morning, and the 10 arrests has been made so far from the Assam. 10 arrests, 6 from the Guwahati city and the Kamrup, and rest are from the Barpeta district, Baksa, Nagaon and Karimganj. And the search operation is still on. We are waiting for more updates from the police.
Hussain with the latest from Guwahati, because even in Assam, there have been the NIA ED state police raids on the Popular Front of India group. From Assam, let's go across to the national capital, Delhi. Because Shaheen Bagh is where the headquarters of the PFI is. It has been sealed. Amit, what are you picking up about on the details about the PFI office in Delhi and the arrests?
Well, Pooja, I'll also show you the visuals so that it becomes very clear as to how the picture of the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India has changed overnight. So this is the very office where the Popular Front of India runs its national headquarters. Until yesterday, you might have seen poster banners of the PFI right here. And today, the entire picture has changed. What you would see are these locks hanging on the gate of the office from where the PFI's national headquarters used to run. All this wall of the building used to have PFI posters, banners, and this is the main entrance of the PFI's national headquarters. What is to be noted here is that PFI used to hold several press conferences from this very office, and it also used to serve as the center for distribution of the literature of the PFI, the Popular Front of India, SDPI and different outfits of the PFI. So this particular office has been sealed. I'll request Deepak to come on the other side of this particular area to show you the visuals as to how the PFI used to operate from the office, and until before, we are being told that before the raid there used to be a poster right here. In fact, I have also come here at a different point in time to speak to the PFI officials as well as to cover their press conferences right here. The Save the Republic program was supposed to happen in Delhi a couple of months back, and that was cancelled.
Now that office has been sealed. Amit Bhardwaj has been closely tracking the Popular Front of India and what we have from the national capital, Delhi, where also the NIA headquarters is. Take a look closely. These are reporters from Bengal, Assam, Karnataka, Kerala joining us to give us the latest on that. After that, I also now want to go across to Rajasthan. Rajasthan, another state. Remember, the government is of the Congress party. Exactly like in Kerala, another state government. Yet all these states, more than 10, have agreed for a joint raid on the PFI. That's the level of security concern that the states have felt. In Rajasthan, Jaikishan, what are the details that you're bringing in? What exactly were the allegations? Specifically after Udaipur's killing, the scanner and the allegations against the PFI definitely emerged much more for the agencies.
See, Pooja, as of now, we have 3 updates that the NIA has raided 3 locations in Rajasthan. One in the capital city, Jaipur, their headquarters from where they have sealed multiple documents, no confirmations of any arrest or detention so far. Other than Jaipur, the NIA raided the state president's house, Arif's house in Kota in Saugod region around 4 a.m. in the morning. And when Arif was missing, they have detained Asif, his brother. He was quizzed for 2 hours, and after locals protested, he was released from the Sangod police station. But the biggest update which you are giving from Rajasthan is that Sadiq, who is secretary of SDPI, a political outfit of Popular Front of India, has been arrested. He has been arrested under sections of UAPA, according to our sources.
The PFI, what you're telling us is very important. In Rajasthan, even the SDPI has faced arrest. I request all our reporters to stay on, because here at 11, I first bring you the headlines and then we continue with our special telecast. Let's begin with the top story that's coming in from the country. It's the major NIA crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Over 100 PFI members arrested in Pan-India raid. 60 arrests from Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka. From the hijab protest to the CAA stir violence, the national investigation raids prompted by PFI's alleged link to multiple unrest and communal tensions created across India. 2.3 crore rupees Waqf land scandal is Karnataka is exploding. The BJP MLAs are demanding abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta has been accused of encroachment. It's the Sena versus Sena war intensifying in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray launches a fresh salvo at Shinde, calling him father thief. Chief Minister Shinde counters, says Uddhav Thackeray sold Bala Sahib's ideology. Unprecedented anti-hijab protests raging across Iran, with Iranian women burning their headscarf in public. Iran restricts access to internet, social media, while these protests escalate across the country. So the top story since today morning has been the unprecedented pan-India raids by the National Investigation Agency. It's a massive crackdown on PFI, and now amid other states, even Maharashtra has faced those raids where 20 members who've been arrested from Maharashtra. Pune, Mumbai are two cities where these raids have taken place. 6 to 7 members have been taken into arrest in Mumbai. Raids also in Aurangabad, Thane, with the members who've been booked under the section of the IPC and even the UAPA. Biggest ever crackdown on allegations of criminal conspiracy against India, communal tensions, participating in radicalization and terror funding, organizing terror camps, and even with regard to funding allegations from the Gulf nations. Let's go first across to the national capital, Delhi, because Amit Bhardwaj is tracking the latest coming in. So in Maharashtra, there are arrests and raids taken place. What happens in Delhi now? Apart from the Shaheen Bagh sealing that has taken place of the PFI office, Amit, are we looking at all these arrested people being brought to the NIA headquarters in Delhi?
Number one action was Pooja, two actions happened in the national capital.
Yes. Two actions happened in the national capital. Number one action was the National Investigative Agency coming to Shaheen Bagh and then, carrying out searches at the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India. This is the office that we are showing to our visuals. The look of the PFI headquarters has completely changed. Now you don't have the posters, banners, reading out that this is PFI's national headquarters, and there are locks hanging on the gate of the PFI. The second major development in the national capital is that, as per sources, we are learning that 3 individuals have been arrested by the NIA ED in the mega crackdown on the PFI, and this includes Parvez Ahmed. Remember, Parvez Ahmed is the head of the PFI network in the national capital, and he has remained the face of the PFI network in the national capital, and he has been now taken to the Enforcement Directorate office. That is what we are learning, and so clearly major crackdown that we are witnessing in the country unfolding right now with every passing hour. You are seeing the action happening in Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Western Uttar Pradesh, and then even at the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India. So clearly this is a massive crackdown on PFI. And the big question, Pooja, that remains unanswered right now, is PFI now heading towards the simi fate? Is PFI actually now heading towards, getting banned in the country? Because there have been, remember, demand of banning PFI because of its several activities, including, radicalizing the youth. There are allegations of them being involved in radicalization activities. There are allegations of them being involved in conducting political violence in the state of Kerala, in the state of Karnataka, in the coastal areas of Karnataka. There are allegations on them of getting funding from foreign sources through illegitimate sources, and that is why several of their bank accounts
was sealed in the past as well. But today, there's a mega crackdown on the entire PFI network. And what we are learning even from the PFI sources is that even the communication team of the PFI has been unable to reach out to their top leaders, including the PFI chairman and General Secretary Anis Ahmed. And that is why what we are seeing is there is no official response by the PFI as far as the national perspective is concerned. Yes, there are responses coming in from several units of Kerala and Karnataka, but the national team is yet to respond. And possibly the reason is that, in Delhi, their face, Parvez Ahmed, has been arrested. We are learning 3 people, including Parvez Ahmed, has been arrested. And, leaders such as the chairman of the PFI himself getting detained and arrested, Anis Ahmed being incommunicado. So clearly this is a mega crackdown in a joint operation by the NIA as well as the Enforcement Directorate. Back to you, Pooja.
Right, Amit Bhardwaj there, of course, reporting from outside the PFI office in Delhi. Our reporters are spread out across the country as the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate conduct these joint raids and searches and arrests against the Popular Front of India. My colleague Jitendra Singh earlier filed this report from outside the NIA headquarters in Delhi, where security has been beefed up in anticipation of these arrested individuals being brought to the headquarters.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
Now, India Today has accessed the inside scoop of the NIA midnight operation. The NIA operation started at 1 a.m. last night. 6 control rooms were set up. The MHA monitored the raids from these control rooms. A key meeting was held in the MHA 3 days ago with the NIA, the Enforcement Directorate and the Intelligence Bureau. So those are the details, some of the inside details of what went on behind this massive operation that these agencies have launched early this morning. It started at about 1 a.m. this morning. We believe that now it is coming to a conclusion and the NIA teams in fact are reaching their respective branches, but it's been a massive crackdown on the Popular Front of India by these agencies led by the NIA, followed by the Enforcement Directorate and the IB as well. My colleagues are in fact tracking all of these developments from across the country where these raids have been happening, be it in Karnataka, in Kerala, in Maharashtra, in Delhi, in Bengal, in Chennai as well, where these raids have been taking place. They are spread out across the country, tracking all those latest developments in Rajasthan as well, where these raids have in fact been conducted, and top leaders and functionaries of the PFI have now been arrested. My colleagues Jai Kishan from Rajasthan, Ritik Mondal from West Bengal, Sagai Raj from Karnataka, Amit Bhardwaj from Delhi and Pramod Madhav from Chennai, tracking all of those developments. Pramod, I'll come across to you right now. What are the latest developments in Tamil Nadu as far as this massive crackdown is concerned on the Popular Front of India?
Well, 4 locations are considered very important, of which Chennai, the NIA raid is over. We are standing outside the National Investigation Agency office, where still the CRPF Jawans are still present at this location, because from nearly 2 kilometers from here is where the PFI headquarters is, and there, as the officials gone over there, we were able to find out that incriminating documents and electronic devices were recovered and have been brought over here. At the same time, a major NIA conducted a search at Coimbatore, and this is where one person called A.S. Ismail has been arrested. At similar time in Madurai, in Theni and in Dindikal also, raids are occurring. But for now, officials from Chennai who have finished the raid are present behind us in this NIA headquarters. Both Tamil Nadu police and CRPF Jawans are present over here to make sure that no untoward incident occurs, because already in Coimbatore there were multiple protests at the spot and police had to intervene and bring the situation under control.
Right. That is, of course, Pramod reporting from outside the NIA office in Chennai. Multiple locations that are being raided at the moment as far as this investigation, this ongoing investigation is concerned. Sagai is also reporting from Karnataka at the moment. Ritik, I'll come across to you. Ritik is reporting from Bengal. Give us a status update on the investigation that is currently underway in Bengal as far as this crackdown on the Popular Front of India is concerned.
Well, we continue to bring the live broadcast from the place where raids are being underway. In Kolkata as well, we are given to understand that particular location, which is located in a densely populated area in Tiljola, which is considered to be the office of PFI here in Kolkata. This is the place of Sheikh Mukhtar. He resides here, and what we are given to understand that the team of NIA official landed here in Kolkata and reaches to this particular office, and the person, Sheikh Mukhtar, who believed to be an office bearer of PFI organization, he is being grilled by the National Investigative Agency, and we can show you what are the visual we are getting from here. We can see that multiple vehicles have been lined up here in which that officers came here, and the entire stretch of this area has been barricaded by a huge police deployment. The kind of bandobast has been made here. Let me show you and to our viewers through these visuals that we can see that multiple CRPF personnel have been lined up here. They are blocking that stretch and that particular road heading towards that particular Tiljola area. Remember, this is a densely populated area in Kolkata. What we are given to understand, multiple documents related to this organization have been recovered by National Investigative Agency from the residence of Sheikh Mukhtar, his role is under scanner now, and amidst a nationwide crackdown which never happened before a pan-India crackdown on PFI. Now it reaches to Bengal as well, and let me show you the surrounding and the neighborhood of this particular area, which is located at a busiest point and busiest location here in Tiljola. It's a densely populated area of Kolkata, which is just adjacent to the busiest highway and busiest main road of Kolkata, connecting Power Circus area, and this is the place where the person Sheikh Mukhtar, what we are given to understand, he has been carried out that particular office of here in Kolkata of PFI. Now, role of this organization are under scanner now. Multiple questions are being raised. Several allegations are being leveled against the activities.
Absolutely, and some very serious allegations that are being leveled against the PFI and their functionaries at the moment, some of whom who've been arrested by the NIA already. But in Kolkata, one of those functionaries currently being questioned by the NIA officers in Tiljola, Kolkata. Jai Kishan is joining us live from Rajasthan at the moment. Jai Kishan, give us an update on what is happening in Rajasthan. How many locations is the NIA raiding, searching and investigating at the moment?
So far, 4 districts of Rajasthan have been raided by NIA. One is the recent update which we are getting is from Udaipur. In Udaipur, the NIA has raided the Khamirpur area. Remember that it was Udaipur where Kanhaiya Lal Taylor was more brutally murdered by the radicalized mindset people. Along with Udaipur, the NIA has also arrested Sadiq from Baran, who is secretary of SDPI, a political outfit of PFI. Earlier in past also, the ATS, the Anti-Terror Squad, and other intelligence agencies of Rajasthan Police were also investigating the role of PFI. They found the preliminary probe had revealed that it's a group of people on social media which has presence of people from Gulf and other countries who radicalize the minds of youngsters in Tok, Chittorgarh, Bharatpur, Baran, Kotan and different outfits. So far also the big update coming from Rajasthan is that the PFI president Arif has been detained from Kerala. The sources have confirmed that the PFI Rajasthan president has been detained from Kerala along with secretary of SDPI. The recent update is that the NIA has also reached Udaipur where they have accusing some people, accusing some suspects. It is the PFI will also held a protest around 12 p.m. in the capital city of Rajasthan, Jaipur. So these are all updates coming from Rajasthan. The big question is that also in past the ATS has arrested few people. 3 years ago, few people were arrested of PFI and SDPI. They were also under scanner during elections. Yes.
Okay, so they were also under scanner during the elections is what Jaikishan is, of course, informing us. Multiple locations in Rajasthan that are in fact being currently searched as we speak. I'd request all our colleague reporters to stay on with us. Pooja is, of course, giving us now a breakup as to why PFI is being raided today. Over to you, Pooja.
So here's why. Over 10 states have faced raids in a coordinated action of the NIA, ED and the state police. The first reason on top is primarily in the past few years there have been constant allegations coming in of radicalization and terror funding. Let's begin first with the allegation that came in from Patna, because it was in Ghazwa-e-Hind that the first accusation that there was something happening behind that must be found out. So it was the mobilizing of terror network. Money was sent to India illegally. So Hawala transactions, Gulf nations, specifically with regard to the South Indian states, was where the money being brought in from other nations against India as a criminal conspiracy was being checked out. Also, Hawala money with regard to was changed as white money, but with the transactions that were shown, it got revealed that that was not true. And we are talking about Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Delhi, Assam. The money was raised for unlawful activities. So this is the CAA agitation that is under the scanner, the violence that was there, the Delhi riots, the murders in Karnataka and Kerala, the hijab protests in Karnataka, for example, and the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in Patna. Large criminal conspiracy, again, with connection to some of these activities that were being hatched. According to the agencies and the Intelligence Bureau, all of this was on the radar for the past few months. And finally, what we are looking at is in a coordinated action with digital evidence specifically available to the security agencies, this action has been taken out.
Right. Pooja, thank you so much for all of those details. Pooja, of course, taking us through the details of why exactly the Popular Front of India has been raided today in this massive operation which was launched by the NIA, supported by other agencies like the Enforcement Directorate as well. Shibi Mole is now joining me live from Thiruvananthapuram. Kerala has been one of those states which has been seen to be the hub of the PFI. The Kerala government on various occasions has in fact raised the red flag, Shibi, against the PFI and its activities. What is happening today on the ground?
Columbi, we're seeing massive protests by PFI across the state, like since morning, since the raids began in the morning, we're seeing massive protests. I'm right now in Thiruvananthapuram's Injikal region where the PFI workers have blocked the highway here. They have They've completely covered the highway. You can see a lot of vehicles are stuck in traffic because people have come out. The workers have come out in massive numbers to protest against. We saw early morning protests taking place in Malappuram and Kollam. In Thiruvananthapuram, early morning when the raids were happening, there were not much protest, or workers had not assembled outside the office. But right now, people have come out. It's not just here, but in other parts of Thiruvananthapuram also. They're blocking the roads and protesting. There was a press conference earlier by the PFI's state secretary who said that this is RS's agenda to destroy PFI, but we will not let that happen. We are going to fight this, and they in fact all called out their workers to come out on the roads and protest. There was a small tussle between the workers and police also right now here some time back. And this is the same scene, not just in Thiruvananthapuram but across the state. In fact, like you mentioned, it is the hub for PFI. It's PFI's hub, Kerala, because PFI was launched in Kerala back in 2006. And in over the years, they have been engaged in many political killings, alleged political killings, as well as the tussles with state governments also. The state governments has often banned the PFI rallies. In fact, it was just 2 days back that Palakkad PFI district secretary was arrested in connection with the murder of RSS leader. So it's been a hub. Many workers of them have been arrested in cases relating to political murders as well as rallies. Last few months back in the same year, this year, we saw a young boy was allegedly used to raise slogans in PFI rally. And in fact, these rallies that they organized was banned by the government in 2006, which was again, they were again allowed to conduct rallies. Now the workers here are saying that this is an agenda to destroy us, but we will not let this happen. Today, 50 locations were raided across the state. PFI's national chairman, OMA Salam, and the state president, CP Mohammed Bashir, were also taken into custody among the main names here. And the workers, in fact, the Kerala police have not been involved in the raids directly, but they've given info, what they collected in the last few days in connection with the PFI's arrest, PFI work leaders' arrest in connection with the RSS murder. Whatever information collected by the Kerala police, the Palakkad police, was given to the NIA and ED is what we are learning in the latest. So massive protests taking place across the state. Like you mentioned, the most number of arrest has taken place in Kerala, Palumi.
And also the fact is that this is information. You do say that the Kerala police has in fact shared information with the agencies, the central agencies, which in fact launched this massive internal security operation earlier this morning. But this is information that has been possibly collected by the agencies on the ground, the state agencies in Kerala, the State Intelligence Bureau as well, over a period of time. Because like I was mentioning earlier, even in court, the Kerala government has raised a red flag against the PFI and its activities.
Well, Palmi, from what we are learning, the police was behind this. The police has arrested close to 27 workers from PFI in connection with the murder of RSS leader Srinivasan that took place in April this year. So they arrested PFI's Palakkad secretary and said that from the info shared by police sources, it says that they've collected information that PFI was making a list of leaders to be murdered from various political parties that include CPIM, BJP and Muslim League's Youth League also. So they have collected that information, and there are also allegations that they were giving training to their cadres to be all ready for to give up their lives also. In fact, recently there was also a PFI rally, a massive PFI rally that was held at Calicut on Saturday, 16 September, in the name of Save Republic, where a lot of people gathered, and there also a controversial speech was made where one of the leaders said that he in fact asked the workers to please be ready to give up your lives to fight against RSS. So the inside info that the police has connected from ground when they were investing the murders that took place is what they have shared with the central agencies, is what we are learning. In fact, these are information from the sources, Pauline.
Right. That is of course what the protesters, these are members of the PFI who are blocking the highway right now. A crucial and a significant highway is being blocked by them in protest against the raids which has in fact been conducted by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate earlier this morning. Kerala, of course, has seen the maximum number of arrests as far as this raid is concerned. Shibi, stay on with us. My colleague Pooja will now take us through the reasons as to what prompted these raids.
Here are 5 big reasons as to why this coordinated, unprecedented action by the National Investigation Agencies, the ED, and with the state police have been taken on in 10 states, leading to the arrests of more than 100 people. On top is Patna's Pulwari Sharif, where this Ghazwa Hind plot was surfaced and had connections to the PFI. That was in terms of allegations of establishing an Islamic Republic in India. Now, it was in Hyderabad and in Nizamabad, specifically in Telangana, where a karate camp was being run. Now, in the garb of the karate camp, allegedly there was terror training, radicalization that was being indulged in. Arrests have taken place in Nizamabad as well. PFI linked to Praveen Netaru, who was killed in Karnataka, was when specifically in the coastal belt of Karnataka, PFI's name had surfaced and has been under the scanner ever since of the security agencies. Also importantly, remember, across the country, we have seen widespread agitations and protests. So the PFI role in multiple hijab protests, first that started in Karnataka, the allegation that the girls, the students were instigated by the Popular Front of India to take to the streets and even to the legal matter. But it was in the anti-CAA violence, the Delhi riots violence, in which the Popular Front of India's name came directly under the scanner of the agencies. Ever since they've been on the radar and their activities have been tracked by the Intelligence Bureau. And this with digital evidence with them, a coordinated crackdown today morning since last night. Over to you.
Of course, taking us through all the reasons, at least the most specific and recent events and incidents which have in fact prompted this action by the agencies this morning. News coming in right now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting with officials including from the NSA, the National Security Advisor's Office. The Home Secretary is also present over there. DG NIA is also present over there. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval is present in that meeting. So the top officials of the government who are in fact associated with internal security matters are currently in a meeting that is being chaired by Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. Munish Pandey, my colleague, is now joining me for the details. Munish, take us through what's happening at the MHA at the moment.
Well, follow me. In the morning, India Today broke the story that Home Minister Amit Shah had held the meeting in the past with the NIA and ED chief, and the meeting was regarding the PFI, the activities of PFI, and how the raids can be conducted, how the arrests can be made by these agencies. Now, we have been given to understand is that a meeting is underway, chaired by Mr. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister. Along with Amit Shah, there are NIA chief, ED chief, the NSA, and other senior officials of Intelligence Bureau. Now, this meeting is in backdrop of the PFI raids which are being conducted by NIA, ED, and several state police departments since midnight, and the arrests which have been made by these agencies. Now, why the Union Home Ministry? Because remember, in the past there have been several requests made by the state police, including UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, saying that PFI should be banned. And recently there was a report which was prepared and given by NIA and ED that how PFI has been involved in not only money laundering but also anti-national activities. And based on those inputs, MH decided to conduct an operation in which more than 100 arrests have been made.
Right. Munish, also this has been a very calculated and a coordinated sort of an action which was obviously planned very meticulously as well. Could you share with us some details of how this operation was planned? Because multiple agencies were of course involved in this operation.
Well, follow me. In the past, we have seen that there are multiple cases being investigated by the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate. So far, the efforts of these agencies were to frame PFI members in those particular cases. But later on, when a report was prepared by NIA and ED, then the MHA decided to act on these reports, and several FIRs, several ECIRs were combined, and then a meeting took place between Amit Shah and the other chiefs of different law enforcement agencies. In that meeting, it was decided that there is there should be a plan to, to focus on these PFI members and made arrests in this case. That is why this Operation Midnight took place, where not only the ED officials but also the NIA and several state police departments were roped, especially the anti-terrorism squads of those state police. And in that operation, what the intention of the agencies was to arrest not only the PFI leaders but members who have been actively involved in the anti-national activities, money laundering activities, and spreading hatred in the society. And that, according to MHA sources, that particular job has been done by the ED as well as the NIA. So far, we have been given to understand is that more than 110 people have been arrested by both these agencies and state police, but there are several other people who are being questioned. We are expecting that more such arrests will take place in the coming days.
Okay, so you're saying that there could be more arrests that could be made in the coming days because more such people are, of course, who are associated possibly with the PFI are still being interrogated by the officials of the agencies who are on the ground at the moment. But this, could you tell us about these raids that were conducted today? We believe it started at about 1 a.m. this morning. And at the moment, have they concluded per se? Have all the arrests been made, or will they continue through the day?
Well, for me, more than 200 NIA officials from Delhi and more than 100 officials from the Enforcement Directorate. They were mobilized midnight by both these agencies, and in several other states, the state units of both these agencies were alerted about a very important raid. Now, most of the concentration of these agencies was in Kerala and Maharashtra, and that is why we have seen that the most number of arrests have been made in Kerala. More than 22 PFI leaders and members have been arrested in Kerala, more than 20 from Maharashtra. From national capital, 8 people have been arrested so far. Several others are being questioned. So it was an operation which was very meticulously designed by both the agencies. It was a joint operation under the supervision of Ministry of Home Affairs, and also there were control rooms of NIA and MHA which were set up in
Manish, just hold on for a second.
Just
hold on for a second. We're just showing pictures right now of protests that are happening in Malappuram, in Kerala at the moment. PFI members who have taken to the streets. Earlier, we did show you pictures of PFI members who blocked a very crucial highway in Kerala. Now those pictures coming in of a PFI protest march in Malappuram, Kerala, where they are, of course, protesting against the raids and the crackdown on the Popular Front of India by the central agencies. My colleague Munish Pandey continues to be live with us. He's bringing us all the details of the raids that are being conducted by the central agencies. Munish, one of the biggest crackdowns as far as... Okay. Munish, stay on with us. Shibi Mole is now joining us from Kerala at the moment. Shibi, we're bringing to our viewers pictures from Malappuram at the moment where a protest march is being conducted by members of the Popular Front of India. You did say that several such protests were being witnessed across the state of Kerala, from Ernakulam to Malappuram to, of course, Thiruvananthapuram, from where you've been reporting as well. Clearly, the PFI is trying to block public life, so to say, in protest against the crackdown which has happened against the PFI, the outfit.
Yes, the protest here in Kerala is taking place across various districts. In Thiruvananthapuram also, from morning we're seeing they're blocking roads and protesting. They're taking protest march also. Here in Thiruvananthapuram, they have been blocking this highway since a long time, and the commuters here are facing a major difficulty. In fact, they all got out of their vehicles and started complaining with the police. Now the police has asked them to move to another side, and now the vehicles from one end is being allowed to move. And yes, the workers earlier had, when they blocked the highway, there was a small clash between the police and the workers here. And the workers here are saying that we are going to continue the protest. The PFI State Secretary has said that if their leaders are not left free, they are going to call off a strike tomorrow. There are no confirmation, but he said that we'll go to any extent to protect our leaders. This is an RSS agenda, is what they are alleging, and they're saying that we will fight against it. How much of a time or effort it takes, we are going to be on the road in various districts, not just in Thiruvananthapuram, this particular area, but in many places in Thiruvananthapuram this is happening, and across the district, especially in Malappuram and Kozhikode. Kozhikode is where the PFI's headquarters is. In fact, before it broadened its base, their main headquarters, the national headquarters, was also in Kozhikode, and now the state headquarters is in Kozhikode, and it's there in the Malabar side, where PFI is more prominent, is where massive protests are taking place. The workers are right now in Thiruvananthapuram slowly moving out, but they've said that it's not going to end here. We're going to continue the protest for the whole day. Following.
Shivi Mole there reporting from Thiruvananthapuram, reporting that massive protests are taking place across the state of Kerala, from Ernakulam to Malappuram to Kozhikode as well, where the PFI's state headquarters is at the moment. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Our continuous coverage of this massive crackdown by the central agencies on the Popular Front of India will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is optics.
Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh. and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Watching India Today.
India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Bengaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and Go Back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100+ arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
Protests erupt across Kerala over the raids. A mega PFI protest march at Malappuram. PFI workers and supporters hit the streets in Kerala at the moment, but you can see those pictures that are coming in from across Kerala. At the moment, those images coming in from Thiruvananthapuram, where the protesters seem to be clashing with the cops as well because they are blocking commuters, blocking highways at the moment, blocking public life. Shibi Mole, my colleague, is joining me on the phone line right now. Shibi, we're playing out visuals of those protesters, those members of the PFI who are trying to block the roads and are clashing with the cops as the cops are trying to stop them.
Well, Paulamy, yes. In fact, the protesters, the moment they came and blocked the roads, they completely covered the roads that from no way people were able to move the vehicles. The commuters were finding it very, very difficult. In fact, a lot of them got out of their vehicles and started questioning because they were all asking that we have to move. This is highway. You can't block highways and protest. And there was a small tussle between the police as well as the workers. Initially, when they just came and blocked the roads, they had a clash, and after which the police, there was heavy police deployment also, and the police all moved the workers to one side. Now the road has been cleared. After the workers agreed to move aside, and they let the vehicles, commute. And this is not just the case in Thiruvananthapuram, one particular region. In fact, they blocked roads in various parts of Thiruvananthapuram as well as the state. Like you mentioned earlier, also the PFI's prominent regions, the Malabar region of Kozhikode and Malappuram, that is where, because they have, the National PFI chairman, OMA Salam, and the state president was taken into custody from Malappuram's Manjeri. So the massive protest that's been broken out across the state is being held and led by the protest in Malappuram. and Kozhikode. The headquarters is also in Kozhikode, which was in fact in the morning when early morning when the raids were happening, the protesters gathered outside Kozhikode's head office and stopped the vehicles from moving, stopped the NIA's vehicles from moving, saying that we will not allow this. And the PFI's president has also said that, secretary has said that we are planning to call off a strike tomorrow if our leaders are not let free. The whole day we're going to protest, and if our leaders are not let free, we'll go to the extent of calling a strike across the state tomorrow. There's been no confirmation yet, but they've said that they've asked all their workers to be ready, and the protests are taking place across different parts of the state.
Okay, so protests taking place across different parts of Kerala, which has in fact seen maximum arrests being made as far as this national crackdown on the Popular Front of India is concerned. Shibi Mole, thank you so much for joining us. We're cutting across to Delhi, the national capital, where in fact the PFI office, the local PFI office, has now been sealed by the investigating agencies. Here's a report my colleague Amit Bhardwaj has filed.
The National Investigation Agency has sealed Popular Front of India's national headquarters based in Delhi's Shaheen Bagh. This is the lock hanging on the PFI's national headquarters with a seal right on that particular lock, and the other entrance of the PFI office has two locks hanging on it as well. This action on the PFI comes on the day when the National Investigation Agency and the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out a mega unprecedented crackdown on the PFI network across the country. The action is being carried out in at least 10 to 12 states of India, including Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh and Delhi. And 3 people from the national capital have been arrested as well, including Parvez Ahmed, who is the Delhi PFI chief. What we are also learning from our sources is that PFI's chairman, national chairman, has been arrested by the investigative agencies as well. This mega and unprecedented crackdown on the Popular Front of India comes at a time when the several investigative agencies, including NIA and the ED, had kept the PFI network on its radar and was sealing several bank accounts of the PFI network, as well as arresting individuals here and there in different states of the country. And today there has been a massive crackdown, probably to break the backbone of the PFI network in India. With video journalist Deepak Bisht, this is Amit Bhardwaj reporting for India Today from Delhi.
So that, of course, is the report that my colleague Amit filed from outside the PFI's office in the national capital. That is an office in Shaheen Bagh, which in fact had witnessed massive anti-CAA protests as well. In fact, that is also one of the red flags as far as the PFI is concerned, which has been raised by the central agencies as they went about, in fact, cracking down on this outfit, this radical Islamist outfit, which has been allegedly involved in anti-national activities. The charges are grave, the charges are extremely serious against the Popular Front of India, and this crackdown by the NIA, by the Enforcement Directorate and the state polices of at least 10 different states, in fact, has been quite coordinated across the country. Here are the top developments on the pan-India raids against the Popular Front of India. Delhi PFI Chief Parvez Ahmed has been arrested by the NIA after raids. The central agency seized documents, hard disks and other material. The office has also been sealed. NIA has also raided the residence of PFI leader Mukhtar's in Tiljola area in Kolkata. The probe agency has claimed that Mukhtar is an active member and a leader of the Popular Front of India. He was looking after the West Bengal wing of the group. Security has been beefed up at the NIA headquarters in Delhi. PFI leaders who have been arrested are likely to be brought to Delhi for questioning. Union Minister Giriraj Singh slammed the PFI and called it a terror organization. Giriraj said that PFI wants to make India a Muslim nation. PFI cadres staged road roko at Tamil Nadu's Mettupalayam. The workers of the organization also protested in Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and several other states against the raids. A major NIA crackdown on the PFI. 105 PFI members have been arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah has been chairing a meeting of top security officials amid this pan-India raid, which is being conducted by central agencies led by the National Investigation Agency. In fact, from hijab protests to CAS to NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrest, PFI has hit the streets in protest as well. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. Our continuous coverage of this pan-India crackdown on the Popular Front of India will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Listening to music puts you in a good mood, but have you ever heard of music that gets you high? In a never-ending quest to get high or feel better, people are listening to binaural beats to mellow their minds. A study shows that many have been trying binaural beats as a form of therapy or even an intoxicant. The term binaural means two sounds, and binaural recording without the beats refers to a kind of stereo recording wherein the listener feels totally surrounded by the musicians. Everyday sounds range from 250 to about 6,000 Hz. Binaural beats are usually below 1,000 Hz, which is in the low range of average human hearing. Hector Orozco Perez, an author of a recent study on the mysterious beats, puts it this way. What happens is when you listen to two pure tones separated into each other, the tiny difference causes a frequency mismatch as the sound travels to the auditory part of your brainstem. Simply put, if your right ear is hearing 260 Hz and your left ear is hearing 250 Hz, then your binaural beat comes in around 10 Hz. What makes binaural beats interesting is the ability to synchronize or entrain your brain's electrical response to adhere to a certain rhythm, and rhythmic stimuli can help people concentrate. There are several types of beats. Delta is the lowest frequency, just 0.5 to 4 Hz. Next is theta, between 4 and 7 Hz. Alpha beats range from 7 to 13 Hz, and beta is from 13 to 30 Hz. Finally, gamma includes sounds from 30 to 50 Hz apart. Delta binaural beats may help people sleep more deeply, while beta beats may help people stay more alert. The Global Drug Survey, an independent research company based in London, conducted a survey of voluntary participants. It found that 5.3% of respondents, over 1,600 people who completed the survey, reported using binaural beats either alone or in combination with other drugs or treatments. Respondents most commonly used binaural beats to relax or fall asleep, that's 72.2%, and to change their mood, about 34.7%, while 11.7% reported trying to get a similar effect to that of other drugs. The effect of music on people has been studied for long. For instance, it's said if babies are made to listen to classical music, they'll turn out to be smarter. Studies showed that those who listened to Mozart and Strauss had markedly low systolic and diastolic blood pressure, as well as lower heart rates. ABBA's tunes, on the other hand, didn't produce the same effects. There's also Mozart's music that can increase your general intelligence. What are your views about this?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco. Download the app now. India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad Mangaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and Go Back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
വിരുദ്ധമായ ആശയം അവതരിപ്പിച്ച് അധികാരം കൈയാളുന്നവർ ഏതൊരു എതിർ ശബ്ദങ്ങളെയും വിയോജിപ്പുകളെയും വിസമ്മതങ്ങളെയും അതീവ ഭീതിയോടുകൂടിയാണ് കാണുന്നത്. നമുക്കറിയാം, അടുത്ത കാലങ്ങളിലായി ഇത്തരം ഏജൻസികൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഇടപെടലുകൾ സത്യസന്ധമായി നിരീക്ഷിച്ചാൽ എത്ര ഭീകരമാണ് എന്ന് ബോധ്യം വരും. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയും സോണിയാഗാന്ധിയും ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ളവർ, ശിവസേനയുടെ നേതാക്കൾ BJPയോട് ചില വിയോജിപ്പ് രേഖപ്പെടുത്തിയതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ ശിവസേന നേതാക്കൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ, കർണാടകയിൽ ശിവകുമാർ ഉൾപ്പെടെ, കേരളത്തിൽ അവസാനം തോമസ് ഐസക് ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഇത്തരം ഏജൻസികളുടെ നിരന്തരമായ വേട്ടയാടലുകൾക്ക് വിധേയമായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ജനാധിപത്യ രാജ്യത്ത് രാഷ്ട്രീയമായ എതിരഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾ ആഭ്യന്തര ജനാധിപത്യത്തെ ശാക്തീകരിക്കുമെന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നവരാണ് ദേശസ്നേഹികളായ പൊതുപ്രവർത്തകരും പൗരന്മാരും രാഷ്ട്രീയക്കാരും. എന്നാൽ അത്തരം വിയോജിപ്പുകളെ അഭിമുഖീകരിക്കാൻ പ്രാപ്തിയില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് തങ്ങൾ അതിനെ അടിച്ചമർത്തുമെന്ന നിലപാട് സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നവരാണ് പൊതുവെ ഫാഷിസ്റ്റുകൾ, ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്ന ഫാഷിസ്റ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും. അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണ് ഇവിടെ പരാമർശിക്കപ്പെട്ടതുപോലെ വ്യത്യസ്ത രാഷ്ട്രീയ പാർട്ടികളിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ആളുകളെ, ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നവരെ, പല വിയോജിപ്പുകൾ നിലനിൽക്കുമ്പോഴും ഭരണഘടന ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് രാജ്യം മുന്നോട്ട് പോകണമെന്ന് അഭിപ്രായപ്പെടുന്നവരെ, RSS അപകടകരമായ ഒരു പ്രവർത്തന രീതിയും പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രവുമുള്ള സംഘാടനമാണ് എന്ന് സമൂഹത്തിൽ എഴുതുന്നവരെ, വർത്തമാനം പറയുന്നവരെ, അത്തരത്തിൽ മുഴുവൻ ആളുകളെയും അടിച്ചമർത്തുന്ന, അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസികളെ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തി തകർക്കുന്ന ഈ ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ, ജനാധിപത്യ വിരുദ്ധമായൊരു പ്രവണത അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും അവസാന ഘട്ടത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നു. അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഭീകരമായ സ്വഭാവം പ്രകടമാക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുവെന്നതാണ് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ ഇപ്പോൾ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വേട്ട. ഒരു കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ടത്, പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ടിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രാദേശിക നേതാവിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ 16 വയസ്സുള്ള മുഹമ്മദ് അഫ്സൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കുട്ടി സ്വാഭാവികമായും ഇതെന്ത് കണ്ടാലും അത് മൊബൈൽ പകർത്തും. അതൊന്ന് മൊബൈൽ പകർത്താൻ വേണ്ടി ശ്രമിച്ചതിന്റെ പേരിൽ NIA എത്ര ഭീകരമാണ്! എന്ത് സന്ദേശമാണ് ഇവർ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്? അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ആവർത്തിച്ച് പറയുന്നു, SDP-യെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഇത്തരം ഏത് ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ നിലപാടുകൾക്കെതിരെയും ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ദേശീയ രാഷ്ട്രീയ പ്രസ്ഥാനം എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഇത്തരം ഉപകരണങ്ങളാക്കി RSSന് വിടുപണി ചെയ്യുന്ന,
RSS conspiracy by the RSS and the BJP right now to target us, especially because we are representing the people and their demands.
ഇത്തരം അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസികളുടെ ഇത്തരം പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ അവസാനിപ്പിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ രാജ്യം അപകടകരമായ സ്ഥിതിവിശേഷത്തിലേക്ക് എത്തും. പ്രതിപക്ഷ പ്രവർത്തനം അനുവദിക്കുന്നില്ല രാജ്യത്ത്. ചില ആളുകൾ ഒരു മതവിഭാഗത്തിന്റെ പ്രശ്നമല്ല, ഇതേതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ മാത്രം പ്രശ്നമല്ല. പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്കിടയിൽ യോജിപ്പും വിയോജിപ്പുകളും ഉണ്ടാകും. പക്ഷെ അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായി ഇന്ത്യൻ ഭരണഘടന ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ബോധ്യമുള്ള ജനാധിപത്യ രീതിയിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വ്യക്തികളെയും പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെയും ഇത്തരത്തിൽ വേട്ടയാടുക എന്ന ഭീകരകൃത്യം അനുവദിച്ചു ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്തുന്നത് ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ ഭൂരിപക്ഷം വരുന്ന ജനവിഭാഗങ്ങളും ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്നവരുടെ കാഴ്ചപ്പാടിൽ അവർ ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് ജീവിക്കാൻ അവകാശമുള്ളവരല്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് സംഘപരിവാർ ഗവൺമെൻറ് അധികാരത്തിൽ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം നിരന്തരമായി രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാന ജനവിഭാഗങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ വേട്ടയാടൽ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ദളിത് ജനവിഭാഗം സ്വസ്ഥരല്ല, പട്ടികജാതി പട്ടികവർഗം സ്വസ്ഥരല്ല. ഈ രാജ്യത്തെ ക്രൈസ്തവ സമൂഹത്തിന് നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വ്യാപകമായ അക്രമം ആംനസ്റ്റി ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള അന്താരാഷ്ട്ര സംഘടനകൾ ഇടപെട്ടു. അതോടൊപ്പം UN ആ വിഷയം ചർച്ച വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. വളരെ വ്യാപകമാണ്. മനുഷ്യാവകാശ പ്രവർത്തകർ കൽബുർഗി ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള, പൻസാര ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള, നമുക്കറിയാം അങ്ങനെ എണ്ണിയാൽ തീരാത്ത സ്വതന്ത്രമായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന മനുഷ്യാവകാശ പ്രവർത്തകർ നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് രാജ്യം നേരിടുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. എന്തെങ്കിലും ചില ഈ വേട്ടയാടലുകളെ ന്യായീകരിക്കുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ ജനാധിപത്യ സംവിധാനത്തെ കശാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് കൂട്ടുനിൽക്കലാണ്. ഞാൻ ആവർത്തിക്കുന്ന വിയോജിപ്പും അത് മനുഷ്യ സഹജമാണ്, അത് ബൗദ്ധിക നിലവാരത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമാണ്, ജനാധിപത്യ അവസരത്തിന്റെയും അവകാശങ്ങളുടെയും ഭാഗമാണ്. പക്ഷേ അതൊന്നും ഇത്തരം വേട്ടയാടലുകൾക്ക് കൂട്ടുനിൽക്കാൻ ന്യായമല്ല എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ പ്രവണതയ്ക്കെതിരെ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് ഭീരുത്വമാണ്. സംഘപരിവാർ ഭീരുക്കൾ, ഞങ്ങളാണ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭരിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ, സർവ്വ സംവിധാനം ഞങ്ങളുടെ നിയന്ത്രണത്തിലാണ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കാരണവുമില്ലാതെ എതിർ ശബ്ദങ്ങളെയും എതിർ വിശ്വാസങ്ങളെയും വ്യക്തിത്വങ്ങളെയും നിലപാടുകളെയും എല്ലാം അമർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ പൊതുസംവിധാനത്തെ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന ഫാഷിസത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും ഭീരുത്വത്തിൻ്റെ മുഖം കൂടിയാണ് ഇതിലൂടെ പ്രകടമാകുന്നത്. ഇന്ത്യ തോൽക്കില്ല, ജനാധിപത്യ ഇന്ത്യ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകും. ഫാഷിസത്തിനെതിരെ അതിശക്തമായ ജനകീയ പ്രക്ഷോഭ രാജ്യത്ത് രൂപം കൊള്ളും. നീതി നിഷേധിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന വ്യത്യസ്ത സാമൂഹിക വിഭാഗം ഈ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഐക്യപ്പെടും. ഭയപ്പെടുത്തലാണ് ഭരണകൂടം ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ ഭരണഘടനയിൽ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളും ഭയപ്പെടാൻ പാടില്ല. ഭയപ്പെടുന്ന പ്രശ്നമില്ല, അതിജീവിക്കും ഫാഷിസത്തിന്റെ ഈ ക്രൂര വിനോദത്തെ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത്തരം അനാവശ്യമായ വേട്ടയാടലുകളും അപരവൽക്കരണവും ഏജൻസികളെ അനാവശ്യമായി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ധിക്കാരവും ഉപേക്ഷിച്ച് രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ ജനാധിപത്യ സംവിധാനത്തെ ഭരണഘടന ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിക്കാനും ഒരു ഗവൺമെന്റിന് സാധ്യമാകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഭരണഘടനാ വിരുദ്ധമായ ദേശദ്രോഹപരമായ പ്രവർത്തനമാണ് ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വസ്തുത പൊതുസമൂഹം തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞ് രാജ്യത്തെ രക്ഷിക്കാൻ സന്നദ്ധമാകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. അത്തരം ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ഇടപെടലുകൾക്ക് കാർമ്മികത്വം വഹിക്കാനും അത്തരം മുന്നേറ്റങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം നിൽക്കാനും പാർട്ടി തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത്തരം നിരപരാധികളായ ആളുകളെ നിങ്ങൾ ഓർക്കണം, 16 വയസ്സുള്ള തൻ്റെ പിതാവിനെ കസ്റ്റഡിയിലെടുക്കാമെന്ന ഒരു സംഘം ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്താൻ ആരുമില്ല. അത്തരം ഒരു പശ്ചാത്തലത്തിൽ തന്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ള കസ്റ്റഡിയിലെടുത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ അത്രത്തോളം മാനവിക വിരുദ്ധമാണ് രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ അന്വേഷണ ഏജൻസിയെങ്കിൽ അത് തീർത്തും ഫാഷിസ്റ്റ് വൽക്കൃതമായിരിക്കുന്നുവെന്നതാണ്. ആ ഫാഷിസത്തിൻ്റെ മുന്നിൽ പകച്ചു നിൽക്കാൻ ജനാധിപത്യ ബോധമുള്ളവർക്ക് സാധ്യമാകില്ല, പകച്ചു നിൽക്കാൻ അനുവദിക്കില്ല. ഇന്ത്യ മുന്നേറും, ഇന്ത്യ ജയിക്കും, ഭരണഘടന ജയിക്കും, ഫാഷിസം പരാജയപ്പെടും. ഈ ഭീരുത്വം, ഫാഷിസം അധികാരത്തിലൂടെ ഗർവ് കാണിക്കും. ഇത്തരം ജനവിരുദ്ധമായ ഭരണഘടനാ വിരുദ്ധമായ ഫാഷിസത്തിന്റെ താല്പര്യങ്ങൾക്കെതിരെ സമരോത്സുകരാകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്, ഇടപെടേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഇതാണ് ഈ സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ ഓർമ്മപ്പെടുത്താനുള്ളത്. STPI ഇതിന് പൊതുജനങ്ങളെ സംഘടിപ്പിച്ച്, അത് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഇവിടെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനം എന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല. നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്ത് ഇത്തരം വേട്ടയാടൽ നിരന്തരമാണ്. ഇത്തരം സാഹചര്യങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം സമരരംഗത്ത് പാർട്ടി ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ കൽബുർഗി ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ളവർ കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടപ്പോൾ ദേശവ്യാപകമായി പ്രക്ഷോഭം നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ജനാധിപത്യപരമായി ശക്തമായ സമര സംഘാടനം അതാണ് പാർട്ടി കാണുന്നത്. നിർഭയത്വത്തോടുകൂടി ജനാധിപത്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പോരാട്ട വീതിയിൽ ഈ പ്രത്യയശാസ്ത്രവും ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രതിനിധികളും ഇത് വളർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഒരു വലിയ പൊതുസമൂഹവും അടിയുറച്ചുണ്ടാകും എന്നാണ് പറയാനുള്ളത്.
റെയ്ഡ് ഒരു കാര്യം ഇവിടെ RSS ഭരിക്കുന്ന ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നിർഭയത്വത്തോടുകൂടി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ എപ്പോഴും വെടിവെച്ച് കൊല്ലാം, ആര് ചോദിക്കാനേ നാട്ടിൽ? അതാണല്ലോ ഫാഷിസം. എപ്പോഴും എന്ത് ആകാലോ, അതൊക്കെ പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചുകൊണ്ടല്ലാതെ ഒരു പൊതുപ്രവർത്തനം ഇന്ത്യയിൽ സാധ്യമാകും. ഞാൻ അതാണ് ആവർത്തിച്ച് ചില പേരുകൾ പറഞ്ഞത്. കൽബുർഗി കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടത് എന്ത് ചെയ്തിട്ടാ? കൊലയാളികൾ ആരായിരുന്നു? പൻസാര കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടത് എന്ത് ചെയ്തിട്ടാ? അങ്ങനെ എത്രയോ ആളുകളുണ്ട്, എത്രയോ ആളുകൾ കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ജഡ്ജിമാർ കൊല്ലപ്പെട്ടതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ പോലും കഥകൾ പറയുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. എത്രയോ സംഭവങ്ങളുണ്ട്. RSSന്റെ ചില നേതാക്കൾ.
All right, that's the SDPI, the PFI slamming raids across India. One of the representative from the SDPI and the PFI who's held a press conference saying that this is motivated, targeted to marginalize Muslims. They've been raided only so that they can suppress their voice. In fact, the man there representing the PFI says that RSS is to be blamed. RSS is behind the raids, and RSS wants a Hindu nation. They want to wipe out the Muslim population in India, and that's the reason why these raids have been launched across India, and mostly the arrests have been made or people have been detained. Many of them are innocent. Even a 16-year-old boy has been targeted by the NIA. In fact, this is ruthless and uncalled for. There is no crime, no fault of us, but yet we've been constantly targeted. In fact, the representative there speaking for the PFI, a spokesperson it appears, in Kerala says that this is a deliberate attempt to target the Muslims in different parts of India, as the RSS wants a complete Hindu nation and wipe out the Muslim population. This is a bid to terrorize us and scare us, but we're not going to bend. That's what the PFI says, saying that the RSS is behind the raids launched by the NIA. The NIA has now, right this morning, raided at least 10 states, including Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. And over 100 top PFI leaders and functionaries have been arrested nationwide. The raids carried out by the NIA and the state have now detained over 110 people, is what we hear. The maximum arrests have been made from Kerala. At least 22 people belonging to the PFI have been arrested from Kerala, and then Maharashtra, 20 PFI leaders from Maharashtra. Andhra Pradesh, at least 5 of them have been taken in by the NIA. Assam, 9 of them. Delhi, 3. Madhya Pradesh, 4. Puducherry, 3. Tamil Nadu, 10. Uttar Pradesh, 8. And Rajasthan, 2. So overall, about 110 PFI leaders across India have been rounded up by the NIA. This is possibly the largest ever crackdown so far by the NIA on the PFI. Now, the raids, as per the NIA, has been carried out to crack down on terror funding. Terror funding and radicalizing people. That's the charge based on which the NIA has launched this pan-India crackdown, where they've arrested nearly 110 PFI leaders. Let me quickly cut across to Jai Kishan Sharma, joining us live from Jaipur. Jai Kishan, we're seeing PFI protesting in different parts of India over this massive crackdown. Raids by the NIA, after which they've arrested close to 110 PFI leaders pan-India. What's the situation in Jaipur? Have the PFI come out in numbers?
See, Nabila, few minutes ago, the PFI was protesting here in the MD Road of Jaipur city. They are saying that the government is trying to move down their constitutional rights to make an organization. They said that they are doing nothing wrong. NIA and other agencies are being misused by the central government. They allege that the central government is afraid of the rising unities of the minorities in the country, and they will give a tough competition to them in the coming years ahead. But let me give you a fresh update that along with Kota, Baran, Jaipur, 2 people have been allegedly detained from Udaipur also. Udaipur is the place where few months ago Kanhaiya Lal Taylor was brutally murdered by people linked to terror outfits. Few months ago, the ATS, the other local agencies were also investigating role of few people linked to PFI and other agencies. The another big update coming from Rajasthan is that the Asif, who is the state president of PFI, has been detained from Kerala. Sadab, another person from SDPI, a political outfit of PFI, has been arrested. So far 3 people have been arrested from Rajasthan. More than half a dozen people have been detained from 4 districts of Rajasthan. Few minutes ago, PFI was protesting here in Jaipur. They had banners in the hand. They were condemning NIA. They were condemning the central government. They are telling that they had refused, although they have refused to talk to the media. They said that their government is using muscle to move down the voices of the minority.
Jayakishan, were you present when the raids took place? Were you present when the raids took place? And tell us on what basis have these arrests been made? Many of them, like you said, even from Rajasthan have been arrested. On what grounds have they been arrested? Any proof that the NIA has taken with them while they've rounded up those men in Rajasthan?
Nabila, what information we are getting here from is that Sadiq, who is part of the General State Secretary of SDPI, a political outfit, as well as Asif, they are arrested. They have been detained and arrested under different section of UAPA. NIA has registered a case in which they were allegedly found to be radicalizing youth through social media and different social media groups over phone, where they had also found presence of people and radicalizers from Gulf countries and other parts of the country. Let me tell you that the NIA had found that many sleeper cells are also active in Rajasthan, in different pockets of Rajasthan. In Kanhaiya Lal murders also, it was Al-Sufa, the sleeper cell named as Al-Sufa, was the accused were part of that group. So in this case, in this particular case, the sources are telling us that they were part, or they were operating a social media group in which they were radicalizing youths. They were sharing messages of hatred. They were trying to disturb communal tensions. So as a part of this, the NIA had made crackdown with the help of local police in Kota, Baran, Jaipur, as well as Udaipur. Nabila.
All right. You know, for our viewers and a better understanding on why the NIA has cracked down on different parts of India, especially PFI offices, Pooja Shali brings us the reason for the raids. Pooja, over to you.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top is the first one was from Phalwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nizamabad, which is in Telangana, even there the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run, but in the garb of the karate camp there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember the hijab protest that started from Karnataka. The allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months. Over to you.
Let me quickly cut across to Apurva joining us from Hyderabad. Hyderabad as well, NIA has launched raids where they've arrested a few PFI leaders from that state, from the city of Hyderabad. Apurva, over to you. What more do we know, and any evidence substantially that they found while they made those arrests? Anything particular that you want to mention?
Well, Nabila, what we do know is that this particular office where we are at, that is the Chandra & Gutta Popular Front of India office where we are, these were the offices from where NIA officials had conducted searches since early morning, let me remind you, since 3 a.m. early this morning. And we do know that from this particular office, they had seized several incriminating documents, hard disk, pen drives and hard drives as well. This is the seal that has been stamped and the entire office that has been sealed by the NIA officials. The notice here has also been stuck, wherein the NIA officials have called upon the owner of this premises, that is the PFI office here at Chandran Gutta, to arrive at the NIA office here at Hyderabad, contact them and speak with them before this seal can be removed from this office as well. With respect to the raids, in fact, we do know that 4 persons have so far been detained. These 4 persons are from the raids that were conducted in Andhra Pradesh. In fact, specifically in Andhra Pradesh, 4 of them have been detained from Guntur, where these raids had been conducted. In fact, there also got several police officials and the bandobast there that had been created to ensure that law and order prevails as well. Early this morning, we saw that these raids that were carried out simultaneously across various locations in Hyderabad, Telangana, as well as in Andhra Pradesh and in Guntur. So far, 4 persons have been picked up, including that of Riaz Abdul Rahim, as well as Jafrullah Khan. All of them some of them who own a mobile shop, some who is a fruit vendor, and another person who's a dry fruit vendor as well. So we do know that 4 of these persons.
A mobile shop, a flower vendor, a fruit vendor. Purva, tell us, have these men had suspicious history? Do they have criminal history? Have they been taken in based on their criminal past? What kind of suspicion has led the NIA to them?
Well, we do know that just a few days back we had seen that 4 people had been arrested. They had been picked up by the NIA, and charges of UAPA had been slapped against them. This particularly in Nizamabad, where we had seen that some of them who had been named in these arrests that were done just a few days back in Telangana, we saw that all of them were linked to have PFI, and they had been linked to giving training of martial arts as well as a training camp that had taken place there in Nizamabad. In fact, one such person had also been served notice with links that they had joined the dots from the arrest that had been made just a couple of days earlier. NIA officials and ED, in fact, had picked up these 4 of them today, in fact, and they have also been detained. These 4 of them have been detained. This comes after the investigation and the interrogation that was done by NIA officials after the earlier raids that were conducted just 4 days back in Nizamabad and several other constituencies here in Telangana, following that massive raids that took place across various locations. Over 100.
Yes, we saw that 100 odd PFI leaders across India have been rounded up. Now, what the NIA says is that many of these leaders have been responsible for terror funding. Now, that's a huge charge and allegation. Of course, now that they've arrested them, investigation will continue. But the PFI, they're coming to streets in large numbers, have been protesting against the NIA raids, saying that this is an RSS attempt to target them. Let me cut across to Jai Kishan, also joining us from Jaipur, Rajasthan. Kishan, a quick word. While the PFI got down to protest on the streets, what really was their grouse? What did they say while protesting there? We know that they feel they're being targeted, but have they agreed that some of them may have links to the murder, like you mentioned, in Rajasthan that took place recently, or any kind of terror funding that the NIA is accusing them of? What's their justification? Have they responded on that?
That just because they come from the minority community, they are being targeted by people of right wing. They say that the central government is misusing the agencies. Why they only target people from PFI or SDPI? Why not any other outfit? Their allegations are very clear-cut on the NIA. They say that they are misusing their muscle and their organization to move down the voices of the minority community. They are uniting together. They are fighting against the Hindu extremism, what they are claiming. So this is the voices. Few minutes ago, they were protesting here in the MD Road of capital city of Rajasthan. They didn't even talk to media, but they were raising slogans constantly against the central government, against the NIA. When we tried to talk to them, few of them told us off the record that this is the misuse of the agency, this is the misuse of muscle, this is the misuse of security guys to harass the people from minority community. We are not linked to any. When we ask them that many sleeper cells are active in this area, what they have to say. Their youngsters are being radicalized through WhatsApp group and other
Stay with
social
us,
media
Jai
forums.
Kishan. I'm going to quickly cut across to former DGP Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Singh, the first ever crackdown by the NIA on PFI offices pan-India. It's a coordinated anti-terror crackdown where they've rounded up close to 100-odd PFI leaders, all the top-rung leaders of the PFI. What's really the intention of the NIA? They call this an anti-terror crackdown. Do you believe that there is substantial evidence that the NIA has to carry out these raids and arrest over 100 people? These PFI members on the streets, they're saying that this is nothing but targeting the minority.
Unprecedented raids and search operations, and I would compliment the NIA. Well, it was long overdue, better late than never. Now that it is happening, the PFI should cooperate with the NIA rather than sing out the old gramophone record songs that they are a minority. Anybody who transgresses the rule of law, whether a minority or a majority or anybody, will have some answering to do. Now, we have been talking about this, the Delhi riots, the role of the PFI, anti-CA riots, the role of the PFI, the Bengaluru riots, the role of the PFI, Sar Tan Se Juda, the role of the PFI, hijab controversy, the role of the PFI. For 2 years or 3 years that we have been debating on the subject of wherever the internal disturbances are happening, the crowdfunding, etc., the Hawala funding, the misuse of the Zakat funds, obviously the common denominator has been the PFI. And the NIA has justifiable reasons to conduct these raids and searches. They are not doing it out of malice or out of any premonition. They are doing it because they have cogent and logical reasons to do it. And since they are doing it, the PFI and everybody should cooperate with the NIA. And that 100 apprehensions have already come about. This is the first stepping stone to a major investigation. Well, the PFI has no legs to stand on because Sar Tan Se Juda in Rajasthan, in Udaipur, the beheading, whether it was any other such incidents in the country. The common name that
what the PFI, right, Mr. Singh, we heard your point. What the PFI is saying at this point when they come out on the streets and protest, they say that this is nothing but a mere target by the RSS, in fact, pushing and trying to operate the NIA to target the minorities. That's what they say, more or less. But stay with us. I have some big news that we're currently breaking for our viewers. Political backlash now erupts over these NIA raids on the PFI. Congress calls the NIA raids a mere diversion tactic. Congress says attempts to divert focus from unemployment and real issues in India. The CPI says don't know what actual truth is. Centre should share facts of the case. All right, Mr. Singh is still with us. Mr. Singh, all right, let me cut across to a reaction on that first, and then I'll cut across to our panelist, Vikram Singh, joining us to give us an understanding on what substantial evidence has the NIA found over the years against the PFI that's led to this massive, massive crackdown across 10 states, rounding up over 100 top PFI leadership.
देखिए, कहीं अपराध हो, उसका कोई इनपुट हो, तो उसकी जानकारी सार्वजनिक करनी चाहिए। अन्यथा तो सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, राहुल गांधी की यात्रा के दबाव में, तो वो मुख्य मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं।
This is what is being reported, but we don't know what is the truth, what are the facts. Let government come forward to share the facts and truth with the people. Then only one can speak on that issue. Nobody knows. These are all agencies which are conducting the probe or searching or arresting. But what is the assessment of the government? What is the truth? That let us wait what government has to say.
BJP also reacting to this. Let's cut across BJP leaders who've responded.
आदि संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है। फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना, और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है। और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे।
मुझे लगता है कि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ये संगठन है, ये संगठन आतंकवादियों से संबंधित है। संगठन चलाने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, मुस्लिम समाज को इकट्ठा करने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, लेकिन देश का नाम लेकर मतलब यहाँ आतंकवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश अगर होती है तो जरूर उस पर एक्शन लेने की आवश्यकता होती है। जिस तरह NIA और ED के छापे पड़ रहे हैं, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपनी भूमिका बदलनी चाहिए। अगर इंडिया में रहना है तो इंडिया के साथ रहना चाहिए।
All right, BJP leaders there welcoming the NIA raid, saying that all the anti-India elements in the country must be dealt with. Now, this has come as a massive raids by the NIA, where over 100 leaders of the PFI have been rounded up. They've been arrested. Congress now calling these NIA raids as a diversionary tactic, while the CPI says, share details with us. What exactly have you found against these PFI leaders? And then we'll understand the case better. Vikram Singh on that. Mr. Singh, CPIM saying, why don't you share facts with us? That will make this a more transparent operation. At least the minorities would then not feel threatened the way they're expressing their grief there.
This is absolutely bizarre and absurd. The investigating agencies cannot share details with anyone, much less others who have no need or requirement of sharing sensitive knowledge, evidence and information. Only the courts and the CVC and others who have a right to know will have the need to know, and they will be privy to all the evidence. Asking for evidence in respect of such sensitive information is bizarre and in extremely bad and poor taste. And there was another panel I've heard talking of first talk of Mahangai and Berozgari. It may take another 50 years before we get over Mahangai and Berozgari. Do you for a moment feel that we have to wait for 50 years to handle anti-national forces and those who are working against the interests of the nation? Wow, how absurd and how bizarre can politics become? I don't know who that gentleman was, but my strong condemnation of such things, that please don't bat for anti-national forces. You're with the country, with your motherland, not with those who are working.
Mr. Singh, of course, politics is something that we can't stop in the country. We will see back and forth, and that's almost the norm here in India. We have that many political parties and that many opinions. Now, if you could tell us, the NIA specifically, how do they carry out raids? On what grounds and basis do they launch the nationwide raids? Unless and until they have something substantial, we know that the NIA wouldn't crack down in such a manner. So why don't you give us an understanding on what do you believe the NIA may have found substantially to launch this pan-India raids against the PFI senior leadership? In fact, all the top leaders of the PFI, we believe, in every state have been picked up.
Now let me tell you, PFI and SDPI have very deep pockets, and if they could collect 140 crores before the CA agitations, 40 crores for the Bengaluru riots, they have very deep pockets. Now, NIA, the way they work, have actionable intelligence that are channelized through sister agencies and their own network of intelligence. Getting inputs from all, then actionable intelligence doubly verified through field work and also other surveillance. I would stop at that, and other surveillance, both field surveillance and electronic surveillance, and also surveillance in respect of technical surveillance. So the technical inputs, the field intelligence, and inputs from other sister agencies, they are compiled and then they are further put into a dry run. And if there is partial verification of such intelligence, then such raids and apprehensions happen. You see, every single act of the NIA is accountable in the court of law. Any false step and one is over the cliff and their career is finished of that officer who works in an irresponsible manner, perverse manner, or a vindictive manner. It is just not possible. NIA has the best talent pool amongst all the agencies in the country. And I, for one, would like to believe that they are putting their best foot forward. We bungled up when we handled the Simi maybe around the year 2008 because we did not do our homework as thoroughly as the NIA has done now. You see, they have done like the tip of the iceberg. They did not. We were talking of banning the FI for the last 2 or 3 years, you may recall.
That was my next question to you. Why so far has there been no ban? The NIA itself has already branded the PFI as a radical extremist outfit. Then what took them so long for them, one, to launch these nationwide raids? We were hoping that they do it earlier. And why no ban so far? Do you believe that this should have been done long ago? We would have probably dealt with much earlier on.
Absolutely. I said these were expected much earlier. Well, better late than never. But I believe probably their logic is to put their best foot forward, and after compiling incontrovertible evidence against them, lest they were cut a sorry figure before a court of law, that the evidence that they have collected is inadequate. That would have been indeed a very...
All right, Mr. Singh, thank you very much. We heard you. I'm going to cut across to some big news that we're tracking right this moment. Meeting at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence finally ends. Amit Shah has shared a meeting with NSA Dowal as well as the NIA DG. Amid the raids, Amit Shah meets with the NSA chief as well as the NIA chief, meeting with regards to the pan-India raids against the PFI, basically an anti-terror crackdown, possibly the largest ever that's been carried out in the country. The NIA has raided at least 10 states, rounded up at least 100-odd PFI leaders, top leaders. They've been arrested amid the protests that you see on our screens, visuals coming in from parts of Kerala where at least 22 PFI leaders were taken in, were arrested by the NIA. Huge protests were launched. And as we see the raids that are currently being carried out across 10 states, Amit Shah, the Home Minister, has been holding a meeting with the NIA chief as well as NSA Dowal. The meeting has just ended.
Not essential outside the office, but right now people have come out. It's not just here, but
the meeting with NIA chief as well as the NSA Dowal, both of them meeting with Amit Shah, Home Minister, just ended at Amit Shah's residence. This, of course, has come as a huge anti-terror crackdown, the first of its kind in the country. It appears led by Amit Shah, the Home Minister. The NIA has gone right ahead, raided at least 10 states and picked up 100 PFI leaders, including the state of Kerala. At least 22 of them have been picked up from Kerala alone. And that's why we see huge, large-scale protests that have been launched in Kerala. And many other states, we saw even in Rajasthan, a bunch of the PFI leaders who came out to protest, saying that this is nothing but deliberate targeting. Rahul Gautam, our reporter, joining us on the phone line. Gautam, a quick word from you. Amit Shah's meeting with NIA and the NSA has just ended. Tell us, what do you think that they've deliberated upon? Rahul Gautam, if you can hear me, please tell us. Amit Shah meeting with NIA and the NSA. The meeting has ended at his residence. What really has transpired there? Any word on what was spoken and discussed on?
Well, this high-level meeting between Home Minister Amit Shah and other senior officials of the Modi government, including NSA, is over now. We've been informed that this meeting was called in the backdrop of ongoing raids, all across the country on PFI. And as we are learning from our sources that the central agencies are going to continue to tighten the noose around PFI. Also, the situation emerging following the raids on PFI was also discussed, and in fact, you can expect that proper security arrangement would be made all across the country in and around PFI establishment. So you can expect that it is certainly going to be in a difficult situation for PFI, given the fact that a lot of objectionable material have been found in the raids, and it seems that the trouble seems to be mounting as far as PFI is concerned.
All right, tell us a little more. Who's been part of that meeting? Was it just the NSA Dowal and NIA chief along with Amit Shah? Just the three of them at the residence of Amit Shah?
Well, apart from Mr. Amit Shah, NSA Ajit Dowal was there. And then there were senior officials from intelligence agencies. They were also part of this meeting. And in fact, then there were several high-ranking officials from Home Ministry also who attended this important meet. In fact, what we are learning from our sources that it was discussed as to how they're going to tackle PFI in coming days, given the fact that PFI has been indicted in many, riots in many cases, and therefore the government feels that it is high time that they should tighten the noose around PFI, given the fact that several associates of PFI have been found involved in anti-national activities, and therefore the government took this initiative that they're going to tighten the noose and obviously going to take strict action against PFI.
Rahul, a quick word. As we see, protests have erupted across the nation. PFI leaders have come out in large numbers to protest. We saw protests in Kerala, parts of Jaipur. All right, we have lost Rahul's connection there. But here, like I was mentioning, PFI, as they come out in protest, have strongly condemned these raids by the NIA, saying that this is nothing but a fascist regime's moves to use agencies like the NIA to silence dissenting voices. This is precisely what the official statement of the PFI says. And while this happens. Either way, the NIA has carried out raids and arrested over 100 PFI leaders. A top-level meeting that's currently underway at Amit Shah's residence. The NIA and the NSA, both the chiefs at Amit Shah's residence, to discuss terror funding activities that may be prevalent in parts of the country, all linked to the PFI. That's what they suspect. That's what the NIA suspects, and has often mentioned how that most of the tensions in different parts of the country when it comes to communal tensions have been provoked by the PFI. That's what the NIA often indicates and hints towards. Today, finally, we see a huge crackdown where they've raided at least 10 states, including Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, many more states where they've rounded up at least 100 top PFI leaders. They've been arrested now. Investigation into terror funding will continue. All right, now some big update coming in. Arrested PFI Neta's wife has spoken out. Big vendetta charge against the NIA. India's biggest terror hunt currently underway, while PFI leader's wife says that this is nothing but an attempt to target and muscle down dissenting voice. The PFI Neta speaks out. And we're going to bring you exactly what the word she said. She, of course, believes that her husband is being targeted, they're being targeted. This has that they're innocent and they really have nothing to do with any terror activity or terror funding activity. Let me cut across.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे। फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए, तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से। फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बाहर जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है। जिद करते करते 7:30 हो गई। फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर? वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है। तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर? तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए ना कुछ दिखाए, और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई। फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया। देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है। मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, आप जो है बाद में थाने पे जाके मिल लेंगे वो, लेकिन उन्होंने नहीं माना और ज़बरदस्ती मतलब कहा चलने के लिए साथ में, और फिर वो लेकर गए साथ में। घर में भी उन्होंने बहुत सारी मतलब सामान की देखभाल की, अलमीरा वगैरह, लॉकर वगैरह सबको खोल खाल किया, इधर उधर पूरा सामान को चेक किया उन्हें। 2 मोबाइल मेरा लेकर गए।
All right, that was the wife of Parvez, who's the Delhi PFI chief. She says that the cops knocked on their doors right in the morning, and in fact, she believes that there is absolutely no mistake of her husband, and that she was deliberately heckled by the police, and then her husband was taken away. This is what the wife of the PFI leader Parvez says in Delhi. In fact, this is one of the PFI leaders' family members who's spoken to us, but this has extensively been the sentiment across India wherever there's been a crackdown by the NIA and the PFI leaders have been rounded up. The PFI leaders, family members, as well as the others associated with the PFI have been extensively saying that this is nothing but a deliberate target by the RSS using central agencies to heckle them. Let me cut across to a short break as we continue this relentless coverage. Stay with us.
इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट आपको दे रहा है मौका देश के नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल के साथ पत्रकारिता के गुर सीखने का।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें।
Ever heard of zombifiers? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada, and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, as we track the raids by the NIA, the Popular Front of India, the PFI, has condemned the raids and the Enforcement Directorate, saying that this is nothing but harassment of its national and state leaders. In a statement issued today, the Popular Front of India's National Executive Council, the NEC, has condemned the national-wide raids by the NIA and the ED and the unjust arrests and so-called harassment of its national and state leaders across India and the witch hunt against members and supporters of the organization. NIA's baseless claims and sensationalism are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Popular Front of India will never surrender on any scary action by a totalitarian regime using the central agencies as its puppets, and will stand firm on its will for recovering the democratic system and spirit of the Constitution of India. Let me cut across to Amit Bharadwaj, joining us live for more on that. Amit, a quick word. As we see PFI crackdown pan-India, we see that the leaders of the PFI believe, or at least their press release very clearly has put out a statement saying that this is nothing but an attempt to arm twist them. The Popular Front of India's Executive Council has put out a statement saying that this is harassment of its national and state leaders across India, a witch hunt rather, against its members and its supporting organizations. All the NIA claims of terror funding is absolutely baseless, and this is nothing but sensationalism solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. A totalitarian regime. All the words used by the PFI quite heavy against the government as well as the NIA. Tell us a little more on, in Delhi, the PFI raids, what kind of reaction has it attracted?
Well, Nabila, we were expecting the Popular Front of India's response since morning, but because their top leaders were either detained or arrested by the investigative agencies, the official word from the PFI, the main ideological body of the PFI network, had not come out. And right now, what you just read is the statement issued by the National Executive Committee of the PFI. And they're clearly saying that these arrests are unjust. They are saying that it is an attempt to harass their national as well as state leaders. They're saying that, it is an action by the regime, Modi government's regime, to scare them. And they're also maintaining that they are not going to back down. They're not going to get scared because of the investigative agency's action, crackdown on the PFI network in the states as well as at the national level. While on the other side, Nabila, what we are seeing is that this particular building that you are seeing is F31B in Shaheen Bagh. This is exactly where the national headquarters of the Popular Front of India is located. And the spot where the CA and RC protests were staged is not very far from this particular spot. And on the left-hand side, Deepak will show you the visuals of the office. This is the second gate of the office of the PFI, where you will see locks hanging. And on the other side of this particular building, Nabila, there is a seal lock like this is hanging on the gate, and it has a seal. So we have been told that the investigative agencies, that is the NIA and the ED, sealed the PFI's national headquarters. So clearly a pan-India crackdown on the PFI network. Its national and state leaders are now facing the heat of the National Investigation Agency as well as Enforcement Directorate. And that is why what you are seeing is that despite there was a delayed response.
All right, we're cutting across to some big breaking news coming in. Stampede over T20 India-Australia tickets. A woman dies in stampede in Hyderabad. The stampede occurred after people gathered to buy tickets for an India-Australia cricket match. The T20 India-Australia match, tickets being sold in Hyderabad, resulted in a stampede where people gathered in large numbers. A woman, unfortunately, has died in that stampede in Hyderabad. Visual coming in of the Gymkhana grounds in Hyderabad. Unfortunate state of affairs, absolutely no discipline, not organized in the way it should have been. We see that tickets that were being sold for India-Australia cricket match, the T20 cricket match in Hyderabad, a huge crowd gathered and a stampede has resulted in one woman losing her life. This is the Gymkhana ground in Hyderabad. Killer stampede after police lathi charge mob. Very sad, a woman there has died after there was huge gathering to buy tickets for an India-Australia cricket match. I'm going to cut across in a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates. Stay with us. right, I'm going to cut across to Chandigarh. Visuals coming in. Protests against Bhagwant Mann. Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. A protest has just erupted against the Chief Minister as Chandigarh people there come out in large numbers and protest. The police now using force to chase them away. We're going to bring you updates on what the protests all about. But for now, these live visuals coming in of protesters who have gathered in large numbers to protest against the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. It's a BJP-led protest. BJP protesting against Bhagwant Mann and the Punjab government. Huge showdown that we see in Punjab over trust vote that was called for by Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Punjab BJP now tries to get out the Chief Minister's residence. This is, remember, a protest led by the BJP where they are protesting against Punjab government, Bhagwant Mann, against the trust vote that the Chief Minister has called for. BJP now tries to clear out the Chief Minister's residence. This is visual coming in of some hectic protests and the cops there using water cannons to chase those protesters away. But the BJP-led protests here. Force being used to chase those protesters away. These are BJP workers who are protesting against Bhagwant Mann and the trust vote called by the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. BJP now trying to get out the Chief Minister's residence. Punjab governor had cancelled a special session of the assembly after Mann had demanded a trust vote. AAP alleging Operation Lotus in Punjab now. Lalit Sharma joining us live right from the spot. Lalit, a quick word. Why exactly is the BJP protesting outside Bhagwant Mann's home? Give us clarity. We see some injuries being reported, people there, some of them bleeding as well.
Nabila, definitely, if you just talk about yesterday, the way the governor of Punjab just did not allow the session. Now, the BJP leaders are protesting that it was unconstitutional to call a session as there was no need for the no confidence motion of the Vidhan Sabha. So now BJP workers in large numbers have assembled in their Punjab BJP headquarters here in Chandigarh and have marched towards the CM residence of Punjab Bhagwant Mann, and water cannons have been used now on the BJP workers to disperse them. So in large number, the BJP leaders and workers all across Punjab have assembled here, and these are the visuals live where you can see that from the past 15 minutes, water cannons have been used, shouting slogans against the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bhagwant Mann. So let me take across to certain people. आप लोग क्यों धरना प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं? क्या मांगे आपकी, क्यों कर रहे हैं आप?
सभी मांगे ही हैं उनसे, क्योंकि जितने वादे किए, पखंड किया, उन्होंने ड्रामा करके पंजाब दे विच सरकार बनाई उन्होंने। बेरोजगारी का वही हाल है, माइनिंग वैसे ही चल रही है। जो यहाँ पे उनसे बात हुई थी हर लेडीज को 1000 देने की, वो भी नहीं मिला। नशा वैसे का वैसे ही है, बल्कि पहले से ज्यादा बढ़ गया नशा। हर गांव में, हर गली में पंजाब के नशा सरेआम मिलता है। भगवंत मान से पूछना चाहते हैं, कब अपना हनीमून खत्म करके पंजाब वापस आओगे और पंजाब के मुद्दों पे बात करोगे? भगवंत मान कहता सी लाठी चार्ज, पानी दे बुछारा, मेरी सरकार आन दो, मैं ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਮੰਗਾਂ ਬਣਾਣਾ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਆਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਹੋਏ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੂੰ बेशरम। आज हमारे सिख पगड़ी उतारेगी पानी की बौछारों से, ये हम कहते बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि पंजाब में हिंदू सिख का भाईचारा कायम रहना चाहिए। लेकिन भगवंत मान और केजरीवाल की साजिश है इन दोनों दरबार में फाड़ पड़ेगी, ये हमें कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। केजरीवाल मुर्दाबाद था, है और हमेशा रहेगा। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਦੀ ਵੈਲਿਊ 25-25 ਕਰੋੜ ਆਮ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ 25 ਰੁਪਏ ਖਰੀਦਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ। ਰੋਜ਼ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਹੁਣ ਜਰਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀ ਕੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ? ਹੁਣ ਜੇ ਭਾਰਤੀ ਜਨਤਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਸੜਕ ਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਾਅਦੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਬੁਛਾਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜ਼ੁਲਮ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਅੱਗੇ, ਲੋਕ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਧਰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਊਗਾ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਧਰਨੇ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੁਰਾ ਹਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਲੋਕ ਰੋ ਰਹੇ हैं कि सिखों की पगड़ी उतारी गई। हर तरह से जुर्म ढाया जा रहा है। आम पार्टी सरकार हर तरह से फेल है।
ये भगवंत मान की सरकार है, केजरीवाल की या चड्डे की है।
All right, there you have BJP workers. They're stepping up the ante and attacking the Punjab government. Aam Aadmi Party's Bhagwant Mann, they tried to get out his residence, where they're condemning the Aam Aadmi Party of all the failures on the promises that they've made while being elected. They say mining is still underway, unemployment is still rampant in the state of Punjab. When will Bhagwant Mann complete his honeymoon, finish his honeymoon and come back to working for the people? Those are questions asked by those BJP workers who are protesting, stepping up their attack against the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab. This is huge protest that the BJP has launched, where the police are now using water cannons and brute force to chase them away. Some of them also seen visibly injured. Who's right there at the spot, joins us live for more on that. Lalit, a quick word from you again. These protesters have come by near Bhagwant Mann's residence. Have they taken permission to protest? Was this an impromptu protest? Do we see large numbers gathering there? And we also hear that Aam Aadmi Party accusing the BJP of attempting Operation Kamala, Operation Lotus in Punjab. Is that right?
आ रही है।
Water cannons being used there to stop those protesters. Huge protests that have erupted right outside Bhagwant Mann's residence, where protesters have been demanding basics that the Punjab government has promised them. Let me cut across to our reporters there on ground.
15 मिनट तक जो वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल है वो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं के ऊपर उन्हें तितर-बितर करने के लिए किया गया। अभी भी आप देख सकते हैं कि हल्की झोंक नोक है अभी भी जो बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता और पुलिस के बीच चल रही है। कुछ लोगों को डिटेन किया गया है, उन्हें यहाँ से हिरासत में लिया गया है। लेकिन अगर हम नारेबाजी की बात करें, खास तौर पर जिस तरह से बीजेपी के तमाम कार्यकर्ता हैं नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं भगवंत मान सरकार के खिलाफ, लगातार नारेबाजी है वो चल रही है। कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के पास ले चलते उनसे बात कर लेते हैं। धरना प्रदर्शन क्यों, क्या चाह रहे हैं?
देखिए, पंजाब के साथ बहुत बड़ा धोखा हुआ है। सीएम भगवंत मान है, राघव चड्ढा और केजरीवाल दिल्ली से सरकार चला रहा है। उन्होंने 25-25 बोला ना कि लाख लेके बीजेपी को खरीद रहे हैं। आपको कोई 5 पैसे में ना हम बोले कि आप आपने क्या समझ रखा है? आपसे कुछ होता नहीं, आप रोज झूठ मूठ का कोई पुलंदा खड़ा कर देते हो। आज उनके झूठों के विरुद्ध ही हम यहाँ खड़े हुए हैं।
आप देख सकते हैं कार्यकर्ताओं का गुस्सा फूट रहा है।
आज का दिन पंजाब के इतिहास में काला दिवस गिना जाएगा। जो प्रशासन ने जो पगड़ी सिर की ताज है उसको उतारा गया, यहाँ पे वाटर कैनल पानी की बौछारें मारी गई, जो पुलिस द्वारा लाठीचार्ज किया गया, ये बहुत शर्मसार है। और मैं मुख्यमंत्री भगवंत मान जी को बोलता हूँ कि आपने पंजाब को नशा मुक्त करने का वादा किया था। आपने पंजाब को नशा मुक्त करने का वादा किया था, लेकिन आज पंजाब की हालत देख के ऐसा लगता है जैसे आप जर्मनी में जिस तरह आपने जर्मनी में शराब पी के एयरपोर्ट पे गिरे हुए थे, आज ऐसा लग रहा है कि ये पंजाब नशा मुक्त नहीं, पंजाब नशा युक्त बन गया है। पंजाब की जनता आज जिस तरह पगड़ियां उतारी गई हैं पंजाब सरकार द्वारा, पंजाब की जनता आम आदमी सरकार को कभी माफ नहीं करेगी। इसका नतीजा उसको भुगतना पड़ेगा, उसको अपनी गद्दी छोड़नी पड़ेगी।
आज भगत सिंह की बातें करने वाले जनरल डायर वर्गे काम किया पंजाब की सरकार ने। आज पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री ने पंजाब की जनता पूछ रही है कि शहीद आजम भगत सिंह की कसम खा के नशा मुक्त पंजाब की गल करते सी नशा युक्त पंजाब बनाता। 28 सितंबर को शहीद आजम भगत सिंह का जन्म दिहाड़ा आ रहा। पंजाब के नौजवानों, इन्हों के मंत्रियों के, इन्हों के विधायकों के खिलाफ करो कि जिहड़ा कि शहीद आजम भगत सिंह जिहड़ा कि फांसी के फंदे छोटी उम्र चढ़ गया। ये सरकार भगवंत मान की सरकार शहीद आजम भगत सिंह का नाम
देख सकते हैं कि जो गुस्सा है इस वक्त लगातार भगवंत मान सरकार के ऊपर नजर आ रहा है। उसके साथ साथ आप तस्वीरों के जरिए देखिए जो तमाम बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता है वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल किया गया है और अब कुछ लोगों को डिटेन भी किया गया। लगातार नारेबाजी।
All right, there you have our reporters there who are tracking those developments as protesters Gherao the Chief Minister's residence, Bhagwant Mann, in Punjab's Chandigarh. These are live visuals coming in where police are using water cannons to chase off those protesters. BJP has launched a huge protest against Bhagwant Mann, accusing Bhagwant Mann of not living up to promises during the during the election time. The promises that were made, none of that lived up by the Chief Minister of the Aam Aadmi Party. All right, big news coming in from the Supreme Court. We hear that the Supreme Court has reserved the verdict on the hijab case. No verdict yet on the hijab row. In fact, many petitions have been filed in the Supreme Court against the Karnataka government to ban hijab inside educational institutions. The pleas were requesting the court to intervene and allow these girls to wear the hijab if they wanted to inside educational institutions as well. Let me cut across to Anisha joining us. Anisha, the verdict has been reserved. What does this indicate and how soon do we expect the Supreme Court to give out a judgment on this?
Well, Nabila, to answer your question, after 10 days of detailed arguments, the verdict has been reserved on these 23 petitions on the hijab ban issue. Now, with Justice Hemant Gupta scheduled to retire mid-October, we are expecting this verdict to come before about 18th of October, which is when he's scheduled to retire in the third week of October. Therefore, the verdict will come in before his retirement. But at the moment, what we do need to look at are the arguments and the comments that were presented before the court. Now, the basic line of argument in the court has been threefold. One, is hijab an essential practice of Islam? Two, could the government have restricted the wearing of hijab by this government circular of February 5th? Does that discriminate against Muslim women? Three, if the hijab is not an essential practice, could it have been restricted in or can the practice be allowed under other fundamental rights? And what exactly is the role and powers of the college, the CDC College Development Committees? On these 3 points, on these 3 aspects, the judgment will come. We've seen detailed arguments about the essential practices of Islam. We've seen detailed arguments on various constitutional issues, right to privacy, right of choice, right of dress. We've also seen the court asking multiple questions about how all of these rights will intersect with each other, whether the government's decision to ban any kind of religious outward clothing along with the uniform, would that affect only a hijab-wearing woman students, or does that also ban other students from wearing any other religious symbolism? Because that one argument here has also been that this is a discriminatory circular, this is a discriminatory decision, because even though the circular claims that they are banning all sorts of religious symbols, it is only the hijab which actually gets affected. Any person who's wearing a tika or a cross or a rudraksh or anything else is not in fact affected by this particular circular. So a lot of things will have to be considered by the court with regard to religion, with regard to gender, with regard to education and constitutional rights. And we should get a verdict in this by mid-October. Back to you.
By mid-October. Why do you believe that this is going to take that much time? Do reiterate for us, Anisha, that after 10 days of arguments, the court now to give a verdict on this only mid of October. That's quite a while for the petitioners to be waiting on. What do you think is the reason for the delay, apart from the holidays that we believe is some of them in the middle of, right in the start of October?
Well, Nabila, there are two things. Now, Justice Hemant Gupta is scheduled to retire in the third week of October. That is why we know that it will come latest by that time. Whether it will come in the next 5 days before the holidays or will it come after the Dussehra break is something that we cannot predict at all. Of course, this matter has been pending in the court since February, you remember, because this entire issue had come up first in the Karnataka High Court, then it had come here from 23rd of March. This matter has been in the Supreme Court. There was no hearing throughout the summer vacations in this matter. Then the hearings have started from the 5th of September, really. And over the last 10 hearings, we've seen detailed arguments being given. So in a Supreme Court verdict, there is no timeline as such by when the judges will give a verdict. We cannot predict by when or on what date the judge will give a verdict. What we do know is that with Justice Gupta scheduled to retire mid-October, the verdict will come prior to his retirement. Back to you.
All right, Anisha, thank you very much for joining us on that. We see the Supreme Court has decided to withhold the verdict on Hijab Rao, the pleas that were filed before the Supreme Court asking for hijab to be allowed inside educational institutions based on the Karnataka government and the High Court's order saying no religious symbols allowed inside classrooms. Now, a petition against this rule and mandate has been filed in the Supreme Court. After 10 days of deliberation, Supreme Court has now reserved its verdict. Hopefully, mid of October, a judgment will be out. All right, let me cut across to the top news of the day. The images that define the raids carried out by the NIA, pan-India raids by the National Investigative Agency, has been launched in India by the NIA. We are looking at least 100-odd PFI leaders who were rounded up. Many of them came out in protests against the central government and condemned the government of trying to arm twist any dissenting voice. PFI cadre resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu as well. Protesters were seen staging a road roko in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. PFI workers were seen blocking highways in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with the police. Eventually, violence broke out as clashes were reported between the PFI workers and the cops. Chennai also witnessed protests at PFI workers there gathering outside their office in the city as NIA conducted raids and sealed off PFI offices. Protesters gathered in large numbers to condemn the nationwide crackdown. CRPF personnel were also seen deployed at the PFI office during the raids. All right, here's the big news that we're currently tracking. Operation Midnight, 200 NIA personnel involved including 4 IGs, 1 ADG, 16 SP, State Police and the CAPF. Approximately at least 1,000 members and 6 control rooms for monitoring. A command control center at the MHA as well. The inside scoop of NIA's midnight operation to conduct raids across the PFI offices. All the dossiers suspect more than 200 PFI suspects there given to the teams concerned, out of which about 100 of them have been arrested. More than 150 mobiles, more than 50 laptops, incriminating material which includes documents, many of the other forms that were all placed inside offices have all been seized. Bank details have also been gathered and collected. Recce of all suspects for more than a week, we believe. The NIA and agencies have set up spotters on their places. Operations have started at 1 a.m. all the way to 5 p.m. All big hierarchy to back their officers. Inside details that are coming in of this midnight raid that was carried out by the NIA, almost an operation that was carried out and launched in the middle of the night. At least 200 NIA personnel all involved in these raids, including 4 IG, 1 ADG, 16 SPs, the state police, the CAPF, approximately a total of 1,000 members who have launched a pan-India raid across 10 states. At least 6 control rooms were monitoring these raids that were carried out. The command control center at the Ministry of Home Affairs that has been monitored during these raids. This dossier that India Today has accessed shows at least 200 suspects of the PFI who have monitored over a week's time. Now, more than 150 mobiles have been seized, along with 100 PFI leaders who have been arrested. More than 150 mobiles they've picked up, 50 laptops, incriminating material, which also includes documents, vision documents, enrollment forms, bank details, all these so-called evidences that have been collected by the NIA as part of these raids. Mustafa joining us for more on that. Mustafa, a quick word. It appears that this was a very well coordinated operation conducted by the NIA. We believe they carried out these raids in the middle of the night. It was decided for over a week, and then right in the middle of the night, at least 200 NIA personnel, including the other state police departments, the CAPF, the ADGs, 4 IGs, approximately 1,000 of them who have collectively launched this pan-India raid. 6 control rooms that were monitoring it. Tell us a little more about the preparation and planning that the NIA carried out before launching this pan-India anti-terror crackdown.
Well, we are in Navi Nehru area. This is the Popular Front of India office. As you can see from here, just few minutes ago, in 2 cars, NIA officials and also with some documents, they have left from this office. If you show you this entire office, what the people who are related to the PFI are saying, that it's a social organization. They extended all support to the NIA agency which had come here. It's a central agency. They needed some documents. They have collected the documents. So the visuals which we are showing you is the inside visuals of Nehru office of Popular Front of India. What we are being told is that there are few detentions which have also taken place here after in last night when the raid started. It lasted for a few hours, and after which few people were detained. And here you can see that these are banners and other but a lot of documents which have been collected from NIA from this office by the NIA, they were seen, and then about 10 officials of NIA were present at this spot, and now a few minutes ago they have left for the NIA Mumbai office. Further details are awaited on who are the people who have been arrested and what are the exact case which is being investigated against this particular unit of the PFI. Back to you.
All right, now let me quickly cut across to Shebi Mol, who's joining us from Kerala. We saw large-scale protests by the PFI that they launched. Shebi, over to you.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles. You can find a lot of vehicles from both the sides, from either sides, being blocked, and people are waiting since a long time since the protest. They are protesting against harshly against the raids that took place since morning across the country. In fact, in Kerala, 50 locations were raided by the National Investigative Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, which started from 3 a.m. and ended at almost 9 a.m. They raided locations, PFI's offices, as well as the residence of leaders, PFI leaders, at different locations from Malappuram, Kozhikode, Thrissur, Kottayam, Kollam, Thiruvananthapuram, and all the major districts were covered in the raids. The workers here are alleging that the RSS is behind this. It's an agenda by the RSS, and we are not going to allow them to suppress us or to destroy PFI. They said that they are going to fight against the agenda that's been brought out by RSS against PFI.
Let me cut across to Mustafa Sheikh, also joining us for a little perspective there. Mustafa, a quick word again on the dossier that we have. The NIA has carried out huge planning before launching this pan-India raids across 10 states. Tell us a little more on how many officers have been involved in this operation, one of the largest anti-terror crackdown in recent times.
Surely so, it was a biggest operation by the NIA, and you can say that many officers were present. In fact, here at the Nerul office of the Popular Front of India, at least 5 to 6 NIA officials were present. They left in 2 cars. There were some documents which were seized. Let me show you the visuals inside the PFI office right now. The Popular Front of India office, which is at Nerul, you can see here. What the office bearers here are saying is that they cooperated with the agency in whatever cooperation was needed. It's a central agency. For their defense, they claim that Popular Front of India is a social organization, and hence here you can say that it's a whatever documents were needed by the NIA were given to them. So these are the office. We are showing you the mezzanine floor of this office of the Popular Front of India at Nerul. So these are the office from which electronic and other paper documents have been seized by the NIA at this point, and they are investigating further. There were 2 cars in which these documents were kept. People who were detained earlier, and after collecting those documents, NIA has left towards Mumbai for their offices, and they'll be investigating further. But we'll know, sir, आप लोग के पास जो जानकारी है, कुछ लोगों को हिरासत में भी लिया गया यहाँ से?
नहीं, किसी को नहीं लिया, मेरे को मालूम नहीं उतना. मैं
डॉक्यूमेंट्स लिए गए?
नहीं, खाली डॉक्यूमेंट्स लेके गया देखा.
So the documents which were in the office were collected by the NIA officials who have just left for the NIA Mumbai office. Back to you.
All right. Mustafa, we're going to come back to you, but as we see massive crackdown there on the PFI, the NIA raids have come just after a series of events which are linked to the PFI. The PFI was linked to the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in which Prime Minister Modi was on target. The plot was to attack the Prime Minister during his Patna visit. Apart from that, member of the group and a karate teacher was nabbed by the NIA, who allegedly provided terror training to youth and inciting them. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on July 26th in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district. In fact, we see the group has been accused of also inciting multiple protests when it comes to hijab as well as the anti-CAA protests. The agency is also probing the Hawala money trail linked to the PFI. Recently, MHA, the Ministry of Home Affairs, was made aware by the central agencies that PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized networks from the Gulf countries as part of this criminal conspiracy. Now, these are all allegations and suspicion that the NIA has, which now needs to be investigated. Let me quickly cut across to Pooja Shali joining us for a little explanation there on the reason behind this PFI crackdown in the country.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Pulwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nizamabad, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run, but in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
All right, now PFI condemns the NIA, ED pan-India raids that have been taken place. That right now we see PFI protesters coming out on the streets claim that these raids are nothing but an attempt to suppress dissenting voices. The PFI in its official statement has slammed the centre, saying the government is using these agencies to silence their voice. Popular Front of India, the National Executive Council, has added that NIA's claims is all to sensationalize and solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Amid the raids, PFI workers have staged a protest across several parts of India, including Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu. In fact, NIA and the ED both launched this massive nationwide search operation against groups including the PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have also been arrested in the wee hours of this morning. ED has been investigating PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests that rocked the country, Delhi riots as well that took place in February 2020, where they believe that there's been a conspiracy hatched by the PFI to instigate.
Only local police itself getting the information and they are involving into the issue. So this is a shame to the, we look into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies and they should not allow any further actions like this.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை வந்து தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியிலே எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய ஆர்எஸ்எஸ்னுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய NIAவும் EDயும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
20-25 से ज़्यादा लोग थे. 4 बजे आए अचानक से, दरवाज़ा ज़ोर से खड़बड़ाया और मेरे शौहर को बुलाया, खींचा और पूरे घर की तलाशी ली और सारे हमारे मोबाइल को, हमारे शौहर के दोनों मोबाइल को, सारे मोबाइल को बगैर इजाज़त के उठा लिया.
जो राइड चल रहे हैं ये सब एक डराने की साजिश चल रही है. कौन डरा रहे हैं आपको मालूम है? जो ऊपर सियासत में जो बैठे हैं NIA को और ED को उनका टूल किट बनाकर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. तो हम सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया कर्नूल डिस्ट्रिक्ट या कर्नूल असेंबली से ये आप सब लोगों को इतला देते हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप हमारे हर मेंबर के घर पर आप राइड करो, इंशाअल्लाह कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, आपको फटकारी मिलेंगी और आपको नारे ही मिलेंगे.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे. फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से. फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है. लेकिन वो बाहर जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है. जिद करते करते 7:30 हो गई. फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर? वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है. तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर? तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए ना कुछ दिखाए और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई. फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया. देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, आप जो है बाद में थाने पे जाके मिल लेंगे वो, लेकिन उन्होंने नहीं माना और ज़बरदस्ती मतलब कहा चलने के लिए साथ में और फिर वो लेकर गए साथ में. घर में भी उन्होंने बहुत सारी मतलब सामान की देखभाल की, अलमीरा वगैरह, लॉकर वगैरह सबको खोल खाल किया, इधर उधर पूरा सामान को चेक किया. उन्हें 2 मोबाइल मेरा लेकर गए.
Amid a nationwide crackdown by National Investigative Agency, the team of NIA has landed here in Kolkata probing the PFI, and let me show you what exactly happening on the streets of Kolkata at this point in time. We're given to understand that place, which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building, which is located in Tiljora, is the particular office of PFI, in Kolkata, which is under scanner now. This morning, a team of NIA officials reached here, and they are grilling Sheikh Mukhtar, who is considered to be an office bearer of PFI, as several CRPF personnel, they are blocking the way and not allowing anyone to enter this particular stretch of lane, which is located in Tiljora. What more we are given to understand, that particular person and his role is under scanner now. Several documents have been recovered from his place. So further interrogation and of course more reveals are yet to come as of now. With camera person Praveen Vishwas, this is Ritik for India Today from Kolkata.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids across various locations here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We're here at one of the PFI offices here at Chandrayan Gutta. As you can see, the Popular Front of India office here at Chandrayan Gutta not only has a notice been issued, but also the entire office has been sealed as well. We do know that these searches that were conducted started early this morning, and officials had also seized various documents, hard disks, pen drives, and several other incriminating evidences is what we do know. While searches are underway in across various locations, we also do know that these raids are not only happening in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, in Hyderabad, but also in across various locations in South India, including Karnataka and Tamil Nadu as well. In Andhra Pradesh and in Andhra Pradesh, raids are ongoing in Nellore and Chittoor, where in other areas in Hyderabad and several other areas as well, these raids are being conducted. What we do know is that raids that started since early this morning, pan India, are being conducted simultaneously across various locations. Here at Chandrayan Gutta, the notice that has also been put in place also reads that the people of this PFI office here at Chandrayan Gutta must come and visit and meet with the NIA officials before the seal that has been set in place must be removed. This is the seal that NIA officials had set here at the Chandrayan Gutta office of PFI, and with the seal that has been set in place, sources do say that not only have incriminating documents, pen drive and hard disks have been seized here, but also raids are simultaneously underway across various locations here in Hyderabad. With video journalist Asim Apurva, Chandran, India Today.
Let me quickly cut across to Mustafa Sheikh joining us for more. Mustafa, the raids is really one of a kind. This has never happened in the past, this kind of anti-terror crackdown simultaneously across 10 states. It must have needed much coordination. between these NIA officials, the police, the CAPF and all the other police wings who have worked in tandem and launched this statewide anti-terror crackdown. Very carefully done, clearly without letting any of the PFI leadership know about it. They certainly seemed like they were taken off guard.
No, yes, it's true that it's an effort on a national level taken by a national agency called NIA, and we are just outside the Nerul office of Popular Front of India. The office now has been shut down. What we are hearing from here is that some people have been detained for questioning, some documents were collected, and this is not only in Nerul. Only in Maharashtra, there are about 8 to 9 locations where these raids have taken place, be it Mumbai, Navi Mumbai, Nashik, Aurangabad, Nanded, and there are 4 different FIRs under sections of UAPA Act, waging war against nation and terror funding. The only 4 FIRs are registered in Maharashtra. So there are many other states where this raid took place. So it was a very well coordinated effort. All units of NIA and entire country was alerted, and they were informed on a need to know basis, and they were informed about the location at which the raids have to take place. Also, very cleverly done that the raids started in the late night, early wee hours of the day, when most people didn't realize, even for like 5 to 6 hours till it was early morning, that what happened. So this gave a time period for the NIA to investigate, pick up people and question them on the details which were needed, and later on to corroborate, those people were taken to NIA office, and the team waited at the office to corroborate the details and collect as much as electronic and other evidences which are possible for the investigation. It was a effort which was supported by local police team, by ATS of the various states, so that it can be carried out efficiently. Now we'll have to wait and see what has really come out of this entire investigation once these accused are produced before the courts. What is the conspiracy, or what is the act which PFI was intending to do, and it had to be such a big raid over entire country to seize their operations, because clearly the agency has sent out a very strong message about Popular Front of India being an agency which is involved in anti-national activities. So what are the evidences which the NIA put forward? Only time will tell us. Back to you.
All right, Mustafa, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to quickly cut across to all the developments that came in today on this pan-India crackdown, mostly against the PFI. Delhi PFI chief Parvez Ahmed has been arrested by the NIA after raids. The central agency has seized documents, hard disks and all other material. Office has also been sealed. NIA also has raided the residence of PFI leader Mukhtar's residence in Tiljala area, Kolkata. Probe agency has claimed that Mukhtar is an active member and a leader of the PFI. He was looking after the West Bengal wing of the group. Security has been beefed up at NIA headquarters in Delhi. PFI leaders who have been arrested are likely to be brought into Delhi for questioning. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has slammed the PFI, called it a terror organization. Giriraj has also said that PFI wants to make India a Muslim nation. PFI cadres staged road roko protests at Tamil Nadu's Mettupalayam. Workers of the organization also protested in Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and several other states against the raids. Coming up on the other side of a short break, 2 to 3 crore Waqf land scandal that's rocked Karnataka. BJP MLA is now demanding the abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta is accused of encroachment. More details up next.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs. I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, some big news coming in. The India Today's exclusive news break here. Horrific murder of an ISI agent. A ISI agent shot dead in Kathmandu. Chilling murder that's been caught on cameras. The ISI agent killed right outside his hideout. Agent's daughter jumped to save her father. India Today's exclusive accessed a CCTV camera, a footage of which India Today has access, showing the chilling murder of an ISI agent. CCTV there unfolds the minute details of this execution of an ISI agent, all caught on cameras. This murder has taken place in Nepal's Kathmandu. CCTV details there showing how this ISI agent's daughter also jumped in from the hideout to save her father. On September 19th, ISI agent Lal Muhammad alias Muhammad Darji was killed by unknown assailants in Kathmandu. CCTV here showing how assailants opened fire at Muhammad right outside his hideout. Intelligence agencies tells India Today that Lal Muhammad used to pump. Let me quickly cut across to a reporter for more clarity on this. Arvind, a quick word from you, Arvind Oja. यहाँ पर जो वीडियो दिखाई दे रहा है, CCTV फुटेज यहाँ दिखा रहा है कि एक आदमी जो भाग रहा है किसी से, वो बंदूक लेके उनके पीछे भाग रहा है और उनको अंत में कत्ल किया जाता है. उनकी बेटी भी बीच में आती है उनकी फादर को बचाने के लिए. ये आदमी कौन है और कुछ बताइए ये ISI एजेंट के बारे में.
देखिए, इसका नाम लाल मोहम्मद है और ये काठमांडू के हाइडआउट ने इंडियन एजेंसीज के ये रडार पर था काफी वक्त से. जो पाकिस्तान की खुफिया एजेंसी है ISI, उसके लिए काम कर रहा था और ISI नेपाल में लॉन्च पैड के तौर पर इसको इस्तेमाल कर रही थी, लाल मोहम्मद एलियस मोहम्मद दर्जी को. और इंडिया में फेक करेंसी का सबसे बड़ा ये सप्लायर था. इसको 19 सितंबर को अननोन जो अज्ञात हमलावर थे उन्होंने इस पर अटैक किया और इसको गोलियां मारी है. अगर आप CCTV देखेंगे तो इसकी जो डॉटर है वो भी जंप करती है सेव करने के लिए. इंडियन एजेंसीज ने इंडिया टुडे को ये बताया है कि ये डी गैंग से भी ये लगातार कांटेक्ट में था और पाकिस्तान बांग्लादेश से ISI जो फेक करेंसी नेपाल में पहुंचाती थी, उसके बाद जो लाल मोहम्मद जिसका मर्डर हुआ वो इंडिया में उसे सप्लाई करता था. इसके अलावा जो ISI के एजेंट वो नेपाल पहुंचते थे, उनको शेल्टर देने का काम ये करता था. लगातार जो इंडियन एजेंसीज है, चाहे वो रॉ हो चाहे अदर एजेंसी हो, उनके रडार पर था. उनका डोजियर बकायदा इंडियन एजेंसी ने इसका तैयार कर रखा था और 19 सितंबर इसको कुछ अज्ञात हमलावर के घर पर पहुंचते हैं, हाइडआउट पर पहुंचते हैं और उसके बाद ये अपनी लग्जरी गाड़ी से आता है. उसी दौरान इस पर अटैक किया जाता है. तो इंडियन जो नेपाल की पुलिस है उससे कांटेक्ट में है, क्योंकि ये कहीं ना कहीं भारत का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन इसे कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो FICN है, फेक करेंसी जो बांग्लादेश और पाकिस्तान से आती है, उसको पंप करता था इंडिया में और इंडियन एजेंसीज के रडार पर यह था काफी वक्त से.
और ये विजुअल जो है इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए. उनकी बेटी भी वहां पर उसके फादर को बचाने के लिए पहुंच गई और फिर भी उन्होंने मार दिया था. ये मारा क्यों है, उनको अरेस्ट क्यों नहीं किया गया?
देखिए, ये क्या किसने मारा इसके बारे में अभी तक जानकारी सामने नहीं आई है किसने मारा है, लेकिन ये फेक करेंसी के मामले में बहुत पहले से था. इसके अलावा दाऊद इब्राहिम का जो गैंग है उससे भी ये कांटेक्ट में था पिछले काफी वक्त से. तकरीबन 10 सालों से ये FICN का काम कर रहा था. और जो इंडियन एजेंसीज के सोर्सेज हैं उन्होंने इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि जो ISI है वो इसके हाइडआउट को और इसको खास तौर पे लॉन्च पैड के तौर पर इस्तेमाल कर रही थी. ISI का कोई एजेंट आता था या ISI का कोई ऑपरेशन होता था तो नेपाल में लाल मोहम्मद उनको शेल्टर देता था. उसके अलावा एक बड़ा सिंडिकेट है.
All right, Arvind Oja with more on that. I'm going to quickly cut across to Tamil Nadu though. We see large protests that have erupted in Tamil Nadu by the PFI. Stay with us. All right, huge protest that's erupted in Tamil Nadu. I'm cutting across to Akshaya Nathe. Akshaya, we see protesters of the PFI, belonging to the PFI, who have come out on the streets there in large numbers. They're protesting. Tell us, what is their grouse? Why have they come out in huge numbers? We know many of their leaders have been arrested, but the NIA claims that these people have links with terror funding and have been supporting terrorists tacitly. But what are their claims, those who have come out in protest?
Kabila, from early morning today, we had seen that NIA has been conducting raids across Tamil Nadu and several parts of the country. And based on that, we're seeing that people who are part of the Popular Front of India are conducting protests in different parts of the city. And right now, we are in Pudupete, a very arterial area in the Chennai city, and which also has a huge Muslim population also. You can see here how police officials have completely barricaded the area, and they
have actually cordoned off the people from moving into the road. Just a few minutes from now, a few minutes ago, we've seen that these people had gone onto the road and tried creating a road roko, but immediately police officials got into force and they had removed them. And at this point of time, we can see how they have been talking and addressing the audience, and they have been also claiming that the NIA and the other central agencies are targeting PFI as an organization and calling them terror group, which is not true. And they're saying that this will not be tolerated and protest will erupt across the state and the country. And we're seeing that regularly various attempts are being done to push these groups away is what they are claiming. They're saying that they're trying to be suppressed and that will not be allowed. They have been doing great deeds for the general public and for the people of the country is what they claim. And at this point of time, we'll just ask a couple of people who are here as to what they think about the protest. இன்னைக்கு வந்து நீங்க இங்க protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. எதுக்காக protest பண்றீங்கன்னு கொஞ்சம் சொல்றீங்களா? நீங்க காலையில இருந்து இப்ப protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. எதுக்காக இந்த protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க?
PFI தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லா வந்து இந்தியா ஃபுல்லா ரைட் பண்றாங்க. அது விஷயமா தான் சம்பந்தம் இல்லாம நல்ல மக்கள் நல்லது தான் செய்றோம். நல்லது செஞ்சு அந்த மாதிரி பண்றனால தான் ரைட் பண்றோம்.
The gentleman just said that even though they're doing good for the people, they're still being targeted. அண்ணா சொல்றாங்க இந்த மாதிரி டெரர் குரூப்ஸோட லிங்க் இருக்கு. அது சம்பந்தமா தான் இந்த ரேட்ஸ் அப்படினு சொல்றாங்க. அந்த டெரர் லிங்க்ஸ் பத்தி நீங்க என்ன சொல்றீங்க? அது
விஷயமா வந்து ஒரு எவிடன்ஸ் கூட எடுக்கல. வரைக்கும் எவிடன்ஸ் எடுக்கவே சொன்னா வேணும்டா அந்த மாதிரி பண்றாங்க. எவிடன்ஸ் ஒண்ணுமே எடுக்கல.
They're saying that there is no evidence which is there against them. Then how can they say they're part of the terror link is a question which is being raised by one of the protesters who are here, Nabila. And we're seeing that continuously police officials in different parts of the city are also trying to ensure law and order situation, because in many areas people of the PFI tried doing a road roko as a protest against the constant raid that is happening in the PFI offices and with the PFI officials in different parts of Tamil Nadu. Anna, இன்னைக்கு வந்து நீங்க protest பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. அத குறித்து கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்க. ஏன் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி protest பண்றீங்க?
இந்த protest என்பது தேசிய புலனாய்வு முகமை என்று சொல்லப்படுகின்ற NIA இன்று தமிழகத்தினுடைய நிலைமையான கோட்டஸாக இருக்கின்ற பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியாவினுடைய அலுவலகத்தை காலை 3:30 மணி அளவுக்கு அவர்கள் சோதனை செய்ய வந்தார்கள். 8:50க்கு அது சோதனை முடித்துவிட்டு சென்றார்கள். இந்த சோதனை என்பது இது 2வது முறை தமிழகத்தில் நடைபெறுகிறது. முதல் நடைபெற்ற பொழுது கூட எந்த ஆவணங்களும் அவர் கைப்பற்றப்படவில்லை. எந்த ஆவணம் எங்கிட்ட இல்லை. பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா என்பது ஒரு திறந்த புத்தகத்தை போன்றது. அவரை எப்போது வேண்டு யார் வேண்டுமானாலும் படித்துக் கொள்ளலாம்.
The gentleman here is saying that PFI is like an open book, and he's continuously stating that there were no evidences which have been taken from them against them or to prove that they're a terror organization. This is just a vendetta politics which is played out is what they're claiming now, Nabila, and the protest seems to be continuing. We have to wait and watch what actions will be taken, but at this juncture there is a protest that is going on in Pudupete by the PFI members in Chennai. Nabila.
Akshaya, give us some clarity. Like we saw NIA launching raids across India. In Tamil Nadu, how was it done? Was it also carried out in the wee hours of the morning? We hear it was almost a midnight operation there where they launched this simultaneous raid so that the PFI and its leadership are not aware of this operation. They caught them off guard. So tell us exactly what you know of the NIA raids and how they managed to conduct this in Tamil Nadu.
Nabila, this operation in Tamil Nadu across several cities also started off in the wee hours of today morning, and the PFI main headquarters office in Chennai city as well as several offices in Madurai, Coimbatore and other locations were also raided by officials, and this has not gone really down well with the people or the members of PFI. And as they were saying, multiple raids have been conducted in PFI organizations and related places, and still now no proper evidence against them is collected is what the people here are claiming. And you can hear the kind of slogans that they're raising also against the central government, the NIA, ED. They're saying that constantly these kind of organizations are being used as a propaganda to target PFI is what they're stating here, Nabila.
All right, Akshaya, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to come back to you as India Today's relentless coverage on this NIA crackdown, the most The largest, most important drive that's been taken out by the NIA in the recent past, an anti-terror crackdown where they've raided 10 cities, largely picked up leaders of the PFI, claiming that they could have links with terrorists and there could be extensive terror funding that's operating under the PFI. More details right after a short break. Do stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings.
new opportunities, and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco. Download the app now. India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Mangaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and go back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
And that's our top focus right here on India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me take you through the top news, the headlines first. Major NIA crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members have been arrested in a pan-India raid. 60 arrests that were made so far, all centered around Kerala, Maharashtra, Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting amid pan-India raids. From hijab protest to CAA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrests. PFI hit the streets in protest, calling this deliberate targeting. And politics breaks out over this major PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at the centre, calls it a diversionary tactic. BJP defends the raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. Day 2 of RSS Muslim intellectuals meet. Sangh Chief Mohan Bhagwat meets several prominent Muslim intellectuals in Delhi. RSS says it's part of their Samvad process. 2.3 crore Waqf Board land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP demands abolition of the Waqf Board. Prominent Congress netas accused of encroachment. More state Congress committees push for a Gandhi to lead the party. Rahul Gandhi to address news briefing today. He will be throwing his hat in the ring, or will he be backing Gehlot officially? Remains to be seen. And showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages a massive protest against Bhagwant Mann's government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to Chief Minister Mann's residence. Right, the pan-India raids by the PFI has prompted massive protests across the country as several PFI members have hit the streets against central government. Here are some of the images of the protests coming in today. PFI cadre has resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu. Protesters they are seeking, they staged a road roko protest in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. Top PFI functionary also arrested during the raids in Coimbatore. PFI workers were seen blocking a highway in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over the raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with that police. Eventually, violence broke out. Clashes reported between the PFI workers as well as the police.
These rallies that we organized was banned by the government.
Now, with multiple locations being raided by agencies in Kerala, massive protests have rocked the state. PFI led a protest march at Manjeri in Malappuram. Were also seen blocking the road in Kollam while using and raising slogans against the RSS BJP. Chennai has also witnessed protests at PFI workers gathered outside their office in the city as NIA conducted raids and sealed off the PFI office. Protesters gathered in large numbers to condemn the nationwide crackdown. CRPF personnel were also seen deployed at the PFI office while raids were conducted. All right, as protests there erupt in multiple cities, Tamil Nadu and Chennai no different. Angry protesters hit the streets. Massive protests against the NIA raids at the PFI offices in Chennai. Akshaya Nath, our reporter there, joining us live. Akshaya, a quick word. Show us what's behind you. We see PFI protesters there who have gathered in numbers, who claim that they're innocent, they're being deliberately targeted. What are their claims? Take us through.
Well, Nabila, we're standing at Pudupete and this is where the PFI protest was conducted. We're seeing here that the whole protest has now been stopped by the police officials, and the PFI protesters had raised slogans against the NIA, the ED, and they're saying that this is a crackdown which is being done against them. It is a petty politics which is being played out. I have a PFI member who's also participant in today's protest. Sir, can you tell us about why this protest is being conducted? NIA is saying that several terror links are there for PFI, and that's the reason why these raids are happening across the country.
Today we conduct this protest against NIA activities for our state office raid, along with our chairman and almost 106 persons, our leaders of Popular Front of members are arrested by NIA. These activities we condemn for this activity. Popular Front of India is a social working done by all over the India, especially Corona and as well as rain, especially the social disasters. But NIA is and for only for working for RSS and BJP slogans. So we condemn this raid today. Popular Front of India ரொம்ப மக்களுக்காக செயல்படக்கூடிய ஒரு தேசிய அமைப்பு. ஆனால் வந்து RSS மற்றும் BJP போன்ற இந்துத்துவ சித்தாந்தம் உள்ளவங்களுக்கு பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியாவுடைய செயல்பாடுகள் மிகவும் கஷ்டமா இருக்கு. அவங்களுடைய செயல்பாடுகளை எதிர்க்கிறாங்க, அவங்களுடைய மக்களுக்கு எதிராக பணியாற்றக்கூடிய செயல் திட்டங்களை எதிர்க்கிறாங்கன்ற ஒரே காரணத்தினால இன்னைக்கு அவங்களுடைய துணை அமைப்பான NIA வச்சு இன்னைக்கு எங்களுடைய ஆபீஸ் வந்துட்டு ரைட் நடத்திருக்காங்க.
So Nabila, just to quickly translate what this gentleman was saying, he's saying that NIA, ED and other agencies like which is under the central government are being used as RSS and BJP's tools against the PFI, and he's saying that PFI is just a social activity forum and they've only been doing good for the people of the country, especially during COVID and other natural disasters. And right now you can see the police officials have made all the protesters disperse from the location that we're currently standing at, and we can see that the police presence is still here to ensure that there's no law and order situation. And this is the kind of scene that we're seeing in many parts of Chennai city today. From the wee hours of today morning, we had seen that several offices and locations related to the PFI and the SDPI had been raided by NIA officials, that too from the early hours of today morning. Madurai, Theni, Tenkasi, Coimbatore, Kadalur, all these places had very serious raids going on, and even in Chennai city, the main PFI headquarters was also raided. So at this point of time, members of the Popular Front of India have come out on the roads demanding justice and stating that NIA, ED and other agencies are used against them just to target them by RSS and the BJP, is the kind of claim that is being made here, Nabila.
All right, if you can get some reactions there. Could you reach out to those people who are protesting there yet again? We want to hear some more voices there, Akshaya, on what do they really feel has happened. This is, and I want to know if they've been caught off guard. Did they know of these kind of operations that will be carried out? Were they aware that the NIA was mulling over raiding them? And this has been a while now since the NIA has been calling them a hate outfit, a radical outfit, an extremist outfit, may have links with terror groups abroad. So this is not a new allegation against the PFI. So I want to know what they feel of these allegations that were mounting over the years. It's not something fresh that the NIA has said to us.
Anna, இப்போ வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த மாதிரி சூழ்நிலை it's not something இப்போ வந்தது இல்ல. They have been saying it for quite some time. NIA வந்து உங்களை PFI வந்து டெரர் குரூப்னு வந்து ரொம்ப நாளாவே சித்தரித்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சூழ்நிலையை வந்து நீங்க எப்படி பாக்குறீங்க? இந்த ரேட்ஸ் நடக்கும்ன்றது வந்து நீங்க நினைச்சு பாத்துருக்கீங்களா?
தொடர்ந்து வந்துட்டு NIA இது மாதிரி ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் செய்வாங்க அப்படின்றத நாங்கள் நினச்சி தான் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறோம். என்ன காரணம்னா இப்போலாம் பிஜேபி ஆட்சி வந்துட்டு வந்த பிறகுலேருந்து அவங்க தங்களுடைய ஏஜென்சி, அதாவது நீதித்துறை, எல்லா வகையான தன்னுடைய கவர்மெண்ட்டுடைய ஏஜென்சியை வச்சு அவங்களுக்கு எதிராக நிற்கக்கூடிய எல்லா அமைப்புகளையும் குறிவைக்கிறாங்க. காங்கிரஸ் ஆகட்டும், மற்ற எந்த கட்சிகளாகட்டும், யாரெல்லாம் அவங்களை எதிர்த்து பேசுகிறாங்களோ அதில் பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா இஸ்லாமிய சமூகத்தினுடைய இருந்து பயணிக்கிறதுனால அதில் வந்து முன்னணியில் நின்று இருக்க தான் செய்கிறாங்க. நம்ம அதை அவங்களுடைய எதிர்ப்பை நம்ம வந்து எதிர்கொள்ள தயாராக தான் இருக்கிறோம். அதே சமயத்தில் அவங்க இது வரைக்கும் போட்ட பல வழக்குகள் வந்துட்டு ஒரு 13 வழக்குகள் மட்டும்தான், அதாவது இந்தியா ஃபுல்லாக NIA போட்ட 1000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட வழக்குகளில் 13 வழக்குகள் மட்டும்தான் சார்ஜ் ஷீட்டே போடப்பட்டிருக்கு. இப்படி இருக்கும்போது எல்லாம் அவங்க வந்துட்டு மக்களை வந்துட்டு திசை திருப்பறதுக்காகவும் ஒரு பயமுறுத்துறதுக்காக தான் இந்த மாதிரியான ரெய்டு கேஸ் எல்லாமே வந்து போடுறதுக்கு காரணம். இதை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வளமை போல் என்ன செய்யும், இதற்கும் தங்களுடைய உண்மை எங்கிட்ட இருக்கிறதுனால நம்ம யார்ட்டும் பயப்படணும் அவசியம் இல்லை. இப்போ கூட நம்ம ரோட்டில் நின்று மக்களை திரண்டு எங்களுடைய கண்டனங்களை தெரிவிச்சாகிறோம் தவிர எல்லாரும் முன்னாடி நாங்கள் நிற்கிறோமே தவிர யாருக்கு பார்த்து நம்ம ஓடி ஒழியன்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது.
So just to quickly translate what he just said, Nabila, he's saying that they were well known of fact that NIA and several other agencies which are there under the central government have been used as a power tactic, has been used as an intimidating tactic against all those groups which are against the ruling government. He's saying that even the Congress and the other political parties who have been opposing the centre have been targeted in the past, and similarly that is what is happening with the PFI. And he also goes on to say that over 1,000 cases have been registered by the NIA against PFI, but of which only 13 of them have charge sheets filed. So that is the allegation that is being made by this gentleman, and he says that there is no fear in them. They know that they have not done any wrong, and that's the reason why they have come down on the roads of Chennai city to protest against the NIA and ED. He's also going on to say that it is a high time that these kind of agencies are used by the central government. The usage of these agencies against opposition parties and opposition groups must be stopped, is the demand of these protesters in Chennai. Nabila.
Akshay, thank you very much for joining us on that. We're going to continue tracking those protests coming in from different states, but the massive crackdown on the PFI has really got the PFI members to come out on the streets in hordes to protest against these NIA raids. So the NIA raids come after a series of events that were linked to the PFI as claimed by the local police in different states. The PFI, as per the police, was linked to Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in which Prime Minister Modi was on target. The plot then was to attack the Prime Minister during his Patna visit. Apart from that, a member of the group and a karate teacher was nabbed by the NIA, who allegedly provided terror training to youth and inciting them as well. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on July 26th in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district. And not just that, the group is also accused of inciting multiple hijab protests and violence during the anti-CAA protests. This is what the police has hinted at over the years, that PFI is linked to instigating the mob. The agency is also probing Hawala money trails linked to the PFI. Recently, the Ministry of Home Affairs was also made aware by the central agencies that PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized networks from the Gulf countries as part of their criminal conspiracy. Then we cut across to Pooja, giving us a lowdown on what exactly the NIA suspects as they crack down on the PFI.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Phalwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nizamabad, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run, but in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
All right, that's Pooja Shali bringing us a lowdown on the reasons to why the NIA believes that the PFI has links with some terror outfits and why they are troublemongers. They have been instigating communal tensions in different parts of the country, and they could very well be entrenched in some kind of terror funding, which the NIA wants to probe. Now, the NIA has rounded up more than 110 PFI leaders. PFI, in the meanwhile, has condemned the NIA as well as the ED. The Enforcement Directorate too, along with the NIA, has launched this nationwide raids on all state leaders of the PFI. The organization, the PFI, has now slammed the centre, saying that the government is using these agencies to silence dissenting voices. The Popular Front of India's National Executive Council has also added that NIA's claims is only to sensationalize and solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Amid the raids, PFI workers have also staged protests across several parts of the country, including Kerala, Karnataka, as well as Andhra Pradesh. NIA and the ED has launched a massive nationwide search operation against groups including the PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have been arrested in early hours of the morning. ED has also been investigating the PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests that erupted in the country and rocked Delhi particularly, resulting in riots in February 2020. Alleged conspiracy also in the Hathras case of alleged gang rape and death of a Dalit woman. These are instances which has prompted, it appears, the Home Ministry to crack down. The NIA now carrying out these multiple raids along with the Enforcement Directorate in 10 states where mostly the PFI senior leaders have been arrested. All right, some big news coming in. India now takes up the Hindu hate protests that broke out in the United Kingdom. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, meets with UK Foreign Secretary and shares concerns. Jaishankar says Indian community being targeted in the United Kingdom. S. Jaishankar takes this up with United Kingdom. A warm conversation there with UK Foreign Secretary James Cleverly. Discuss the threat that Indians may face in the United Kingdom. In fact, they also discussed taking forward a roadmap for 2030. As we saw just a few days earlier, right along the lines of the Queen's funeral, and as people across the United Kingdom came out to bid farewell to the Queen, we saw some protests that erupted outside a Hindu temple where some Islamists there chanted slogans condemning Hindus and also store a saffron flag there. Geeta Mohan joining us on the phone line. Geeta, S. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, has met with UK's Foreign Secretary and sharing concern over the Indian community being targeted in the United Kingdom. Take us through what was the deliberation, what more have they spoken about? Has there been a response on these protests that were rolled out by some Islamists outside Hindu temples?
Well, it has been a communal clash in the United Kingdom between both sides, Nabila, and the Indian side certainly raising concerns with regards to Indian community coming under attack, given that the clashes began after the Indo-Pak cricket match in August. And since then, the tensions have been on the rise. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar met with his counterpart, Cleverly, of the United Kingdom on the sidelines of the UNGA in New York. India raised concerns with regards to safety of Indians and people of Indian origin in the United Kingdom. And the United Kingdom, as has been the case in the past also, has assured action. There have been arrests that have been made in the UK, and also spoke about the kind of security preparedness. We've seen the kind of deployment by the Leicester police in and around the religious areas where things have been volatile. So both sides did speak. India raised concerns, and the UK looking into the concerns of the Indian administration.
All right. Geeta, what we saw was certainly unpleasant. Just along the lines of the Queen's funeral, we saw there were protests that were erupted, a saffron flag that was torn off, that was seen erected near a Hindu temple there. So we saw the Hindu groups and the Muslim groups that came face to face, and clashes ensued. And this is not the first time. We know that this has been, this kind of undercurrent, communal tensions between the Hindu-Muslim communities, even in the United Kingdom. Give us some background on this. Has there been any substantial evidence to show that there could be deliberate targeting?
Well, certainly, if it's communal, Nabila, it is deliberate, and the provocations happened according to reports from the UK from both ends. There were massive rallies that were held by the Hindu community as well in Muslim-dominated areas. And then we saw a backlash with property being damaged by certain communities targeting Hindu temple and Hindu community. So, but the origins are not just communal. The origins are also to do with India and Pakistan. There's a huge Pakistan origin population in the United Kingdom, again a vote bank, and a huge Indian origin population in the United Kingdom who also are a vote bank. So sensitivities when it comes to these communities are absolutely always on a high on both sides. And the authorities, Leicester police certainly were on the ground. They reached the place quite early on and had barricaded the entire area, tried to quell the crowds. But in terms of investigation, the investigations are underway. We're given to understand that arrests have been made. But where are the investigations headed and what are the details are yet to come out, Nabila. This certainly is not the first time, like you said. It is something that both sides have been talking about in the past as well. The Indian side absolutely concerned about the safety and security of Indian community in the United Kingdom, even people of Indian origin from the Hindu community, and that certainly has been voiced to the UK side because there was a bilateral on the sidelines of the UNGA in New York.
All right. As we see, there's as Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, has also put out a tweet. Geeta, would you elaborate for us? That tweet he's put out saying that they are discussing the roadmap to 2030. Geeta?
UK balance.
All right, cutting across to some big breaking news. Suspense over who's going to be the next Congress president. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of this Congress president's race. Yes or no? We'll know in just a few moments. Rahul says that he has made his position quite clear. Rahul won't contest polls. While questioned, Rahul says won't contest polls. In fact, he's instead given advice on prospective candidates. Rahul Gandhi says, and I quote, in the last PC, I have made my position clear and I will stick to it. I have repeated it many times. Please see what I've said in the last press conference. The Congress president is an ideological post. It is a belief system. My advice should be whoever becomes the Congress president, he represents a belief system and ideology of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi is saying that he's not willing to contest, and he said this time and again.
चाहे वो बैंक से हो, चाहे वो सरकार से, वो हमें नहीं मिलती। तो घुमा फिर कर हम वहीं उन तीनों मुद्दों पे पहुंच जाते हैं। I believe you have a new owner. You have a new owner? That's what I'm talking about, right? I'm going to answer your question, but that's just an example of what I was saying. I'm going to answer a question, but by the way, one second. By the way, ownership of newspapers is not immaterial at all. Ownership of newspapers defines what newspapers do. Yeah.
So I want to know right now, since you're leading this yatra, will you be the face of 2020?
I am, as I have repeatedly said, this is a yatra being done by hundreds of Congress people. Actually in Kerala now, lakhs of people. I am a participant in this yatra. You choose to focus everything on me, right? This is your choice. But the idea of the yatra is hundreds, thousands, lakhs of Congress people walking from
press conference,
side,
but let's get to the moot
India
question. Will Rahul Gandhi be contesting Congress presidential election or not? I have Maushmi Singh joining us for a little perspective there. Maushmi, Rahul Gandhi, we believe just a little earlier, has said that he's not willing to contest polls, and he's made himself quite clear time and again. Tell us a little more. What has he said about this Congress presidential election? When is it going to happen? One, and two, who are the potential candidates? Will Rahul Gandhi throw his hat in?
a position. It's a historic position. And it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. It is a belief system. So my advice would be that whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
All right, as we continue tracking what Rahul Gandhi says in that press conference, I'm going to cut across to Sanjay Jha, political analyst, former Congress Neta. Mr. Jha, Rahul Gandhi says that Congress president is an ideological post. It depends who wants to contest. It's a free and fair election. Speaking of himself, says he's not willing to contest. He's made his position quite clear. How would you look at this development? Is Congress heading the right way?
Well, I think Rahul Gandhi needs to be, congratulated, admired, and appreciated for being so forthright. In 2019, when he resigned as a Congress president, he had indicated that neither he nor any member of his family ought to be the next Congress president. In ensuring that that is happening, I think he is actually going to enhance his credibility by a real significant number. And, I do also feel that he's absolutely right that while, the Congress party has a political battle, an electoral contest to win against the BJP and other rivals, ultimately Congress represents in a great number of ways the Constitution of India, which is secularism, pluralism, progressive politics of change, inclusive, basically being a liberal democracy. And I do think that whoever becomes the Congress president, I mean, at the moment, people are speculating on Mr. Gehlot or Dr. Tharoor, or it could be some third person as well. It doesn't matter. The truth is that you represent an idea of India as enshrined in the Constitution. So I think that is a very fair statement. Because, see, in a political organization is always a competing space. You know, we always talk about this personality, this success, this background, this ability to win votes. But ultimately, any organization is driven by its ideology. What does it stand for? What's his view on foreign policy, on the economy, on inclusiveness, on religious harmony, on independence of institutions, and so on and so forth. So I believe that's a very correct statement. And therefore, I'm sure everybody is waiting with bated breath to see who all are going to be filing their nominations and who ultimately becomes the Congress president.
You know, Mr. Jha, there's also a lot of speculation that there could be a decision made rather than an election, that this could possibly be handed over to Ashok Gehlot. Again, speculation, there's nothing substantial that we have to confirm this. But would you look at it in a way that the Congress party has always favored some of their senior leaders? Will this be almost a handover and less of an election?
Well, you know, I'm not going to be so skeptical about it, and I'll tell you why. There is bound to be somebody whom somebody likes more than the other, right? That's very, very normal. I think what the Congress is doing right is to actually do the election. If there is no election, frankly, I will be terribly disappointed. I believe Congress has tremendous talent, and why not compete for the top job? I mean, frankly speaking, I think there are other people who should throw their hat in the ring as well. So, you know, although it's obviously being rumored that Ashok Gehlot is very close to the Gandhis, and that if he stands and, you know, they give him, you know, a subtle support or a covert support or a surreptitious backing, then he's going to win it hands down against Shashi or anybody else. Well, that may be true because, you know, ultimately, you know, as you can see by the number of resolutions passed by different states, they still would like Rahul Gandhi to be the Congress president. So if they don't have him, they will say, who do you favor? And that candidate will definitely be first among equals. But even if that were to happen, assuming it does, I think Shashi would provide an extremely, you know, animated conversation for the job. And I think it would be good to see the Congress people battle it out. You know, I remember Rahul when he started and he came with a lot of fresh ideas, wanted the primaries in the Congress, just like how you have it for the, you know, the presidential and the democratic or the UK parliamentary system. Unfortunately, in India, we just don't do this at all. But imagine, just as you are part of the media, wouldn't it have been great if you could have 5 Congress leaders fighting for the big job and coming on India Today and debating what they stand for? I mean, this is what a good democracy is all about. So I will probably keep my fingers crossed and hope that even if Mr. Gehlot becomes the president, and it is, you know, assumed that he got the backing of the High Command, it is still an election, and I'm glad that, you know, the party is moving forward. I think all these accusations of remote control and all that, frankly speaking, is hugely exaggerated. We all have favorites. As long as eventually they do their job, what they're supposed to do, I think the Congress will be in a good wicket.
Right. You know, Mr. Jha, there was a lot of talk about how, in fact, the BJP tried to target Rahul Gandhi, saying that Rahul Gandhi is so arrogant that he does not even want to contest elections. He does not believe in contesting elections. Even in the Manmohan Singh cabinet, he refused to contest. He refused to partake. So this high-handedness and this arrogance is what is visible even now, which is why he refuses to contest. He doesn't want to be humiliated, and therefore he backs out.
No, the truth is that he won, you know, there was no contest against him in 2017. And I'll be very honest with you, if Rahul Gandhi were to contest, and let's assume he changes his mind, and tomorrow, a day after he files his nomination, he will win it hands down. I don't think there'll be any contest at all, because even if Shashi or anybody stands opposite him, it'll be a complete one-sided sweep. He's popular. You see, this is a problem for the Congress, right? And I think Rahul has sensed it, that the Congress can't do without the Gandhis. But the country is telling the Congress, can you move on beyond the Gandhi family? We know you love them, but politically we want you to put up a new face. And this is a dilemma that the Congress party has been struggling with for the last couple of years. In my opinion, Rahul probably, you know, carrying this impression that he's been the de facto head of the party and that he's running the show, that he, you know, nominated or announced the name of Charanjit Singh Channi as the Punjab Chief Minister. I think all these have created the perception that Rahul was, basically running the party without any responsibility. And I think it's important not to kind of have this kind of a liability.
With us, I'm going to cut across to Rahul Gandhi, who was speaking at that presser.
And I'm saying this with a significant degree of pride, because we are the only political party in this country that does this.
Right, friends, I think we have come to the end of the press conference. दो क्वेश्चन नहीं ले सकते हैं भाई, टाइम नहीं, please, you have asked your question. Mr. Rahul Gandhi has had 2 press interactions in the last 15 days. There are some leaders who have been in public life for 20 years and not had a single press conference, not had a single press interaction.
No, I think there's only one leader, not some leaders.
Correction, thank you.
I think there's only one leader.
For 20 years who has not answered or subjected himself to a press interaction, even though that interaction may revolve around only one question. So I thank you very much. Mr. Gandhi has other engagements now, please. He has to meet others and then go back to the yatra. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Press conference there that Rahul Gandhi has held in Kerala as part of his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Now, the suspense is growing over who is going to be the next Congress president. The Congress president's polls are likely to take place anytime this week, and it appears that Rahul Gandhi has already made it clear. Again, during this press conference, he said, I've already said I'm not interested to contest. Please refer to my previous press conference comments, and that makes it quite clear that I'm not willing to contest. I will not contest. Congress president is an ideological post, and the fair man wins. That's more or less sums up what Rahul Gandhi has said as part of this press conference. But nonetheless, the suspense now only growing. There's a lot of talk about Ashok Gehlot, right now Rajasthan Chief Minister, who is likely to throw his hat in the ring. Shashi Tharoor, another prominent name that's doing the rounds. So who will it be, Gehlot or Tharoor? It seems like Rahul Gandhi himself has opted out. So now the suspense over who's the non-Gandhi face that will be at the helm of affairs for the Congress party. A bid to revive the Congress ahead of the 2024 polls. The Congress now indulging in a huge rejig, starting with its president's face. Right now it's Sonia Gandhi, who's been the interim president for years now. There has been growing clamour around Rahul Gandhi being made the Congress president, but Rahul himself has said time and again that he refuses to be, does not want to be, has opted out. Shashi Tharoor, Ashok Gehlot, two of the prominent names doing the rounds on face for the Congress president, who's going to be the choice. Of course, if this is an election, then the election will decide. But if not, if this is a choice that they will hand over to Ashok Gehlot or to Shashi Tharoor, that also is something that we've got to wait and see. Will there be an election, or will it be a mere selection? That clarity we'll know in just a little while. But Rahul Gandhi himself says he's made it clear he's not in the race to contest for Congress president's poll. Now, Rahul Gandhi, particularly, while asked this question in that press conference, says that I'm ruling myself out, and I've said this again. In fact, even in my previous pressers, I've made it very clear. I've made my position quite clear that I won't contest Congress polls. And Rahul Gandhi says that the position of the Congress president is an ideological one. It's something that needs much thought and is a huge responsibility, and therefore he will only give advice on prospective candidates. He says, and I quote, that in my last press conference, I have made my position clear. I will stick to it. I have repeated it many times. Please see what I've said in the last presser. The Congress president is an ideological post. It is a belief system. My advice should be, whoever becomes a Congress president, he represents a belief system and an ideology of the Congress. These are the words of the Congress MP, Rahul Gandhi, hailing from the Gandhi family, who've been at the helm of affairs for the Congress party for decades. Now known as the first family of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi now, possibly for the first time in Congress's history, that a non-Gandhi will be selected to be the Congress president. He decides to opt out. This is a huge development coming in within the Congress circles. and within the party itself, a huge rejig. A face change would mean that the Congress will be led by a non-Gandhi. That itself was a far-fetched idea just a year ago. But it appears that this time the Congress, after facing massive defeat, state after state, and quite a humiliating defeat, considering that many of the states that they were governing, they lost out. And considering that they've been dwindling ever since the BJP has come to power, not once but twice, 2 times around, many of the states, Congress has literally been wiped out. So the Congress now deciding for some real internal changes, and that they start with a non-Gandhi face to lead the party. Supriya Bhardwaj joining us live. Supriya has been tracking the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Supriya, a quick word from you. Rahul Gandhi has opted out. He's not going to be contesting Congress presidential election. He says this is an ideological position. Whoever is selected and elected as Congress president must take forward the party's ideology. So it's a huge responsibility. I'm out.
Well, as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, Nabila, he has given a clear indication that he still takes the stand which he has taken in 2019 when he had resigned. He has gone all out to strengthen the Congress organization. Today also he was not very keen to answer as far as the direct question of the candidate of the for the election of the Congress president is concerned. When asked about one position, he made it very clear that the resolution which was passed in Udaipur Chintan Shivir holds the ground. It is still very much valid, and that's why sending a message loud and clear that either Mr. Gehlot will be a chief minister or he will be the Congress president. At the same time also he was very clear that whosoever will be the next Congress president or is a candidate, he has to ensure that the post of the Congress president comes with a huge responsibility, and the responsibility is in connection with that of the ideas, the ideologies and the viewpoints that Congress party as well as the Congress party's entire leadership represents. So he was very clear about it. And also when asked about Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who also is a fellow MP, comes from Kerala, Rahul Gandhi is an MP from Wayanad, he said categorically that everybody is allowed to come, and it is good to have a contest. So if we are in a way going to see a contest, it seems the message is loud and clear that they from 24th of September, day after tomorrow, when the nomination starts, Congress party will be seeing a lot of leaders coming in and filing their for the candidates will be filing their nomination for the post for the election of the post of Congress president. But one thing is for sure, Rahul Gandhi has sent a message loud and clear from Kochi today that he is a man on mission. He is going all out, and he is raising the issues of unemployment and that of the price rise. And finally, what he had said that as to how the communal idea, the communal harmony has to be restored in the country. He has also said one more thing, Nabila, which is very important. All the opposition parties have to come together. They have to strategize to take on the might of BJP, the financial might, the institutional power. He said very categorically that all the opposition parties should come together and they should brainstorm and come up with a strategy to take on the BJP as far as 2024 election is concerned. So these are the big takeaways from this press conference where we are. When we asked him as to how has been his experience at the Bharat Yatri, he said right now he's just a district Yatri and he has to go all the way to come up and share his experience as far as Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned. The Yatra completes 15 days today, and it started from Kanyakumari on September 7th. That time in Tamil Nadu, Rahul Gandhi had sent a message loud and clear that whatever his position is as far as the candidate, being a candidate for the Congress president poll is concerned, it will be out by 30th of September. Today also he was said patience, everything will be out in coming days. Nabila.
All right. Supriya, a quick word from you on the Congress president's poll yet again. There's a lot of talk that there could be a likelihood that there won't be an election as well. Give us some clarity on that. Is the Congress senior leadership entirely pro-election? Do they want an election to take place, a free and fair one? Or is there going to be any kind of favoritism? Ashok Gehlot, Shashi Tharoor, both of them are the top names doing the rounds where this post will be handed over to either one of them. May not be an election, but just selection. How true is that?
Well, Nabila, I think we are looking at a situation where an election will take place. We are also seeing at a situation where just now Rahul Gandhi has said, when asked about Shashi Tharoor, that election is good and anybody who is a Congress person and believes in the ideology can fight the election. Already there was this information trickling out from Delhi saying that the top leadership has categorically said that they will remain neutral. Anybody who wants to contest can go all out and fight the election. There are many names doing the rounds. People who want to fight the election as a candidate are coming out. But as far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, Nabila, what has happened here is that Rahul Gandhi is now the face of the Congress party. The Bharat Jodo Yatra, which started from Kanyakumari and is heading towards Kashmir, what you see at ground zero is nothing but only one thing, that workers, the leaders are saying Rahul Gandhi. So you will see huge cutouts of Rahul Gandhi. There's no other leaders cutout has been there. People have actually come to see Rahul Gandhi. So if we see a situation which is there, that the face of the party is Rahul Gandhi, whether they are senior leaders from the party, when we talk to them, they say that a new Congress is coming out and a new Rahul Gandhi will emerge. Under him, a new leadership of the party will emerge. Right now, the topmost the priority of the party is to strengthen the organization. The elections will take place is what many leaders have told us, but the real basic issue, which is actually the big crisis of the party, is that they have to strengthen the party. They have to bring in a lot of young people and also to spread the ideology. So this is what the Bharat Jodo Yatra is also doing, apart from the three main issues that Mr. Gandhi had said, that the raising of the issue of unemployment, issue of price rise and that of the communal harmony. So apart from this, the other motive of this yatra is to strengthen Congress party, and this is what exactly is happening at ground zero.
All right, now this Bharat Jodo Yatra, tell us how much traction it's gained. What's the kind of, the support or the actual purpose that they took off this yatra for, to connect with the people? Has it really gained that kind of attention and traction on ground? All right, I'm going to cut across to Supriya and connect a line on that. But Congress ka King Kaun? That's the question right now on our minds. Who's going to be the top, the man who's going to be leading the party now, a non-Gandhi face? Contenders for the job include Shashi Tharoor and Ashok Gehlot. But at least 10 other state Congress units have passed a resolution demanding that Rahul Gandhi indeed be made the party president. So is it Gandhi Mukt Congress that we will be seeing in the near future? And how serious is this grand old party about this new poll reforms? Let's have a listen.
No, come on.
The Scion makes a splash. While his party is caught between the rock and a hard place at the crucial juncture of electing a new president. Almost a dozen state Congress units have rooted for Rahul Gandhi for the top job in the grand old party. All this when the leader has ruled himself out of the fray.
He is not a consensus candidate. He is the only candidate which is acceptable to the people of congressmen not only in Kerala, throughout the country. Because everybody knows that if he will take up the responsibility, that will be a new, we are going to start a new era in Indian politics. And he has got that courage to fight against Modi and the anti-people policies of the BJP, RSS combined.
Support at the same time seems to be diminishing for the one who seems ready to toss his hat into the ring.
If he is ready to say, I will support always in Nehru family, can he say? The person who are telling, I will openly support Nehru family, I will stand with him and the family. That person, they get 100% votes from the state of Kerala.
Otherwise, no.
Otherwise, no.
If Shashi Tharoor still decides to contest, he will likely face a tough challenge from Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. The 71-year-old veteran is believed to enjoy the proverbial blessings of the Gandhi High Command. In Delhi, Gehlot gave it a go.
आज अगर मान लो पार्टी के लोग चाहते हैं कि नहीं मेरी जरूरत है मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अध्यक्ष के रूप में मैं मना नहीं कर सकता.
In an ideal situation that would have settled the election issue within Congress, a smooth contest between an Ashok Gehlot backed by the Gandhis on one side and a Shashi Tharoor on the other.
हम जानते थे कि निकम्मा है, नाकारा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है, खाली लोगों को लड़वा रहा है.
But not too distant memories of rivalry within Rajasthan Congress revived again as the state CM arrived in Delhi to meet interim party president Sonia Gandhi.
Mrs. Gandhi has also said many times in Udaipur, she said that the party is a strong organization if we have a democratic process, which is the only party in India where we have election process. So let's wait and see what happens. No matter what the outcome is, the party will come out stronger. That's what I believe.
And his former deputy joined Rahul in the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kochi, sparking speculations about a potential clash between the two over the CM's post in Rajasthan. In Delhi, however, Gehlot indicated he was in no mood to quit as chief minister in the event of his election as party president.
कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष चुनाव ओपन है, जिसमें कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है. ये तो जो 9,000 लोग हैं, 9,000 में से कोई भी व्यक्ति खड़ा हो सकता है, चाहे वो MP है, MLA, मंत्री है, मुख्यमंत्री है. कल कोई कहते कि राज्य का मंत्री मैं खड़ा होना चाहता हूँ, तो वो हो सकता है, वो मंत्री भी रह सकता है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बन सकता है.
His comments gave the BJP a handle to mock Congress and its Rajasthan leadership. But Congress seemed to be in no rush to enforce its one person, one post rule from its Udaipur declaration in May this year.
कानून क्या कहता है, कांग्रेस का संविधान क्या कहता है?
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में ऐसा नहीं है, कोई भी लड़ सकता है, डेलीगेट होना चाहिए.
सिर्फ डेलीगेट होना जरूरी है किसी भी पद पर रहते हुए
नहीं.
Election or handpicking? The exercise to give Congress a new president is a test for the party to prove how serious it is about introducing meaningful reforms to revive its sagging fortunes. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the stakes are very high for the Congress party ahead of 2024, which is why this presidential election is being keenly watched. Over the next few weeks, watch out for the biggest faces, the most detailed analysis on what plagues the Congress, premiering very soon right here on India Today. Let's have a look at what to anticipate.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
Obviously, the biggest and most talked about story internationally right now is the death of Queen Elizabeth II. After a week of a particularly anti-colonialist drive taken by the government, strangely, a day of mourning was declared.
I find it unnecessary, Shiv. You have messages that come in from the Prime Minister, which is okay, fine. You know, he's the Prime Minister, he's sending out a message of condolence on behalf of the nation. But then you take that forward and then announce one day of mourning in India. What was the need for that?
You want to reach out to the Raj in every way, or at least the United Kingdom as it stands today. Free trade pacts, student partnerships. You want to build a stronger relationship with UK, but we will decolonize by changing the name from Rajpat to Kartavya. Change my name also tomorrow, Rajdeep to Kartavya.
So what's bogus and hypocritical is not the name change. What's bogus and hypocritical is the mourning.
But when you start, doing good Kartavya, you will be called Kartavya.
Prime Minister Modi himself has been very diplomatically correct when it comes to global relationship. I think Modi has aced it. So this is basically just protocol.
A certain respect for Queen Elizabeth, the individual. And therefore, if the state decides to give one day morning, theek hai yaar. Why debating? And that too in English. That too you are debating in English. The language of the Queen.
My view, if you are getting rid of St. George's Cross, if you're getting rid of Rajpath and those things, which is why it looks a little jarring to me.
Mourn the Queen, but don't show your allegiance to the empire like that by declaring state mourning.
Fact remains, special relationship is a two-way street. Hand over Vijay Mallya, hand over Nirav Modi. Do not hide Indian fugitives in your country, and don't let the British Museum look like an active crime scene.
All I'm going to say now, I personally believe that the India-UK relationship is way beyond the royal family, and that's the way it actually should be.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
la main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants, aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Bengaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and Go Back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
Very good afternoon and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Major NIA crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs meeting amidst the pan-India raids.
PFI rallies.
From hijab protest to CA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrest. PFI hits the streets in protest. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at the centre, calls a diversionary tactic. BJP defence raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race, says, have made my position clear. All eyes on now who is going to be the next Congress chief.
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP MLAs demand abolition of Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neda accused of encroachment. Showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages massive protests against Bhagwant Mann government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching from Chief Minister Mann's residence.
And let's begin this bulletin with the top developments on pan-India raids against the PFI. Amidst the ongoing raids against the PFI, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired key meeting with NSA and top officials. Kerala police detained PFI workers in Kannur after they tried to block a road in order to protest against the NIA raids. PFI has announced to hold massive countrywide protests against the raids. The organisation also targeted centre over the raids and said fascist government is using agencies to silence dissent.
Earlier by the PFI's state secretary.
PFI workers staged a protest against crackdown in Kerala's Malappuram. The protesters also raised slogans against central government and the NIA. NIA sealed the Telangana PFI head office in Hyderabad in connection with a case registered earlier by the NIA. A near-simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raid saw a never-before crackdown on Islamist PFI. Spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency, the raid saw India's biggest ever anti-terror crackdown in over 13 states. Over 100 suspected Islamist radicals were taken into custody. Incriminating papers, mobiles, laptops and bank account details were seized in the post-midnight swoop. While the maximum number of arrests were made from Kerala, arrests were also made in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Assam, UP, Andhra Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Searches took place over terror funding, organizing training camps, radicalizing people to join terror activities. Over 4 NIA IGs, 1 ADG, 16 SPs took part in the raid, assisted by over 1,000 cops and Central Armed Forces personnel. The Union Home Ministry kept tab on the raids through 1 central and 6 localized control rooms. A week-long recce of over 200 terror suspects was carried out before the raids.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles. You can find a lot of vehicles from both the sides, from either sides being blocked, and people are waiting since a long time since the protest. They are protesting against harshly against the raids that took place since morning across the country. In fact, in Kerala, 50 locations were raided by the National Investigative Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, which started from 3 a.m. and ended at almost 9 a.m. They raided locations, PFI's offices as well as the residence of leaders, PFI leaders at different locations from Malappuram, Kozhikode, Thrissur, Kottayam, Kollam, Thiruvananthapuram, and all the major districts were covered in the raids. The workers here are alleging that the RSS is behind this. It's an agenda by the RSS, and we are not going to allow them to suppress us or to destroy PFI. They said that they are going to fight against the agenda that's been brought out by RSS against PFI.
The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids across various locations here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We're here at one of the PFI offices here at Chandra & Gutta. As you can see, the Popular Front of India office here at Chandra & Gutta not only has a notice been issued, but also the entire office has been sealed as well. We do know that these searches that were conducted started early this morning, and officials had also seized various documents, hard disks, pen drives and several other incriminating evidences is what we do know. While searches are underway in across various locations, we also do know that these raids are not only happening in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, in Hyderabad, but also in across various locations in South India, including Karnataka and Tamil Nadu as well. In Andhra Pradesh and in Andhra Pradesh, raids are ongoing in Nellore, Chittoor, where in other areas in Hyderabad and several other areas as well, these raids are being conducted. What we do know is that raids that started since early this morning, pan-India, are being conducted simultaneously across various locations. Here at Chandra & Gutta, the notice that has also been put in place also reads that the people of this PFI office here at Chandrayan Gutta must come and visit and meet with the NIA officials before the seal that has been set in place must be removed. This is the seal that NIA officials had set here at the Chandrayan Gutta office of PFI, and with the seal that has been set in place, sources do say that not only have incriminating documents, pen drive and hard disk being seized here, but also raids are simultaneously underway across various locations here in Hyderabad. With video journalist Asim Apurva, Jai Chandran, India Today.
Amid a nationwide crackdown by National Investigative Agency, the team of NIA has landed here in Kolkata probing the PFI, and let me show you what exactly happening on the streets of Kolkata at this point in time. We're given to understand that a place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building which is located in Tiljora is the particular office of PFI in Kolkata, which is under scanner now. This morning a team of NIA officials reached here and they are grilling Sheikh Mukhtar, who is considered to be an office bearer of PFI, as several CRPF personnel, they are blocking the way and not allowing anyone to enter this particular stretch of lane which is located in Tiljora. What more we are given to understand, that particular person and his role is under scanner now. Several documents have been recovered from his place. So further interrogation and of course more reveals are yet to come as of now. With camera person Praveen Vishwas, this is Ritik for India Today from Kolkata.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से ये देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
There's breaking news just coming in. Politics speaks over NIA raids on PFI. DMK claims centre misusing NIA Act. DMK says Act allows arrest of Muslims without any charge. DMK says centre using agencies to crush the opposition. That is the claim coming in from the DMK at the moment. Politics speaking over the NIA raid on PFI. The DMK has now trained its guns on the centre, saying that the centre is misusing the NIA Act. The act follows arrests of Muslims without any charge, and that is exactly what their contention is with this. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, but before that, some reactions coming in.
I don't know, they are misusing the acts, National NIA Act, and they are doing it for quite a long time. So we are against that act. Only under that act they have arrested PFI. Without any charge. This act allows them to arrest all Muslims. The government is misusing it. Openly, senior leaders of this BJP says that Muslims should go to Pakistan. That is the mindset of the people. They don't know our constitution, what our constitution has given the rights to the citizens of this country. They know nothing of that sort. They want to run a different country in a different way without following the Constitution of India.
There's breaking news coming in. Sitaram Yechury has commented on the PFI raids. He's questioned, why are these raids being conducted? The government should tell us. NIA doing raids is okay, but what is the threat that government should tell us? What is that threat that nobody knows? Hence, they should give us that clarity. We will just get you a better translation of this in moments from now, but listen in to Sitaram Yechury.
क्यों हो रही है ये अरेस्ट, ये क्यों हो रही है छापा, ये इसकी जानकारी सरकार के पास ही है। आपको बताए तो आप बताइए हमें, ना हमें पता है। NIA जब कार्रवाई करती है वो करती है जब अंदरूनी सुरक्षा के लिए कुछ खतरा महसूस होता है। सही है, वो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करना चाहिए। क्या है वो खतरा, वो ना हमें पता है ना आपको पता है। इसके ऊपर क्या टिप्पणी दे, वो कार्रवाई अपनी कर रही है, अपनी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करे।
Amit Bhalpal joins us live from the national capital for more on this. Amit, many leaders now training their guns on the centre as far as the NIA raids is concerned. How is the centre, especially the Ministry of Home Affairs, responding to all these comments coming in from the opposition parties?
Well, the official response from the government is yet to come, but definitely the solid response that is coming is from the central investigative agencies, and the action that we saw unfolding across the country in at least 10 to 12 states, where the National Investigation Agency as well as the Enforcement Directorate raided several locations linked to the Popular Front of India network, SDPI, as well as its different outfits. And not only the national leaders of the PFI were under the radar of the NIA and ED today, but also their state leadership was under the radar. And that is why what we saw, that while the raids were being conducted in Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Delhi, there was complete silence from the Popular Front of India. And that was because their state leaders along with the national leaders were actually on the radar of the NIA. Their PFI chairperson has been arrested. Anis Ahmed, there is no clarity about their General Secretary Anis Ahmed as to what has happened to him, whether he has been detained, arrested. He is clearly incommunicado as far as the PFI is concerned. And that is why what we saw, Chaiti, was the National Executive Council of the PFI holding an emergency meeting and then issuing a statement dubbing all these arrests as unjust arrests, harassment of national and state leaders, and they are defending themselves in the classic manner.
All right, Amit, thanks so much for joining us with those details right there. There is a massive political war that has erupted over the NIA raids against the PFI. The BJP is demanding a ban on the organization, calling it a terror organization. The opposition has hit back at the government. Congress has called it an attempt to divert attention from the key issues. A whole host of political reactions coming in. Take a look.
It is a legal course being taken for the sake of country's security, and no one shall be spared against whom evidence will be there.
देखिए, कहीं अपराध हो, उसका कोई इनपुट हो, तो उसकी जानकारी सार्वजनिक करनी चाहिए। अन्यथा तो सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, राहुल गांधी की यात्रा के दबाव में, तो वो मुख्य मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं।
PFI आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है, फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना, और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है। और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे।
This is what is being reported, but we don't know what is the truth, what are the facts. Let government come forward to share the facts and truth with the people. Then only one can speak on that issue. Nobody knows. These are all agencies which are conducting the probe or searching or arresting. But what is the assessment of the government? What is the truth? That let us wait what government has to say.
मुझे लगता है कि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ये संगठन है, ये संगठन आतंकवादियों से संबंधित है। संगठन चलाने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, मुस्लिम समाज को इकट्ठा करने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, लेकिन देश का नाम लेकर मतलब यहाँ आतंकवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश अगर होती है तो जरूर उस पर एक्शन लेने की आवश्यकता होती है। जिस तरह NIA और ED के छापे पड़ रहे हैं, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपनी भूमिका बदलनी चाहिए। अगर इंडिया में रहना है तो इंडिया के साथ रहना चाहिए।
PFI निश्चित तौर से सिमी का बदला हुआ रूप है और वह बदले हुए रूप में तमाम देश विरोधी, समाज विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा बनती है। तो आज NIA की जो छापेमारी है उसमें बहुत कुछ सामने आ रहा है, लेकिन उसके संबंध में छापेमारी के बाद जो भी विषय आएगा वो NIA के माध्यम से बताया जाएगा।
I'm extremely happy that the government of India, its agency, investigation agency, National Investigation Agency, along with ED, Enforcement Directorate, in collaboration also with the state police, is raiding PFI headquarters and also arresting PFI workers. I think we just need to get to the roots of these people, their funding process, how the money is being spent, and what kind of a danger threat they are to the country. I think these are the issues into which certainly the National Investigation Agency will go into, and I hope they get prosecuted and they go behind bars for a long time.
A massive crackdown on PFI. The NIA raids comes after a series of events which are linked to the PFI. The PFI was linked to Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in which Prime Minister Modi was on the target. The plot was to attack the Prime Minister during his visit to Patna. Apart from that, a member of the group and a karate teacher was nabbed by NIA who allegedly provided terror training to youth and incited them. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on 26th of July in Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district. Not just that, the group is also accused of inciting multiple hijab protests and violence during anti-CAA protests. The agency is also probing Hawala money trail linked to the PFI. Recently, the MHA was made aware by the central agencies that the PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized network in Gulf countries as a part of a criminal conspiracy. My colleague Pooja will now explain the reason behind PFI crackdown. We'll take a look at Pooja's report now.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Phulwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nizamabad, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run, but in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
The PFI condemns NIA, ED, pan-India raids against its national and state leaders. The organization has slammed the centre and said that the government is using these agencies to silence the dissenting voices. The Popular Front of India's National Executive Council also added that NIA's claims is sensationalism there and are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror in the country. Amidst the raids, PFI workers have staged protests across several parts of the country, including Kerala, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. NIA and ED launched a massive nationwide search operation against groups including the PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have also been arrested. Early morning raids. ED has been investigating the PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Act protests in the country. The Delhi riots that took place in February 2020, alleged conspiracy in the Hathras case of alleged gang rape and death of a Dalit woman, and a few other instances.
Only local police itself getting the information and they are involving into the issue. So this is a shame to the, we look into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies and they should not allow any further actions like this.
RSSനും അവർ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഭരണകൂടത്തിനുമെതിരെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை வந்து தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியிலே எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய ஆர்எஸ்எஸ்னுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய NIAவும் EDயும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
जो राइड चल रहे हैं ये सब एक डराने की साजिश चल रही है. कौन डरा रहे हैं आपको मालूम है? जो ऊपर सियासत में जो बैठे हैं NIA को और ED को उनका टूल किट बनाकर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. तो हम सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया कर्नूल डिस्ट्रिक्ट या कर्नूल असेंबली से ये आप सब लोगों को इत्तला देते हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप हमारे हर मेंबर के घर पर आप राइड करो, इंशाअल्लाह कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, आपको फटकारी मिलेंगी और आपको नारे ही मिलेंगे.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे. फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से. फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बहरहाल जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है. जिद करते करते सारे साथ हो गई. फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर. वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है. तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर. तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए न कुछ दिखाए और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई. फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया. देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक ही नहीं है, आप जो है बाद में थाने पे जाके मिल लेंगे वो, लेकिन वो उन्होंने नहीं माना और ज़बरदस्ती मतलब कहा चलने के लिए साथ में. और फिर वो लेकर गए साथ में. घर में भी उन्होंने बहुत सारी मतलब सामान की देखभाल की, अलमीरा वगैरह लॉकर वगैरह सबको खोल खाल किया, इधर उधर पूरा सामान को चेक किया. उन्हें 2 मोबाइल मेरा लेकर गए.
Pan-India raids by the PFI have prompted massive protests across the country as several PFI members hit the streets against the central government. Here are some images of the protests coming in. The PFI cadre resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu. Protesters were seen staging a road roko in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. A top PFI functionary was also arrested during the raids in Coimbatore.
Last few months back,
PFI workers were seen blocking highway in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over the raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with the police and eventually violence broke out as clashes were reported between the PFI workers and the cops. With multiple locations being raided by agencies in Kerala, massive protests rocked the state. PFI led a protest march at Manjeri in Malappuram and were also seen blocking a road in Kollam while raising slogans against the BJP and RSS. Chennai also witnessed protests as PFI workers gathered outside their office in the city as NIA conducted raids and sealed off the PFI office. Protesters gathered in large numbers to condemn the nationwide crackdown. CRPF personnel were also seen deployed at the PFI office during the raids. Slipping to a very short commercial break here on India Today. But stay with us when we return. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race. Says, I've made my position clear. All eyes are going to be on who is going to be the next chief of the Indian National Congress.
You are watching India Today.
खेल पत्रकारिता में करियर बनाने का सुनहरा मौका। ज्वाइन करें इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
India Today.
The suspense over who's going to be the next Congress president is peaking as Rahul Gandhi has made it clear he's not in the race. Rahul Gandhi reiterated he will not be contesting in the Congress presidential polls and that he will stick by his decision of not throwing his hat in the ring. Rahul Gandhi even went on to dole out advice to all those in the fray, saying that the position of Congress president hinged on an ideology and a set of ideas and to protect the same. And now the focus is going to be on who will contest in the upcoming Congress presidential polls. There's been a lot of buzz that Ashok Gehlot is going to get the backing of the Gandhis. Shashi Tharoor, meanwhile, is all set to contest as well. Now, sources have told India Today that Manish Tiwari is also contemplating fighting the internal elections. So it's a wait and watch.
A position, it's a historic position. And it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. It is a belief system. So my advice would be that whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India. What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट जो होता है बनता है वो जस्टिफाई भी कर पाता है अगर वो पूरे मुल्क में उसको काम करना है तो दो पोस्ट पे काम हो नहीं सकता है. तो इसमें कोई बार नहीं है जो कि अभी मीडिया में आ रहा है उसके अंदर ये इलेक्टेड पोस्ट है कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है इसका.
The buzz is that he might be the next president of the Congress party. There's this murmurs going on. What do you have to say, sir?
Ashok Gehlot already joined this Padayatra earlier and he is coming also. I don't think there is no contest in the party election. The majority of the, not majority, the vast majority of the Congress workers wants Rahul Gandhi to be the president. And we all express our feeling to Rahul Gandhi. And I don't think there is no contest in the party. And it will be a unanimous decision taken by whoever may be the ICC person, it will be a unanimous decision.
But there are this buzz that there can be a contest between Mr. Shashi Tharoor and Mr. Gehlot.
Contest in the democratic process, it is good. But I don't think Mr. Shashi Tharoor will contest because he will obey what the Congress High Command decision. I feel though.
What's your take on the election as far as the Congress president is concerned?
Congress is a democratical party. Every individual who is a PCC member can contest as the Congress president. As far as the leadership is concerned, they've made it very clear that anybody has the right to contest. So I think this is a democratical process. So I think that will happen in Congress.
We are going to witness a contest. This is what the Congress buzz in Congress party is that Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who comes from Kerala, versus Mr. Ashok Gehlot, who is also coming to Kerala today, sir.
If there is more than one candidate for the post of Congress presidentship, if Honorable Shri Rahul Gandhi ji is not taking the leadership, in many states, many states, there have been unanimous resolution where they say that even my state, where in Pondicherry, even where I was the returning officer for the state, they unanimously passed a resolution to make him the president of Congress. So if he is not willing and there are more than one candidates, of course there would be an election in Congress. We are an open system and we have a very transparent process. And I believe that if there is more than one candidate, we will have an election.
Bharadwaj is now joining us live from Kochi in Kerala. Supriya, I believe you've got Pawan Khera also with you. So let's get a quick reaction from him as well. And also, if you could give us a bit of a sense of this new name that has made its way, which is of that of Manish Tiwari.
Well, first and foremost, Sheti, I would like to show you where we are at the moment. Mr. Ashok Gehlot, who's the Rajasthan's Chief Minister, has arrived here where we are. You can see this entire area has been cordoned off. He has just arrived and he's going to have a meeting with Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and most likely he's going to join the Bharat Jodo Yatra in the evening also. Mr. Khera, what do you have to say as far as this entire development is concerned? We heard the press conference. You were also there. Mr. Gandhi, in a way, had said categorically that he is not in the race. The words were not there, but he has also mentioned as to there should be a contest. He even mentioned that whosoever will be the next Congress president will be ideologically very strong. Because you come from Rajasthan, one of the contenders is Mr. Gehlot, who's present at the moment here where we are.
Now that the notification has been issued, it would not be correct on my part as chairman of the media department to make any comment on any individual. As far as Rahul ji's press conference was concerned, it was on Bharat Jodo Yatra. Of course, people kept asking one question repeatedly, and the answer to that question he had given in the last press conference in Trivandrum, where you were also there and I was also there. So I don't think we need to keep discussing that issue of Congress president's election.
But we will be seeing a contest. Mr. Tharoor is preparing.
Let's see who all file the nomination papers, and then we'll know.
Also, the thing is that Mr. Gandhi has stated that Udaipur Chintan resolution remains, because the question was about one post, one man.
That goes without saying. That's our resolve, that's our commitment. One man, one post is something which is non-negotiable, as Mr. Rahul Gandhi himself said that that's our commitment.
What about Mr. Gehlot? You have worked very closely with him. What do you have to say about the leadership of his? How do you see him as a Congress president candidate?
As chairman of the media and publicity department.
I'm asking from your personal level.
Nothing personal, no, in politics. Everything is public. So now, for me to speak after the notification has been issued would be incorrect and not proper.
But one question which is coming from a lot of people and experts and who have seen Congress party for a very long time, they are saying it is for the first time it's going to happen that no one from the Gandhi family will be there in the top position after a long spell of 20-24 years.
Since 1989, there have been 6 governments at the centre, either supported by the Congress or led by the Congress, and there was no Gandhi as the Prime Minister. Yet, BJP is obsessed with them. They keep trying to run them down. They don't understand that the Gandhi family is the conscience keeper of my party.
So this is what is happening at ground zero. This Rajasthan Chief Minister has just arrived here, and outside the entire area has been cordoned off because even Rahul Gandhi is present here, and what we are hearing is that there is a meeting between the two going on at the moment in Kochi.
All right, thanks so much, Supriya, for joining us with those details right there and that reaction from Pawan Khera on this issue as well. Moving on to the other big story we're tracking on India Today. The Waqf land scam in Karnataka has now exploded. From Uttar Pradesh to Karnataka, Waqf properties are increasingly under the scanner. In Karnataka, the Basavaraj Bommai government has now demanded the abolition of Waqf board while upping the ante for a CBI probe in the alleged 2.3 crore rupees scandal. The Yogi government has also cracked the whip by ordering a survey of all the Waqf properties. As per the Anwar Manpadi report accessed by India Today, over 29,000 acres of land worth a stunning 2 lakh crore rupees has been encroached and misused by the Waqf board. Prominent Congress leaders have been named as the accused in the scam, and the report has now been tabled in the Karnataka State Assembly. Those allegedly named in the Waqf land misuse report are Mallikarjun Kharge, Roshan Beg, N.A. Harris, JDS State President CM Ibrahim. The Bommai-led Karnataka government has demanded the Waqf board be abolished, while training guns at the Congress party for its silence on the Waqf report, calling it one of the biggest corruption scandals in the state.
ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠದ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಬಳಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ತಂದೆ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾನೂನಿದೆ ವಾಫಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಎಂಡೋಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಾರಿಟಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಬೈಫರ್ಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಕ್ಫ್ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ. ವಕ್ಫ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟು ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಪವರ್ಸನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು ವಕ್ಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿರಾಳವಾಗಿದ್ದರು. Work board was the custodian of the whole property which was transferred on that day.
हम पहले ही बोले सीबीआई इंक्वायरी दे दो ना, मान्य पार्टी का जो है सीबीआई इंक्वायरी को दो, किसने मना किया है? आई विल वेलकम इट. सीबीआई से अच्छा जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी कराओ, जेट मैजिस्ट्रेट को कहा.
My report consists of 7,000 pages of 2.3 lakh crores scam involving 29,000 of acres of land. It has won in the High Court twice, that's the regular case, as well as contempt of court, later on at the Supreme Court. Anything for that matter of fact has to be returned as it is, where it is, back to the fold of Work Board.
Massive political showdown over the cancellation of Special Assembly session in Punjab. The BJP workers tried to घेर out Chief Minister's residence and raise slogans against Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. Police had to resort to water cannons to stop the protesters. The BJP workers were protesting against the special session of the assembly called by Chief Minister Mann for trust vote, which has been cancelled by the Punjab governor. The development is coming soon after the ruling Aam Aadmi Party MLAs started their protest march against the Punjab governor's order. AAP has alleged Operation Lotus in Punjab. AAP's national convener and Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal led this charge. Kejriwal said democracy is over. Meanwhile, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann also said the move raises questions on the democratic process in the country. BJP, Akali and Congress have slammed the Aam Aadmi Party over this row. Congress said that Mann government is wasting money of public, while BJP said that AAP is repeating Delhi drama in Punjab.
पंजाब में पहले ऑपरेशन लोटस और उसके बाद विधानसभा सेशन बुलाए जाने के बाद राज्यपाल द्वारा नामंजूर करे जाने के बाद आम आदमी पार्टी ने कहीं ना कहीं पंजाब के राज्यपाल के आम आदमी पार्टी के तमाम धरने पर बैठ रहे हैं। तो दूसरी तरफ इस धरने को देखते हुए चंडीगढ़ पुलिस ने भी तमाम तैयारियां शुरू करनी मुकम्मल करनी यहाँ पर शुरू कर दी हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर पंजाब में भी अब हालात कहीं ना कहीं बंगाल जैसे होते जा रहे हैं। सरकार और गवर्नर के बीच में टकराव यहाँ पर हो गया है। कैमरामैन गुंजीत कुमार के साथ सतेंद्र चौहान, चंडीगढ़, आज तक।
कांग्रेस पार्टी, अकाली दल ते बीजेपी तीनों स्वागत कर रहे हैं कि सैशन रद्द हो गया। इत्थों की सिद्ध होंदा है? इत्थों यही सिद्ध होंदा है कल्ले पंजाब च नहीं। कांग्रेस पार्टी जिहड़ी कि खुद पीड़ित है ऑपरेशन लोटस दी, कई स्टेटां दे विच उन्हां दीयां सरकारां तोड़तियां बीजेपी ने, कई स्टेटां च उन्हां दे MLA जिहड़े ने वो शामिल हो रहे हैं बीजेपी च। तां इहदा मतलब ये हो गया कि दोनों पार्टियां रलियां होईयां ने। इन्हां ने सोचिया होना कि खेतरी पार्टियां जिहड़ियां ने उभर रहीआं ने उन्हां नूं खत्म कर दो, आपां दोवें रह जांगे ते राज करांगे, पर इस तरह नहीं होना।
अगर लोटस हुआ होता तो हम गवर्नमेंट की मदद पर उतरते। अगर फ्रॉड ही कर रहे हैं, लोगों का बेवकूफ बनाने का ये फैसला कर रहे हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली हम अपोज करेंगे। वी आर द मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी। हम आपके हर प्रोपेगेंडे को और इनके हर फ्रॉड को सपोर्ट तो कर नहीं सकते। जहां ये फ्रॉड करेंगे हम इसको अपोज करेंगे। यहाँ बीजेपी गलत काम करेगी या हमारे आदमी तोड़ने की कोशिश करेगी, हम उसको अपोज करेंगे।
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कुछ कह रहे हैं, संविधान क्या कह रहा है, ये प्रताप सिंह बाजवा जो हमारे नेता हैं वहां पे उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया है। गवर्नर के रूप में ऐसा लगता है कभी कभी कि जैसे वो एक जन नेता के रूप में बोल रहे हैं, एक पार्टी के रूप में बोल रहे हैं। तो ये कहीं से भी संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए व्यक्ति के लिए आवश्यक और जरूरी नहीं है।
Slipping to a break, when we return, tension still prevails in Leicester after the weekend communal clash in the British town. Details in moments from now.
You are watching India Today. watching India Today.
Welcome back. There is still tension in Leicester after the weekend communal clash in the British town. A total of 47 people have been arrested. Videos of the clash showed masked men banging on people's windows in Hindu-majority areas and pulling down a saffron flag and religious decorations. Others were seen marching down predominantly Muslim-populated streets chanting Jai Shri Ram. The tension spilled onto Smethwick on Tuesday. About 100 people gathered outside the Durga Bhavan temple in Smethwick in West Midlands.
The people who are doing the agitation and the stirring and the violence have got to be accountable. The police have got to bring them to book. Innocent people have been frightened in their homes, they've been frightened on the streets. Now, I've heard very clearly that a lot of these agitators are not from Leicester.
The twist in the tale of Leicester's story has come with the information that the person who disrespected the Indian flag, and which is where the entire situation was turned, is neither from Muslim nor from the Hindu community. This information comes from eyewitnesses as well as community leaders and some of the politicians, senior politicians of the city. Now the question is, when the person is of neither community, then why are these two communities fighting? A lot of it is possibly rolling or is to be blamed on, so to say, fake news and the social media activity that went out after the Asia Cup disruption happened on the 28th of August. And it so happened that people who were going for Ganpati Puja in a specific house were targeted, and then their mob mentality took over. Both the communities were seen head to head, and the police were short on resources and could not control the situation quite so well as we have been told by those involved. It's a very critical situation that absolutely needs being addressed, and more so from the authorities. The community leaders are working to bring some semblance, but I think really that peace will come, healing will happen when justice is brought forth to the people who have caused all of this, even though there was a lot of mob mentality involved, and also to find out who was the person who started it all by disrespecting the flag. That's really where the buck stops. Lavina Tandon for India Today from Leicester.
Joining us now on this broadcast is Nitin Lodhia, a security personnel who was an eyewitness to the Leicester clash. Nitin, first, what can you tell us about what really happened right there at Smethwick?
I've been going to this temple for some 20 years. What I saw yesterday, along with many other devotees, was shocking and horrifying, and very unfortunate by any standard. There were a group of some 200 to 300 people outside the temple wall chanting Allahu Akbar. Their body language was very aggressive and very abusive. Devotees, some 30 to 40 within the compound, mandir walls, were in a state of shock and speechless. There were other faith leaders from Muslim community as well as Christian communities and the Sikh community as well. And they all are witness to what is happening or what was happening there.
Nitin, was there any provocation from the temple or the Hindus that prompted this conduct?
That there was no abuse of any kind or provocation by the mandir devotees. The police had a real difficult job controlling the crowd as they were pushing simply because of the sheer number.
All right, so India Today just spoke to the eyewitness. Thanks so much, Nitin, for joining us on this broadcast. Nitin says that there was no provocation whatsoever from the temple or the Hindus. Geeta Mohan is joining us for the very latest on this. Geeta, if you could tell us a little more about what you're picking up in terms of what's going on in Leicester and Smethwick. How did this even all begin and spiral into what we see now?
Well, the Leicester Police, Chaiti, is certainly on high alert when it comes to the two communities clashing against each other. But there is a history to this, and it started in August since the Indo-Pak match, is what we've been told. Tensions were heightened. There were a certain amount of provocation from both sides. Now, this eyewitness that you just spoke with is speaking of the recent incident of the vandalization of a Hindu temple, but there were rallies that were carried out by certain communities, a Hindu community in Muslim areas as well. Rallies cannot be considered provocation, but certainly that was considered provocation from the other side. And there have been there has been a lot of tension between the two sides since the cricket match. So Leicester Police over here keeping a watch on what is happening, but things can take a violent turn even if the police is on high alert, Chaiti, and that's what's really happened. Now, we do know that External Affairs Minister Jaishankar on the sidelines of the UNGA summit in New York is meeting with various leaders. He also met with his British counterpart, Cleverly, and the matter was raised with the British side on concerns regarding the safety and security of Indian community or people for that matter of Indian origin. And security and safety was assured from the British side. Remember, there has been an investigation that has been carried out. Action was taken. Reports of 2 arrests already been made. So, Chaiti, they are moving forward. They are on high alert. But again, these are communal tensions that we are seeing in the United Kingdom between communities, Hindus and Muslims. But
thanks,
also,
Geeta, for joining us with those details. We're slipping into a break. When we return, major NIA crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members arrested in pan-India raid. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah shares a meeting amidst the pan-India raids.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Major NIA crackdown on PFI. 106 PFI members arrested in pan-India raids. 60 arrests made so far in Maharashtra, Kerala and Karnataka. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a meeting amidst the pan-India raids. From hijab protest to CA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrest. PFI hits the streets in protest. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out its centre, calls it diversionary tactic. BJP defence raids calls PFI a terror outfit. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race. He says he's made his position clear. All eyes on who's going to be the next King Kong.
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system and he represents a vision of India.
2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP MLAs demand the abolition of Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta accused of encroachment. Showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages a massive protest against Bhagwant Mann government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to Chief Minister Mann's residence. There's breaking news just coming in. Details of PFI's Plan B access. PFI is going to be launching its Plan B if it is banned by the centre. And we've accessed these details here on India Today. The PFI to use its subsidiaries to evade the agencies and ban. The agencies include Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imams Council and several others. That is the latest coming in. We've accessed the Plan B that the PFI has. We'll get a reporter to bring you up to speed with more inside details that we've accessed as far as PFI's Plan B is concerned. We have the details. We're bringing you those details. The details are that just in case PFI gets banned by the central government, PFI will use its subsidiaries to evade the agencies. The agencies include Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imam Council and others. So these agencies that we're talking about perhaps would be acting as a proxy to the exact activities that PFI does in India. And that's the detail that we have access at this point. So if the central government goes ahead and bans the PFI, their Plan B is to activate the Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imams Council, and there are several more agencies, the names of which we have accessed, but our reporter will tell us more on what those agencies are at the moment. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj, who's breaking the story, will be joining us to get us the more details in terms of what the other agencies are, because for now the information that has come in is that just in case they get banned by the centre, they will use their subsidiaries, and that's their Plan B for the moment. That is their Plan B to evade the agencies. Amit Bhardwaj is joining us. Amit, I've given a brief to our viewers about the news that you've just broken right now and the proxy agencies that the PFI would probably be using their subsidiaries. I've told them about Campus Front of India, National Women Front, All India Imams Council. Which are the others?
Well, the PFI has modeled itself on similar lines to the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh. That is what the ideologues of the PFI have been claiming over the years. But what they have also done is that they always knew that, there are a lot of controversies that were coming their way, and there were serious allegations of, radicalizing the youth, organizing training camps, of giving arms training to several youth, and getting involved in political violence culture in the state of Kerala and Karnataka. So they always knew that there could be very serious crackdown by the central agencies sooner or later. And in fact, the backgrounder to this is that even the UDF government in Kerala which was the Congress-led government, and the LDF government in Kerala, which is the left-led government, had sent, files to the Union Home Ministry asking ban on activities of the PFI long way back in 2018.
All right, Amit, thanks for getting us that breaking news. We'll continue updating you on more information as it trickles in. Let's bring you the top developments on the pan-India raids against the PFI as well. Top development number 1 on your screens. Amidst the ongoing raids against the PFI, Union Home Minister Amit Shah chaired a key meeting with NSA and with top officials. Kerala police detained PFI workers in Kannur after they tried to block a road in order to protest against the NIA raids. PFI has announced to hold massive countrywide protests against the raids. The organization also targeted centre over the raids and said fascist government is using agencies to silence voices of dissent.
State Secretary who said that
PFI workers staged a protest against crackdown in Kerala's Mallapuram. The protesters also raised slogans against central government and the NIA. And the NIA sealed the Telangana PFI head office in Hyderabad. All of this in connection with a case registered earlier by the NIA. Breaking news just coming in. PFI has called for a hartal from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. in Kerala tomorrow. The PFI leadership says that the hartal is called to protest against the arrest of their leaders in the state. So the Popular Front of India announces a hartal from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow. It's a 12-hour hartal in Kerala tomorrow. That's the venue. The PFI leadership has said that the hartal is called in order to protest against the arrest of their leaders in the state. We'll get you more on this story as we go along the way, but you already know we're tracking the story in close detail, every angle covered of the simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raid that we are seeing, a never-before-seen crackdown on the Islamist PFI. The PFI has now said that they've called for a hartal. The Popular Front of India calls for a hartal from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. This in Kerala tomorrow. So the PFI also says, the leadership says that the hartal is called to protest against the arrest of leaders in the state. We'll have to wait and watch to see if they are permitted to conduct this hartal or not. Shivimol now joins us for the very latest. Shivimol, tensions are already simmering as far as the story is concerned. Will the state administration allow this hartal to take place? PFI clearly has called for a hartal to protest against the arrest of their leaders.
Well, Chaiti, we were hearing from PFI leaders in the morning also that if their leaders who were arrested are not let free, they will go to an extent of calling for a hartal tomorrow. And by evening, they have made a call that they have a call for a hartal tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We haven't received an official confirmation on how this is going to affect from the state government or any sources, because to what extent can the PFI create a problem for the public with this call for hartal is something that needs to be watched, because usually when hartals are called here by political parties, it really affects the livelihood here. People need to shut down their shops, and a lot of, a clash takes place also. So how well this is going to affect the livelihood, the normal day life of people is something that needs to be watched. There has been no official confirmation or any statement from the government side on whether they're going to let this happen on a large scale. But yes, they have been saying that we have seen since morning that they were protesting massively across the state, since most arrests have been made from Kerala, and since PFI's hub is Kerala, and it was founded here in Kerala back in 2006. So, in fact, before it widened its base, the headquarters was also in Kerala's Kozhikode. So, we are seeing massive reaction from this part of the country actually, because their national chairman, OMA Salam, was also arrested from Kerala's Malappuram today. So most top leaders have been arrested, top leaders arrested, top offices being raided.
Vimal, thanks for joining us for the very latest details. A near simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raid saw a never-before crackdown on the Islamist PFI. We've been bringing that story to you, spearheaded by the National Investigation Agency. The raid saw India's biggest ever anti-terror crackdown in over 13 states. Over 100 suspected Islamist radicals were taken into custody. Incriminating papers, mobile phones, laptops, bank account details, all of that was seized in the post-midnight swoop. While the maximum number of arrests were made from Kerala, arrests were also made in Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Assam, UP, Andhra and Madhya Pradesh. Searches have taken place over the terror funding, organization of training camps, radicalizing people to join terror activities. Over 4 NIA IGs, 180 Gs, 16 SPs took part in the raid, assisted by over 1,000 cops and Central Armed Forces personnel. The Union Home Ministry kept a tab on the raids through 1 central and 6 localized control rooms. A week-long recce of over 200 suspects was carried out before the raids.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles. You can find a lot of vehicles from both the sides, from either sides, being blocked, and people are waiting since a long time since the protest. They are protesting against harshly against the raids that took place since morning across the country. In fact, in Kerala, 50 locations were raided by the National Investigative Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, which started from 3 a.m. and ended at almost 9 a.m. They raided locations, PFI's offices, as well as the residence of leaders, PFI leaders, at different locations from Malappuram, Kozhikode, Thrissur, Kottayam, Kollam, Thiruvananthapuram, and all the major districts were covered in the raids. The workers here are alleging that the RSS is behind this. It's an agenda by the RSS, and we are not going to allow them to suppress us or to destroy PFI. They said that they are going to fight against the agenda that's been brought out by RSS against PFI.
The National Investigation Agency is conducting raids across various locations here in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. We're here at one of the PFI offices here at Chandra & Gutta. As you can see, the Popular Front of India office here at Chandra & Gutta not only has a notice been issued, but also the entire office has been sealed as well. We do know that these searches that were conducted started early this morning, and officials had also seized various documents, hard disks, pen drives and several other incriminating evidences is what we do know. While searches are underway in across various locations, we also do know that these raids are not only happening in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, in Hyderabad, but also in across various locations in South India, including Karnataka and Tamil Nadu as well. In Andhra Pradesh and in Andhra Pradesh, raids are ongoing in Nellore, Chittoor, where in other areas in Hyderabad and several other areas as well, these raids are being conducted. What we do know is that raids that started since early this morning, pan-India, are being conducted simultaneously across various locations. Here at Chandra & Gutta, the notice that has also been put in place also reads that the people of this PFI office here at Chandra & Gutta must come and visit and meet with the NIA officials before the seal that has been set in place must be removed. This is the seal that NIA officials had set here at the Chandra & Gutta office of PFI, and with the seal that has been set in place, sources do say that not only have incriminating documents, pen drive and hard disks are being seized here, but also raids are simultaneously underway across various locations here in Hyderabad. With video journalist Asim, Apurva, Chandra in India Today.
Amid a nationwide crackdown by National Investigative Agency, the team of NIA has landed here in Kolkata probing the PFI, and let me show you what exactly happening on the streets of Kolkata at this point in time. We're given to understand that a place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building, which is located in Tiljora
is the particular office of PFI, in Kolkata, which is under scanner now. This morning, a team of NIA officials reached here and they are grilling Sheikh Mokhtar, who is considered to be an office bearer of PFI. As several, CRPF personnel, they are blocking the way and not allowing anyone to enter this particular stretch of lane, which is located in Tiljala. What more we are given to understand, that particular person and his role is under scanner now. Several documents have been recovered from his place. So further, interrogation and of course more reveals are yet to come as of now. With camera person Probir Vishwas, this is Ritik for India Today from Kolkata.
पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और उससे जुड़े हुए संगठनों पर एनआईए ने देश भर में ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी की है। रात में एनआईए ने सीक्रेट तरीके से जो छापेमारी की है उसमें 106 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है। साथ ही अलग अलग राज्यों में भी गिरफ्तारियां हुई हैं। इसके अलावा 106 जगहों पर एनआईए ने इसको लेकर के छापेमारी की थी। कुछ लोगों को एनआईए गिरफ्तार करके दिल्ली हेडक्वार्टर भी ला सकती है। यही वजह है कि एनआईए के इस हेडक्वार्टर में सुरक्षा भी बढ़ा दी गई है। आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस के जवान हैं उनको तैनात किया गया है भारी संख्या में, साथ ही बैरिकेडिंग भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है। इसके अलावा पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जो जवान हैं उनको भी तैनात किया गया है। ये इसलिए कार्रवाई की जा रही है क्योंकि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और ऑफिस बियरर से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उन लोगों को दिल्ली लाया जा सकता है और यहाँ पर उनसे पूछताछ की जा सकती है। बड़ी कार्रवाई एनआईए ने पैन इंडिया कार्रवाई की है। बताया जा रहा है कि ईडी ने भी इसमें सहयोग किया है क्योंकि ईडी के पास जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को फंडिंग विदेशों से मिल रही थी उसकी जानकारी मिली थी। यही नहीं, इस पूरे मामले को लेकर के गृह मंत्रालय भी मॉनिटर कर रहा था और गृह मंत्रालय के साथ साथ अलग अलग जगहों पर 6 कंट्रोल रूम बनाए गए थे जहां से देखा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़े हुए लोग किसी भी तरीके का हंगामा न कर सकें। इसके लिए बाकायदे कुछ दिनों पहले से ही सीक्रेट तैयारी की गई और आने वाले दिनों में पीएफआई पर बड़ा एक्शन किया जा सकता है, उस पर बैन लगाने की कार्रवाई भी की जा सकती है। हालांकि अभी सबूत एनआईए और दूसरी एजेंसियां पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ जुटा रही हैं।
Massive political war has erupted over the NIA raids against PFI. The BJP is demanding a ban on the organization, calling it a terror organization. The opposition hit back at the government. The Congress called it an attempt to divert attention from the real issues. Here's a look.
I don't know, they are misusing the acts, National NIA Act, and they are doing it for quite a long time. So we are against that act. Only under that act they have arrested PFI. Without any charge, this act allows them to arrest all Muslims. The government is misusing it. Openly, senior leaders of this BJP says that Muslims should go to Pakistan. That is the mindset of the people. They don't know our constitution, what our constitution has given the rights to the citizens of this country. They know nothing of that sort. They want to run a different country in a different way without following the Constitution of India.
क्यों हो रही है ये अरेस्ट, ये क्यों हो रही है छापा, ये इसकी जानकारी सरकार के पास ही है। आपको बताए तो आप बताइए हमें, ना हमें पता है। एनआईए जब कार्रवाई करती है वो करती है जब अंदरूनी सुरक्षा के लिए कुछ खतरा महसूस होता है। सही है, वो उसकी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करना चाहिए। क्या है वो खतरा, वो ना हमें पता है ना आपको पता है। इसके ऊपर क्या टिप्पणी दे, वो कार्रवाई अपनी कर रही है, अपनी जिम्मेदारी है, वो करे।
It is a legal course being taken for the sake of country's security and no one shall be spared against whom evidence will be there.
देखिए, कहीं अपराध हो, उसका कोई इनपुट हो तो उसकी जानकारी सार्वजनिक करनी चाहिए। अन्यथा तो सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, राहुल गांधी की यात्रा के दबाव में, तो वो मुख्य मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं।
पीएफआई आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है, फुलवारी शरीफ में पकड़े गए, उसकी प्लानिंग आपने देखा सुना, और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है। और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे।
This is what is being reported, but we don't know what is the truth, what are the facts. Let government come forward to share the facts and truth with the people. Then only one can speak on that issue. Nobody knows. These are all agencies which are conducting the probe or searching or arresting. But what is the assessment of the government? What is the truth? That let us wait what government has to say.
मुझे लगता है कि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ये संगठन है, ये संगठन आतंकवादियों से संबंधित है। संगठन चलाने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, मुस्लिम समाज को इकट्ठा करने में हमारा विरोध नहीं है, लेकिन देश का नाम लेकर मतलब यहाँ आतंकवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश अगर होती है तो जरूर उस पर एक्शन लेने की आवश्यकता होती है। जिस तरह NIA और ED के छापे पड़ रहे हैं, इसका मैं स्वागत करता हूँ। और पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपनी भूमिका बदलनी चाहिए। अगर इंडिया में रहना है तो इंडिया के साथ रहना चाहिए।
PFI निश्चित तौर से सिमी का बदला हुआ रूप है और वह बदले हुए रूप में तमाम देश विरोधी, समाज विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा बनती है। तो आज NIA की जो छापेमारी है उसमें बहुत कुछ सामने आ रहा है, लेकिन उसके संबंध में छापेमारी के बाद जो भी विषय आएगा वो NIA के माध्यम से बताया जाएगा।
I'm extremely happy that the government of India, its agency, investigation agency, National Investigation Agency, along with the ED, Enforcement Directorate, in collaboration also with the state police, is raiding PFI headquarters and also arresting PFI workers. I think we just need to get to the roots of these people, their funding process, how the money is being spent, and what kind of a danger threat they are to the country. I think these are the issues into which certainly the National Investigation Agency will go into, and I hope they get prosecuted and they go behind bars for a long time.
Massive crackdown on PFI. The NIA raids come after a series of events which are linked to PFI. The PFI was linked to Ghazwa-e-Hind plot in which Prime Minister Modi was on target. The plot was to attack the Prime Minister during his Patna visit. Apart from that, a member of the group and karate teacher was nabbed by the NIA, who allegedly provided terror training to youth and incited them. PFI is also linked to the murder of Praveen Netaru, a BJP worker who was hacked to death on 26th of July in Karnataka's Dakshin Kannada district. Not just that, the group is also accused of inciting multiple hijab protests and violence during the anti-CA stir. The agency is also probing the Hawala money trail, linked to the PFI. Recently, the MHA was made aware by the central agencies that PFI was covertly mobilizing funds through well-organized network in Gulf countries as a part of a larger criminal conspiracy. Let's go straight across to my colleague Pooja now, who's going to be explaining to you the reason behind the crackdown.
So here are the 5 big reasons that a coordinated action of the NIA with the ED and the state police in 10 states have taken place overnight. More than 100 people arrested. On top, the first one was from Pulwari Sharif in Patna, that the Ghazwa-e-Hind plot was surfacing, that the intention to create and establish an Islamic Republic in India. Once that plot started to surface and the PFI came under the scanner and radar of the investigative agencies, here's what happened next. Nizamabad, which is in Telangana, even there, the arrests and raid have taken place. There was a karate camp that was being run, but in the garb of the karate camp, there was allegedly terror training, radicalization that was taking place. Now, the PFI linked to Praveen Netaru's murder in Karnataka, which is in Karnataka and Kerala, both states have seen murders, and in that link to the PFI also brought in the coastal Karnataka belt under the radar of the investigating agencies. Let's take a look at other issues. Remember, the hijab protest that started from Karnataka, the allegation was that the Popular Front of India was instigating these young girl students to take to the streets and also reach out to the court. All of this with allegation and accusation of creating unrest in the country and creating communal tensions. PFI role primarily in the anti-CAA riots case and the Delhi riots in 2020 was prominent, and since then the Intelligence Bureau and the agencies were tracking. On the radar were activities for the past few months. This is not a random raid that has taken place. It's a coordinated action with regard to all the evidence that the agencies have surfaced in the past few months.
The PFI condemns NIA ED pan-India raids against its national and state leaders. The organization slammed the centre, said the government is using these agencies to silence the voices of dissent. The Popular Front of India's National Executive Council also added that NIA's claims are sensational. They are solely aimed at creating an atmosphere of terror. Amidst the raids, the PFI workers have staged protests across several parts of the country, including in Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. NIA and ED have launched a massive nationwide search operation against groups including PFI and individuals allegedly supporting terrorists. Over 100 PFI members have also been arrested in the early morning raids. The ED has been investigating the PFI's alleged financial links on charges of fueling the Anti-Citizenship Amendment Act protests in the country, the Delhi riots that took place in Feb 2020, the alleged conspiracy in the Hathras case of alleged gang rape and death of a Dalit woman, and a few other instances.
Only local police itself getting the information and they are involving into the issue. So this is a shame to the, we look into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies and they should not allow any further actions like this.
RSSനും അവരെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഭരണകൂടത്തിനുമെതിരെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
எங்களுடைய மாநில துணைத் தலைவர் அவருடைய வீடுகளிலே ரெய்டு வந்து அவரை தற்பொழுது அவருடைய கஸ்டடியிலே எடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர் எங்கிருக்கிறார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. ஆக இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை பாஜகவுடைய RSSனுடைய கைப்பாவையாக இன்று மாறி இருக்கக்கூடிய NIAவும் EDயும் இந்த ஜனநாயக விரோத போக்கை ஒரு சர்வாதிகார போக்கை பாப்புலர் ஃப்ரண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா வன்மையாக கண்டிக்கிறது. இதை கண்டித்து தேசம் தழுவிய அளவிலே மாபெரும் மக்கள் போராட்டங்களை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுப்போம்.
जो राइड चल रहे हैं ये सब एक डराने की साजिश चल रही है. कौन डरा रहे हैं आपको मालूम है? जो ऊपर सियासत में जो बैठे हैं NIA को और ED को उनका टूल किट बनाकर यहाँ पर इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. तो हम सोशल डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया कर्नूल डिस्ट्रिक्ट या कर्नूल असेंबली से ये आप सब लोगों को इतला देते हैं. अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आप हमारे हर मेंबर के घर पर आप राइड करो, इंशाअल्लाह कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा, आपको फटकारी मिलेंगी और आपको नारे ही मिलेंगे.
सबसे पहले तो मैंने उन्हें 2-3 लोगों को देखा जब वो मेरा दरवाज़ा नॉक कर रहे थे. फिर मैंने उनसे कहा क्या काम है आपको बताइए. तो उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे मिलना है परवेज साहब से. फिर मैंने उन्हें बताया कि वो घर पे नहीं है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बाहर जिद करते रहे कि मुझे उनसे ही मिलना है. जिद करते करते 7:30 हो गई. फिर मैंने कहा कोई वारंट है आपके पास अंदर. वो कह रहे थे, मुझे बार बार धमकियाँ दे रहे थे कि अगर आप अंदर नहीं आने दोगे तो मैं दरवाज़ा तोड़ के भी अंदर आ जाऊँगा, मुझे फुल परमिशन है. तो फिर मैंने उनसे बात किया कि क्या आपके पास कोई वारंट पेपर है जो आप मेरे अंदर आना चाहते हैं तोड़ कर. तो वो ना तो सही से मुझे वारंट पेपर दिखाए न कुछ दिखाए, और बहुत सारी समझिए मिलिट्री फोर्स पूरा आगे पीछे जमा हो गई. फिर मैंने डर के मारे उन्हें गेट खोल दिया. देखिए परवेज साहब ऐसे आदमी तो है नहीं, बहुत शरीफ आदमी है, लेकिन जो भी है कुछ उन्होंने ऐसा इल्ज़ाम लगा के उन्हें अरेस्ट किया है. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि उनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, आप जो है
Those are the live visuals coming in from Chennai of the protests from the PFI. Let's bring you those live visuals in moments from now. They're coming in from Chennai as we speak. Let's take a look at the live visuals that are coming in at the moment of the protests, the PFI protests. These are the visuals, I'm being told. They're from Chennai. and these are live visuals that are coming in. These massive protests that are taking place across the country. Of course, this particular one is from Chennai. The PFI members have hit the streets against the central government. Let's actually listen to what they're saying. Pramod is now joining us live from Chennai for the latest on this. Pramod, just walk us through the sloganeering that is going on at the moment. Of course, this seems to be a part of the larger pan-India protest that is being conducted by the PFI, and please correct me if I'm wrong there.
Well, this is at a location in Coimbatore called as Bollywood area, and here you could see PFI cadres are protesting. They are condemning the actions of NIA. They claim that it is nothing but vendetta, and that's the reason PFI cadres have come to this location. Earlier in Chennai, nearly 4 different locations, they held protests and road roko, and similarly the same situation is occurring over here. PFI cadres are claiming that this is political vendetta, whereas NIA is saying that the massive raid that occurred in Tamil Nadu, nearly 10 districts spanning, and 2 people have been detained, is because of PFI's connections regarding money laundering, training and recruitment of people, all for alleged terrorist activities, and that's the reason NIA said that the massive raid was conducted. In fact, in Chennai, the headquarters of PFI was raided, from where NIA officials claim that they have recovered incriminating documents and electronic evidences, which was also being scrutinized, and that's the reason PFI is currently holding protests all across Chennai in various locations, showing their condemnation here.
All right, if you could get us some reactions as well from one of the protesting members, please. Pramod, can you hear me?
Yes, tell me. I'm trying to reach.
All right, Pramod, you're trying to get us a reaction right there. We'll stay with this. We're trying to get a reaction from one of the protesters. Pramod is reporting from ground zero on this story. All right, reactions coming.
இந்த ஆவணங்கள் இந்திய நாட்டினுடைய இறையாண்மைக்கு எதிரானதா என்பதை தேசிய புலனாய்வு அமைப்பு தான் வெளிக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். ஆனால்
अच्छे आप यहाँ पे क्यों एक प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? हिंदी, दैट्स तमिल। क्यों यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं? एनआई के रेड के बारे में आपको क्या बोलना चाहिए? आज
You can speak in whichever language and you can translate that for us, Pramod.
कम से कम तमिलनाडु में तो 10 जने और पूरे मेंबर्स टोटली 106 मेंबर्स को अरेस्ट किया है। कुछ भी नहीं किए हैं पॉपुलर फ्रंट मेंबर्स। ये तो यूं ही आता रहा है, पास्ट 1-2-3 साल से यूं ही चल रहा है। इसमें क्या मिल रहा है इन लोग को? इन लोग राइड कर रहे हैं, कुछ तो मिल रहा है क्या? कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा है। फिर भी इन लोग राइड करके क्या करना साबित करने आते हैं? मक्कल को पीपल को डराना चाह रहे हैं क्या इन लोग? यही तो कर रहे हैं। जो आरएसएस बीजेपी वाले हैं ना, उन लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, जो एजेंसी है ना, उन लोग के रख के कंटिन्यू से राइड चला रहे हैं। कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा, फिर भी राइड चला रहे हैं। कुछ तो साबित किया क्या इन लोग? कुछ भी नहीं करके फिर भी क्यों ये करा रहे हैं? हमारे चेयरमैन को अरेस्ट किया है, टोटली 106 मेंबर्स को अरेस्ट किया है। उन लोग को रिलीज करना चाहिए, इसलिए हम लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
इनने की तरफ से बोल रहे हैं कि पीएफआई और आईसिस लिंक जैसा कुछ है, इसीलिए दोबारा कर रहे हैं। इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
ये तो पास्ट ईयर्स में यूं ही बोल रहे हैं, साबित कर नहीं चाह रहे हैं। ये तो झूठे इल्जाम लगा रहे हैं। इतने दिनों से इन लोग बोल रहे हैं, एक तो साबित नहीं हुआ है, एक बार भी साबित नहीं हुआ है। पूरे झूठे इल्जाम है इन लोग का।
So he claims that like all this is happening is like fake and false narration is being provided by NIA, and he claims that like for several years the NIA has been conducting raids and
they are going to say that. They are going to say that. What is the basis of them saying that? If you could just get that reaction from us. What is the basis of them denying these allegations?
Let me just get the same person over here. आपके अगर जो अभी जो बोल रहे हैं इसका allegations का आपके पास क्या सबूत है?
हम लोग के पास कुछ भी नहीं है क्या भी हम लोग के पास अगर उन लोग इंजाम लगा रहे ना इंजाम लगा रहे तो साबित करना चाहिए अभी तक तो साबित कर नहीं है पास्ट ईयर्स में यही तो इंजाम लगाते हैं झूठे इंजाम एक भी साबित किया है क्या एक भी साबित नहीं है ये पूरे झूठे इंजाम है जो पीपल को डराने के लिए यूज कर रहे हैं टैक्टिक्स है दूसरा कुछ नहीं
ये नहीं तो बोल रहे कि थोड़ा सा भी जो लोग उनको अरेस्ट किया था उनके पास एविडेंस था कि टेररिस्ट लिंक का कुछ था पर अभी उनको पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन होने के बाद ही वो दे सकते हैं सब कुछ
नहीं ये तो झूठा इंजाम है अगर साबित होगा तो उसके बाद देंगे पूरा झूठा इंजाम
So like they are calling all this as baseless accusations and until it is proven completely they do not want to agree with it and that's the reason PFI officials here cadres here say that 106 people from their end have been detained and they are demanding they should be released and they are calling this as nothing but harassment.
That's correct. And Pramod, you're getting us those reactions at this point. How many number of people have gathered? And is there any concern as far as the safety and security of the locals in that area is also concerned? Is the police managing the situation fine?
Well, several NIA raids have occurred in the state so far and we've been reporting on constantly. But this time, in the morning when the raids were conducted, there were CRPF Jawans. So we thought like it's going to be a really good concern matter and all those CRPF Jawans have been stationed in the NIA headquarters which also we showed earlier. Now here close to 50 people have gathered and since similar locations at various spots they are gathering. The biggest concern here is about holding the traffic act. This is an arterial road. Thankfully police have also been deployed over here who were able to stop the people from blocking the road and they have made sure that the traffic flows as much as possible and currently as we speak they are raising slogans once again. Police have also told them that if they continue to protest, they will be detained and we could see what is happening over there at this point.
Absolutely. How many more days are they planning to continue these protests for? But they've also called for a hartal in Kerala.
So I think one thing we could see here is that for today, the protests have been started and conducted by second-level leaders. The first-level leaders are not present over here. Earlier, if these people are coming to, if PFI or STPI are coming to protest, they will come in a large number and do so. But this time, it's happening area after area, section after section. We tried speaking to certain PFI people, and they very clearly mentioned that they are gathering on themselves because they are waiting for what should be done from their leaders and that they have to wait and only they have to get the instructions from the leaders later. But for now, each and every section of PFI in various locations in Chennai, they are holding a protest on their own and that's the reason it's happening in pocket-wise across the city.
Give it at that. Thanks so much, Pramod, for getting us those details right there. The pan-India raids by the PFI prompting massive protests across the country. These visuals you see are from Chennai at the moment. Several PFI members have hit the streets against the central government. Let's also bring you the images of the other protests that are coming in. Take a look. PFI cadre resorted to disrupting normal life in Tamil Nadu. Protesters were seen staging a road roko in Tamil Nadu's Coimbatore. A top PFI functionary was also arrested during the raids in Coimbatore. PFI workers were seen blocking a highway in Thiruvananthapuram in protest over the raids. Protesters refused to cooperate with the police and eventually violence broke out as clashes were reported between the PFI workers and cops. With multiple locations being raided by agencies in Kerala, massive protests rocked the state. PFI led a protest march in Malappuram and were also seen blocking a road in Kollam while raising slogans against the BJP and the RSS. So bring you a very short commercial break. When we return, Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress presidential race, says, "Have made my position clear. All eyes on who's going to be the next King Kong."
Are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name is Mrs. Fernandez, she said, "Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia." So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other this attention is only for me right now, and that was it. After that, it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada, and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Watching India Today.
The suspense over who's going to be the next Congress president is peaking as Rahul Gandhi has now made it clear he is not in the race. Rahul Gandhi has reiterated he's not going to be contesting in the Congress presidential polls and that he's going to be sticking by his decision of not throwing his hat in the ring. Rahul even went out to dole out advice to all those in the fray, saying that the position of Congress president hinged on an ideology and a set of ideas, and to protect the same, he's going to be opting out of the race. Now the focus is going to be on who's going to be the next King Kong in the Congress presidential polls. There's been a lot of talk about Ashok Gehlot and that he will get the backing of the Gandhis. Shashi Tharoor, meanwhile, all set to contest as well. Now, sources have also now revealed one new name that has come up, which is of Manish Tiwari, who is contemplating, according to sources, fighting the internal election of the Congress party.
A position, it's a historic position, and it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. It is a belief system. So my advice would be that whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India. What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट जो होता है, बनता है, वो जस्टिफाई भी कर पाता है अगर वो पूरे मुल्क में उसको काम करना है. तो दो पोस्ट पे काम हो नहीं सकता है. तो इसमें कोई बार नहीं है, जो कि अभी मीडिया में आ रहा है, उसके अंदर ये इलेक्टेड पोस्ट है, कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है इसका.
मेरे साथ हैं दिग्विजय सिंह जी. दिग्विजय सिंह जी, नोटिफिकेशन जारी हो चुका है कांग्रेस पद के अध्यक्ष के चुनाव के लिए. क्या आप
हुआ है 24 को?
नहीं, 22 नोटिफिकेशन जारी हो गया आज.
24 से.
तो क्या मैं एक दावेदार से बात कर रहा हूँ?
मैंने आपको कह दिया ना, मैं तो इसको कह चुका हूँ कि 30 तारीख का इंतजार करिए.
अच्छा, दो नाम सामने आए हैं, अशोक गहलोत साहब का, थरूर साहब का. उनको आप कैसे देखते हैं? अगर दोनों चुनाव पड़ते हैं,
पूरा अधिकार है हर व्यक्ति को चुनाव लड़ने का. पीसीसी डेलीगेट अगर है तो उनको अधिकार है चुनाव लड़ने का.
ऐसी भी खबर आ रही है कि मनीष तिवारी जी भी चुनाव लड़ सकते हैं.
ठीक है, लड़े.
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल. अगर नॉन गांधी अध्यक्ष बनता है तो गांधी परिवार की फिर क्या भूमिका होगी सर?
वही होती है और होगी जो आज तक रही है.
जो आज तक रही है उसी भूमिका में वो रहेंगे.
जी.
There is no controversy. Everybody is free to contest. There are speculations, and there should be speculations, but everybody is free to contest the Congress president's election. This has been our constitutional arrangement also, but that's what we want. As an ordinary worker of the Congress party, I want Rahul Gandhi to be my president. But if Rahul Gandhi decides not to be the president, I'll be upset, I'll be sad, but so be it.
कांग्रेस में अध्यक्ष पद के लिए नामांकन की तिथि बहुत दूर नहीं रह गई. कांग्रेस में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र है. जो नामांकन दाखिल करना चाहे करे. जब स्थिति सामने आएगी, उम्मीदवार सामने आएंगे, चुनाव होगा. अगर आवश्यक हुआ, मेरा बस चले, तो मैं यही कहूंगा गांधी परिवार का ही अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए.
We are not thinking Shashi Tharoor will be contesting against the I don't think that he will contest as a Congress person post.
More than 10 states have passed the resolution saying Rahul Gandhi should be made the Congress president.
Still, we are demanding that Rahul should take over as Congress president, and then only party can strengthening more. You see the workers' enthusiasm, you see the public support, you see the common people support of Rahul ji in Bharat Jodo Yatra. Such a leader should lead the party.
AICC का मतलब ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी नहीं,
ऑल इंडिया कंफ्यूज्ड कमेटी और ऑल इंडिया कॉमेडी क्लब बन चुका है। ये एक ऐसा इकलौता चुनाव है, दुनिया में ऐसा कोई चुनाव का उदाहरण नहीं होगा जहां पर चुनाव लड़ने से पहले प्रत्याशी परमिशन मांगने जाते हैं, जैसे कि एक प्राइवेट कंपनी में कोई भी कर्मचारी अपने मालिक की परमिशन मांगने जाता है। इस चुनाव की कोई विश्वसनीयता नहीं है और इसको चुनाव नहीं बल्कि ताजपोशी कहना ही सही होगा।
Rahul Gandhi needs to be congratulated, admired and appreciated for being so forthright. In 2019 when he resigned as a Congress president, he had indicated that neither he nor any member of his family ought to be the next Congress president. In ensuring that that is happening, I think he is actually going to enhance his credibility by a real significant number. Whoever becomes the Congress president, I mean, at the moment, people are speculating on Mr. Gehlot or Dr. Tharoor, or it could be some third person as well. It doesn't matter. The truth is that you represent an idea of India as enshrined in the Constitution.
The Waqf land scam in Karnataka has exploded now from Uttar Pradesh to Karnataka. Waqf properties are increasingly under the scanner. In Karnataka, the Bommai government has now demanded abolition of Waqf board while upping the ante for a CBI probe into the alleged 2.3 crore rupees scandal. The Yogi government has also cracked the whip by ordering a survey of all Waqf properties. As per the Anwar Manpadi report, accessed by India Today, over 29,000 acres of land worth a stunning 2 lakh crore rupees has been encroached and misused by the Waqf board. Prominent Congress leaders have been named as the accused in the scam, and the report has now been tabled in Karnataka State Assembly. Those who allegedly named in the Waqf land misuse report are Mallikarjun Kharge, Roshan Beg, N.A. Harris, JDS State President C.N. Ibrahim. The Bommai-led Karnataka government has demanded Waqf board be abolished while trading guns at Congress on their silence on the Waqf report, calling it one of the biggest corruption scandals in the state.
ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠದ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಬಳಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ತಂದೆ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾನೂನಿದೆ ವಾಫಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
Slipping to a very short commercial break. Up next, we've got news coming in for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Simultaneous multi-agency pan-India raids on Islamist body PFI, crackdown in over 13 states, 100 suspected radicals taken into custody, maximum arrests made in Kerala, massive protests in Kerala against the crackdown. Waqf land scam explodes in Karnataka. Reports suggest over 29,000 acres of land worth 2 lakh crore rupees encroached and misused by Waqf board. The reports also showed several names of Congress leaders. BJP MLAs demand the abolition of Waqf board. Punjab Governor Banwarilal Purohit has withdrawn AAP government demand for special session of the Punjab Assembly. After Governor's decision, AAP slammed the Governor and BJP's government in the centre. BJP staged protests against Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann.
in association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ। India's biggest terror crackdown. Mega raids on radical PFI. From Hyderabad, Mangaluru to Chennai. From Delhi, Kolkata to Coimbatore. Massive NIA and ED raids underway. Amid PFI protests and go back NIA chants, raids in over 13 states, 100 plus arrests. Money trail, radicalization in focus. Biggest terror cleanup.
All right, that's our top focus right here on 5 Live. I'm Nabila Jamal. NIA launching pan-India raids, anti-terror crackdown, PFI leaders in hundreds arrested. More details, first the headlines. From hijab protest to CAA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrests. PFI hits the streets in protests. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at the centre, calls it a diversionary tactic. BJP defends the raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress president's race, says, have made my position quite clear here. All eyes, though, on who's going to be the next Congress chief, if not for one from the Gandhi family.
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
And 2.3 crore Waqf land scandal explodes in Karnataka. BJP MLAs now demand the abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress netas accused of encroachment. Showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages a massive protest against Bhagwant Mann government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to the Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann's residence. All right, let's begin with the top breaking that we're currently tracking. Row that's erupted over renaming of NTR Health University as YSR Health University, and that confusion and that war explodes. Superstar Junior NTR wades into this renaming row. In fact, Junior NTR says, and I quote, both NTR and YSR are very popular leaders. This kind of honor brought by taking one's name and naming one's name does not rise. It does not, in fact, raise the level of YSR in any way. It does not lower the level of NTR in any way. By renaming the university here, the fame of NTR earned, his stature in the history of the Telugu nation and his memory in the hearts of the Telugu people cannot be erased. Huge development as NTR himself, the superstar, Junior NTR, wades into this controversy. In fact, there's been a lot of talk and protest asking for the NTR University to be renamed to YSR Health University. And this controversy now has exploded with Junior NTR himself now wading into this renaming row. The actor and superstar says both NTR and YSR are very popular leaders. Let's not get down to this fight. It's not going to raise or lower either leader's standards. Let me cut across to Abdul Bashir joining us from Hyderabad. Abdul, a quick word from you. Junior NTR himself now coming down to commenting on this name change, asking, in fact, there is this whole controversy and people there demanding that NTR Health University be changed to YSR Health University. Give us the significance of this controversy and what has the superstar said.
See, this whole controversy that has erupted is after the amendment bill was passed in the both houses of Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly to rename NTR Health University as YSR Health University. This was done yesterday, yet this bill is set to be on table for the approval of the governor. Here now TDP claims that this university was established by NTR and was named by N. Chandrababu Naidu in 1998. But now YSRCP is renaming it, calling it as unconstitutional. And also the TDP has met the governor, submitted a memorandum appealing that the name of the university must not be changed. That is what the TDP has said. But YSRCP looks like they are on their stand of renaming the university. However, the bill was passed yesterday. Today, the governor is set to give the green signal for the renaming this bill. But now junior NTR has stated that both the leaders, the NTR and YSR, are popular leaders, and renaming a university or getting down somebody's name will not affect their proud or their name, and it must not be done. That is what NTR has said, and under the whole controversy that is going on in Andhra Pradesh. Yes.
All right, stay with us, Abdul. We have TDP spokesperson Pattabi joining us on the phone line for some more clarity on this. Of course, the TDP there condemning the YSRCP government of trying to change the name of NTR Health University to YSR Health University. Mr. Pattabi, a quick word from you on what do you think of this bill that's been passed asking for the name of NTR Health University to be changed to YSR Health University? Has this been an ongoing debate? There's been resistance from the TDP for long, but it appears that now the YSRCP is in power. So they have all the resources now to carry forward in changing the name of that university. How would you receive this piece of news?
Yeah, see, we have strongly condemned this. I mean, in a year where the people, all Telugu people across the globe are celebrating the centenary year. This is the centenary year of the birth of Sri N.T. Ramarao, and across the globe, people are celebrating, his centenary year. At such a time, Jagan Reddy's government's decision to remove the name of Sri NTR from an university, from a health university which was established with his efforts, is very unfortunate. We have strongly condemned this. Our leader, Sri Chandrababu Naidu garu, today met the governor, who happens to be the chancellor of this university. We have requested him not to approve this bill which was passed in the assembly yesterday. We all know that the governor has the power to send back the bill again to the assembly. He has the power not to approve it. So we've asked the governor, honorable governor, not to approve this bill, because as you all know that Sri NTR is a person who commands great respect not only in Andhra Pradesh but across the country, across the entire India. So the governor gave a patient hearing today, and we still hope that the governor will, as a chancellor of the university, will take a positive decision and ensure that the name of NTR remains for this health university which was established because of his efforts. The thing is, see, Y.S. Rajshekhar Reddy does not have any kind of link with this university. It is the NTR who had established this.
Precisely my next question here. We see that Junior NTR, the very famous film star, has spoken about this, and he's put out a tweet. He never wades into politics, but it appears that Junior NTR for the first time has commented on this, saying that this is not going to bring my father's stature down in any way.
See, what I understand from Mr. Junior NTR's tweet is such kind of cheap politics. Such kind of cheap politics of removing the names and renaming them, and these kind of cheap politics will not in any way lower the kind of stature my grandfather has. So he had not supported the decision of Sri Jagan Reddy, but he had clearly stated that these kind of cheap tactics and cheap politics will not lower the stature of Sri NTR. And on the other hand, Jagan Reddy's own sister Sharmila, who happens to be the president of YSR Telangana party, the own sister of Jagan Reddy, had condemned this decision of his brother. So Jagan Reddy should first convince his own sister, who is opposing this move of removing the name of NTR. So Jagan Reddy does not have the support of his own family members. His own sister is not supporting his decision, and she says that NTR's name should remain, and my father also would not be happy with this kind of a decision. So Jagan Reddy's own family is opposing it today.
Why do you say that Jagan's own family is opposing it? Because at the end of it, we see that YSRCP is now, of course, trying to endorse. You have Jagan Mohan Reddy himself trying to endorse his own father's legacy. He's in power today. He has all the logistics, the support to pass a bill and get it approved. Why do you believe that his family members are opposing it? Aren't they all a united outfit?
Yeah, having power in hand doesn't mean that he can do anything. See, he cannot, lower the respect of the people of stature like Sri NTR. See, not
that changing the name will lower the respect of NTR. Would you believe that NTR's respect will be taken away? He'll be disrespected by renaming it to YSR?
This is a kind of a disrespect to Sri NTR. See, removing the name of a university which was established by his efforts is a kind of a disrespect that is showing towards NTR. Not only his own sister Sharmila, but many of his own party members are not happy with this. Each and every Telugu citizen who is there in the entire, maybe not only in the state, but in the entire country and across the globe are opposing this. Jagan Reddy, just to divert people's attention from other issues, from various other problems that people are facing in Andhra Pradesh, he is bringing these kind of things to the forefront.
But Abhiram, a quick word. Finally, NTR Health University. Tell us the significance and what contribution has NTR done to set up this university at one point.
See, before Sri NTR took this initiative of establishing this university, there is no health university in the state of Andhra Pradesh. He is the one who had taken this initiative of establishing this university, and he had set up, he was instrumental in setting up many great medical institutions, and after him, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu also had set up 4 government medical colleges, 18 private medical colleges. So out of the 32 medical colleges that are there in our state right now, almost 22 to 23 colleges were set up by either Sri NTR or Sri Chandrababu Naidu. So both our party leaders had always been in the forefront to take initiatives to set up various colleges and to ensure that students in Andhra get quality education. So it is because of his efforts that this university got established, and we strongly demand
that this should be revoked. Well, in defense of YSRCP there, the Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has said that this is in no way a disrespect. Since we don't have a spokesperson here, what the official statement that Jagan has given is that no way this is disrespectful to NTR. This is only giving due to YSR, who had pioneered the health sector, the healthcare sector in Andhra Pradesh. Well, let's see how far this controversy will go on. India Today on top of the story. All right, now India Today, for the first time, possibly the longest, saw this anti-terror crackdown that spanned across India, across 10 states. At least 110 PFI leaders were rounded up as the NIA suspects that they could be linked to terror funding by and large. This is not just the NIA, but also the Enforcement Directorate, who launched this simultaneous raid with close to 1,000 police officers, CAPF, and cadres from different states who came together to launch this joint operation late in the middle of the night, in fact, and held almost 110 leaders belonging to the PFI and some of them outside the PFI who they suspect have links with terrorists. Now, this is, of course, India's biggest ever anti-terror crackdown on the PFI. These raids have taken place in over 10 states. At least 13 states is what we hear, with 100 suspects that have been rounded up. These suspects are linked to Islamist radical groups. They could have some kind of links to terrorists as well, is what the NIA suspects. Incriminating papers, mobile phones, laptops, bank account details, all of that has been seized to try and check if this could be enough evidence to implicate these people who are right now under suspicion of carrying out terror activities. This was a midnight swoop. Let's take you through what's transpired.
India's biggest terror cleanup. A super secret, well-coordinated pan-India swoop. A crackdown against radical PFI in a never-before-seen scale. Spearheaded by NIA and aided by ED, agencies launched post-midnight raids in over 13 states, arresting over 100 PFI operatives, including the Islamist group's chairman, executive member, and Delhi unit chief, seizing dozens of mobiles and laptops. The sweeping raids came after the probe revealed PFI hand in multiple radicalization plots, including the hijab and CAA stirs, Patna and Nizamabad terror plots, and killing of Karnataka BJP leader Praveen Nittaru.
A place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building, which is located in Tiljora, is the particular office of PFI.
Massive raids underway across various locations here in Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We're here at one of the locations of the Popular Front of India. Here in Hyderabad at the Chandrayaan Gutta PFI office, as you can see, a seal has been set in place. This after NIA officials who had come here and searched the place had collected various evidences.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles.
The Islamist group resorted to street protests, calling the raids an RSS-backed conspiracy, and promised to intensify the agitation.
Into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies, and they should not allow any further actions like this.
ഇത് രാജ്യത്ത് RSSനും അവർ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഭരണകൂടത്തിനുമെതിരെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
NIA personnel in the raids were secured by over 1,000 cops and Central Forces personnel, even as Amit Shah-led Union Home Ministry kept close watch. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let me quickly cut across to our reporter is joining us, Munish Pandey, giving us some updates coming in from Delhi. Munish, I'm going to start with you. A quick word on the NIA and the ED crackdown on offices of the PFI across India. 13 states we're looking at, predominantly Kerala. They've picked up 22 people, 10 from Tamil Nadu, a good bunch of them from Maharashtra, from Uttar Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh, etc. Now, these accused have been brought to the NIA court, we believe. Many of them are going to be brought to Delhi for investigation further. But tell us, on what basis and grounds has the ED and the NIA collectively raided these offices? Do they suspect terror funding? Money channels coming in from the Gulf countries, we believe, have been operating for quite a while.
Well, Nabila, why these raids are very significant. There is a backdrop that why this action took place under the supervision of Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, what we have been given to understand is that recently there was a presentation made by the National Investigative Agency, Enforcement Directorate, in the presence of the Intelligence Bureau. And when these agencies presented their case, they also submitted the evidence that the PFI leaders and PFI members are involved not only in anti-national activities, but also in terror activities. In the same way, the Enforcement Directorate presented their case that the PFI members, the PFI leaders, and this organization is receiving money not in the form of personal donations, but also from several Gulf countries. And based on these findings, the MHA decided a massive crackdown on the PFI leaders and PFI members. And that is why today we saw it was a historic, unprecedented move by the NIA, the Enforcement Directorate, and the anti-terror squads of multiple states, at least 13 states. And all these agencies combined on this operation, what is being called as midnight operation, a crackdown on PFI members. So the agencies are claiming that based on the evidence which they already had, they identified these people, and then after identified and raiding these people, almost 106 people have been arrested. Several arrests have been made by the NIA, several arrests have been made by ED.
We've been tracking those developments right from the morning. 106 people precisely have been rounded up by the NIA. ED has also carried out raids simultaneously. Munish, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to this breaking coming in on the PFI raids. The accused PFI who've been arrested have all been brought to a Mumbai special NIA court. This is the latest information that we get here. PFI accused have been now taken to the NIA court. In fact, there are several allegations that have been leveled against them. One, of course, paramount is that many of these leaders have been supporting terror activities in India. Now, also, the NIA is suspecting that these are the same leaders of the PFI who have instigated communal tensions in different parts of the country time and again, all the way from the CAA protests in 2020 to the hijab protests in 2022 earlier this year. To several other instances of tension, and even the Delhi riots that took place 2020, start of the year, linked to the PFI is what the NIA suspects. Now, these arrested PFI leaders have all been taken to the NIA court in Mumbai. Let me cut across to Kamaljeet Sandhu, joining us live for more on that. Kamaljeet, the quick word, PFI arrested. These leaders have been brought to the NIA court. Give us an understanding yet again, on what grounds have many of these leaders been rounded up from different states? And these are all senior leaders of the PFI, the top leaders of the Popular Front of India outfit. They claim to be a pro-India, pro-Muslim outfit, but NIA claims that they're supporting terror activities. Tell us a little more what's going to happen at the NIA court.
You know, for more than a decade and a half, the Home Ministry has been contemplating about a ban on PFI. Over the past few years, several of the states, including Uttar Pradesh, has written to the Home Ministry to do so. But meanwhile, the evidence has mounted. So thereafter, we saw how raids were conducted throughout. And a part of North India, that's where we saw raids being conducted in UP, Delhi, Assam, West Bengal. We also saw thereafter raids being conducted across South India as well. And that is where Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, all these states being raided. So over 13 states, and we saw 106 suspects being rounded up and now being produced before the court. So the charges are very clear. There is terror funding. So there is an aspect about how not just Hawala funds are coming in, the funds are coming through foreign mercenaries as well. Outside, that is a part of the investigation. The second is about the training camp. Several of them are saying it's violence which is being done. The third is about radicalization of the youth and inducting them into PFI. These are the three main charges, and that is why for funding itself, the ED is going to be taking care. For the terror-relating network is the NIA which is going to be doing it. And we've been told that so far, over 100 phones as well as electronic devices and the other material has been collected that has now been submitted for the forensic. It's going to be a very detailed investigation. We've been told throughout the night, the Director IB as well as the DG NI were throughout in the control room. They were monitoring every bit of it. There was every bit information that this could have perhaps been leaked. But the IB was keeping a tab on all the suspects and ensured that the swoop down happens when all of them are there at the particular residences which have been marked for raids. And now that it's been done, it's going to be a painstaking measure as to each of them. And many of them cases we've been told there would be a joint interrogation. We'll have to see about how the agency briefs about how the suspects can possibly be brought to one particular location, because the number is quite a bit. The top leaders may be confronted together in a joint interrogation.
You know, from what we see extensively, the PFI leaders and you know, the large groups who came out in protests in different states, predominantly the southern states, those PFI members said that this was nothing but an arm-twisting tactic which the BJP and the RSS using the central agencies to suppress dissenting voices. This was the official statement given out by the PFI as they came out in protest, saying that they're innocent, there has been no wrong, they've not supported terrorism. This is just a blanket accusation being leveled against the PFI, which is false. Now, tell us, the NIA arresting these many PFI leaders, 100-odd PFI leaders, that's a huge number. Is there anything substantial that they've found is yet to suggest that this has not been a deliberate target, as claimed by the PFI?
See, one, this is a multi-agency probe. So there is IB, there is NIA, there is ED, there is state police. There are also the Central Armed Police Force, which is for protection. So they obviously know this could be spell trouble because the PFI has initially challenged how investigation has been carried out against them. But there have been instances where there have been PFI members who've been booked, arrested and charge-sheeted. So that's there is evidence against several of the members. But here is the top members of PFI, the General Secretary as well as the top management itself, which has been under scanner. Their offices have been sealed. So that goes to show that perhaps without proof, that's not how it's going to be. And remember, the Home Ministry itself has taken cognizance of all this. A meeting was done at least 2 weeks ago, and that is where the entire planning was done. It has unfolded very quickly. But remember, the PFI has altogether always maintained that they're being one-sided investigation and they're being victimized at this point of time. But clearly, in the court of law, that's where it would be proved beyond any doubt as to how investigation has unfolded. Perhaps that's the way the investigation, and that is why the first of it is producing them before the court, taking them into a remand, and thereafter more proof, as NIA is saying, would tumble out.
All right, stay with us, Kamaljeet. I'm going to quickly cut across to Arvind Orja as well, who's been tracking those developments. Arvind, यहाँ पर जो PFI का रेड्स उनके ऊपर हुआ है, NIA ने 100 लोगों के ऊपर अरेस्ट किया है. NIA कह रही है कि PFI बहुत सालों से कैंप्स खड़ा कर रही है जहाँ पर यूथ को रेडिकलाइज किया जा रहा है और उनको टेरर की तरफ धकेल दिया जा रहा है. ये कितना सच है? PFI कह रही है ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो प्रो इंडिया है, प्रो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, ये डेलिब्रेट RSS का अटेम्प्ट है हमें दबाने के लिए.
देखिए नवीला, सबसे पहले पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया क्या, ये जानने की जरूरत है. पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया के बारे में सेंट्रल एजेंसीज हमेशा से कहते हैं कि जब सिमी को बैन किया गया तो सिमी का जो कैडर है वो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया में शामिल हो गया. यानी सिमी का जो फ्रंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन माना जाता है वो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को माना जाता है. इंडिया टुडे ने जुलाई में ही कोर्ट डॉक्यूमेंट से इस बात का खुलासा किया था. दरअसल तेलंगाना और आंध्र प्रदेश में जब NIA के रेड की थी तो वहां ये जानकारी मिली कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया बाकायदा ट्रेनिंग दे रहा है, स्टोन पेल्टिंग की ट्रेनिंग दे रहा है, कश्मीरी स्टाइल में चाकू जूडो कराटे की ट्रेनिंग दे रहा है. इसके अलावा यूथ को रेडिकलाइज किया जा रहा है. लेकिन जो सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग बात है, वो इंटरेस्टिंग और शॉकिंग बात ये है, पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया की जो टॉप लीडरशिप है उसको ये जानकारी मिल चुकी है कि उनको बैन किया जा सकता है. इस वजह से पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने प्लान बी भी तैयार किया हुआ है. प्लान बी के तहत पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ने छोटे छोटे कई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वो तैयार कर रखे हैं, जिसमें कुछ इंडिया टुडे को जो जानकारी मिली है, SDPI पॉलिटिकल विंग है, उसके अलावा नेशनल वुमेन काउंसिल, उसके अलावा ऑल इंडिया इमाम काउंसिल, उसके अलावा ऑल इंडिया लीगल काउंसिल, रिहैब इंडिया फाउंडेशन. तो इस तरीके के छोटे छोटे विंग बना लिए हैं क्योंकि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया की टॉप लीडरशिप को पहले से ही ये इस बात का इल्म है कि जो गवर्नमेंट है कभी ना कभी इनको बैन करेगी, क्योंकि ये जिस तरह का एक्टिविटी करते हैं.
Arvind, stay with us. In fact, that's precisely our next update here. From what we hear, the big breaking that we're currently tracking is that the Popular Front of India, which has now been quite aggrieved and angry with the NIA raids as they've come out on the streets and protested against the centre, the NIA, the ED calling this vendetta. Now, it appears they've come out with a plan B, if at all they're banned, because this seems like these raids are inching towards a blanket ban on the PFI as an outfit itself. So the PFI is all set to likely launch a plan B if they're banned by the centre. Their plan B involves its subsidiaries to evade these agencies and the ban, and that includes the Campus Front of India, the National Women Front, All India Imams Council and others. So this is how they plan to carry out their activities. Now, what activities are they going to carry out under the garb of the Campus Front of India, the National Women Front, etc. that possibly Arvind Orja will give us some understanding. Arvind, यहाँ पर जो Campus Front of India है, वो बोलते हैं कि वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक youth driven organization है जहाँ पर मुसलमान बच्चों को या youth को एजुकेशन और सेक्युलरिज्म पे सिखाया जाता है और उनको encourage किया जाता है. और इस्लाम पे भी उनको सिखाया जाता है। तो दीन और दुनिया दोनों मिला के उनको एक तरफ का गाइडेंस दिया जाता है। उनका कनेक्शन कोई टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ नहीं है। कैंपस फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया वही ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो हिजाब स्टूडेंट्स, वो जो हिजाब प्रोटेस्ट है कर्नाटका में, उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया था। उनका लीगल केस सुप्रीम कोर्ट में उन्होंने प्रेजेंट किया। तो आप बोल रहे हो कि ये अगर पीएफआई बैन हो जाएगा तो फिर कैंपस फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया और नेशनल विमेन फ्रंट एक्सेट्रा ये एक्टिव हो जाएगा, और ये एक्टिव होके करेंगे क्या?
देखिए, मैं आपको फिर वही बताता हूँ कि देखिए, सिमी जो इस्लामिक स्टूडेंट ऑफ मूवमेंट ऑफ इंडिया था, टेरर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इंडियन गवर्नमेंट ने उसको कर दिया था। वो जब बैन हुआ तो सेंट्रल एजेंसी के सोर्सेज बताते हैं कि सिमी के लोग पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया में चले गए, और ये काफी लंबे वक्त से चल रहा है। जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है अलग अलग स्टेट की, वो जब उनके पास इंसिडेंट होता है, जैसे नॉर्थ ईस्ट दिल्ली राइट्स या फिर आप उत्तर प्रदेश में एंटी-सीए राइट्स हुए थे, उसमें बकायदा यूपी गवर्नमेंट ने एमएचए को लिखा था, गृह मंत्रालय को, कि इनको बैन किया जाए। उसके अलावा पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया ये दावा करती है कि वो दीन और इस्लाम की बातें करते हैं, लेकिन तेलंगाना पुलिस ने कोर्ट में दावा किया कि ये कुफ्र के बारे में बात करते हैं। यानी जो एंटी इस्लाम है उनको टारगेट करना, वेलफेयर के जरिए ये फंडिंग करते हैं। ऐसा स्टेट तेलंगाना पुलिस और एनआईए ने कोर्ट में ये दावा किया है कि ये वेलफेयर के लिए फंडिंग करते हैं, लेकिन उस फंडिंग का इस्तेमाल टेरर के लिए किया जा रहा है। और इस तरह से जब इस तरह के कई क्लूज मिले, उसके बाद एनआईए ने रेड की है। लेकिन जैसा कि इंडिया टुडे पर हम ये एक्सक्लूसिव ब्रेकिंग दे रहे हैं सेंट्रल एजेंसी के हवाले से, और बाकायदा तेलंगाना की कोर्ट में एनआईए ने ये बताया है कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को इस बात की जानकारी है या इस बात का आभास है कि इनको बैन किया जा सकता है जिस तरह की ये एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद इन्होंने प्लान भी तैयार कर रखा है, जिसमें ये छोटे छोटे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वो बनाए गए हैं कि अगर पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को बैन किया जाता है तो ये वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होंगे जिसमें ऑल इंडिया काउंसिल, नेशनल वुमेन काउंसिल, ये वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होंगे जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया का जो एजेंडा है उसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड करेंगे। तो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया पूरी तरह से एक प्लानिंग के तहत आगे बढ़ता है, ऐसा सेंट्रल एजेंसी का आरोप है। तेलंगाना में अभी रेड हुई थी, आंध्र प्रदेश में रेड हुई थी, और आज पूरी प्लानिंग के तहत सेंट्रल एजेंसी ने पूरे देश भर में टॉप लीडरशिप है पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया की, उन सभी को अरेस्ट किया गया है।
Arvind Ojha, thank you very much for joining us. Of course, this is a huge anti-terror crackdown carried out by the NIA and ED, possibly for the first time. Now, for those uninitiated, not sure why the PFI has been raided. Well, it's been a few years now that the NIA has been very keenly watching the movements of the PFI. They've been already declared as a hate outfit, as an extremist outfit, a radical outfit, who they suspect have links with some terror organizations abroad. Now, the main reasons to why the ED has also stepped in here is because of some kind of terror funding. What they suspect here, the ED as well as the NIA, is that the PFI have been mobilizing funds via Gulf networks. The money channels have been open for a while, and they could be receiving money from the Gulf countries. Also, money has been sent to India illegally. It's not legit means of transfer. It could very well be Hawala transaction, is what the NIA as well as the Enforcement Directorate is suspecting. They are somehow carrying out Hawala transactions and then showing it as white money. The money has been raised for unlawful activities. This is, of course, something that the NIA has been suspecting time and again. Every state where there's been some kind of communal tensions, the police have more or less attributed it to the PFI, saying the PFI has been instigating and insinuating tensions in those regions, particularly the Delhi riots, the hijab controversy, the anti-CAA stir across India. All this could be part of a larger criminal conspiracy. That's exactly what the NIA as well as the ED has gone into while raiding the PFI offices across India. Now, giving you an insight into how this operation has taken place. First of all, this is one of the largest anti-terror crackdown that India has ever seen. The NIA has simultaneously raided at least 13 states, and a whopping 106 people have been arrested simultaneously across all these states. And this was done in tandem with at least 1,000 police officers of different departments who worked in coordination and carried out these raids in the middle of the night. So Rajasthan, they managed to arrest 2 PFI suspects. In Delhi, they've arrested 3 PFI suspects. Uttar Pradesh has 8. Bihar, Assam, they've rounded up 9 of the PFI suspects. West Bengal and Madhya Pradesh, we believe that there are about 4 of them who've been taken into custody. Now, let me cut across to Maharashtra. From what we see in Maharashtra alone, we're seeing at least 20 PFI leaders who've been taken into custody. Karnataka, 20 of them have been taken into custody. Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Also, we're seeing about 5 of them who head the PFI offices in their states who've been arrested by the NIA. Kerala is the most number of PFI leaders who've been taken in, 22. And that's where we saw the largest protests as well that was launched. Puducherry as well in Tamil Nadu, 3 of them arrested. Tamil Nadu on the whole, 10 people belonging to the PFI who've been arrested. So at this point, the PFI angry out on the streets at different parts of India. They've come out in large numbers to protest. These are the visuals that we've been tracking right from the morning. In fact, in Kerala, Tamil Nadu and parts of Delhi, Kalburgi, Coimbatore, Jaipur, we saw all kinds of protests where they blocked roads. They, in fact, reached the offices of the police. They held placards and flags and condemned this kind of alleged harassment by the NIA against the PFI. All sorts of protests that were launched by the PFI simultaneously, as it appears that they were clearly taken off guard. Let me cut across to Anisha joining us more on that. Anisha, a quick word on these NIA arrests. At least 106 leaders of the PFI have been arrested, and many of their family members extensively have called this harassment. They say that the Muslims are being targeted. They are suppressing dissenting voice. We have not done anything wrong, but yet they came, knocked at our doors and took away our family members. They're calling this a human right violation. Tell us more.
Well, yes, Nabila, as you just said. This early morning between 1 a.m. and around 5 a.m. raids are conducted all across the country. And here in Delhi, we're at the Patiala House Court where the special NIA court sits.
18 people who've been arrested in Delhi and nearby states have been brought here to the Patiala House Court, including PFI General Secretaries Mohammad Ali Jinnah and Anis Ahmed. These are the 2 people we've been able to identify so far. The 18 people have been brought in here. Protests have broken out in South India and in other places where the PFI is saying that this is a deliberate attempt to shut down criticism of the government, that this is a human rights violation, that there is no allegation against them. Now, if you see what the AD and the NIA have been saying, and remember these are investigations being jointly done by the NIA and the ED, where the agencies are claiming that there is a terror funding angle, there is an angle where a larger conspiracy to create unrest across the country is being fomented, and PFI has been named in that. Even in the hijab case, we've seen even before the Supreme Court, the government raising the same allegation that the PFI was involved in creating deliberate protest and unrest, as well as inter-religious disharmony and clashes.
Anisha, a quick word. What's going to happen in court now? What's going to happen in court? What are we expecting to happen in court?
Well, Nabila, media is barred from entering the NIA court. So right now what I can tell you is that the NIA has brought 18 people before the judge. They will be asking for police custody remand for interrogation of these persons. Remember, at least 2 of these people are high office bearers, including the 2 general secretaries of the PFI. So we are expecting that the NIA will be asking for police custody remand for interrogation, because they have said they have raised allegations under the UAPA as well as other money movement charges. There are terror funding charges. There are several charges that the agencies have talked about. We are still waiting for certain clarity on which FIR exactly is it that these people have been brought here for. What are the specific allegations against these people and the identity of the other persons who've been arrested.
Anisha, thank you very much. We're going to continue tracking that story. It's right here on India Today. All that you need to know on this massive crackdown, the anti-terror crackdown carried out by the NIA. Every detail unfolding on India Today. Anisha, thank you for now. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, 2.3 crore Waqf land scandal that's rocked the state of Karnataka. BJP MLA is now demanding the abolition of the Waqf board itself. Prominent Congress netas have been accused of encroachment. More details coming up next. Do stay with us.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is
optics. Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance speech that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
You know, I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are two areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the third state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Is it so hot and humid in your city that you're finding it difficult to fall asleep? Well, you are not alone. Hundreds and lakhs of people in India are facing this problem, and now it has been documented. It's now clear that heat waves are messing up our sleep patterns. This has to do largely with your body temperature in the night. Our bodies are tuned in to dropping body heat in the night to help us sleep. The hormone melatonin serves essentially as a natural alarm clock. When it's nighttime, it widens the blood vessels in our hands and feet to get rid of heat from our bodies. So what really happens when the air around us is too hot? When temperature goes up, deep sleep gets affected. Deep sleep for at least a few hours is the bare minimum we all need to ensure our body truly gets the rest it requires.
Sleep deprivation can lead to various mental health disorders. The most commonly seen are depression and anxiety. Chronic insomnia, that is chronic sleep disturbances, can lead to something called as early onset dementia, which is again a memory disorder. So it is important in order to maintain our mental health as well as physical health that we give ourselves adequate sleep.
Now, there is not just the problem of rising temperatures, there is also the problem of the pandemic. COVID-19 has interfered with our sleep patterns, and this too has now been documented.
The pandemic ruined sleep cycles. The stress and anxiety of COVID added to the work from home patterns completely hit our lifestyle choices. A recent survey by a social media platform found that 54% Indians surveyed confirmed that their sleep patterns have changed post the pandemic. Many of these Indians speak about the fact that they're suffering from sleep apnea, finding it difficult to go off to sleep or sleep properly at a stretch altogether. This has now even got a term called coronasomnia, caused by personal stress, by grief of losing a loved one, and even anxiety over any COVID-related news.
All right, now the Waqf land scam in Karnataka has exploded. Former Uttar Pradesh to Karnataka Waqf properties increasingly coming under scanner. The Karnataka and Bombay government have now demanded the abolition of the Waqf board while upping the ante for a CBI probe into the alleged 2.3 crore scandal. The Yogi government had earlier cracked a whip on many of these Waqf properties, asking for a survey to be carried out. As per Anwar Manipadi, a report has been accessed by India Today. Over 29,000 acres of land worth a stunning 2 lakh crore rupees has been encroached and misused by the Waqf board. In fact, prominent Congress leaders as well have been named in this case, in this report. And the report says that there's been a huge scam. These leaders have been named extensively, many of them belonging to Congress. And the scam says, that's been tabled in the Karnataka Assembly, also says that there are thousands of crores of land that's been encroached by many of the Congress netas in the state. In fact, some of the names there allegedly include Mallikarjun Kharge, Roshan Beg, N.A. Harris, JDS State President C.M. Ibrahim. The Mumbai-led Karnataka government has demanded the Waqf board be abolished while training guns at the Congress for its silence on the Waqf report, calling it one of the biggest corruption scandals in the state.
ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠದ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಬಳಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ತಂದೆ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾನೂನಿದೆ ವಾಫಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಎಂಡೋಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಾರಿಟಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಬೈಫರ್ಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಕ್ಫ್ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ. ವಕ್ಫ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟು ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಪವರ್ಸನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು ವಕ್ಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿರಾಳವಾಗಿದ್ದರು. वक्फ बोर्ड was the custodian of the whole property which was transferred on that day.
हम पहले ही बोले सीबीआई इंक्वायरी दे दो ना, मान्य पार्टी का जो है सीबीआई इंक्वायरी को दो, किसने मना किया है? आई विल वेलकम इट. सीबीआई से अच्छा जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी कराओ. जज मैजिस्ट्रेट को कहा.
My report consists of 7,000 pages of 2.3 lakh crores scam involving 29,000 of acres of land. It has one in the High Court, twice, that's the regular case, as well as contempt of court, later on at the Supreme Court. Anything for that matter of fact has to be returned as it is, where it is, back to the fold of Waqf Board.
I am of the opinion that the so-called order, this order of the UP government stating that they will do a survey of Waqf properties is wrong, illegal. And because why it is illegal is because you already have a Sunni Waqf board and the Shia Waqf board, which is an autonomous statutory body. The order has not come from the Shia or the Sunni Waqf board. The reason the UP government intends to do this survey is that if you read that order, point number 4 and 5, they are calling a particular land Bitta, all these unused land.
All right, India Today continues to track those developments coming in from Karnataka. But for now, a short break on the other side. Gauri Khan finally opens up with Coffee with Karan. And on that show, she speaks about her son, Aryan Khan, about Shah Rukh Khan and what they went through when Aryan was arrested in a drug case. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Now, the makers of Coffee with Karan have dropped this latest episode featuring fabulous wives, Gauri Khan, Mahib Kapoor and Bhavna Pandey. And while those ladies made it quite an interesting watch, it was Gauri Khan who stole the show indeed, with her revelations there on Shah Rukh Khan and their love story, their dating life and advice for daughter Sahana. And most importantly, she finally opened up on Aryan Khan's arrest in this drug cruise bust case. Let's take a quick look at this special report.
Please welcome Gauri Khan, Mahib Kapoor and Bhavna Pandey.
Fabulous wives Gauri Khan, Mahib Kapoor and Bhavna Pandey are in the coffee house. Yes, the latest episode of Coffee with Karan is out.
Call a celebrity who has to say, hey Karan, it's me.
Shah Rukh there?
If Shah Rukh Khan picks up 6 points. Hi Karan.
The three ladies left no chance to spill some coffee beans and express their heart out.
If you were offered a film, which actor would you like to team up with?
I think I look great with Hrithik Roshan.
Really?
Yes.
How guts you have to say that.
From fun-filled chats to some revelations and gossip. This episode from the season 7 of Karan's chat show is nothing short of a ride.
A celebrity you think you should get a free pass?
With many, because I've not had any.
What was the biggest treat for fans, you ask? Gauri Khan sharing fun details about her husband and superstar Shah Rukh Khan. Gauri on the couch admitted that her love story with SRK was a pretty turbulent one and resembled with that of Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge.
If your love story with Shah Rukh Khan had to be given a film title, what would it be?
I think Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. I love that film.
And yours was quite a turbulent love story.
It was.
She also revealed what she likes the most about SRK and called him a very easy man to be around and that his stature at home is similar to any normal father or a husband.
Has it been difficult being Mrs. Shah Rukh Khan?
I have to admit that he's the easiest person I've ever met. Like, you give him anything to eat.
Yeah.
Even if it has no salt or it has salt, everything is good.
He'll eat everything, yeah.
Anything you put in front of him, he's just very easy.
The interior designer also shared a dating advice for her daughter Sohana, who is currently gearing up for her acting debut with Zoe Akhtar's film The Archies.
One advice you gave Suhana about dating.
Never date two boys at the same time.
While the chat was all fun, things got more real when Gauri Khan finally opened up about Aryan Khan's arrest after Karan Johar indirectly brought the topic up, to which she replied with, and we quote, "Nothing can be worse than what we have just seen through. But where we all stand as a family, I can say that we are in a great space. We feel loved, all our friends and so many people whom we didn't know, so many messages and so much of love. We feel blessed. We are grateful to everyone who helped us." For the unversed, Aryan Khan was arrested by the Narcotics Control Bureau from a cruise ship off the Mumbai coast in October 2021 on the allegation of drug consumption. But the Khan family was relieved after Aryan was cleared of all charges due to the lack of sufficient evidence. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Witnessed an unprecedented unprecedented crackdown on the Popular Front of India, on the PFI. And we've also seen a lot of political reactions, many hailing this particular raid and this crackdown on the PFI. The BJP is referred to the group as a terror outfit. But questions loom on what stopped the BJP, what stopped the government from banning the PFI so far, if they are indeed a terror organization. We're going to be discussing that on 6 p.m. Prime with me, Akshita Nandagopal.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by Galaxy Z Fold 4. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Operation Midnight against PFI in 12 states and 2 union territories. BJP labels PFI as terror group but won't ban it. Congress and CPM oppose raids, question the timing.
अगर PFI में इतनी ज़्यादा गलतियां हैं तो उसको बैन करने की अभी तक सरकार ने कोई भी पहल क्यों नहीं की?
PFI cries foul, calls strike in Kerala. Politics erupts over pan-India PFI crackdown.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us live here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're talking about the big story of the day, the PFI crackdown that's been led by the NIA. Now, while we've been seeing a lot of reactions coming in, there's one question that the BJP has to answer. While they're defending and justifying these raids and said it's based on concrete evidence, why haven't they banned the PFI, which many BJP leaders have referred to as a terror outfit? We're going to be talking about that. First, as always, the headlines. From hijab protests to CAA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrests. PFI hits the streets in protest. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at the centre, calls it a diversionary tactic. BJP defends raids and says PFI is a terror outfit. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress president race, says, have made my position very clear. All eyes now on who will be the next Congress chief.
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system and he represents a vision of
2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP MLAs demand abolition of the Waqf board. Prominent Congress Neta accused of encroachment. Showdown of a special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages massive protest against Bhagwat Mann government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to the Chief Minister's residence. And the rupee tanks 99 paise to close at all-time low of 80.95 rupees against the US dollar. We've witnessed since early this morning from 1 a.m. a nationwide NIA crackdown on the PFI. Hundreds of PFI activists have been arrested, and as expected, it's prompted also a political war. These raids were conducted across 12 states and 2 union territories. Several arrests were made across India, and the BJP defending this crackdown said the PFI, the Popular Front of India, is a terror organization. But here's why there are questions being asked to the BJP, because while they've called them a terror outfit,
there's been no ban yet of the PFI.
Across 10 states, Operation Midnight kicked off at 1 a.m. Over 200 NIA officials involved in this massive pan-India operation, with over 100 PFI activists and leaders being arrested. This unprecedented crackdown on the Popular Front of India has prompted a mega political showdown, with the BJP defending the action against the PFI. The opposition raised a number of questions to the government, not just over the timing of the raids, but also referring to it as a distraction tactic.
देखिए, कहीं अपराध हो, उसका कोई इनपुट हो, तो उसकी जानकारी सार्वजनिक करनी चाहिए। सरकार महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, राहुल गांधी की यात्रा के दबाव में, तो वो मुख्य मुद्दों से ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं।
मोदी सरकार पीएफआई को एक राजनीतिक टूल के रूप में उपयोग करना चाहता है। कानून अपना काम करे, पर ये सारी अगर इश्यूज हैं तो मोदी सरकार इसको बैन करने की पहल क्यों नहीं उठा पाया 8 साल में? उस सवाल में ही सारे उत्तर सम्मिलित है।
The left too questioned what was the motive for the raids to be held against the PFI across the country.
Let government come forward to share the facts and truth with the people. Then only one can speak on that issue.
The BJP meanwhile defended the crackdown, calling the PFI a terror outfit.
आज एक आतंकवादी संगठन है जो भारत विरोधी काम करता है। पूर्णिया को उसने अपना सेंटर बनाया है और ये संरक्षण के कारण यहाँ फलता फूलता है और 13 राज्यों में फुलवारी शरीफ में जो कागजात मिले उसमें 13 राज्यों से जुड़े हुए रहे।
देश का नाम लेकर मतलब यहाँ आतंकवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश अगर होती है तो जरूर उस पर एक्शन लेने की आवश्यकता होती है।
The government too has maintained that when it comes to national security, all steps will be taken by our agencies.
It is a legal course being taken for the sake of country's security, and no one shall be spared against whom evidence will be there.
But the BJP so far hasn't taken any punitive action against PFI. Several states like UP, Jharkhand, Karnataka, Kerala, states in which the PFI has been accused of spreading violence, have all sought a ban previously. But so far, no such action has been taken. While the government has justified the raids against PFI, questions loom on why the BJP hasn't banned the outfit so far.
Go back, go back.
Despite several leaders of the party referring to the group as a terror outfit. Bureau Report, India Today.
And this evening on 6 p.m. Prime, here are a few questions we're putting out which we will seek answers for. Now, with this kind of a crackdown on Popular Front of India and the allegations that are flying in thick and fast against the group, there will be one basic question that's being asked. Why has there been no ban of the PFI so far? Why has the BJP and the central government not taken the step of banning the PFI? That's question number one. If PFI is a terror outfit, and several BJP leaders have gone on record today to call them a terror organization, then again, why has there been no concrete action? Why has there been no ban of the PFI? Now, this crackdown on the PFI, does it signal the need for more stronger and more concrete action against the PFI is another question that we'll be asking this evening. And finally, is the Popular Front of India a convenient political punching bag? Look at the kind of allegations against the PFI. Extremely grave, extremely serious. But that's about where it stops. You see raids happening, but nothing beyond that. Now, because of, in fact, the BJP not going forward with a ban, let's take you through some of the reactions that have come in, particularly from the opposition.
parties who are right now questioning these raids. You've got the Congress questioning the timing of these raids, saying it's a diversionary tactic, that issues like inflation, unemployment are peaking. Questions are being asked by the people, so this is a diversionary tactic. The DMK has said that Muslims are being targeted by the NIA. The left has questioned the timing of these raids, saying what is the information, what is the evidence against them. The CPIM as well as the CPI both have questioned what is the motive and what is the intention of this particular raid. So this is something that we will track very closely. And as we get you all the latest updates also on all the political reactions that are coming in this evening, let's open this up. Let's bring in all of the guests who are joining us this evening on 6 p.m. Prime. I want to get in Mr. S.P. Vaid, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, also Sharafuddin Ahmed, who is the National Vice President of the SDPI linked to the PFI. Mr. Vaid, I'd like to begin with you. Good evening, sir. From someone who served for so long as the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Vaid, we've seen, of course, NIA raids happening in Kashmir today as well. Can you just give us a sense of how the PFI has been linked to terror activities, to anti-national activities in the recent past?
You see, there is no doubt about PFI being a radical Islamic terror outfit. In fact, if you see last few years, its involvement in number of terror incidents, number of killings, number of communal rights. If I enumerate, I think most of our viewers know the places. We had the communal rights at the time of Ramnami. We had CA, anti-CA protest. We had communal rights in many states of the country. Involvement of PFI has been very well established. And in fact, many people all across the country were demanding a ban on PFI, but just a mere ban does not serve the purpose. Such an organization which is working against the security of the country should be not only banned, it should be decimated, its assets seized, its cadres arrested, its offices seized. I think the time has, many of us were feeling that why the government is not acting, but then investigating agencies need time to collect evidence. After all, it has to stand the scrutiny of the court. All those cases which have been registered today, and whenever a ban order is issued, it needs to stand the scrutiny of the court. And mere ban does not solve the problem. You had banned Simi. Most of the cadres of the Simi later on became members of the PFI. So it has linkages with international forces which are out there to destroy India. Turkey, a terror outfit in Turkey. Ever since Mr. Erdogan has become president of Turkey, the forces in Turkey are trying to destabilize India. You have seen their attitude. You have your neighborhood country like China would not like India to emerge as a super global power. And they want to stop the march of India. But
Mr. Vaid, you raised a point about the need to collect evidence against the likes of PFI if we were to take very stringent punitive action against them. The question then that comes to my mind, at least, is that in the last many months and years even, I would say, the PFI has been linked to many terror groups, to many terror activities across the country, not just in Kashmir. So should this kind of a crackdown have happened earlier?
It should have happened much earlier. In fact, I think government has given enough of leverage to this organization, and it was high time that action like this was taken. I personally feel the action should have happened much earlier, but still, I welcome this action because even this is part of collection of evidence, and ultimately during these raids also and their interrogation of those who have been arrested, a lot of things will emerge. A lot of electronic gadgets have been seized. I think all this will help in pursuing the cases in the courts.
I'd also like to bring in Mr. Sharafuddin Ahmed, National Vice President of the SDPI, on this broadcast. Sharafuddin ji, what do you have to say about the serious allegations that the PFI currently faces? Terror training activities having, a role in several killings, murders, hate crimes across the country. That is currently the allegation that's prompted these raids, besides, of course, the Hawala money trail that's been identified.
we have to be very clear in mind that for years PFI has been investigated and a number of persons have been interrogated by ED. So has been several cases been filed in the courts, and all the courts have given a clean chit to PFI saying that no evidence is available. So far as NIA is concerned, NIA just now has taken the Fulbari Sharif case only after the clear statement of SSP Patna that no religious organization is behind PFI workers or SDPI, and there has been no evidence of foreign fund. So far as after the police rule that has come on the board, the NIA has also been deployed in Patna cases, and they have not produced any evidence except that some flags were found, some handbills were found, and a vision document.
But that's what these raids are for, sir. That's what these raids are for, to get more evidence.
Please, for a moment, please. That vision document was released by Justice Sachar, and again, supplementary has been released by K. Rahman Khan along with Professor Amitabh Kundu. So there is no evidence. Even in case of hand chopping case, the court gave a clear finding that PFI as an organization was not involved in that case, and that sentence and conviction was made for the particular persons who coincidentally happened to be PFI men, but not organization.
But
so
what about Sharfuddin,
by
sir?
some police officers who have not.
Sir, what about the anti-CEA stuff? What about Praveen Netaru's murder? What about so many other cases that have come to light, the hijab protest, all of this, there's one role of the PFI, the CFI, the SDPI that keeps emerging, that keeps making headlines.
So you please wait for the findings of the court, because there have been a lot of allegations and accusations against PFI and other organizations, but court has given clean chit, and nowhere the PFI has been held guilty. So is the case. Political murders are the culture of some states, of some areas, where PFI has no role, has not been
culture of
convicted
violence in any state, sir. There's no culture of violence in any state.
That's
what the government contends, that the PFI in some states has resorted to violence.
When you see, sir, madam, when tridents are exposed, or when the swords are shown, when the provocative statements, violent statements are made, when Hindu Rajya is advocated and it's said that they would prevail upon by 24, then it is exposure and it is promotion of a rightist view. So you know what is going, that events are taking turn by the people's intervention, as yatras, Bharat Jodo Yatra, and some yatra by Adivasis, by travels is taking place.
Mr. Ved, essentially the SDPI's contention here. Sir, hold on. Mr. Ved, the SDPI's contention here is that where's the evidence? What's prompted these kind of raids against us? They're saying that all of this is a political conspiracy, sir, but security-wise, has there been clear evidence of the PFI's role in terror activities?
They have every right to say this, but then...
SDPI is bound by the constitution and law of the land.
So just hold on. Let Mr. Ved respond, please.
Cases will be proved in the courts. No one is going to hang them till these are proved in the court. If you recall, their plan in Patna was turning India by 2047, Ghazba-e-Hind. Their international funding needs to be choked. And all this evidence will come. All these NIA and the ED were waiting for right time, because it took so much of time, because they were after this evidence, and after sufficient evidence only these raids have been conducted, which will further add to these. If you recall, the communal raids which happened in Bangalore, happened in Kauli, in Rajasthan, in UP, many other states, everywhere PFI figures, its funding figures, how international forces are funding it, whether through drug or through other hawala means, and by zakat. I don't know, the investigating agencies must be finding it out, and how this money is being used through this organization to destabilize India, and that needs to be collected, and after all this will be examined in the courts. In India, there is a rule of law. No one can be hanged without proving charges against him. Ultimately, you will see in the days to come sufficient evidence.
But would you back, Mr. Ved, comments being made, and it may be by political leaders, but largely as someone who's seen the security apparatus and the PFI's activities, would you deem PFI as a terror outfit?
Absolutely, I have no doubt about it. As a security person, I have no doubt about it that it is a terror outfit and it is out there to destroy India. And I think it is shameful that political people, some of the political people, are politicizing national security. They must realize that ultimately this country doesn't belong only to Mr. S.P. Ved or you or somebody else. This country belongs to everyone. If this country remains and if it progresses, it will be everyone's country and everybody's progress.
Mr. Sharafuddin, why condemn these raids? If you have nothing to hide, you should welcome these kind of raids, because you yourself are saying that this is moving forward in courts, nothing's happening in the courts. So these raids and many PFI activists who've been taken into custody today, they've all been produced in court already. So clearly the legal process is being followed.
Okay. I need only 1 minute. First of all, SDPI considers the constitution and end of law the supreme law of the land, and everybody is bound to follow it, to implement it, to follow and to respect it. So far as you may consider the other point that NIA and other agencies have filed 6,000 cases under the repressive laws, but only 6% conviction has been found. So that it proves that what is happening in the country, innocents are being criminally charged, but they are left acquitted after a long time. That is the problem of the country, because media trials would not say. You see that Anurag Thakur has just made a statement that the channel should have their credibility. Otherwise, one-sided narrative is shown, and only a police officer who has not got anything to support his case, only a media trial, only on the narrative that is popular, says that he has no doubt. Doubt is to be shown. It is to be decided by the court, not the police officer who has got no record of convictions. That is why the problem is that when police officers support the narrative, it is politically not only politically motivated, but
you're
it is
saying the police, and on the other hand, you're saying political
of the life career. It is political narrative that has got the stamp of the time. That is why if court gives a finding that PFI has been, even in case of hand chopping case, there has been finding in the court that organization was not involved, only it was individual act, and they were given the conviction. So is the case with the sitting police officers of Patna, who says no foreign funding source was found, who says no religious connection was.
No, you're quoting one case, sir. But point taken. We'll see how this plays out in the court as far as these raids also go. Thank you, Mr. Ved and Sharafuddin for joining us here on India Today on 6 p.m. Prime. We'll continue tracking this. I've run out of time. Thank you very much for joining us here on India Today. As I said, at the end of the day, we'll see how this plays out in the courts. What are the findings by the NIA after this massive pan-India raids against the PFI? On the other side of a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime, we're focusing on the big political story of the day. Rahul Gandhi making it very, very clear that he is not in the running for the Congress president post.
I can't count the number of times my teachers have said, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, addressed as his daughter, and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without realizing,
they actually want to call me Buddha, but
Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was right when he said,
आज का युग युद्ध का है नहीं और हमने फोन पर भी कई बार आपसे इस विषय में बात की है।
Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was right when he said, the time is not for war. It is not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. It is the time for a collective time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face. This is why there's an urgent need to develop a new contract between the North and the South, an effective contract.
आज का युग युद्ध का है नहीं और हमने फोन पर भी कई बार आपसे इस विषय में बात की है कि डेमोक्रेसी और डिप्लोमेसी और डायलॉग, ये सारी बातें ऐसी हैं कि जो दुनिया को एक स्पर्श करती है।
Welcome back. The suspense over who will be the next Congress president is speaking. Rahul Gandhi has made it very clear he is not in the race. Rahul reiterated he will not contest in the Congress presidential polls and that he'll stick by his decision of not throwing his hat in the ring. Rahul even went on to dole out advice to all those in the fray, saying that the position of the Congress president hinged on an ideology and a set of ideas, and that must be protected. The focus now will be on who will contest in the upcoming Congress presidential polls. There's been a lot of buzz that Ashok Gehlot will get the backing of the Gandhis. Shashi Tharoor, meanwhile, is also to contest as well. Sources have also told India Today that Manish Tiwari is now contemplating fighting the internal election.
A position, it's a historic position, and it's a position that defines and has defined a particular view of India. The Congress president is not just an organizational post. The Congress president is a ideological post. It is a belief system. So my advice would be that whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas, he represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India. What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
क्या मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अगले प्रेसिडेंट से बात कर रही हूँ?
देखिए, तो चुनाव प्रक्रिया है. चुनाव होने के बाद में मैं समझता हूँ कि अच्छा रहेगा बात करना. अभी तो मैं
सर, क्या आप नामांकन भरे खबर याद थे आपने?
नामांकन भरूंगा मैं, उसके बाद में प्रक्रिया होगी. चुनाव भी हो सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है. ये डिपेंड करेगा आने वाले वक्त में।
इसके साथ साथ सचिन पायलट और राजस्थान का भविष्य कैसे देखते हैं आप? सचिन पायलट ने कहा बहुत ही
मैं कोई व्यक्ति विशेष की बात नहीं करता, ये तो प्रक्रिया है। देखते हैं क्या स्थिति बनती है, क्या वहाँ पर माहौल बनता है, क्या फैसला करता है हाईकमांड, किस प्रकार से वहाँ पर एमएलए।
मेरे साथ हैं दिग्विजय सिंह जी। दिग्विजय सिंह जी, नोटिफिकेशन जारी हो चुका है कांग्रेस पद के अध्यक्ष के चुनाव के लिए। क्या आप
नहीं हुआ है 24 को,
नहीं 22 नोटिफिकेशन जारी हो गया आज।
हाँ 24 से।
तो क्या मैं एक दावेदार से बात कर रहा हूँ?
मैंने आपको कह दिया ना, मैं तो इसको कह चुका हूँ कि 30 तारीख का इंतजार करिए।
अच्छा, दो नाम सामने आए हैं, अशोक गहलोत साहब का, थरूर साहब का, उनको आप कैसे देखते हैं? अगर दोनों चुनाव पड़ते हैं?
पूरा अधिकार है हर व्यक्ति को चुनाव लड़ने का। पीसीसी डेलीगेट अगर है तो उनको अधिकार है चुनाव लड़ने का।
ऐसी भी खबर आ रही है कि मनीष तिवारी जी भी चुनाव लड़ सकते हैं।
ठीक है, लड़े।
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल, अगर नॉन गांधी अध्यक्ष बनता है तो गांधी परिवार की फिर क्या भूमिका होगी सर?
वही होती है और होगी जो आज तक रही है।
जो आज तक रही है उसी भूमिका में वो रहेंगे।
जी।
There is no controversy. Everybody is free to contest. There are speculations, and there should be speculations, but everybody is free to contest the Congress president's election. This has been our constitutional arrangement also, but that's what we want. As an ordinary worker of the Congress party, I want Rahul Gandhi to be my president. But if Rahul Gandhi decides not to be the president, I'll be upset, I'll be sad, but so be it.
कांग्रेस में अध्यक्ष पद के लिए नामांकन की तिथि अब बहुत दूर नहीं रह गई। कांग्रेस में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र है, जो नामांकन दाखिल करना चाहे करे। जब स्थिति सामने आएगी, उम्मीदवार सामने आएंगे, चुनाव होगा। अगर आवश्यक हुआ, मेरा बस चले, तो मैं यही कहूंगा गांधी परिवार का ही अध्यक्ष बनना चाहिए।
एआईसीसी का मतलब ऑल इंडिया कांग्रेस कमेटी नहीं, ऑल इंडिया कंफ्यूज्ड कमेटी और ऑल इंडिया कॉमेडी क्लब बन चुका है। ये एक ऐसा इकलौता चुनाव है, दुनिया में ऐसा कोई चुनाव का उदाहरण नहीं होगा जहां पर चुनाव लड़ने से पहले प्रत्याशी परमिशन मांगने जाते हैं, जैसे कि एक प्राइवेट कंपनी में कोई भी कर्मचारी अपने मालिक की परमिशन मांगने जाता है। इस चुनाव की कोई विश्वसनीयता नहीं है और इसको चुनाव नहीं बल्कि ताजपोशी कहना ही सही होगा।
And joining me this evening on 6 p.m. Prime is Congress MP Karthi Chidambaram. Karthi, Vanakkam, always a pleasure to have you here with us on India Today. I want to begin with a very, very direct question. Are you okay with a non-Gandhi taking over the helm of affairs in the Congress? Are you okay with a non-Gandhi as the Congress president?
It's fine. We've had this in the past as well. So this is not something new to this organization, which was founded in the late 1800s. So we've had people from various backgrounds and various experiences lead the party. So it's fine. But it's also obvious that in the personal circumstances that the Nehru Gandhi family, as Mrs. Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, are very dear to the cadre of the party, and they will continue to have great influence over the party. There's no doubt about that.
And, you know, we've seen that with all the statements that have come in from several Congress leaders and all of the campaigns saying Rahul should be the Congress president. But now that Rahul has made it clear he is not contesting, what's the role going to be for Rahul Gandhi then in the party?
No, I think that everybody fulfills a role. You know, in what is a role for, say, Narendra Modi before he became Prime Minister. He was only Chief Minister, but he was sort of the acceptable public face for the party. But even though he was not party president. So I don't think that one needs to hold a formal position as president of the party. And then we don't hold that position. You have no role. You would still, I'm sure, Mr. Rahul Gandhi will continue to be in the CWC, and he will give his views in the CWC. As I said, the cadre of the party still hold the Nehru Gandhi family very dear to them, and they will continue to have great influence. And they will also have, they will still be the prominent voices in the party, the most prominent voices in the party.
What about the optics? You know, with Rahul Gandhi making it very clear that he doesn't want to contest, there will be questions about whether he is again a reluctant politician, whether he's reluctant to take leadership, to take up the mantle. And then there'll be questions about lack of leadership skills for Rahul.
I'm not. I mean, I can't answer on that question because that's something which you should post to him to see whether that. But from a party's perspective, I really don't think this obsession about who's party president is really the solution or to the issues we are facing. We need to have organizational restructuring. We discussed a lot of things at the conference in Rajasthan. I think those things should be implemented, and the deep study which was presented by Prashant Kishore, while he might not be in the party, I think a lot of the suggestions which he has said should be implemented. So what it needs is only collective political will to implement these things, and not put the blame on somebody, so one individual who might or might not hold the highest position in the party, the highest formal position in the party.
Okay. Karthi, away from the Gandhis, if the names right now are Ashok Gehlot, Shashi Tharoor and Manish Tiwari, who would you pick? Who do you think is the ideal choice to be the Congress president?
I know all of them very well personally. After all, it's an internal election, so I don't think it's fair for me to, because all of them have their own strengths and they all have great experiences. It will be really unfair for me to pick one name out of them right now.
Okay.
I mean, I think I'll also like to hear from them what they're. I'll also like to hear from them what their vision for the organization is going to be. I think how can I make up my mind, or how can I even back somebody right now without knowing what their vision for the organization is going to be?
Is there a possibility of Karthi Chidambaram entering the fray? Are you considering maybe running for Congress?
Definitely not.
Karthi, finally, is there a possibility of Karthi Chidambaram running for Congress president?
Definitely not in 2022. But who knows in the future? I mean, I have intermediary ambitions before that. So I don't know whether those intermediary ambitions will happen. If those intermediary ambitions happen, I mean, then maybe who knows one day.
All right, so Karthi Chidambaram is not in the fray. But thanks very much, Karthi, for joining us here on India Today. And as always, being very, very candid about what you think about all that's playing out within your party. Thanks a lot. All right, let's get you breaking news also that's coming in on this story. We're getting you the inside track of the meeting between Rahul Gandhi and Ashok Gehlot. Remember, Ashok Gehlot has confirmed that he is very much contesting to be the next Congress president. And sources have told us here on India Today that Gehlot is likely to vacate the Rajasthan CM post. Reportedly, Gehlot has agreed to resign after meeting with Rahul Gandhi. This is, of course, if he wins that internal election for the Congress chief post. And reportedly, Gehlot has even named his successor, who he believes should be the Rajasthan chief minister. He suggested a name to Rahul Gandhi. So interesting developments. There's been a lot of talk about what will happen if Ashok Gehlot gets the backing of the Gandhis, chooses to contest, which is confirmed right now. What happens to the Rajasthan CM post? Well, now it's been confirmed to us here on India Today that Ashok Gehlot has told and communicated to Rahul that he is willing to give up the Rajasthan CM throne. Considering that the Congress has a clear strategy, they have very clear communication that one leader can't hold two important posts. And we'll continue getting you all the details that you need to know on that big political story. On the other side of a very, very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime, we're getting you all the details of the showdown that we witnessed over a special assembly session in Punjab. The BJP staging a massive protest against the Maan government.
हमने गर्भगृह में प्रवेश पर रोक लगा दी है और श्रद्धालुओं को सभा मंडप से ही दर्शन कराए जा रहे हैं। जो हम केदारनाथ जी में जो गर्भगृह को स्वर्ण मंडित कर रहे हैं, इसमें कहीं भी धार्मिक मान्यताओं के ये विपरीत नहीं है। और स्वर्ण जब वहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से गर्भगृह में स्वर्ण की जो प्लेटें हैं वो लग जाएंगी, तो गर्भगृह की जो दिव्यता और भव्यता है वो बढ़ जाएगी और अलौकिक उसका एक स्वरूप आएगा और वो उससे मंदिर के सौंदर्य में भी वृद्धि होगी। ये किसी प्रकार से हम कोई छेड़छाड़ नहीं कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि वहाँ पर केदारनाथ जी के गर्भगृह में पूर्व में ही वहाँ पर चांदी की प्लेटें थी और हमने वो चांदी की प्लेटें उतार करके ये रिप्लेस कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर सोने की प्लेटें लगाई जा रही हैं। तो इसलिए किसी भी प्रकार से वहाँ पर छेड़छाड़ नहीं हो रही है। बहुत ही न्यूनतम आवश्यकता के हिसाब से वहाँ पर कार्य किया जा रहा है। सोमनाथ के गर्भगृह में पूरी तरीके से स्वर्ण मंडित है। काशी विश्वनाथ जी का मंदिर जो है वहाँ पर भी पूरी तरीके से स्वर्ण मंडित किया गया है। तो इसलिए जो धार्मिक मान्यताएं हैं इससे कहीं भी प्रभावित नहीं होती हैं।
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Let's get you big breaking news that's coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting Japan on the 27th of this month for the state funeral of former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister was shot dead on July 8th by a gunman while he was campaigning. A private funeral for Abe was held in Tokyo earlier, and for the state funeral, Prime Minister Modi will also be there. Prime Minister Modi, of course, shared in great detail when the news came in of Abe's passing, of his personal friendship, his personal ties with Shinzo Abe, and that's why Prime Minister Modi has felt that a true fitting tribute would be for him to be there for the state funeral. So he will be heading to Tokyo on the 27th of this month. All right, let's get you a report now. What's playing out in Punjab, where the face-off between the Maan government and the BJP continues. This comes after, particularly, there was permission that was withdrawn for the special session of the Assembly by the Punjab governor. AAP has called the move a question of India's democratic process. The Punjab opposition has labelled all of it as drama by the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP also held a rather dramatic protest against the Maan government.
A massive political showdown in Punjab. Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has locked horns with the constitutional head of the state, Governor Banwari Lal Purohit. Aam Aadmi Party protests were triggered by the governor's initial decision to disallow a special session of the assembly called by the Aam Aadmi Party government to move a confidence motion. Aam Aadmi Party claims there is a conspiracy to topple the democratically elected government in Punjab, and a confidence motion would set all doubts to rest. The Bhagwant Mann government says the assembly will be convened on the 27th of September.
ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਪਾਰਟੀ, ਅਕਾਲੀ ਦਲ ਤੇ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਤਿੰਨੋਂ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਰੱਦ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਦੋਨੇ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਰਲੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਨੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਹੋਣਾ ਕਿ ਖੇਤਰੀ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉੱਭਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ, ਆਪਾਂ ਦੋਵੇਂ ਰਹਿ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ ਤੇ ਰਾਜ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, पर इस तरह नहीं होना।
स्पीकर और मंत्रिमंडल का अधिकार होता है सत्र बुलाना। गवर्नर सिर्फ एक पोस्ट मास्टर की तरह चिट्ठी इधर से उधर देता है, अपनी डिस्क्रिशन की, अपना दिमाग लगाकर उस पे कोई फैसला लेने की शक्ति गवर्नर के पास नहीं होती।
The BJP too held protests and tried to ghiraw the chief minister's residence.
ये एक आम आदमी पार्टी जो है ये किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन में बिलीव नहीं करती, ये बिलीव करती है लोगों का बेवकूफ बनाने में। फ्रॉड ही कर रहे हैं, लोगों का बेवकूफ बनाने का ये फैसला कर रहे हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली हम अपोज करेंगे। वी आर द मेन ऑपोजिशन पार्टी।
The opposition parties in Punjab accuse the Aam Aadmi Party of bluffing people with claims of horse trading.
सेशन बुलाया जा रहा है, ऑर्डर हो रहा है कि इस पे कोई बिजनेस ट्रांजैक्ट नहीं होगा। सबकी जो है आवाज आप बंद करके किस बात पे सेशन हो रहा है कि सरकार में कॉन्फिडेंस एक्सप्रेस कर, तो सरकार तो पहले ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट है।
The Aam Aadmi Party had last week accused the BJP of offering 25 crore rupees each to 10 party MLAs to topple the Bhagwant Mann government. But no concrete evidence has been put forward in public domain so far. With Satinder Chauhan in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll be joining you same time tomorrow with all the big stories of the day. Coming up on the other side of a short break is 7 at 7 with Preeti Chaudhary. The focus is going to be on all the big political developments coming in from the Congress camp. Ashok Gehlot confirming to India Today that the Congress president has to work in all states. He's confirmed that he will be contesting.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You see this glazed donut? It's obviously glazed, glowing and glistening, but not greasy. Do you wish for your skin to look like that without it looking greasy? You can now achieve the ultimate glazed donut skin by following a skincare routine that is gold standard for skincare. Your skin can now look glazed, glowing, glistening without looking greasy. This trend has taken social media by storm and we are not complaining. Just look at these influencers with glazed donut skin. They look fresh, well hydrated, look like spring impersonated. Here are some simple, easy steps that can help you achieve this look. Firstly, cleanse the skin with a non-irritating face wash. Second, you need to use a hydrating serum that contains hyaluronic acid. Will even help you plump your skin up to get that fresh look. Thirdly, make your skin's moisture barrier intact. Use a moisturizer even if you have oily skin. A rich moisturizer if your skin is on the drier side. Just make sure the products are non-comedogenic in nature. If you don't look hydrated and like a glazed donut, then you're probably not doing the right thing. Lastly, always wear sunscreen before stepping out. Come rain, snow, hell or high water. Say it again with us. I will always wear sunscreen before stepping out. And voila, here is your glazed donut look. Of course, eating well, sleeping well will help you a lot. And some of our Indian influencers are now stamping this trend.
Well, unfortunately, I've always had troubled skin, acne prone, oily, all the issues in the world. Imagine them, I have them. But then, of course, a good skincare regime is very important to ensure that you get that glazed donut-like effect. The glazed skin trend that is actually going viral on Instagram and all over the internet, which is all about well-nourished, well-moisturized, glowing skin. That is not just makeup, but actually is a glow from within.
Yeah, I guess you just have to be mindful about what you eat and you drink your water, you hydrate yourself, moisturize your skin, use your sunscreen, and I think you're good to go. Yeah.
We anticipate this glazed donut skin is here to stay, especially since it builds on popular skincare principles like glass skin and slugging. Simply put, the glazed donut face reminds us that glowing, almost reflective skin is the skin of the moment. Let's all now thank Hailey Bieber for this rather delicious trend. With inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Tech companies red flagging moonlighting. Wipro sacks 300 staffers. Big worry in IT industry. Is moonlighting ethical? Should companies make peace with moonlighting? Big focus on News Track. in association with SBI Home Loans.
Warm welcome. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out of the Congress president race, says he's made my position clear. Ashok Gehlot drops big hint, set to file nomination soon.
Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
From hijab protest to CAA stir, NIA raids prompted by PFI's alleged links to multiple unrests. PFI hits the streets in protest. Politics breaks out over mega PFI crackdown. Congress hits out at centre, calls it diversionary tactics. BJP defends raids, calls PFI a terror outfit. $2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka explodes. BJP MLAs demand abolition of Waqf board. Prominent Congress netas accused of encroachment. It is a showdown over special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages massive protest against Bhagwant Mann. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to Chief Minister Mann's residence. Gauri Khan breaks silence on son Aryan Khan's arrest, says nothing was worse than what the family went through in the drug case. Rupee tanks 99 paisa to close at all-time low of 80.95 against US dollar. All right, viewers, ending days of speculation. It has now been confirmed to India Today. Ashok Gehlot, the sitting Chief Minister of Rajasthan, has confirmed to India Today that he's all set to file his nomination when it comes down to being the next Congress president. Gehlot has also said that he has worked in all states, won't live far from Rajasthan, will keep working from Rajasthan. There seems to be an acceptance by Ashok Gehlot that at least when it comes down to him, he no longer will be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, keeping in tune with the Congress's rule, which was decided at the Udaipur Chintan Shivar, one man, one post. But whether Gehlot sticks where being the Chief Minister of Rajasthan is concerned is separate. Will he now moot the name of others who he would like for the Chief Minister of Rajasthan? The MLAs of Rajasthan will stick by Ashok Gehlot in all probability, which leads me to ask that question: what happens to Sachin Pilot, who's been waiting in the wings to get the Chief Minister's chair of Rajasthan? Let's listen in to Ashok Gehlot, who spoke to my colleague Supriya a short while ago.
क्या मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अगले प्रेसिडेंट से बात कर रही हूँ?
देखिए, तो चुनाव प्रक्रिया है। चुनाव होने के बाद में मैं समझता हूँ कि अच्छा रहेगा बात करना। अभी तो मैं
सर, क्या आप नामांकन भरे खबर यार थे आपने?
नामांकन भरूंगा मैं, उसके बाद में प्रक्रिया होगी। चुनाव भी हो सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है, ये डिपेंड करेगा आने वाले वक्त में।
इसके साथ साथ सचिन पायलट और राजस्थान का भविष्य कैसे देखते हैं आप? सचिन पायलट ने कहा बहुत ही
मैं कोई व्यक्ति विशेष की बात नहीं करता, तो प्रक्रिया है। देखते हैं क्या स्थिति बनती है, क्या वहाँ पर माहौल बनता है, क्या फैसला करता है हाईकमांड, किस प्रकार से वहाँ पर एमएलए क्या सोचते हैं, डिपेंड उस पर करेगा सब कुछ।
अच्छा, इसके साथ साथ राजस्थान ने आपने कहा मैं था से दूर नहीं, तो उस पर आपको क्या कहना है?
वो मैंने कहा कि मैं कहीं भी रहूँ, राजस्थान से मैं दूर कभी नहीं रहूँगा जिंदगी भर। जहाँ मैं जिस राज्य का मैं हूँ, जिस गाँव का मैं पैदा हुआ हूँ, उससे दूर कैसे हो सकता हूँ? कोई न कोई तरीकों से काम करने के, मैं मेरी सेवा करता रहूंगा।
आज जो राहुल जी ने कहा दोनों चीजें का कि जो अगला कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष होगा वो आइडियोलॉजिकली बहुत स्ट्रांग होगा, बहुत आप सीनियर वरिष्ठ नेता हैं पार्टी के, आइडियोलॉजिकली हैं, इसके साथ साथ वन पोस्ट वन जो है उन्होंने बात करी, उस पर आपको क्या कहना है?
उन्होंने ठीक कहा है। अगर कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बनता है तो अपने राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में किस प्रकार काम कर पाता है, ये एक प्रकार से आज तक कभी हुआ नहीं है, ठीक है ना। इसलिए अभी तो कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बने हम लोग, साथ साथ में चलता रहेगा भाई क्या एमएलए चाहते हैं वहाँ के, क्या आगे हमें करना, सोच विचार के बात करेंगे।
सवाल है सचिन पायलट के ऊपर, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा कि आप बहुत वरिष्ठ नेता हैं और सीपी जोशी को लेकर सर राजस्थान पे क्या रहेगा सर, राजस्थान को क्या संदेश रहेगा?
नमस्कार मैडम जी, नमस्कार।
Because let's cut across directly to our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai, who's been talking to Ashok Gehlot himself. Rajdeep, in that conversation with our colleague Supriya, one thing is established that Ashok Gehlot has at least reconciled to the fact that it's not going to be him as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan alongside filling in the nomination or being the president of the Congress party. But he clearly is going to do what he can to stall Sachin Pilot. He's already mooted 2 names, we hear.
That's right. You know, the sense I get from speaking to not just Mr. Gehlot, but to people close to Mr. Gehlot, is that while he seems to have, as you rightly said, reconciled to the idea that he may have to contest for Congress presidentship, his heart is still in Jaipur. And because his heart is in Jaipur, he wants to at least ensure that whoever succeeds him is someone whom he has absolute confidence in him and someone who is seen to be close to Ashok Gehlot, because he would like, even while being Congress president, to have one eye or one foot in Rajasthan. Among the names being mentioned at the moment as a potential consensus candidate is that of Dr. C.P. Joshi, who Gehlot in the past trumped when he became chief minister and came back in 2008. So the fact is, Ashok Gehlot is the kind of politician, Preeti, who will never reveal his cards right away. For now, he's being very cagey. He seems to have accepted that he will almost inevitably have to contest the presidentship poll, because that's what the Gandhi family, the party high command wants. But what kind of a bargain will he extract from the weakened Gandhis? Ashok Gehlot is not Captain Amarinder Singh, who virtually had no option left when he was ousted from the chief ministership. Here he is someone who's taking a step up to become Congress president and wants to leverage whatever base he has in Rajasthan to his advantage. So my sense is,
I believe you have Digvijay Singh, who's joining you right away. You know, we're going to cut across to Rajdeep as he takes it over. We've got Mr. Digvijay Singh, viewers, but it's also interesting on the other hand, with all the developments that are taking place, the MLA, the Vidhayak Dal, who will they stand by? Rajdeep, over to you.
Joining us now is Digvijay Singh, senior Congress leader, former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, also organizer of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Mr. Digvijay Singh, at a time when the Congress most would have thought would put all its energies into the Bharat Jodo Yatra, guess what? The buzz is Kaun Banega Congress President, and even your name is being now mentioned as a potential Congress President nominee. Are you going to contest in the first instance?
First of all, it doesn't have any impact on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Bharat Jodo Yatra is carrying on, and with huge response each day. Yesterday in Kochi, it was more than 70,000 people who were walking and who attended the public meeting. So it doesn't have any impact as such. As such, the election of the President AICC is concerned, the notification has been issued, and the forms are to be filed between 24th to 30th of September. So that's it.
No, but are you in the race? Because there was talk that you've flown into Delhi, you will be meeting Sonia Gandhi, that you've said, why can't I also be in the race? Why only Gehlot or Tharoor?
No. It was more of a spin than the facts. I had no appointment with Congress President Sonia Gandhi ji, and I have not sought any appointment with her because there is no issue which I want to discuss with her at the moment. But I had a meeting regarding setting up a call center for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, for which I had come today.
But But Mr. Digvijay Singh, this issue of the Congress presidentship, no election has been held in the party for more than 2 decades. Now there's talk of Ashok Gehlot and Shashi Tharoor and possibly a few others contesting. Do you believe that this will energize the Congress or only divide it further? We still don't know that if Mr. Gehlot comes to Delhi, what happens in Rajasthan. Are you worried that all of this will only end up dividing the Congress, or will the Congress get energized with an election?
I don't agree with you there, because we are having election every 5 years. The last election was 2017 when Mr. Rahul Gandhi was elected unopposed. So you can't say that we have not had elections in the last 25 years or whatsoever. So we have had elections continuously every 5 years.
Mr. Digvijay Singh, you're playing on words. You've not had a contest. It's been the Gandhi family and no one else.
Who has Rajdeep, who has stopped anyone from filing the nomination? The membership is done. Elections are held at the grassroots level up to the AICC president. And anyone who is a PCC delegate can contest. If someone does not contest, is it our fault? But why don't you at the same time ask the political leaders why they are not having elections in their own party?
Well, when I ask them the question, Mr. Digvijay Singh, they say that in the Congress, the party is the family is the party. The BJP says, look, in the last 25 years, we've had half a dozen different people as our party presidents, from Bangaru Lakshman to Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, Amit Shah. They've all been party presidents. The Congress just had Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi for a couple of years.
But were they elected?
They may not have been elected, but
they
at least suggested that in the BJP there were new faces. Therefore, the question is, are you seeing this as an important moment where the Congress wants to bring in new faces?
See, there is no dearth of new faces in the Congress party as such. And there is a huge difference between election and nomination. When you are talking of democracy and democratic functioning of a political party, then nomination by appointment by nomination is certainly not democratic.
Let me though ask you the question that's blowing in the wind. Are the Gandhis, you've been talking to Rahul Gandhi, are the Gandhis clear they will stay fully neutral, or is Ashok Gehlot their preferred choice, while Shashi Tharoor is seen to be a bit of a rebel associated with the G23? Is that the way you see it?
Where is the G23 now, Rajdeep? Where is G23 now?
There is a sense, though, that Mr. Tharoor is an outsider, while Ashok Gehlot is the preferred candidate of the party leadership and the old guard, including Digvijay Singh. Is that true?
Shashi Tharoor is a very charming, very articulate and a very knowledgeable person who has a large following amongst the youth, and he is certainly a very fine person, and therefore I think he has all the right to contest. What is wrong with it?
May I though ask you, Digvijay Singh, in conclusion, are you really seeing the Congress party recognizing the scale of the problem they face, both electorally and organizationally? Are you seeing, both in the Bharat Jodo Yatra and in this Congress president election, a fact, finally the Congress party waking up to the fact that the party is in the ICU?
Please for God's sake, don't use this word ICU. We've never been in ICU. We have been a very lively party, acting on issues, taking positions on issues. Tell me one political party in the last 8 years which has taken a stand against the BJP government, leadership of Narendra Modi as such, on issues of social disharmony, economic issues, monopolistic control of certain corporate sectors. Which other political parties has taken a stand the kind of which Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party has taken, which party has gone to the streets on issues of national importance, which are the political...
All right, viewers, we're going to keep a keen eye on all developments, all eyes, at least for the time being. You know, the Congress president nominations will be filed by Ashok Gehlot, but the question is also who will be the next chief minister of Rajasthan. Will Sachin Pilot finally see the time of day? He's been waiting in the wings patiently for Mr. Gehlot to abdicate the throne when it comes down to the Rajasthan Chief Minister's chair. Trust India Today to get you all the latest, but I want to quickly now shift focus to the other big developing story that we're tracking very closely. The biggest crackdown on the outfit PFI by the NIA. It started at midnight yesterday. Continuing.
India's biggest terror cleanup, a super secret, well-coordinated pan-India swoop, a crackdown against radical PFI in a never-before-seen scale. Spearheaded by NIA and aided by ED, agencies launched post-midnight raids in over 13 states, arresting over 100 PFI operatives, including the Islamist group's chairman, executive member, and Delhi unit chief, seizing dozens of mobiles and laptops. The sweeping raids came after the probe revealed PFI hand in multiple radicalization plots, including the hijab and CAA stirs, Patna and Nizamabad terror plots, and killing of Karnataka BJP leader Praveen Nettaru.
A place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building, which is located in Tiljora, is the particular office of PFI.
Massive raids underway across various locations here in Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We're here at one of the locations of the Popular Front of India. Here in Hyderabad at the Chandrayaan Gutta PFI office, as you can see, a seal has been set in place. This after NIA officials who had come here and searched the place had collected various evidences.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles.
The Islamist group resorted to street protests, calling the raids an RSS-backed conspiracy and promised to intensify the agitation.
Into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies, and they should not allow any further actions like this.
ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
NIA personnel in the raids were secured by over 1,000 cops and Central Forces personnel, even as Amit Shah-led Union Home Ministry kept close watch. Bureau Report, India Today.
Shifting focus, viewers, be it Karnataka all the way to Uttar Pradesh, the Waqf land is under the scanner. The latest huge controversy coming in from Karnataka where Waqf land is concerned. From Uttar Pradesh, like I said, to Karnataka, the Waqf land is under the scanner. In Karnataka, the Bommai government has demanded the abolition of the Waqf board while upping the ante for a CBI probe into the alleged Waqf land scam. The Yogi government has also cracked the whip by ordering a survey of all Waqf properties. As per the Anwar Manpadi report accessed by India Today, over 29,000 acres of land worth a stunning 2 lakh crore rupees has been encroached and misused by the Waqf board. Those allegedly named in the Waqf land misuse report are Mallikarjun Kharge from the Congress, Roshan Beg, N.A. Harris, JDS State President, Chief Minister Ibrahim. The Bommai government has demanded the Waqf board be abolished while trading guns on the Congress over it.
ಇದನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಾಗಿದೆ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸದನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ತಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠದ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ಬಟ್ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಬಳಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ತಂದೆ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾನೂನಿದೆ ವಾಪಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಈ ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಶಿಕ್ಷೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬೇಕು.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಎಂಡೋಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಾರಿಟಬಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಬೈಫರ್ಕೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ವಕ್ಫ್ ಸಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರೇ. ವಕ್ಫ್ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಆದಾಗ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟು ಕೆಲವು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಚ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಪವರ್ಸನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸು ವಕ್ಫ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಿರಾಳವಾಗಿದ್ದರು. वक्फ बोर्ड was the custodian of the whole property which was transferred on that day.
हम पहले ही बोले सीबीआई इंक्वायरी दे दो ना, मान्य पार्टी का जो है सीबीआई इंक्वायरी को दो, किसने मना किया है? आई विल वेलकम इट. सीबीआई से अच्छा जुडिशियल इंक्वायरी कराओ. जज मैजिस्ट्रेट को कहा.
My report consists of 7,000 pages of 2.3 lakh crores scam involving 29,000 of acres of land. It has won in the High Court twice, that's the regular case, as well as contempt of court. Later on at the Supreme Court. Anything for that matter of fact has to be returned as it is, where it is, back to the fold of Waqf Board.
I am of the opinion that the so-called order, this order of the UP government stating that they will do a survey of Waqf properties is wrong, illegal. And because why it is illegal is because you already have a Sunni Waqf board and the Shia Waqf board, which is an autonomous statutory body. The order has not come from the Shia or the Sunni Waqf board. The reason the UP government intends to do this survey is that if you read that order, point number 4 and 5, they are calling a particular land bitta, all these unused land. By doing such a survey, they want to take away that Waqf land, because in that point number 5, they talk about using that land for public purpose, larger public purpose. If a property is made as a Waqf property, it will be a Waqf forever.
Going to go into a quick break. You stay with me. On the other side is our fact check segment.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
companies red flagging moonlighting. Wipro sacks 300 staffers. Big worry in IT industry. Is moonlighting ethical? Should companies make peace with moonlighting? Big focus on News Track.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our Fact Check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim which is floating about suggesting viewers that the Queen Elizabeth's funeral disrupted by an African protester. There is no truth in that. The fact check on it. This is an old video from 2007, completely unrelated to the Queen's funeral. With that quick fact check, time for me to slip into a break. Stay with me. On the other side is To the Point.
Se metió el río, dañó todo, ahí tengo la ropa tendida, estoy lavando las sillas para que no se dañaron y se dañó todo. Gracias a Dios que no fue como María, porque María la tapó, pero ahora nada más llegó como hasta por ahí. Begins to the Congress presidential elections, the eternal question: the man or the woman for the top post will be through election or selection. The BJP maintains even if it is a non-Gandhi, the person in the top post will be a puppet of the Gandhis. The Congress, meanwhile, is hit back, spoken about internal democracy within the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Gandhi asked the BJP today, when was the last time you held elections for the president post of your party? A fierce face-off coming up on To The Point this evening. Supriya Shrinet from the Congress Party and Shehzad Poonawala from the BJP join us. Do stay tuned. Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I am Preeti Chaudhary. The race to the next Congress president is heating up. The BJP says even if it is an election, it is a selection of sorts with the Congress High Command. The Gandhis pretty much puppeteering the new Congress president. The Congress, on the other hand, has turned back, asked the BJP. Rahul Gandhi today in Kerala asked the BJP, when was the last time you held elections? Here's more. Will he? Won't he? If he doesn't, who will? If not Rahul Gandhi, will it be Ashok Gehlot? Will Shashi Tharoor throw in his hat? The Congress at the crucial juncture of electing a new party president.
Whoever becomes Congress president should remember that he represents a set of ideas. He represents a belief system, and he represents a vision of India.
Rahul Gandhi in Kerala bombarded with questions on the upcoming president elections, turning it around on other political parties and the question of internal democracy.
Everybody asks the question about when the Congress party election is going to take place. Who is going to fight the Congress party election? But you do not do this about any other political party in the country. You do not ask this question about the BJP. You do not ask this question about the RSS. I am saying this with a significant degree of pride because we are the only political party in this country that does this.
Even after a dozen Congress units rooting for him, senior leaders pleading with him, Rahul Gandhi in Kerala on Thursday once again turned down the top job. While it is a no from Rahul, despite the proverbial hand of the High Command, Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot reluctantly ready to take on the top job.
क्या मैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के अगले प्रेसिडेंट से बात कर रही हूँ?
देखिए तो चुनाव प्रक्रिया है. चुनाव होने के बाद में मैं समझता हूँ कि अच्छा रहेगा बात करना. अभी तो मैं
सर क्या आप नामांकन भरे खबर यार थे आपने?
नामांकन भरूंगा मैं, उसके बाद में प्रक्रिया होगी. चुनाव भी हो सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है. ये डिपेंड करेगा आने वाले वक्त में.
Gehlot at first was ready to step in as Congress president, but without stepping out of the Rajasthan Chief Minister's chair, contradicting the rule of one person, one position in the party, a rule that Rahul Gandhi echoed again in Kerala.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
Gehlot now floating two names as Rajasthan CM. If not him, then CP Joshi and BD Kala. The operative part, making sure arch rival Sachin Pilot, waiting in the wings for the final abdication by Gehlot, doesn't get the coveted post. While the battle for Rajasthan is reaching its final chapter, the one for Congress president is beginning to heat up. With Ashok Gehlot, the unofficial selection, support for former G23 wildcard Tharoor is running thin, with knives out for Tharoor even before he fills in his nomination.
The PCC members of Kerala will vote the candidate who are openly supporting Nehru family. Consolidated vote may go to that person.
If Shashi Tharoor still decides to contest, he will face a tough challenge. Election or selection? The exercise to give Congress a new president is a test for the party to prove how serious it is about introducing meaningful reforms to revive its sagging fortunes. Bureau Report, India Today. All right, viewers, joining me for what I'm hoping not a very fierce face-off this evening is Shehzad Poonawala, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, and Supriya Shrinate, spokesperson Congress. Ms. Shrinate, the question is, which the BJP is asking, this might be an election, but ultimately it will be a selection by the Gandhi Parivar on who they will puppeteer as the president of the Congress is the charge.
I don't know if you understand colloquial Hindi, the kind that I speak in Eastern UP, which says soup to soup, bole chalni jisme 72 chhed. I mean, what is BJP's moral standing to speak about our elections? A party where 1.5 people go and decide who their next president will be. 9,000 elected delegates of the Congress party will decide who the next president will be if there is going to be an election, unless, of course, there is unanimity on the decision. I also want to, with all due respect to the BJP, ask what is their electoral process? How many of their delegates are elected? The BJP constitution very clearly states that they have to renew membership every year. July 2021 was the last time they renewed membership. Are you telling me that the BJP president himself is not a BJP member today? So let's not get too carried away. I am very proud of the fact that Preeti Chaudhary, one of my favorite anchors on television, on a primetime show, is discussing internal party democracy and internal elections of India's oldest party. I wish we could discuss more of these elections for other political parties, both regional as well as national, BJP being the most prominent one of those.
All right. Well, thank you for the compliment, ma'am. I don't get too many, but I will bring in Shehzad Poonawala into this conversation.
So I heard out Supriya, and I hope she has the patience and the tolerance.
No, we'll have a very peaceful debate.
I hope you will allocate equal time, because you've been complimented by the Congress party, and I hope that Supriya will have the patience and the courage to listen to some facts. Firstly, let me come to the topic, and then I'll explain what happens in my party as opposed to her party. Mr. Chidambaram says and exposes this so-called sham of an election by saying whoever the president will be, irrespective of that, Rahul Gandhi will have a preeminent position. In effect, he will call the shots. So just like Manmohan Singh was a remote-controlled prime minister, the next president will be remote-controlled. Not me, not my words, Chidambaram's words. 5 MPs write to the Congress party saying that they want to see the so-called electoral rolls of these 9,000 delegates, when they were elected, how they were elected. Not me. 5 MPs of the Congress, including stalwarts like Anand Sharma. Congress party itself is calling this fake and fabricated, not free and fair, and therefore this election is less of an election, more of a coronation. I was a Bhuktbhogi in 2017. At that time, Ms. Supriya Shrinet was perhaps in the media doing what she was doing best. Here's another Congress MP and the former state unit of the president of the Kerala unit saying, Mr. Muralidharan, saying that only that person who has the Nehru family support will become a president. This means that only the president can only be made by somebody who has the backing of the Gandhi loyalists or the Gandhi family, and therefore this is not an election. This is actually a coronation of a hand-picked person in a rigged system. These people talk about the last election they held 24 years ago of Mr. Jitendra Prasad. Jitendra Prasad gave an interview to Sumit Mitra of the India Today group. Here is that interview. The match was fixed behind my back, he says about Sonia. I don't claim I would have won, but she should have played it straight. This is the interview of India Today. And by the way, coming to India Today and the BJP's process, I wish Supriya Shrinet didn't just appear on television on your channel, but she also read the good reports that Aaj Tak does. Aaj Tak's Navneet Mishra, कैसे चलता है बीजेपी का संगठन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के चुनाव को लेकर सब कुछ जाने. He has explained, and I have the copy of that constitution. Article 19 of our constitution, the national president is elected by an electoral college, which is renewed at the time of the elections, which comprises of the national council and the state council. There's an elaborate process, and if you ever want to know about it, come Supriya Shrinet, I will explain to you. Here is also the press release that during the time of JP Naddaji's election, the entire process was given to the election commission, and I'll explain it to you in detail if Preeti wants to extend this show. But let me raise a couple of points, because madam is very educated about the Congress's constitution. I used to be a congressman once upon a time. Please do tell me specifically, Supriya Shrinet, as per Article 19 of the Constitution of the Indian National Congress, the CWC, which is of 23 members, 12 members have to be elected. I don't want to ask you about your so-called fake election of delegates, when it happened, where it happened. It'll be too cumbersome a process. Tell me the 12 Congress Working Committee members, where were they elected? Just tell me specifically about that.
Okay, all right. Okay, Supriya Shrinet, the question is also, the nomination hasn't been filed yet, but the person who could possibly file a nomination is also Mr. Tharoor. The knive's already out, because many would suggest he's not the chosen one.
No, I think you stand corrected. I'm not going to even respond to the BJP, because so much of hogwash, why would I waste my time? But I will respond to your direct question, and I think your question is very pertinent. There are no knives out. This is what democracy is all about, Preeti. Democracy is about getting as many people to participate in an electoral process as possible. And I think which is why it is important that not just Dr. Tharoor, anybody else, if you've got 10 delegates to back your name, and if you're a PCC delegate yourself, you can actually file for nomination. And that's the beauty of the election. I want to ask, which single unit of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and I'm not even getting into, their rumdum, because quite frankly, the only election that was possible for the Bharatiya Janata Party was when Yashwant Sinha asked for the nomination papers. If you remember, when Mr. Gadkari was the president, and then of course Sangh stepped in and that whole process was stalled. Ye naye gaye, shayad inko na pata ho, inki jankari ke liye bata do. That was the only time they came close to an election. Even then the Sangh came in and made Rajnath Singh a compromise candidate. Quite frankly, Preeti, there are 9,000 elected delegates who have to work to get elected. I am an elected PCC delegate. I had to go do something, after which my booth elected me, then I was elected by my block committee, and then my name was sent to the PCC. 9,000 of such people will participate in an election when there is going to be one. Which other party can boast of 9,000 elected delegates?
Okay.
Not
but Mr.
one
Nate,
from the BJP.
I want to just come in and I want to ask you that question again. When you talk about...
No, madam, but 10 seconds.
Right, finish, and then I need to come back for a rebuttal. Finish what you're saying.
Go ahead.
No, the question that I'm asking you, Mr. Nate, is when you talk about Shashi Tharoor, that he's more than welcome to file his nomination. As I speak, there are members who are spokespersons from your party completely taking him down on social media and WhatsApp groups as well. On the other account, your own unit from Kerala is going in the face of Shashi Tharoor and saying that we support the Gandhis. The Gandhis have chosen Mr. Gehlot, as unofficial it might be.
So that's absolutely wrong. The Gandhis have chosen no one. There is an electoral process which is going to play out if there are going to be more than one candidate. And of course, the results will be decided by the PCC delegates. But as far as anybody is concerned, I don't hold a brief for a spokesperson or for some WhatsApp group. I think all of this is unwarranted. You are putting the cart before the horse. Because quite frankly, it's unfair to judge a process that's underway. There will be nomination, there will be scrutiny, there may be an election, and then the winner will be announced. It's almost like judging who the Lok Sabha winner will be without letting the process go through. I think it's only fair that we have a very, it's a studious process that has to play out, and it didn't start yesterday. This has been done by our founding fathers, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, Madan Mohan Malviya, Mahatma Gandhi himself, Jawaharlal Nehru, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Subhash Chandra Bose, multiple other people who have come through this process, including Srimati Sonia Gandhi.
Okay, can I bring in Shehzad back into this conversation? Shehzad, the charge is it was 2004 when elections to the president actually took place publicly. Where your party is concerned. That's also a charge. Go ahead.
Okay, let me first, put it on record that Supriya Shrinate, whose arrogance and her elitism is unparalleled, is refusing to answer a question on fact about the CWC members. Let's put it on record that she did not answer about Chidambaram's statement. She did not answer about Article 19 of the Congress Constitution as to how many of the CWC members are elected as per their constitution. Nor did she respond on the statement of P. Muralidharan, who, by the way, holds a higher position than her. He's an MP and a former state president. And he says that if Rahul Gandhi family backs somebody, that's the person who will become the president. So much for their election process. Even North Korea would be embarrassed to call it.
Let him finish, ma'am. Let him finish. I'll come back to you. Let him finish. One second. Let's not get into this. I'm going to come to you. Make your point. Make your point. I'll come back to you, Mr.
This is a problem with her, a recurring problem with her. I'll ignore it. So this is the kind of elections that even North Korea would be embarrassed to call an election. I don't want to even get into the 9,000 delegates and how they were appointed or elected or selected, because here is Madhusudan Mistry saying no question of making these electoral rolls public. So much for transparency. हाँ भाई चुनाव लड़ेंगे कैसे अगर electoral rolls ही क्या है आपको end तक पता नहीं होगा. But let me come to a more substantial point. Preeti, we have in the last 24 years elected 9 presidents, including Mr. Nadda ji. Nobody is anybody's son or daughter. भाई भतीजा कोई किसी का नहीं है. Grassroots पे पोस्टर चिपकाने वाले अमित शाह जी प्रेसिडेंट बनते हैं, मंत्री बनते हैं तो प्रेसिडेंट से हट जाते हैं. नड्डा जी जो जम्मू कश्मीर तक तिरंगा यात्रा लेकर जाते हैं वो बनते हैं. राजनाथ सिंह जी बनते हैं, जनकृष्ण मूर्ति बनते हैं, गडकरी जी बनते हैं. ये हमारी पार्टी का 24 वर्ष में इतिहास और इनके पार्टी का 24 वर्ष में इतिहास. दो प्रेसिडेंट बने, एक माँ और एक बेटा, और वो ही चल रहा है, माँ बेटे में ही चल रहा है. एंड लेट मी ऑल्सो टेल यू, शी आस्क्ड अबाउट माई पार्टी, लेट मी आंसर दैट ऑल्सो. बिफोर Nadda ji's elections, we have given each of these things to the election commission. 75% of the booth samitis, 50% of the mandal samitis, and 60% of the Jila Samitis, all of them were constituted as per the constitution, and elections were held. They were sent. Then the election schedule was announced. Nadda ji was the candidate. Nobody fought against him. There could be unanimous elections. The President of India also, many times unanimous elections take place. But I want to ask Ms. Supriya Shrinate, if her arrogance permits her to answer, you kept touting Jitendra Prasad's election with Sonia Gandhi as the last election that was at least a badge of honor. Here is Jitendra Prasad to the India Today group saying that it was a fixed election. Comment. सीताराम केसरी को क्या इलेक्शन करके बाहर निकाला था सोनिया गांधी ने? उस व्यक्ति का धोती फाड़कर, नेम प्लेट निकालकर, टोपी धक्के मारकर उनको निकाला था. सोनिया गांधी कौन सा चुनाव लड़के आई थी भाई, जरा बता दीजिए. आप तो उस समय मीडिया में थी, हो सकता है आपने रिपोर्टिंग की हो, पता नहीं की हो नहीं की हो. आपके फादर उस समय कांग्रेस पे सांसद थे, तो हो सकता है नहीं भी की हो, परंतु इसका जवाब जरूर दीजिएगा सुप्रिया जी.
All right, okay, done. Okay, Supriya Shrinate, you wanted to come back? Go ahead.
No, I don't want to come back. I only want to point out to the gentleman, जिस पार्टी में रहे हो और जिसकी फॉर्मर अध्यक्ष के अंतर्गत काम किया है, थोड़ा इज्जत से उसका नाम लिया करो. वो एक महिला है, तुम्हारी माँ की उम्र की है, तुम्हारी परवरिश और तुम्हारे संस्कार ये दिखाता है.
सुप्रिया श्रीनेत, तुमसे इज्जत और तहजीब समझने की Is she going to lecture me on how I have to
Listen, you did the same.
No, I did not play any card of you.
You did the same. You brought in her father. Let's not get personal.
From her about
let's not get personal. Please, let's not get personal.
Tell her to answer the questions I've asked.
Okay, one second. Don't embarrass me. I don't want to put either of your faders down. Do not embarrass me.
She can answer the question. If she doesn't have it, she should stop embarrassing herself.
1 second. Okay, let's not get into this. Mr. Shrinate, make your point. I'll come back to Shehzad. We have ample time.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Shrinate, make your time. Make your point.
You remember who Bangaru Lakshman was? The only president of any political party convicted, not alleged, convicted for accepting bribe. Convicted. Jaya Jaitley, the only politician convicted of the coffin scam. All BJP. Now forget about that. इनका एक प्रेसिडेंट थे बंगारू लक्ष्मण, ब्राइब लेते हुए पकड़े गए थे, सजा सुनाई गई थी. ये इनकी बात है. But I want to make a larger point, and the larger point is that who the Congress president is going to be is a decision that Congress women and men like me are going to take. It's not a decision that a television anchor or a hot-headed BJP spokesperson is going to take. That's point number one. And point number two is, please tell me, when was the last time BJP had an election? You are talking about some electoral rolls. Answer the question that I'm asking you. The only time you came close to an election was when Yashwant Sinha asked for nomination papers. You want me to comment on P. Chidambaram's statement? I will, because I echo it. I understand that sentiment and I will say it. Rahul Gandhi, for the Congress party and for people like me who are inspired by him, is my moral compass. He gives me the inspiration and the strength to call out your bluff, to call out your failure, to call out your policies which have made our people unemployed, which have risen prices, which have pushed our people below poverty. He gives me the moral compass and the moral authority to do so. So what I do with him, who I consider him, is really my concern. आपने तो फेलियर के नाम पर एक वित्त मंत्री, फेलियर के नाम पर एक गृह मंत्री, फेलियर के नाम पर एक डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री और सबसे बड़ा फेलियर प्रधानमंत्री को बिठाया हुआ है. देश में बेरोजगारी है, महंगाई है, गरीबी है, किसान आत्महत्या करके प्रधानमंत्री का नाम लिख रहा है. उसके बारे में चर्चा नहीं करेंगे. Ask him why.
Right.
We are going where the discussion should belong.
All right. Okay. May I bring in Shehzad back into this conversation?
First of all,
all right. Okay. Go ahead, Shehzad.
Preeti, because your channel also runs a fact check show and I watch it very regularly. Let's fact check people, and Congress needs to be fact checked. Jaya Jaitley was not in the BJP. She was from the Samta party, but ho jata.
NDA alliance with the NDA when the scam happened.
तो फिर मैं इनके alliance partner Lalu is convicted 4 times. इनका समर्थन है उनको. Now can she pipe down?
Okay, no, 1 second. Okay, can we not? I will come back to you, Mr. Shrinate. Let's just keep
it. Government with.
Can she pipe down?
She was not part of the BJP. She was part of the alliance where NDA was concerned at the time where she was charged for the scam. I would want to make that official.
Thank you.
Okay,
Can I come in now?
all right, okay,
It's
okay.
my turn.
I would appreciate we all be civil. Let's go one by one. You'll both get equal opportunity. I still have a lot of time. Yes, I'm coming back to Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad Poonawalla, make your point for a rebuttal, and I will go to Ms. Trinate. Go ahead.
So after fact-checking the panelist who's not answered any questions about the CWC members, how they are elected or selected or handpicked, now let's come to another fact. The fact is that those whose presidents are out on bail, president and former president both out on bail, went right up to the Supreme Court, got no relief in National Herald, is sitting here and lecturing us on corruption. Those whose entire itihas from A to Z has been of corruption is lecturing us on corruption. By the way, let me tell you that this is the same Congress party. If they say that the congressman will decide, then why is Gehlot and Tharoor, like, you know, if there's a private limited company, the workers of that company have to seek permission from the owner. They have to seek permission from the Malkin, ki Malkin manzoori de do, chunav ladna hai. Is this an election? I mean, even like I said, North Korea would be embarrassed to call this an election where Gehlot and Tharoor have to take a green flag from Sonia Gandhi before contesting an election. And then she said, my moral compass lies with Rahul Gandhi. Your moral compass may lie there, but your moral compass has very little purchase, Supriya, because he lost 39 out of 49 elections, 2 Lok Sabha elections, and the 189 seats that he contested straight on with the BJP. You know how many seats the BJP won? 170. Your moral compass won 16 seats. You know why? Because the people have rejected the moral compass. But you can find your moral compass in Parivarvad and nepotism. Let me ask you a question, Supriya. You come from, now please pipe down and have the patience. You come from a state of Uttar Pradesh where your father once upon a time contested an election, you lost your deposits, is another matter. 7% vote was reduced to 2% vote by the General Secretary Priyanka Vadra, who also lost to Amethi, and therefore your moral compass ran off to Wayanad. Please tell me that how is Priyanka Vadra, on which parameter is she still a General Secretary when you took resignations of the state presidents for their debacle in the 5 state elections? What is this moral compass? अरे परिवार को परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर रखते हो, चाटुकारिता को और दरबारी कल्चर को आप मेरिट के ऊपर रखते हो, टैलेंट को तो गला घोटकर मार दिया है, परिवार युक्त करके इंटरनल डेमोक्रेसी G23 can't raise their voice, गुलाम से कोई आजाद बनता है तो बाहर हो जाता है, and you say you have a moral compass.
Okay, can I now, Supriya Trinate, go ahead.
Preeti, I am so glad that somebody who's full of so much venom, so much anger and so much hatred has been exported to the place where he really belongs to. भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आपका स्वागत किया गया है, लेकिन आपको भी फ्रिंज एलिमेंट बनाकर दूध की मक्खी की तरह उस दिन बाहर करेंगे जिस दिन आपने कुछ ऐसा बोल दिया जो उनको सूट नहीं करता है. Mark my words, I can give it to you in writing. You will be out of it. Like a fringe element like Nupur Sharma was. दूध की मक्खी की तरह तुम्हें बाहर किया जाएगा. दूध की मक्खी की तरह बाहर किए जाओगे. दूध की मक्खी की बाहर करने की बात है ना. नितिन गडकरी and शिवराज सिंह चौहान, according to what roles, according to what election, according to what process have Gadkari and Shivraj Singh Chauhan been thrown out of the parliamentary board? You know why? Because Mr. Modi doesn't like their faces anymore. Because one of them was speaking against his policies. निकाल के बाहर करो. फेस अच्छा नहीं लग रहा आज मोदी जी को. अमित शाह जी को चेहरा अच्छा नहीं लग रहा शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का. ज्यादा फुटेज खा रहे थे. बाहर करो. गेट आउट. गडकरी जी गेट आउट. तुम्हें भी ऐसे ही गेट आउट फ्रिंज एलिमेंट बना के किया जाएगा. और ये बेल पर बहुत बोलते हैं. अरे प्रभु, आपके जो होम मिनिस्टर है ना, तड़ीपार घोषित थे. तड़ीपार. और बेल पर क्यों थे आपको पता है? तड़ीपार घोषित क्यों थे? एनकाउंटर के केसेस में दोनों लोग फंसे थे, बड़े भाई भी छोटे भाई भी. तो यहाँ पर आकर उनकी मत उड़ाया करो. क्या सुपारी लेके कर रहे हो भाई? Where have I gone? Exactly where you took me, sweetheart. Exactly where you took me. No, you will not have the last word.
No. Okay, one second. I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna. BJP. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bow out of this debate and I'm gonna exactly tell you you've spoken 15 seconds more. You know, because now I have always a stopwatch because I know either of you will come back and say the other one didn't let me.
The audiences have
seen. He likes to hear the sound of his voice.
Okay, I'm going to, with the permission of both of you. I don't care. I've run out of time and you've spoken 15 seconds more.
She started and you did not.
But you've spoken
I'll finish in 10 seconds.
All right.
Just 10 seconds. See, we started off with a conversation.
Here I'm not even allowed to close. Okay, 5 seconds, quickly.
5 seconds. You saw how Supriya Shene danced all over the place. They don't answer a single question. That's Supriya Shene for you. And by the way, Article 25.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, I appreciate both of you for joining me. I'm taking control of this debate.
That's clear.
Thank you both of you for joining me. I'm sure this is not the last of the debates we've had with both of you on board. But the focus right now, viewers, is the presidential election of the Congress. What has happened in the last 2 hours, at least, we've got a clear confirmation from no one else but Mr. Gehlot that he's on. He's filing his nomination. What will happen now? Because the spotlight will also be on the Rajasthan Chief Minister's chair. With his abdication, will he allow Sachin Pilot to come in? That remains to be seen. Thank you for watching us. Up next is Rahul Kamal.
पाँच साल के बाद पेट्रोल देश से समाप्त हो जाएगा। आपकी स्कूटर, आपकी कार एक तो हाइड्रोजन पे होगी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन पर, या इथेनॉल पर, फ्लेक्स इंजन पर होगी, या सीएनजी और एलएनजी पर होगी।
India's clean energy transition is rapidly underway, but can it replace petrol? The term green describes any type of fuel derived from biomass. This includes all kinds of organic matter from plant and animal. This is eco-friendly and sustainable alternative as the feedstocks used to make green fuel are sustainable and naturally replenished. Unlike oil, which is naturally occurring but requires an extremely long geological process to form, biofuel can be produced in a matter of days. A huge variety of feedstocks can be used to create biofuel ranging from vegetable oil and crop residue to algae and byproducts from beer breweries. They can be utilized in engines without engine modification. Between April to September 2021, CNG car sales saw a surge of 96%. Another alternative is CBG or compressed biogas, that is biogas produced naturally from waste like agriculture residue, cattle dung, sugarcane press mud, municipal solid waste, sewage treatment plant waste. So far, 9 CBG plants have been commissioned and started to supply across India. Autogas or LPG is a clean, high-octane, abundant and eco-friendly fuel. The use of LPG as an automotive fuel has become legal in India with effect from 24th April 2000. In the year 2003, a new eco-friendly fuel popularly called Gasohol was launched. This fuel combines petrol with 5% ethanol obtained from the sugarcane molasses available throughout the country. India has achieved the target of supplying 10% ethanol blended petrol extracted from sugarcane and other agriculture commodities, and aims to double it by 2025-26 to cut oil import dependence and address environmental issues.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aag se bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram se.
Welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The big corporate debate on moonlighting is my top focus on the news track tonight.
Tech companies red flagging moonlighting. Wipro sacks 300 staffers. Big worry in IT industry. Is moonlighting ethical? Should companies make peace with moonlighting? Big focus on News Track.
Can an employee take up a side gig while being a full-time worker at another company? Is this ethical? The sacking of 300 staffers by Wipro for moonlighting for competitors has triggered a massive debate. Wipro chairman Rishad Premji says the employees were fired because they were working for direct competition. So is a side hustle to pursue a passion project okay? What about freelancing? Here is the big debate that's raging through corporate India at the moment.
Mass closures. Homes fine-tuned into office setups. As the global economy sagged, worries of layoffs mounted and in-person supervision diminished. No wonder many employees working remotely shoehorned themselves into a second or even a third job. No hard data on this below-the-radar trend called moonlighting though. But with the pandemic subsiding and the window closing in on work from home, the whip has come cracking on moonlighters, defying company policy. IT services giant Wipro has fired 300 of its employees in recent months, found to be moonlighting for competition.
The reality is that there are people today working for Wipro and working directly for one of our competitors. Right? We've actually discovered 300 people in the last few months who are doing exactly that. To me, it's a complete violation of integrity in its deepest form.
With data security and client confidentiality paramount to their business, several Indian tech companies find side gigs ethically questionable and detriment to the sector.
Moonlighting, it's an ethical issue, right? So we need to inculcate that ethics and being right. And if you make something like this for short-term gains, in the long term, you will lose out.
Service agreements of a number of technology companies are in fact phrased to discourage their staff taking a secondary employment. Aside from employment contracts, some within the industry take a lenient view of moonlighting but press for greater transparency.
As far as I am concerned, somebody meets the productivity and efficiency norms, and if he wants to make an extra buck, as long as he's not committing a fraud and he is not, doing something which is against the values and the ethics of the company, I have no problem. Frankly, I'm going to probably make it a policy that if you want to do it, sure, but be open about it. Share with us.
For some industry stalwarts, juggling multiple full-time jobs at once is wrong. But making an extra buck in spare time isn't really, till it doesn't breach standards.
Rishad is right
if you work for somebody else during the time you're supposed to be working for your company, that is cheating. But if you work in your free time outside and there are no conditionalities in your employment contract, it's not cheating.
The double lives of white-collar workers, a headache for employers, or a new norm in the digitized world. The jury is still out. Bureau Report, India Today.
So should moonlighting be thought of as a crime, something completely illegal, immoral, unethical? Or do companies like Wipro need to take a bit of a chill pill, rework their HR policies so that they evolve with the time? To talk about that one debate that's raging in offices across the country, I'm joined on the news track by a very distinguished panel. Let me introduce first Dr. N.S. Rajan, former Group Chief Human Resources Officer at Tata Sons. He's been CEO of the IDFC Foundation, has been Global Leader, People Advisory at Ernst & Young. Dr. Rajan, welcome. With us is Prabir Jha. He's been the former President, Global Chief People Officer at Cipla, former President, Group Human Resource Officer at Reliance. Rituparna Chakrabarti joins us, co-founder, Executive Vice President at Teamlease Services. They really see what's happening in the job market. Varsha Kriplani is with us, partner at SNG and Partners. So we've got a panel that's looked at HR practices very, very closely, is tracking this huge debate sparked by Rishad Premji, chairman at Wipro, on the question of moonlighting, where everyone seems to have a very strong opinion, and oftentimes the opinion of young employees is very different from that of their managements. So let me dive straight into it, and I'll go across to N.S. Rajan. First, Dr. Rajan, where do you come out on this raging debate over moonlighting? Has Rishad Premji and Wipro, have they overreacted by firing employees? Or do you think, given the fact that employees were caught moonlighting for direct competitors, what Wipro did is the right thing to do? It sets a precedent for everyone else to follow.
Thank you, Rahul. Moonlighting is no longer moonlighting. I think it's occupied space day and night. I'm neither for nor against. I'm actually on the side of prudence and moderation when it comes to moonlighting. There are multiple dimensions that we need to bear in mind before we take a position. So there is a nature of employment, there is a nature of role, there's a nature of the contract that you have between employer-employee, and the nature of stakeholders who are involved in the entire game.
Okay, so let's take it one by one. Let's start by what has happened most recently, which is Wipro firing 300 employees for moonlighting for competitors. Do you think that is absolutely the right thing and there is no two ways about it? Or do you think that even there, companies like Wipro and the others need to now take a more lenient view, given the fact that attitudes, especially amongst the younger generation, are clearly changing?
Honestly, I don't think we have evolved to a point where there is a concrete position that's been taken on moonlighting. So you have two divergent views. On one hand, you have employees saying it is my time, my choice, and my need. On the other hand, you have employers saying, listen, there is a code of conduct, there are employment conditions that clearly articulate what is expected of you, and there are issues concerning productivity, daylighting, access to information, breach of confidentiality. So there are issues on either side. But I think we need to find an effective balance as it stands.
Rituparna Chakrabarti, do you think that companies firing employees who've been caught moonlighting is absolutely the right thing to do? Or do HR departments really just need to dial back a little bit and get with the times?
I think, of course, I'm not probably privy with the actual employment contract, but from what I can hazard a guess on, the employment contracts signed by these employees are tight enough to kind of prevent them from work with competing organizations, working on very similar project or using competing skills essentially, and work with other organizations, because that's the way most of the employment contracts, when you are on direct roles of organizations, are structured. or even if you're not on direct roles, even if you're on fixed term contracts, your terms of employment are such, the confidentiality terms are such that, and most importantly, the entitlements that you enjoy. Finally, your principal employer are essentially the ones who are taking care of all your entitlements under labor laws, your social security, your insurance, your accident insurance policy, and so on. So from that perspective, the employer does have the right over knowing and having access to that information in advance about what you're going to do, or if you're going to do similar work with some other organization. So from that perspective, if you were to look at it completely legally, I'm sure Wipro has done their homework before having taken that action. Just to stand alone, just to talk about moonlighting, it's a very prevalent concept in developed countries. However, the nature of contract and employment is very different. Essentially, moonlighting operates where an individual is trying to maximize his or her earnings by actually taking up 3 or 4 different kinds of assignment, but each one of them standalone are in the nature of gig work, by the way. These are not really where they have an established or a standalone employer-employee relationship with any of these organizations. And very clearly, all the 5 different potential organizations know it upfront and in advance that this employee is going to be working in different organizations in different job roles.
That's something completely different, and we'll come to that in a moment, where you have very clearly defined key performance indicators. The company knows the number of man hours you've signed up for and the work that you have to deliver and will be measured against. That's a different kind of arrangement. What we're talking about here, Prabhirja, is a situation where you're working for a marquee company like Wipro and you're working for a competitor on the side. Now, you've learned certain skills, given your time at that organization, you're using those skills for a direct competitor. Do you then think that what Wipro did was right and there can be no argument about that, before we come into the larger grey areas and how youngsters want to organize their time? So we'll come to that in a moment, but let's just deal with what happened at the moment.
So, Rahul, my own take is that any person who has signed on a certain employment contract is bound to comply with them. I suppose, since I do not have seen the employment contracts in this particular case, the contravention of full-time employment of time, effort, focus, let alone bigger so-called crimes of competitor intelligence share, or maybe working for competitors, makes it fairly clear that Wipro did the right thing. But having said that, and I'm sure we'll get into a lot more of debate later, I think the concept of a shift from what I call corporate monogamy, where people worked for one company in fact all their lives, to corporate polygamy, where you worked with multiple companies through your career, to what is happening today, what I call, if I borrow again the sociological construct of corporate polyandry, where you are actually in a gig world working with multiple clients and customers at the same time. It all depends on how employer-employee relationships get redefined. Till the moment that that explanation is not clear to both sides, I presume one will have to go by what are extant contractual agreements that were signed off. And if in that case it was 100% time and focus, then I think Wipro was right. But I personally believe the winds of change are very obvious, and maybe as we discuss...
but the employees don't really have a choice. You're talking about polyandry, where you can be working with multiple companies at the same time, giving a certain number of man hours every day, which employees would love if they had the choice. But very often they don't, Prabir. And the reality is they've signed up for one company, but they'd like to do something more on the side. Therefore, do you think it's time that employment contracts are reworked to allow for this new reality, or at least this new aspiration?
Yes, I think there must be an honest dialogue and articulation.
In my mind, Rahul,
and people must have the right to then...
Go on, Prabir.
Should I finish or... Okay, I'll just finish my thought. So as long as it is re-articulated, reshared, individuals will have a right to either accept the revised terms of contract, or they will choose to walk away, and that is absolutely fine. But till that is done, they are obliged to conform with extant rules. And I believe progressive companies will have to debate and think whether it makes sense to give flexibility or it does not deserve to be given flexibility. And it will vary by the nature of work, the level at which the person is, and the choice that finally individuals have of accepting or not accepting such a construct. It is a free world.
But Dr. Rajan, you have a situation where an employee is with a big group, say whether it's a Cipla or a Tata Sons, he'd like to continue. But if you're, say, for example, sitting as the Chief Human Resources Officer of Tata Sons, you don't have any particular motivation to want to change the terms of contract. You would like employees to be dedicated to you full time, but your requirement may not be meeting the employee's aspiration.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think there are a couple of things that you have to bear in mind. One is the fact that I'm employed. There are three kinds of nature of employment. You're talking about somebody who can be a full-time employee, somebody who is contractual in nature but largely working full-time for the enterprise, and there is a gig worker. I think anybody who's getting into an employment contract is very clear on what the terms and conditions specify. Particularly if I take the IT world, I think in almost every contract of all the major IT companies, they clearly indicate that there is a set of code of conduct in terms of ethics and values that the company believes in, and there are very clear delineation on secondary employment and alternate occupation not being kosher. Now, when it is specified in that fashion, in my mind, moonlighting as it stands is not kosher. And to that extent, I mean, leave aside the debate and the language, I think organizations have a right to pull up employees who have actually not adhered to what they have signed up for.
No, but when an organization is trying to keep a tab on employees to see what they're doing in their downtime, that again is something that employees would find very nauseating. The fact that you've got your HR department or your top management playing big brother and keeping an eye on what you're doing, that also beyond a point can be really irritating and frustrating for the employees.
See, there are two schools of thought there. Now, the very fact that you have a boss, somebody is keeping an eye on you. I think sometimes we stretch the concept a little long because, just take a role, for example. There are three elements in a role that would be of critical importance when we debate this. One is the level of the role, and therefore the impact and the element of expectation on each role at each level. The other is the criticality of that role in terms of what you do, how you do it, and how important it is, because there is a difference between a CEO's work and a chowkidar's work, and the rest of it is a range. The third aspect is the kind of work that you do. How important is it for the organization in terms of confidentiality, in terms of IP, in terms of access to information? So we are talking of dimensions that we need to be mindful of. And I think an organization has its concerns, and they're rightly placed. So till we actually find a balance between what I would believe is employer needs and employee rights, you would have this debate going on. But at this point of time, I believe that if there is separation on account of contractual reasons, I think it's in the right place.
Okay, Varsha Kriplani,
reach that kind of a conclusion.
Do you think that organizations like Wipro are doing the right thing when they take a strong stand? Or do you think that some of these companies really now need to evolve with the times and loosen their policies to allow for employees to do a bit more than restricting them just to a day 9 to 5 kind of job? Varsha, I think your audio is on mute. Could you just unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me now?
I hear you well.
Okay. So I'm saying as of now, the way the law stands today in India, I think the stand they would have been taken under a sound legal advice, and I'm sure their decisions are within legal parameters. Their employment contract must be having this restrictive covenants about dual employment or multiple employment, and I'm sure that they have been terminated in terms of those. However, your second point that whether it needs to be re-explored, yes, moonlighting is it's not an epiphany. It was existing, it is going on, and I think it is here to stay. maybe in certain sectors or certain industries. But in that scenario, we need to, rework our ethics, rework our work mode, redesign our organization, see what level of work can be done how, like the other gentleman was pointing out. And only then we can say that moonlighting is perfectly legal. As of today, the way the law stands, like I see in Factories Act, there is a prohibition for dual employment. There is a Shops and Establishment Act where, the state rules are also formed in each state, and most of the states are restricting dual employment. So if we go by this, legally speaking, yes, today maybe the stand of Wipro is not incorrect. They have taken a stand under the legal regime which subsists in India today.
Okay, but we'll come into the grey areas in a moment. I want to go across to Harpreet Singh Saluja, President at Nascent Information Technology Employees Senate Knights. Would you agree with what the HR department and management at Wipro have done, firing 300 employees? Or do you think that companies need to change their thinking to fit the times?
Hi, and first and foremost, thanks for giving this opportunity to share the views of employees, what the employees think. And particularly going back to the history, moonlighting is not a new thing. Infosys Infosys founder Narayan Murthy, he was working with Patni Computer Systems when he founded Infosys. At the same time, if you'll go with startups like Flipkart, then it was founded by Sachin and Binny Bansal. They were working for Amazon. And Freshworks, which last year got listed into NASDAQ, Girish Matra Bhutam, while working for Zoho Corporation, founded the Freshworks Corporation. So, do you feel that the employees currently working in the organizations are doing unethical things if they wish to upgrade their lifestyle, or they want to create another organization like Infosys or Wipro? Is it a crime?
No, but there's a difference. If you're sitting at Wipro wanting to set up a new organization, that one could still concede as a rightful aspiration. If you're sitting at Wipro and working for Infosys or Accenture or anybody else who's in a competitive space, depending on the project that you work on, that is plain wrong, which is what's happened in this instance. It's not as if he's wanting to set up the next Freshworks or Flipkart. It's very different.
That is fine, but do you think dual employment, as it is mentioned only in the Factories Act, as per the law is concerned? Apart from that, the Factories Act does not apply to the IT industry. Then, apart from that, the real thing is, dual employment means working for a company for more than 9 hours, as per law. So, if a person is working for Wipro, he is a full-time employee, and the Wipro is submitting the PF of that company for that employee, is it possible for another organization like Infosys or Tech Mahindra or any other organization to submit the PF for the same employee? It is not possible. The system
you don't need to be submitting a PF. You could be working on a contract. You could have a gig job with defined parameters with your rival competitor while you have a full-time job with an organization like Wipro.
No, there are no such jobs in IT industry. Employees are working overtime. They are working for 12 hours, 14 hours without any overtime benefits. So how is it possible for an employee to work for 14 hours for one organization and then go back and work for 9 hours for any other organization?
But you don't need to work for 9 hours for another organization. It can be it can be a job, or it can be a task which involves lesser hours.
Yeah, but that is happening in it is happening with other professionals also, right? If a teacher is teaching at school and he's coming back to the home and giving some kind of tuition, is it a crime? The person can work voluntarily for an NGO as well. He can be a dance instructor as well, or a content creator.
Okay, so you make some interesting points, and that's where this debate gets interesting. There would have been no Flipkart, there would have been no Infosys if Narayan Murthy hadn't done some moonlighting on the side. Prabir Jha, HR executives need to get with the times and make some allowances.
Absolutely, Rahul. So, I just want to again mention that, anything which is contractually void for now needs to be dealt with the termination action that they did. But I think the question that I tend to endorse is the world is changing. And I think the time has come for organizations across sectors to relook their staffing norms. I think this full-time employment, almost treating them as captive labor, that is dead. There are many, many industries which actually use employees 7 days a week, 15 hours a day. It's not going to work. Look at the deeper melee that this issue is raising. The issue is organizations are very low on trust today. Forget all the PR exercise, the challenges we are dealing with average leadership and average middle managers. There is a breakdown of communication. When organizations are comfortable hiring and firing as business cycles move, people are de-risking themselves. So from a human psychology perspective, moonlighting, apart from acquiring newer skill sets, making sure that you actually are employable even beyond your so-called formal job, these are practical survival, if not future employability or future generative responses. And therefore the question, Rahul, that I think that companies and progressive companies will have to ask, and that's the point I was raising, that they will have to move to a multimodal employment construct, some full-time captive, some flexible, and some completely gig. And as long as the culture morphs to support that, I think we are in for better times. Otherwise, I personally believe it's a choice that both sides make. You either do not or will not get captive employees if you were to insist on a certain parameter, and you will get a certain kind of people who are willing to only work with one company. Finally, the reality of demand and supply and free labor economics will prevail. And at the end of the day, there is no issue of ethics. It is an issue of fair articulation, and both sides then making a choice as to which kind of species.
Which is that a lot of Indian companies especially tend to think of their employees as captive labor. That he somehow, just because he gets a salary at the end of the month, will do what you want him to from the moment he wakes up to the moment he sleeps. They're disrespectful of people after they've gone back home to their family, especially Indian managers, unlike say in Europe and the United States, keep mailing, pinging, WhatsApping on Saturday, Sunday as well. And at some level, the current crop of younger employees are not okay with that.
Rahul, in my mind, I think that could actually be a broader generalization to say that every organization is treating every employee as a labor market. Now, I think somewhere you have the option. If somebody takes a stance that I'm available for you only for 8 hours and otherwise I would like to do whatever I want, it raises a lot of complications. One is, are you seeking then a transactional relationship where you don't expect a mutually beneficial relationship, or you don't expect the company to invest in you beyond just giving you a wage? The other aspect that I think which is important is that when we are talking of corporates,
but it is a bit transactional. So one second, it is a bit transactional where business cycles turn sour. So many organizations simply let go of their employees because they didn't have the money to be able to sustain their employment. So therefore, the employee then feels, I must de-risk my presence in this organization because kal ho na ho.
Rahul, may I come in here?
Dr. Rajan first, I'm just going to go across in a moment to Rituparna.
Yeah, Rahul, again, we are connecting multiple issues and bring it around moonlighting. The point of not handling employees right, not having an articulated people philosophy, not being able to follow it up through the direction is a larger issue which is not directly connected to moonlighting. I think the issue relating to moonlighting is whether when you are working for a company, can you take the time out and work for instance, a competitor? Now, the only Chinese wall that I know is in China. So there are implicit risks that an organization runs when full-time employment professionals actually are into gig mode. I don't deny the fact that the future of work is evolving. And I think it calls for a time when all the stakeholders, and not just employer-employee, but even law, required to actually come together to evolve a way forward in terms of future work. So I think that distinction is important, Rahul, because sometimes it's very easy to actually rubbish organizations when they're trying to do what they need to do, and all organizations are not the same. So when we're talking about labor, when we're talking about slaves, when we're talking about all of that, the classic example I was giving you was that the whole concept of 8 hours in a day was introduced by Tata Steel even before we became independent, even before it became a law. So there are organizations that understand that well-being of employees is paramount. So there is a distinction,
okay.
and I think it's important for us not to
respond
take the
to
blame
this. You can't treat all employers equally. You can't paint all managements with the same brush. And some of this just sounds very woke, but is factually and in effect plain wrong.
Yes, Rahul, what I feel is that, there has to be in continuance with the legal movement, there has to be some kind of a social movement. But the law also has to evolve. Today, the way as the law stands, legally speaking, today, if I go to an organization, I have to give my opinion whether there you have done a thing legally or not. I can only opine as the law stands today. Although what we also advise our clients today is that you have to redefine your work ethics, you have to redefine your work organization. But the point is that today the law doesn't stand that way. What the other gentleman was saying, that today if the contract says that you will only work for me, and the employee has accepted that contract, has accepted an offer, and now it's a contract, then you have to abide by it.
Now that's a very important point. I want to put that question to Harpreet Saluja. When someone signs up for a contract, surely the employee must read the terms of the contract that you're signing up to. If you don't like it, you can work elsewhere. If you sign up to it, you must respect it.
True to that point, Rahul ji. But one thing over here is the contract of IT employees are governed by the Indian Contract Act, and Section 27 of the Indian Contract Act clearly states that if you are putting a clause in your contract which is prohibiting a person from exercising lawful profession or a job or any kind of trade or business, then to that extent that contract is void. So I had also submitted a petition to Honorable Labour Minister Bhupendra Yadav ji that the clauses that are being mentioned in the IT sector employment letters needs to be reviewed by the government. Is there any control of government over the clauses that are being put in the offer letters? There is no control. At their will, they are putting these kind of clauses, and which are directly exploiting the employees.
No, but while you can go to court or you can go to Bhupendra Yadav in this case, till the time that matter is resolved, you have willingly signed up to that contract. If you don't want an Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, whichever contract, don't sign it. Do something else. Be a gig worker.
But the law is above Rishabh Premji and above Wipro and the clauses mentioned in the contract letter of the employees. The Indian Constitution in Article 21 provides the right to livelihood. It is envisaged in the right to life. So if a person wants to earn a better living, no company has any kind of right to stop that person at that place.
Respond to that argument that companies are being exploitative by writing out contracts which are way beyond what the law permits.
Section 27, where it says this, it's not saying it in air. When we are saying that you cannot go into another employment, I am already employing you. I'm having a contract with you. You are in a lawful contract and you are in a lawful employment with the employer. And that is where I'm saying that you cannot go into a dual employment with my competitor or however the clause is worded. This is not saying that you cannot work at all. You are working with the current employer, your primary employer, your regular employer, and you are putting a clause in that contract where you say that you cannot work with my competitor. I don't see any.
So ideally you are saying that employee is a bonded labor for 24 hours. If he has signed that contract, that person cannot work anywhere in the personal time. Tomorrow, the company will come and say if somebody is doing household chorus, that is also violating the terms and contracts.
No, but you're stretching the argument so far. No one is saying Jhadu Pocha is working for Wipro or Infosys. If you've signed up to Wipro, working with Infosys, that's a problem, right?
And every
That is not a
organization
problem.
has so
See,
many onerous obligations. Today the employer cannot say that anybody working in the IT sector, you have access to data, to information, to software, to processes, which can be transferred, which can be exchanged, which can be, and how does the organization here deals with that? So all those things also have to be considered. There are privacy laws. You have access. There might be certain other organizations which have the employees have access to so much of private data. And now if they work for two companies, how is one company supposed to be responsible for the privacy law? You have access, you go to another company, you can share that. I mean, not you, and an employee can share that. So I'm just saying from the employer's point of view, today how the law stand is that Section 27 doesn't say that you cannot work at all. You have to either work for me or nothing. It is giving you an employment. It is not saying that you don't work for me also, you don't work. It can come into picture if it says you for henceforth you will not work for anyone.
But that contract restricts the employee and it is for only 9 hours of the workday. It is not beyond that, right? Or is it beyond that also?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Can you please repeat?
Now, what I'm saying is the contract between the employer and the employee is for 9 hours a day. Or is it beyond that also? So in that private time of that employee, apart from the work time, what he has committed to the organization, if he does something or if it is a gig job also, is it a crime?
No, but it depends. It depends, Harpreet, on what you are doing. If you are driving an Ola or an Uber, working with Wipro, that's not a problem. If you're working with Wipro and helping out Infosys, that's a very clear problem. I don't know why you don't see that.
And
Sir, that is not officially possible. Ethically, that is not possible because no company in IT sector provides a contractual level job without submitting a PF.
So you're throwing it back. You're throwing it back at the companies. Whoever the 300 employees were working for, Prabir Jha, he's questioning the HR practices of those competitors of Wipro, saying, how did you give this guy a contract? Did you not know that he was working for Wipro? And if he was, where were your background checks? Which means you too signed up for something that you knew was illegal, Prabir Jha.
Yes, so Rahul, very clearly there is one which is a contractual and we can do hair splitting till the cows come home, right? What the law allows, what the law will evolve to. I think there are process gaps, but from my point of view, anything which was contractually accepted will be valid till it is renegotiated. But I still want to raise a fundamental issue, and it's not a broad swipe. I think it's a huge issue for leadership if companies to stop, pause and reflect that the labor market is evolving and changing. So it's not about doing some post facto decisions on 300 people, etc. Is this going to attract the best of talent? Is this what is going to build the most innovative culture? Is this going to build leadership which is truly human and not humanoid? I think these are fundamental issues which go beyond legal arguments and legal constructs.
No, but when you talk about
that the most progressive employees are the best winners of...
No, but when you talk about renegotiation, the bargaining power is loaded with the management and the HR department. Where does the employee, like a regular coder, let's assume it's some hotshot anchor or some talent in a cinema production house, that's different. But if it is just a regular employee, if it's just a regular coder doing a regular job in a big company, he hardly has any negotiating power. If he goes to the HR department and says, renegotiate my contract, will they listen to him? They won't.
But Rahul, that's where the legal regime has to be more
individually.
Prabir.
Individually,
Rahul,
the person is at a
something
discount because you cannot compete against the might of an organization.
Let Prabir go on. This usually happens in a political debate where our guests are speaking over each other, but I see everyone's excited and charged up, which is great. Let Prabir complete and I go across the table. Yes, Prabir, go on.
Yes, so individually you can't take the might of an organization on. There's no debate about that. But I think the more important thing is what is the learning and lesson of this issue. One is to fight it legally, and I'm sure individuals or 300 of them will fight with that organization. And that is for the courts to decide. But I think for me, the larger strategic HR takeaway is the winds of change are very clear. You will need to decide what kind of contractual relationships make sense for you as an organization. And for individuals, they will also need to decide, do I need all the perks and protection, including medical cover and whatever else of an organization, and continue to do whatever else that I do? Because it is finally an issue of mutual consent and agreement.
That's an important point that you made.
The gap is very deep.
A proper employment contract has certain benefits
Rahul,
in terms. Just 1 second. I want to go across to Rituparna Chakrabarti. She hasn't spoken for a bit. There is gratuity, insurance, and a lot of other services and facilities which you have access to with this kind of contract. And therefore, if it's just man hours for payment, then don't expect all the other services. Employees here expect all the frills that come with being in a proper job, and yet don't want to sign up for and deliver on their end of the bargain.
So I guess I think it's very important to remind ourselves we're talking about the tech sector, the technology sector, which by far has the most progressive employment policies that any employee in the Indian context, and that's why it's a sector that every kid wants to go and join. So, and if that sector has a particular expectation of non-compete, especially in work, and given the nature of their work, their codes are everything, is existential for them, and you've signed up on the dotted line to honor it, I don't think this generic corporate bashing is obviously going to get us anywhere. We can discuss whether that flexibility should be made offered to the employees, and we should renegotiate. But you know, we should look at it as marriage. This whole conversation is about marriage, where two people have decided that they're going to be exclusive to each other, and suddenly one person, without informing the other, wants an open relationship. So I think that's the crux of the matter, that this is not about anyone taking away anyone's choices, neither the employers or the employees here. If that's what you want, come to the table, renegotiate, but you cannot have the
That's much easier said than done. 1 second. Rituparna, I disagree with your analogy about this being a marriage, because in a marriage, husband and wife are equal. In an employee-employer relationship, employee is not equal to the employer. If a regular coder...
That's a wrong way of looking at it.
You said marriage, so I'm citing that back at you. You called it a marriage. I'm saying it's not a marriage because it's not equal.
Yes, sir. Employment is a contract. Marriage is not a contract. Emotions are connected in the marriage, whereas employer-employee relationship is strictly for professional.
It is professional, and also it is equal, by the way. It is not that one side has an upper hand, and I don't think we should get that confused. What I'm saying is there are employment rights, by the way, as a permanent employee of the organization. For example, your parents who are covered under the group mediclaim policy have an ailment at that point, and and that happens, by the way, outside of work.
But Rituparna, surely we must accept reality for what it is. A relationship between an employer and an employee is not an equal relationship.
I don't agree with you on that, Rahul. Absolutely not. That it's not an equal relationship.
You think it's an equal relationship?
Rahul, you could say the same for marriage.
I think it's an equal relationship. Otherwise, you're essentially...
Today...
Yeah, Dr. Rajan, go on.
Rahul, yeah, so what I'm saying is, there is what is ideal and what is not. Every marriage is not a marriage of equals, you know it. And that's why I'm saying there is a distinction between understanding whether you're a full-time employee or you're a gig employee. When you're a full-time, you're looking at a mutually invested relationship. When you're talking of a gig, then you need to be prepared for a transaction relationship. There is no denying the fact that the future of work is evolving. There is no denying the fact that we require an equitable model of employment, where all stakeholders' interests are protected, where you are able to ensure that on one hand you take care of enterprise objectives, on the other side you protect individual rights. But there's something I want to bring to your notice. If you have read those who have supported the argument saying we would encourage moonlighting and let us go ahead with it, there are caveats in their comments. The caveats include full disclosure. Correct. Full disclosure essentially means it gives me the veto to say yes or no, which is implied. It indicates that you have to follow my ethics and values, which means it's organizational ethics and values. The individual might have a different point of view. It also says no violation as long as there's no violation of IP and access to information.
The employee should
so a lot of these conditions that have been put.
No, but why should he not follow rules? You signed up for those rules.
To what extent? To what extent? Till 9 hours a day, if he is following the protocols and ethics of the organization, then after 9 hours, when he has gone home, does that same ethics and contractual whatever the...
There is a difference. There is a difference between being... honestly, Rahul, there is a difference between a software engineer writing software for a competitor vis-a-vis doing Uber at the evening.
Sure.
I think there is a distinction, and somewhere we're missing the bus there.
I think that's an important point. This debate has so many different layers.
The whole debate really is around why is it an organization...
Go on, complete what you're saying, Dr. Rajan.
Yeah, so I'm saying somewhere you have... So I reiterate what I'm saying. Now, if you're talking about, let's say, an IT enterprise, and the whole concept came into fore because Provident Fund Department had one employee having 2 accounts because he was serving 2 employees. Now, the whole question really is that, is it the same for a software engineer in a software company doing work for a competitor in his spare time, even though it is his time? That is 8 hours he is there at work and then the rest of the time is mine. If you take that position, there is a difference between him actually writing software for a competitor where the possibility of IP gets a little muddy. On the other hand, being an Uber driver. I don't think organizations would have had such an issue if you were actually getting additional income through doing things like running a taxi at the end of the day. The moment you're actually getting into a realm of my impacting the other party's business, then I think the concept of ethics and values between the letter and spirit comes to the fore.
Okay, we've had a very fascinating debate. There are so many shades and layers to this conversation. We've been able to bring some of them out today. This is a debate that I think will continue to unravel in the days and weeks to come, and we'll track this very closely. And I also see a big generational difference. We had this debate in our newsroom in the afternoon, how the older employees versus the younger lot perceive the same question. So there is a question of differing attitudes. How managements and employees see this is also very clearly different, and I completely disagree, and I want to chat with her offline as well, how she thinks a relationship between an employer and an employee is an equal relationship. It most certainly isn't, but for some reason Ritu Panda suggests that it is. But we'll debate that another time. For joining us on this broadcast, Harpreet Singh Saluja for presenting the employee's perspective, Varsha Kriplani for a legal perspective, Prabir Jha, Dr. Rajan, Ritu Panda, fine practitioners of HR practices in our country. Thank you for lighting up this debate and moonlighting with your sharp insights. We'll track this debate and more. We'll slip into a break. When we come back, we'll have a lot more for you on the news track. Stay with us. I'm back in a moment.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Fun.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
To do steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Fun.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You're on board the news track. The NIA and the Enforcement Directorate carried out raids across 15 states in a crackdown on the radical Islamic organization, the Popular Front of India, or the PFI. Nearly 50 people have been arrested so far. The organization's funding and illegal activities are being looked at, and it seems efforts are on to next ban the PFI.
India's biggest terror cleanup, a super secret, well-coordinated pan-India swoop, a crackdown against radical PFI in a never-before-seen scale. Spearheaded by NIA and aided by ED, agencies launched post-midnight raids in over 13 states, arresting over 100 PFI operatives, including the Islamist group's chairman, executive member, and Delhi unit chief, seizing dozens of mobiles and laptops. The sweeping raids came after the probe revealed PFI hand in multiple radicalization plots, including the hijab and CAA stirs, Patna and Nizamabad terror plots, and killing of Karnataka BJP leader Praveen Nettaru.
A place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building which is located in Tiljora is the particular office of PFI.
Massive raids underway across various locations here in Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We're here at one of the locations of the Popular Front of India. Here in Hyderabad at the Chandrayana Gutta PFI office, as you can see, a seal has been set in place. This after NIA officials who had come here and searched the place had collected various evidences.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles.
The Islamist group resorted to street protests, calling the raids an RSS-backed conspiracy and promised to intensify the agitation.
Into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies, and they should not allow any further actions like this.
RSSനും അവരെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഭരണകൂടത്തിനുമെതിരെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
NIA personnel in the raids were secured by over 1,000 cops and Central Forces personnel, even as Amit Shah-led Union Home Ministry kept close watch. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here on the news track team, bye. Good night.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
वो cigarette tin आया करता था एक,
that's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now.
Yes.
So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer. That motor garage was one place where I could get more time to read and more time to write.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
To
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. As the suspense continues over who will be the next Congress president, the big question, is there inner party democracy in any party in the country? That's going to be a big talking point. Also, as the Popular Front of India is raided across the country with arrests made by the NIA, what really is this Islamic radical outfit all about? And protests continuing on the hijab issue in Iran, we'll be speaking to Iranian human rights activists. All that and much more on the news today.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points, all the focus on who will become the next Congress president. But the larger question is, every party in this country trapped in a high command culture and a lack of internal democracy? That's our talking point among our newsmakers. Digvijay Singh, will he be a contender for Congress president? We'll ask him that question. Also, we'll be looking at Iran's protests against hijab that are gathering momentum, the women on the streets. But first, as always, time for the 9 headlines at 9. Rahul Gandhi rules himself out from the Congress chief polls. Suspense, though, continues over whether the battle will be Ashok Gehlot versus Tharoor. Rajasthan Chief Minister Gehlot is the front runner, is set to leave his post in Jaipur to come to Delhi. A pan-India crackdown on the Popular Front of India over radicalisation and funding. Nearly 50 arrests in 93 locations across 15 states. PFI stages protests against the raids. 2.3 crore Waqf land scandal in Karnataka. A prominent Congress neta accused of encroachment. BJP MLAs now demand an abolition of the Waqf board. Showdown over a special assembly session in Punjab. BJP stages protest against the Maan government. Police resort to water cannons to stop protesters from marching to the Chief Minister's residence. The Sena versus Sena war intensifies in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray launches a fresh salvo at the Chief Minister, calls him a father thief. Chief Minister Shinde counters, says Uddhav sold Bala Sahib's ideologies. The RSS chief visits a mosque and a madrasa to hold talks on strengthening communal harmony. Imam organization chief terms him Rashtrapita. This follows a meeting the RSS chief held with Muslim public figures. Stampede-like situation at the Hyderabad stadium ahead of tomorrow's T20 match between India and Australia. Cops resort to lathi charge after fans who gathered to buy the tickets found themselves in a stampede, several people injured. Prime Minister Modi to attend the state funeral of former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe on September 27. The two had a very close relationship. And as the dollar index surges to a 2-decade high, rupee tumbles to a record low, slips nearly 100 paise to a record low of 80.95 against the US dollar. Okay, the big breaking news is coming in that big race. Kaun banega Congress President? Ashok Gehlot, we can tell you, is set to fight the Congress elections. All roads have been cleared. We are told decks cleared now for that. That is a certainty. We can also tell you now with certainty that Rajasthan will almost certainly get a new chief minister in the next few weeks or months. Ashok Gehlot has already said it is now for the High Command, i.e. the Gandhi family, to decide who will be Rajasthan's next chief minister. He says, but significantly, I will not be far from Rajasthan, will keep working for Rajasthan. Listen in to what Ashok Gehlot told our correspondent Supriya Bhardwaj in Kochi a short while ago.
सचिन पायलट और राजस्थान का भविष्य कैसे देखते हैं आप? सचिन पायलट ने कहा बहुत ही
मैं कोई व्यक्ति विशेष की बात नहीं करता, ये तो प्रक्रिया है। देखते हैं क्या स्थिति बनती है, क्या वहाँ पर माहौल बनता है, क्या फैसला करता है हाईकमांड, किस प्रकार से वहाँ पर एमएलए क्या सोचते हैं, डिपेंड उस पर करेगा सब कुछ।
अच्छा, इसके साथ साथ राजस्थान ने आपने कहा मैं था से दूर नहीं, तो उस पर आपको क्या कहना है?
वो मैंने कहा कि मैं कहीं भी रहूँ, राजस्थान से मैं दूर कभी नहीं रहूँगा जिंदगी भर। जहाँ मैं जिस राज्य का मैं हूँ, जिस गाँव का मैं पैदा हुआ हूँ, उससे दूर कैसे हो सकता हूँ? कोई न कोई तरीकों से काम करने के मैं मेरी सेवा करता रहूंगा।
आज जो राहुल जी ने कहा दोनों चीज़ें का कि जो अगला कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष होगा वो आइडियोलॉजिकली बहुत स्ट्रांग होगा, बहुत आप सीनियर वरिष्ठ नेता हैं पार्टी के, आइडियोलॉजिकली हैं। इसके साथ साथ वन पोस्ट वन जो है उन्होंने बात करी, उस पर आपको क्या कहना है?
उन्होंने ठीक कहा है। अगर कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बनता है तो अपने राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में किस प्रकार काम कर पाता है, ये एक प्रकार से आज तक कभी हुआ नहीं है, ठीक है ना। इसलिए अभी तो कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बने हम लोग, साथ साथ में चलता रहेगा भाई क्या एमएलए चाहते हैं वहाँ के, क्या आगे हमें करना, सोच विचार के बात करेंगे।
And joining me now is Moshmi Singh to get a sense of what next in this Congress drama that's playing out. Moshmi tracks every move. Moshmi, as we have been saying, Ashok Gehlot almost certain now to contest for Congress president. Does that mean that the road is also cleared for Sachin Pilot to be Rajasthan Chief Minister, or is that still a question mark?
Rajdeep, we have learned from our sources that Ashok Gehlot, in fact, has been urged by the Congress leadership that he should ensure a smooth transition of power as far as the Rajasthan Chief Minister's post is concerned. And that is how it had been in the past when the election results had poured out and Sachin had endorsed the candidature of Ashok Gehlot. So we are told that Sonia Gandhi particularly wants to ensure that there is no chaos after Ashok Gehlot shifts base to Delhi and the takeover is smooth. Who is it going to be? We still really don't know. But of course, Sachin Pilot is one of the contenders for the CM's post. And we are also told that Ashok Gehlot, in fact, has suggested a name. So there is no official confirmation on that. But he is more in favor of C.P. Joshi. He had a one-on-one discussion with Rahul Gandhi, and all that we can say is that the leadership is in favor of the fact that Ashok Gehlot should take it upon himself to ensure that there is no chaos as far as the takeover is concerned.
So what you're suggesting is that Sachin Pilot now is slowly but surely getting the support of the party leadership in terms of the Gandhi family. Will he have the support of the MLAs, especially the Gehlot loyalists, is the question that is still blowing in the wind. Moshmi Singh, appreciate your joining us. And as Moshmi suggested, that while it seems certain that Ashok Gehlot will contest for Congress president, will there be more names? I spoke a short while ago to Digvijay Singh, who's handling and organizing the Bharat Jodo Yatra, but over whose name there was also speculation yesterday whether he too could throw his hat in the ring. Listen in to what Digvijay Singh, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, told me a short while ago. At a time when the Congress most would have thought would put all its energies into the Bharat Jodo Yatra, guess what? The buzz is Kaun banega Congress president, and even your name is being now mentioned as a potential Congress president nominee. Are you going to contest in the first instance?
First of all, it doesn't have any impact on the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Bharat Jodo Yatra is carrying on, and with huge response each day. Yesterday in Kochi, it was more than 60-70,000 people who were walking and who attended the public meeting. So it doesn't have any impact as such. As such, the election of the President AICC is concerned, the notification has been issued and the forms are to be filed between 24th to 30th of September. So that's it.
No, but are you in the race? Because there was talk that you've flown into Delhi, you will be meeting Sonia Gandhi, that you've said, why can't I also be in the race? Why only Gehlot or Tharoor?
No. It was more of a spin than the facts. I had no appointment with Congress President Sonia Gandhi ji, and I have not sought any appointment with her because there is no issue which I want to discuss with her at the moment. But I had a meeting regarding setting up a call center for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, for which I had come today.
But Mr. Digvijay Singh, this issue of the Congress presidentship, no election has been held in the party for more than 2 decades. Now there's talk of Ashok Gehlot and Shashi Tharoor and possibly a few others contesting. Do you believe that this will energize the Congress or only divide it further? We still don't know that if Mr. Gehlot comes to Delhi, what happens in Rajasthan. Are you worried that all of this will only end up dividing the Congress, or will the Congress get energized with an election?
I don't agree with you there because we are having election every 5 years. The last election was 2017 when Mr. Rahul Gandhi was elected unopposed. So you can't say that we have not had elections in the last 25 years or whatsoever. So we have had elections continuously every 5 years.
Mr. Digvijay Singh, you're playing on words. You've not had a contest. It's been the Gandhi family and no one else.
Who has Rajdeep, who has stopped anyone from filing the nomination? The membership is done. Elections are held at the grassroots level up to the AICC president. And anyone who is a PCC delegate can contest. If someone does not contest, is it our fault? But why don't you at the same time ask the political leaders why they are not having elections in their own party?
Well, when I ask them the question, Mr. Digvijay Singh, they say that in the Congress, the party is the family is the party. The BJP says, look, in the last 25 years, we've had half a dozen different people as our party presidents, from Bangaru Lakshman to Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, Amit Shah. They've all been party presidents. The Congress just had Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi for a couple of years.
But were they elected?
They may not have been elected, but
Were
they
they
at least suggested that in the BJP there were new faces. Therefore, the question is, are you seeing this as an important moment where the Congress wants to bring in new faces?
See, there is no dearth of new faces in the Congress party as such. And there is a huge difference between election and nomination. When you are talking of democracy and democratic functioning of a political party, then nomination by appointment by nomination is certainly not democratic.
Let me though ask you the question that's blowing in the wind. Are the Gandhis, you've been talking to Rahul Gandhi, are the Gandhis clear they will stay fully neutral, or is Ashok Gehlot their preferred choice, while Shashi Tharoor is seen to be a bit of a rebel associated with the G23? Is that the way you see it?
Where is the G23 now, Rajdeep? Where is G23 now?
There is a sense, though, that Mr. Tharoor is an outsider, while Ashok Gehlot is the preferred candidate of the party leadership and the old guard, including Digvijay Singh. Is that true?
Shashi Tharoor is a very charming, very articulate and a very knowledgeable person who has a large following amongst the youth, and he's certainly a very fine person, And therefore, I think he has all the right to contest. What is wrong with it?
May I though ask you, Digvijay Singh, in conclusion, are you really seeing the Congress party recognizing the scale of the problem they face, both electorally and organizationally? Are you seeing both in the Bharat Jodo Yatra and in this Congress president election a fact, finally the Congress party waking up to the fact that the party is in the ICU?
Please forget, for God's sake, don't use this word ICU. We've never been in ICU. We have been a very lively party acting on issues, taking positions on issues. Tell me one political party in the last 8 years which has taken a stand against the BJP government, leadership of Modi, Narendra Modi as such, on issues of social disharmony, economic issues, monopolistic control of certain corporate sectors. Which other political parties has taken a stand, the kind of which Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party has taken, which party has gone to the streets on issues of national importance? Which other political party has done? Tell me.
No, but Mr. Digvijay Singh, you are claiming you all are taking a stand. The fact is you are now reduced to a party which is in power in just 2 states, the mighty Congress. So surely you have to accept that you are a party in a crisis. I won't use the word ICU, I'll use the word crisis.
Don't forget, between 96 to 99 also, we were reduced to 2 states. But we came back with bang and formed the government at the national level in Delhi, and also won 12 states. We had 12 chief ministers at one time. So these ups and downs do come in politics. So what?
If you were to say between Mr. Gehlot and Tharoor, or just whoever becomes, the biggest challenge, would you agree, is to repair your organization? Will Rahul Gandhi continue to be the face, and whoever becomes Congress president will basically be reporting to the Gandhis?
You see, we have a constitution. According to the constitution, there's a working committee, there's a central election committee which regularly meets, and the president of the Congress party holds these meetings, takes a considered view and take a decision. So that formulation will carry on. The Congress constitution provisions will be implemented.
No, under the Congress constitution, the Congress president is the most powerful figure. But therefore, the question I will ask you for the last time, what role will Rahul Gandhi play? Will he have all the power without the responsibility of running the party on a day-to-day basis, that someone else will have to do that difficult task?
It depends on the newly elected Congress president to assign a task to Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
You know, you're saying that who is going to believe that the Congress, that Rahul Gandhi will, you're saying, work under the instructions of the new Congress president? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
You actually believe that a member of the Gandhi family will work under the instructions of an Ashok Gehlot, Shashi Tharoor, Digvijay Singh, or anyone else who becomes Congress president? That Rahul Gandhi will not be the one calling the shots?
Please believe me what I've said.
Okay, Mr. Digvijay Singh, you're saying something which, as I said, given the history of your party, few will believe, and therefore the jury is still out. What this president's election will do, how will it work?
Well,
Rajdeep, Yatra also.
Rajdeep,
yes, sir.
May I have a word? May I have a word, please?
Yes, please do.
Who would have believed that Rahul Gandhi ji will walk 3,600 kilometers? Who would have believed that? Yet he is doing it. That proves the point which I'm saying. Okay?
Okay. We'll wait and see. The Bharat Jodo Yatra has only completed about 300 odd kilometers. Long way to go.
Thank you.
Digvijay Singh ji, by the way, I saw a photograph of you on the, sleeping on the floor during the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Well, you know, in the afternoons, one doesn't take a nap after the lunch. So I was taking a nap after lunch. That's it.
Okay, you haven't gone into the Margdarshak Mandal. Instead, you're fit and active, you're claiming, and you're walking on the streets with Rahul Gandhi, but you've told us you're not in the race for Congress president. You've left that to someone else to take that burden. But Digvijay Singh ji, for taking the time off, I know you've got a very busy schedule at the moment. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, the question of who will become the next Congress president in a way has shadowed Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. While it seems almost certain that Rahul Gandhi himself will not be in the race, he was asked a question today. What exactly are these elections in the Congress about, and who really will be an effective Congress president? He turned around and asked an interesting counter question. Which other political party has elections like the Congress? Thereby suggesting that the high command culture exists across our political spectrum. Listen in.
Everybody asks the question about when the Congress party election is going to take place. Who is going to fight the Congress party election? But you do not do this about any other political party in the country. You do not ask this question about the BJP. You do not ask this question about the RSS. You do not ask this question about the communists. You do not ask this question about the Samajwadi.
It's a paradox. Elections in political parties in the world's largest democracy are quite unheard of. The Congress itself is holding elections after a gap of more than 2 decades. Rahul Gandhi's jibe, though, is directed mainly at the BJP. The party that rules India too hasn't held elections inside it for years. Its presidents are chosen by consensus. The BJP, however, trashes the Congress elections as rigged.
Entire claim that Rahul Gandhi makes that there are free and fair elections in the Congress is actually bogus. Reality of the situation is that the Congress party is internal democracy mukt, internal accountability mukt, puts parivar above performance, and is only parivar yukt.
The biggest question within the Congress is, will Ashok Gehlot continue as Chief Minister of Rajasthan if he is elected as Congress party chief? The answer to that came from, you rightly guessed, the High Command.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
Incidentally, Ashok Gehlot, who's set to contest the party polls, also refers to the High Command when asked about the future plan in Rajasthan.
मैं कोई व्यक्ति विशेष की बात नहीं करता, ये तो प्रक्रिया है. देखते हैं क्या स्थिति बनती है, क्या वहाँ पर माहौल बनता है, क्या फैसला करता है हाईकमांड, किस प्रकार से वहाँ पर एमएलए क्या सोचते हैं, डिपेंड उस पर करेगा सब कुछ.
Almost all parties in India are gripped by this high command culture. Now here's another question that follows. Who will be the high command after the Congress elects its next president? With Supriya Bharadwaj and Mausami Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me now at this moment on that question of whether there is inner party democracy in this country, Rohan Gupta of the Congress, RP Singh of the BJP, Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party, and Dr. Sandeep Shastri, who is one of the country's leading political scientists. Appreciate all of you joining us on that question. Is there inner party democracy? RP Singh, why don't you take that first? Because every time I ask this question to the Congress, they say, look, we are holding elections. When has last the BJP ever held elections for their president's post? Their presidents are selected, not elected. Your quick response.
Well, after 22 years, we are hearing something like elections being held within Congress, and you are asking us questions where elections are held every 3 years. And then elections are held right from the Smriti level, the polling booth level, to the mandal level, the block level, if you call it the district level, and from the district to the state level, and to the national level. And it's happened, wait for January, you will see elections happening again. For the national level.
RP Singh, which BJP president has been elected? Mr. RP Singh, whether it is JP Nadda, whether it was earlier Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah, be honest, they were selected. The Sar Sangchalak and increasingly the Prime Minister select your president. They are not elected.
Well, that's your perception, but the fact is the process of election happens because the state delegates who come from the various states who come, they elect the party president. Although we generally build our consensus and we don't have elections, but we build up consensus within the party. And then it's because, and the reason for it is because there is an inner party democracy, unlike Congress, where there is no democracy, and then because people feel stifled. It's not me saying, Mr. Azad, who has on record said that they feel stifled, and Javed Shekhar also has said the same. So when they feel stifled, that's how people go and file nominations. There's no way that they can reach out to leaders, and they try to take this as a route for venting out their anger or their anger against being the non-democratic process.
Okay, so you're at least... Sir, but at least you're admitting in a way that yes, your leaders are selected by consensus. You want to respond to that, Rohan Gupta? The BJP will say, look, in the last 25 years, we've had half a dozen... The BJP says they've had half a dozen presidents. The Congress has had only one family. Sonia Gandhi has been president for 2 decades and Rahul Gandhi for 2 years. To that extent, the BJP has at least had a variety of names, none of whom are attached to a dynasty.
See, when you talk about democracy, Rajdeep, I think this is going to be new normal for BJP, and they are not used to now, attack Congress party on the Congress's elections. They don't know how to react to it, and that is working like a checkmate to them. See, point here is very clear, Rajdeep. Whenever you ask BJP spokesperson about the elections, they will go here and there. But obviously, they don't have answers because they don't hold elections for the post of party president. That is the biggest post. And when Congress is holding that, whatever claims you do about non-democracy in the party or whatever, they are all over now. We are holding elections. It is front of you. There are many people who are going to fight the elections, and the person who is going to will be the Congress party president. And you are talking about BJP.
No, but who will run the party? Will the party... But Rohan Gupta, will the party be run by the Congress president, or will the Congress president effectively be reporting into the board which comprises the Gandhi family?
Absolutely not. Congress president is supreme, and obviously he will not be a remote control prime minister or president like what we have in BJP, which is run by Sangh Parivar Nagpur remote control. Obviously not. Yes, they can get idea, they can get guidance from the leaders. That's a different thing from past presidents. But obviously they are not going to be remote control president. And let me tell Mr. RP Singh, can he give us the date then when BJP is going to hold the elections? Because here we are showing you that transparently we are holding elections. Why BJP is not coming out rather than talking about Congress? Why they don't welcome our step and go ahead that BJP will also hold the elections? Why they are not doing it?
Okay. Let me just for a moment bring in Ghanshyam Tiwari, because the Samajwadi Party was among the parties that Rahul Gandhi named today, saying that these are parties which don't hold elections to their top post. That these are either hereditary or clearly parties which select a leader, don't elect a leader. How do you respond? Most regional parties in this country are accused of being run like family fiefdoms with absolutely no inner party democracy.
Good evening, Rajiv, to you, fellow co-panelists and the viewers. Two things are important. One, at a time when people are facing malnutrition, somebody is saying that we don't have enough organic food. Here we are, every day India is put on the map on lack of democratic institutions and their strength within the country, lack of democracy in the country, and at a time we are discussing inner party democracy. For most parties, it is obvious. One, the elections are elections that run a mandate rather than elections that enable a free and fair voting. Second, if you look at the way the parties are run, dissent is the hallmark of democracy. You tell me in any of these parties, you can measure the parties, rank the parties on the kind of dissent that they see. Has BJP seen any dissent?
You didn't directly.
BJP leaders are in favor of garlanding and cheering the rapists. No, there are BJP leaders who are good people who would have opposed it, but you didn't hear dissent. So there is no inner party democracy in BJP. As far as Congress is concerned, for a good...
No, I asked you about Samajwadi Party, you're naming the others.
No, I'm not naming them. I'm saying that this is an irrelevant question right now in the Indian democratic setup. Right now, people are asking basic questions that as citizens, are we living in a democratic country where institutions have strength? And as far as Samajwadi Party is concerned, the party functions in a democratic manner. We see dissent in the party on a variety of issues. We also see a democratic temperament that is represented by Akhilesh Yadav ji and his leadership. So you can say that the elections are imperfect, or elections are not scheduled in the way Congress Party is scheduling. But as far as the party is concerned, there is a democratic process that is in play at all times when we discuss issues.
Professor Shastri, you've heard these three political party representatives all in a way trying to rationalize the way their parties are structured. But the fact is that there is very little inner party democracy in terms of the way leaders are elected at times in our political parties. They're very tightly controlled. What will it take to make us more like Western democracies in terms of at least ensuring that there is more space for dialogue and dissent within a party for leaders to emerge based on merit, not just on lineage?
Rajdeep, you are right. We have heard a rationalization of what is happening in each political party, though of course that rationalization varied in terms of its persuasive capacity. I think if you look at political parties in the country, across the spectrum, I don't think any of them has any serious inner party democracy. It may vary in terms of its degree, it may vary in terms of its intensity, but I think this country has seen political parties functioning with very, very little democracy within. The point was raised that this is an irrelevant question. People's issues are more important. Now, I think there is a connection. If people's issues are important as they should be, it is the same people who as members of a party play a role in deciding who should be in the leadership positions of those parties, and parties may use different terms, nomination, consensus building, but at the end of the day, where do you have participation of party workers? So I think a major change, reform that we need is in terms of getting political parties to account. I'm not too sure, Rajdeep, whether a law alone will solve the problem, because we have seen the efforts of the Election Commission to try and regulate that with very little success. I think there needs to be pressure built up from within the party that we need to have the voice of the party workers heard. We may have lists of parties, Rajdeep. The parties may maintain their lists of their workers, of their members, but how much is that used in terms of internal decision making in the party? Very often you also would have heard leaders tell you and workers tell you that we were informed of who is nominated to contest elections or who is nominated to a particular position through the media like everybody else. Now, this does not reflect a happy state, a healthy state of political parties in the country.
You know, I will ask my three political representatives then to cross their heart in conclusion and answer the question. RP Singh, be honest with us. The BJP's next president will be elected or decided by Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and Mohan Bhagwat?
Well, before I answer that, let me answer you on the dissent part within the democracy. I mean, there is dissent because there is no democracy within the party. That's what has been reflected by Mr. Shergill and Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. And then as far my party goes, wait for January, there will be a proper election process. It will start soon. And by January, the process will get over and you'll come to know how the process is done. But there's a process right from the polling booth to the national level.
Okay, so you're saying there's a process right from the polling booth, and JP Nadda, for example, was elected through that. Few will believe that, let me be very honest, observers, that is how it happened. But Rohan Gupta, to you the question. Whoever becomes the Congress president, will eventually the final choice be somewhere, even if unofficially in this instance, left to the Gandhi family, that Ashok Gehlot could be their nominee and therefore win?
Absolutely not, Rajdeep. Who could stop Mr. Rahul Gandhi from becoming president if he wants? Obviously, the whole party has been requesting, he has said no. If he wants to use that power, definitely he'll become president. But his idea is very clear. He's fighting the ideological battle. So obviously, we are holding these elections democratically, and you will see our president who is not run from remote control like Nagpur remote control. And Mr. R.P. Singh was talking about democracy. We saw Mr. Gadkari and Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan being dropped from parliamentary board. Are they not performers? We saw Mr. Yedurappa, a person who is, being alleged for so much of corruption. He's been introduced. So I don't know what kind of democracy and what kind of morals BJP is talking about. But the reality is in front of people of India. This is one party which is holding elections democratically. This is another party where the performing people are sent to Margdarshak Mandal and non-performing people of other parties are brought to BJP fold. This is what BJP is.
Okay, let me therefore leave the final word to you, Ghanshyam Tiwari. Will I ever see a day when someone other than a member of the Yadav family will be elected as the president of the Samajwadi Party?
Well, I think politics is a space of possibilities that build a society. So definitely, and as far as this criticism is concerned, whether it comes from the media or from the academicians, as a party we welcome any criticism on the way the party functions with respect to the democratic values. However, the party functions as per the constitution, and our aim as a party right now is focused on instilling democracy in India, which is withering as a result of Modi government. And as the Supreme Court noted, is withering with the way the media in India has played into the hands of Modi government by pushing Hindu-Muslim debates and other things. So that is our priority.
Okay. As I said, the Samajwadi Party is not giving me a clear answer whether anyone other than the Akhilesh Yadav or the Yadav family will be chosen president. The BJP is not giving me a clear answer whether Narendra Modi and Amit Shah and Mohan Bhagwat will not have a role in who becomes the next president of the party. And the Congress Party, well, the jury is out. What role will the Gandhi family play? That we'll know in the next few weeks. Either way, I appreciate my guest joining me on an important question of inner party democracy in our political system. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Let's turn to our other big story tonight. In a major crackdown on the Popular Front of India, the National Investigating Agency conducted raids simultaneously across 13 states this morning, arresting over 100 members of the radical Islamist organization, the PFI or Popular Front of India. Documents, mobiles, laptops have been seized. Questions still remain. Why has the PFI not been banned? What exactly is the NIA tracking? It's another big story.
India's biggest terror cleanup. A super secret, well-coordinated pan-India swoop, a crackdown against radical PFI in a never-before-seen scale. Spearheaded by NIA and aided by ED, agencies launched post-midnight raids in over 13 states, arresting over 100 PFI operatives, including the Islamist group's chairman, executive member, and Delhi unit chief, seizing dozens of mobiles and laptops. The sweeping raids came after the probe revealed PFI hand in multiple radicalization plots, including the hijab and CAA stirs, Patna and Nizamabad terror plots, and killing of Karnataka BJP leader Praveen Nettaru.
A place which is the residence of office bearer of PFI, Sheikh Mukhtar, is under scanner now, and we can show you that particular place, that particular building, which is located in Tiljora, is the particular office of PFI.
Massive raids underway across various locations here in Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We're here at one of the locations of the Popular Front of India. Here in Hyderabad at the Chandrayaan Gutta PFI office, as you can see, a seal has been set in place. This after NIA officials who had come here and searched the place had collected various evidences.
The Popular Front of India workers are taking out a protest march in Thiruvananthapuram on the highway at Injikil. You can see in the visuals a lot of workers from the PFI have gathered here. They've completely covered the road here and blocked a lot of vehicles.
The Islamist group resorted to street protests, calling the raids an RSS-backed conspiracy and promised to intensify the agitation.
Into this as a shame to the state government. State government should take severe action against these agencies and they should not allow any further actions like this.
RSSനും അവരെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഭരണകൂടത്തിനുമെതിരെ ഉയർന്നു വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ജനാധിപത്യപരമായ ജനകീയമായ പ്രക്ഷോഭങ്ങളെ അടിച്ചൊതുക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ നടപടി.
NIA personnel in the raids were secured by over 1,000 cops and Central Forces personnel, even as Amit Shah led Union Home Ministry kept close watch. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, let's turn to another big story. The Supreme Court today concluded its hearings after 10 long days on the contentious issue of whether hijab can be worn in Karnataka schools or not by Muslim girls. Remember, the petitioners have argued that the freedom of choice must exist under the constitution. They've challenged a High Court verdict in Karnataka. On the other hand, the Karnataka government insisted right through the hearings that wearing a hijab is not an essential practice in Islam and education institutes must have the right to decide what is the dress code for any individual school. And while it's in the courts that the future of hijab will be decided in India, in Iran, it ironically is being decided on the streets. Protests still continue for over now 5 days after the death of a young 22-year-old woman, Mahsa Amini, after her arrest by the police there for allegedly not wearing the hijab as prescribed under law in Iran. Amidst the agitation on the street, the United Nations has now stepped in and demanded an independent inquiry into the death of the young woman. In a moment, I'll be talking to a prominent Iranian human rights activist, but first take a look at this report.
An agitated father, angry and defiant. He refused to allow Islamic prayers over his daughter's dead body. He is Mahsa Amini's father. 22-year-old Mahsa Amini's death in custody has sparked protest in Iran. In the second week of September, Mahsa was detained by the so-called morality police after officers apparently found fault with her hijab. While in detention, she slipped into a coma and died. The police claimed she suffered a heart attack, but her family countered the claim by saying that she had no history of heart diseases. Iran's president has ordered a probe. The United Nations on Tuesday too has demanded an investigation.
Ms. Amini, a 22-year-old Iranian woman from the Kurdish minority, was with her brother in Tehran when she was arrested on the 13th of September for what was perceived to be improper hijab. She fell into a coma shortly after collapsing at Bozara Detention Center. Ms. Amini, who also goes by the Kurdish name Gina, died 3 days later. There are reports that Ms. Amini was beaten on the head with a baton and her head was banged against the vehicle by so-called morality police. Authorities have stated that she died of natural causes.
Iranian women have been out on the streets and on social media protesting against the hijab rules. They got into a brawl with the security officials. Some even threw tear gas at the officials. Brave Iranian women are taking to the streets, chanting "Death to the dictator." These protests are not limited in Iran anymore. Other women in different cities, in different continents too, have taken to streets to strengthen the voices of protest against hijab and violent moral policing of Iran. Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me now is Dr. Leela Ali Karami, Iranian human rights activist, joining me from London at the moment. Like many human rights activists in virtual exile outside Iran at the moment. Appreciate your joining us, Dr. Ali Karami. How do you see the protests that are taking place in Iran? Women coming out on the streets, publicly taking off their hijabs after the death of a 22-year-old woman, Mahsa Amini. How do you see it? Do you believe this represents a major change, a transformation that was waiting to happen in Iran?
You know, people are shocked and deeply saddened by the death of, a 22-year-old girl. She was another victim of Iran's sustained repression and systematic discrimination against women. Iranian women have been suffering from discriminatory laws, and one of these laws is compulsory hijab. So people are not happy with the situation, and they wanted to show their objection. They are practicing their constitutional rights, and which is absolutely legal based on Iranian constitution, to come and demonstrate and show your objections. The imposition of discriminatory dress code deprive women of bodily autonomy and the freedom of opinion, expression, and belief. Women in Iran see hijab as a symbol of oppression. And according to Iranian criminal code, a woman's refusal to wear a hijab in public is a criminal act punishable by a fine or imprisonment. And over the past 4 decades, Iranian women have continued to peacefully protest against the compulsory hijab rules and the violation of their fundamental human rights. And
but as you said, they've been, ma'am, they've been quietly protesting, peacefully protesting, but now they seem to be hitting the street. Has the death of Mahsa in a way changed something? Has that made them believe now or never? A sense which didn't exist maybe in the past. Are we seeing something genuinely different this time in the nature of the protest?
This time, women are the leaders of the protests. Women came to the streets, and but Iranians are united, become united. Half of the population of Iran are women, and as I mentioned, they're suffering discrimination for many years. And Iranian government adopted policies to put more restriction on women. And those policies have already, it's sure that they haven't worked, and it's long overdue. But the Iranian government must to start respect the rights of women, and that would be far better for the government and for the population. You see more women; they are taking off their headscarf. And they are joining the protest and demonstration in the streets. So what is changed this time is that we see, men and women, they are supporting each other. Usually, when there is uprising in the country, we see people, demanding their rights. But in this time, in particular, we see more women this is,
will it sustain? But Dr. Leela Ali Karami, do you believe it will sustain, or do you believe this will only? Is it momentary? Do you really believe that the Iranian government and the religious clergy will agree not to make the wearing of hijab mandatory? Do you really believe that these protests will actually force the government to bend? Do you really believe that?
I think, if not this time, but, people, they are continue their protests in different ways. Unfortunately, as I said, the Iranian government are using necessary violence against the protesters, and this is not fair and this is not right. But if they manage to oppress and to arrest people and, force them to go back to their homes, but this won't be the end, because when the situation is discriminatory, I said over 40 years, people are objecting to compulsory hijab. This is the rights of women over their body, and it's not, no one can force them. It's against Iran's international obligations, it's against international law, and it's against Iran's constitution itself, because we need to, the Iranian government should respect the freedom and fundamental rights of its citizens, and we cannot, oppress the citizens
I take your point. I take your point, Dr. Ali Karami, but since the revolution in 1979, the protests that have taken place have never been sustained, and eventually the government of the day has been able to crush them, and women have been forced in the past also to then return to their homes and not be out there on the streets. Do you believe, though, do you believe that this will therefore, we are now in 2022, not in 1979. Are the women now feeling more emboldened, stronger as a result of social media, as a result of all these images going across the world? Do they feel now that they have more support than ever before?
The use of social media, because these kind of the objection and to the situation has always been there, but now we have social media. You hear more news about the objection of women to policies and discriminatory laws. But the situation has changed for sure. But if they're gonna be successful to bring change to discriminatory laws, if the religious establishment agree to change the legislation to remove the compulsory hijab, that's I think I don't have the answer to that, because I'm not sure whether is still the time, because whether the Iranian government really want to because this is a very important issue for the Iranian government. This is the only area that they can claim to be an Islamic state, and because they want to show it through compulsory hijab, the headscarf, the Islamic form, and the dress code for women. This is the only area that they can claim to be an Islamic state. And so I really doubt that any change is going to happen at this moment. But this doesn't mean that the Iranian women will actually stop their activities. And I'm really hopeful that the government is stop
Right. My final question to you. In India, there is a debate going on whether hijab is an essential part of Islam. Do you believe that hijab is an essential part of Islam, or do you believe that hijab must be a matter of choice? If a woman wants to wear it, she has the right to do so. If she doesn't, she must not be forced. And her family members or indeed clergy, no one has the right to force anyone constitutionally or otherwise to wear a hijab. Do you believe it's essential to Islam, or that's all bogus?
No, it's a matter of choice, because there are disagreements amongst Islamic jurists and Islamic, establishment. As we saw, we see Iran and a few other countries. I think Afghanistan, they're forcing hijab. In most of the Muslim countries, hijab is not compulsory. And how many Muslims are living around the world? And in